Chapter 351 Students who have classes can't afford it. In Linjiang University, some students who don't have classes succumbed to the cold weather and didn't go to the Zenhachi restaurant to line up early, but hid in the dormitory to watch soap operas or play games. Now the portion of each dish in the Zenhachi restaurant has increased, so even if they go to line up later, they can still buy a full meal. For example, braised chicken leg rice or braised chicken wing rice. However, this comfort was bombarded by the news that the Zenhachi restaurant would serve new roast chicken and braised pork rice at noon. And it disappeared. Whether it was the students who were still enthusiastically watching soap operas just now, or the students who were still passionately playing games just now, they all felt that soap operas or games were not interesting anymore. Then, they all had an attitude that watching dramas is valuable, but games are more valuable. And if it is for new dishes, both can be thrown away. One by one, they all walked out of the dormitory building in a hurry. They walked towards the school gate with laughter. If you get closer, you can hear words like Zenhachi restaurant, roast chicken, braised pork rice from them. In the classroom, when it was almost time for lunch, the students who were still in class took out their phones from the drawer and habitually clicked on the official Weibo account of Zenhachi restaurant while the teacher on the stage was looking down at the textbook. After all, Mr. Huang's activities are often unexpected. You don't know until you see it. They were shocked when they saw it. There are really new products. And more than one. They were immediately happy. But when I thought that I was still in class at the moment, I guess the daylily would have withered when I went there after class. According to Mr. Huang's nature, the first meal of new dishes is not large. In addition, everyone follows the herd mentality and wants to buy it as soon as possible, which makes the people in the queue behind unable to buy it. Alas, the students who are still in class can't afford it. They want to cry, but have no tears. And they hate themselves for checking the official Weibo account, which makes their mood suddenly not beautiful. Helplessly, they have to quietly take their mobile phones in the drawer, open the campus forum, complain about their grievances, find people who share the same suffering, and silently talk to each other. In the office, Lin Jibua and others are still busy with the finishing work, and have no time to check their mobile phones at all. They are still in the stage of being closed to this wave of news. The door of the manager's office suddenly opened. Manager Hu Jinlin walked out of the office quickly, walked towards their office area, and asked them with a smile, "It's almost 11 o'clock now. Have you finished your morning work?" Lin Jibua and Zhou Hong looked up and looked at each other for a few seconds. Obviously, they didn't understand what Hu Jinlin meant. Well, could it be that the manager wanted them to stay and work overtime? Although they guessed so in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. Lin Jibua just smiled and told the truth, "Manager, I have finished my work here." Zhou Hong and others saw this and responded one after another, "Yes, manager, I have finished all the work here." Hu Jinlin nodded with satisfaction and praised his subordinates, "Not bad. Not bad. You are all very efficient." Immediately, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and said casually, "Oh, by the way, have you all read Weibo? My wife just sent me a message saying that Zenhachi restaurant will serve new braised pork rice and roasted chicken at noon." "What? Zenhachi restaurant? New braised pork rice and roasted chicken at noon?" At that moment, this group of people screamed in the office area. The reason why they are so unscrupulous is that they have already figured out Hu Jinlin's temperament, and Hu Jinlin has indulged them during this period. Everyone is a person who often eats the food in Zenhachi restaurant, and they know the rarity of this new dish. In terms of taste, it must be very good. After all, there are roast duck and other braised rice as good examples. Zhou Hong boldly asked Hu Jinlin tentatively, "Boss Huang's new braised pork rice and roast chicken must taste very good, manager. Otherwise when we go to the store to buy food later, if we can buy braised pork rice and roast chicken, how about bringing you and your sister-in-law a portion?" As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes were cast on Hu Jinlin with expectation. "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." Hu Jinlin went down the stairs after hearing this. He smiled and said, "Since you have finished your work, let's go buy food first. Braised pork rice and roast chicken are rare. But let's take the next part as an example." "Great. Thank you, manager. You are still wise." Everyone cheered happily and immediately rolled the dice in the WeChat group, so that the lucky ones could go to buy food together. If you go there half an hour earlier to buy food, you can definitely get a portion of the braised pork rice and roast chicken. They are still very confident. Hu Jinlin turned back to the office and sent a message to his wife, saying that he would send it to her when he bought it, and then they could taste it together. At the Qingxi police station, Gu Jingyi saw the message sent by her mother, saying that she heard that the official Weibo account of Zinhashi restaurant had released a new notice, and that new roast chicken and braised pork rice would be served at noon. Looking at the pictures, she felt that the taste must be extraordinary, so she asked her if she wanted to have a portion of braised pork rice. It happened that her choir's training had ended, and she had already lined up at Zinhashi restaurant. If she bought it later, she would send it to her, thinking that she was busy now and had no time to line up. When she got off work, she probably wouldn't be able to buy it, so she immediately agreed to her mother's proposal. Jingyi, sure. Then you can buy one for me too, and send it to my station. Let's eat together then. Jingyi, Mom, it's great to have you. Su Jiahong looked at the message her daughter sent the next day, and a smile of joy appeared on her lips. She hadn't heard such tender words from her daughter for many years. It's really delicious in the restaurant. Ding Suqin and Li Qingzhan brought the roast chicken and braised pork rice that Huang Tao had taken photos of to the table. Huang Tao made a few more dishes. Everyone started eating. Everyone reached out to the roast chicken with their chopsticks, picked up a piece of roast chicken, dipped it in the sauce, and started eating. Then sighed. The wax-colored skin with tender meat tasted particularly good. The taste buds first felt a layer of roast crispness, followed by a firm and tender taste of meat. Sweet first and then salty. Just right. If you chew carefully, you can feel the juice coming out of the chicken. Well, this roast chicken is delicious. It is well marinated, and you can even taste the flavor of the marinated sauce in the gravy. The meat is also very firm and tender. It is really a blessing for chicken lovers. Li Qingzhan praised. He really loves barbecue food, although roast duck is also delicious. This roast chicken really hits his taste buds. Others also nodded in agreement. All of them were sincere but perfunctory. Huang Tao was a little puzzled. Speaking of which, he has made 2 new dishes. Why can't he complete a hidden task? He couldn't figure it out. Chapter 352. It's jammed again. Traffic Police Brigade 2. Traffic policeman Wang Zhoubin saw that it was almost noon, so he shouted to his good partner, Lin Hai. Let's go over there now, and see if we need to divert the traffic. Yes. Let's go and have a look. Hearing this, Sun Lin Hai's eyes lit up, and he nodded in understanding. The two picked up their hats and prepared to go out. Seeing this, the colleague smiled and greeted, Zhoubin. Lin Hai. Where are you two going to work? Wang Zhoubin smiled and replied, where else can we go? The old street in the west of the city. That section of the road is the most congested. Other colleagues heard it and understood it all at once. And all said jokingly, I see that you two really want to go there to eat. But you are not on duty. Yes. You two are just going to eat under the guise of working. That's right. It's only about 10:40 now. Not even 11 o'clock. Even if there is a jam. And it is also the peak time for getting off work. During this period, office workers will rush to Jinchi restaurant to find food. When I passed by Qingxi Old Street at this time a few days ago, I didn't see any traffic jams. The cars were parked in a very standardized manner. I think you two are very cunning. Wang Zhoubin explained, you don't know this? Qingxi Old Street will definitely be very congested at noon. Don't ask why. Just ask. Before he finished speaking, the landline not far away suddenly rang. It attracted the attention of these colleagues and interrupted his words. A colleague quickly picked up the phone in front of him. Hello. Listening to the voice coming from the other end of the phone, his eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed, ah, it's blocked again. Oh, I see. We'll send someone over to clear it. After hanging up the phone, my colleague was a little upset. If it were in the past, he would definitely have a big question in his mind. Which road in the old street in the west of the city is blocked? Could the other party have called a false police? After all, they have been on duty in this area for many years. Which road has the largest traffic volume? Which road is prone to traffic accidents? He knows everything in his mind. What is the old street in the west of the city? Although it is a famous old street, the road there is quite spacious, with two-way lanes, and there are few people at mealtime, so there is no traffic jam at all. If you say that there was a traffic accident there, it's still reasonable. But if you say it's a traffic jam, it's really a bit nonsense. But those were all thoughts in the past, since he had eaten the delicious food at Jinhaoqi and received several calls about traffic jams on Qingxi Old Street. He completely believed that Jinhaoqi was doing a booming business, and that the road on Qingxi Old Street was congested. He just sighed in his heart. A colleague asked curiously, "Which road is blocked?" "Oh, the people called to report that the traffic on Qingxi Old Street was blocked again, and we need to send someone to divert the traffic." He recovered his mood, said something to the colleague who asked, then turned to look at Wang Zhobin and said, "Zhobin, Lin Hai, are you two going to work on Qingxi Old Street? Then hurry over. Fool, there is a traffic jam on the old street in the west of the city." The other colleagues all showed a little surprise on their faces, and they also understood who was the culprit of the traffic jam. Zenchichi Restaurant. By the way, what did Mr. Huang do? How did he attract so many people and block the street again? Wang Zhobin and Sun Linhai, who witnessed and experienced this, could figure out what was going on even if they used their toes to think. What's more, they just glanced at the official Weibo account of Zenchichi Restaurant and learned that Mr. Huang had released a new product preview for noon on Weibo. 2 new products. These car owners, who caused the traffic jam, must have gone for these 2 new products. After all, every time Zenchichi Restaurant serves new dishes, it can cause customers to go crazy, and they want to rush to try them as soon as possible, no matter if you can buy it or not. Ah, this damn herd mentality. While thinking about it, Wang Zhobin and Sun Linhai were very happy. In this way, they would have a better reason to go out, so as to avoid these colleagues from being jealous and gossiping. They both smiled and nodded at the same time. "Okay, then we will go there." Before leaving, Wang Zhobin said to these colleagues who had just teased him, See, I was right. There must be a lot of traffic on the old street in the west of the city at noon. Now it is confirmed that I was not wrong." "Right." Colleague showed an awkward but polite smile. "You Zhobin are still a god." "That's right." "Okay, we will leave first." Wang Zhobin accepted it happily, waved to them, and walked towards the hall. The colleague looked at their backs with some envy and shouted, "Hey, when you two finish your duty and go to eat something, remember to pack me a portion of the store's braised rice. If there is the new braised pork rice, that would be great. If not, other braised rice is fine. You decide." "Me too. Me too. You can buy anything as long as it is really delicious food in the store. Zhobin, remember to bring me a portion of food too." "Okay." This is the rhythm of using them as delivery boys. "Okay. If there is, I will bring you both back. If not, I can't do anything. Don't blame us then. After all, there will be very few left after we finish our duty and line up." After that, the two of them got on the motorcycle and drove towards the direction of Qingxi Old Street. Soon, the figures of the two appeared on Qingxi Old Street. Looking at the entire old street, it was once again blocked into a very twisted earthworm. The sound of horns continued to sound from the beginning to the end of the street. The traffic jam is even worse than the days when new products were released in the past. Sun Linhai was shocked and couldn't help saying, "Why do I feel that there are more cars today than when new products were released in the past? Look, it's jammed. Is that a Cayenne on the side of the road? There's an S-Class next to it. These rich people actually came here to line up to eat. Don't they have to go to work?" Wang Zhobin smiled. "What have rich people not eaten? They can drive here to eat. They must be impressed by Mr. Huang's cooking skills. Besides, these owners of luxury cars must be their own bosses or bosses, and they have more free time than ordinary office workers. I heard that there are many rich second generations driving supercars queuing up at Jinhaoqi. They all came from the neighboring city of Jiang. They bought houses and settled here to eat Mr. Huang's food. The two waiters in the store were impressed by Mr. Huang's food and applied for the job. But if it were him, he would probably do the same." During the conversation, the two got out of the car, one at this end and the other at that end, giving instructions simultaneously, diverting the traffic flow. Of course, they did not immediately issue tickets to those who parked illegally like the first time. Instead, they first persuaded them not to park randomly and asked them to drive away quickly. For those who did not listen to the advice, or left contact information, but no one came to move the car after the call, they would issue tickets. After all, everyone is a customer of Jinhaoqi, so leave a line for future encounters. Besides, they have been taken care of by the customers of the store many times, so they are lucky to get a share of their pie when they finish their duty. They both still remember this friendship. Chapter 353 Little Interests Between Young Couples. It was close to 11 o'clock. There were gusts of wind, But it was not too cold. The weather was generally good. The sun was warm on the body. So the customers who came to line up did not feel so cold. But even in winter, there are many girls wearing long socks and short skirts, which is very pleasing to the eye. Lin Yuhan was dressed like this today, with flesh-colored thick warm long socks, a beige woolen skirt that was 10 centimeters above the knee, a pink v-neck woolen sweater on the upper body, a beige short woolen coat on the outside, and a pair of beige high boots of the same color on her feet. The whole person looked beautiful and fashionable, attracted the attention of a group of people. Although most people were looking at their phones, their eyes had already drifted over. She was 1.68 meters tall, had a great figure, delicate facial features, and was dressed very beautifully. One word, stunning. I have to say, there are so many beautiful women lining up in Mr. Huang's shop. There are all kinds of them. Sensing that someone was peeking at his wife, Yin Ning calmly gave those people a look that threatened to kill them as a warning. If it were in the past, with his character, he would have warned them directly. But at this moment, he didn't dare to do so, because his future father-in-law and mother-in-law were right next to him. He had to leave a good impression on them. Although the two families knew each other since childhood and they watched him grow up, he still tried every means to make a good impression in front of them. A few days ago, when he learned that his future father-in-law and mother-in-law were coming to the school to see them today, he prepared for the meeting early. Because of his studies, his back was a little hunched, so he bought a back bra to wear. His teeth didn't look very white, so he went to a professional dental hospital for a whitening package, which cost a lot of money. These 2 days, he was not as sloppy as usual and didn't pay attention to his appearance. Instead, he followed Lin Yuhan's arrangements, applying facial masks and applying whitening skin care products in the morning and evening. He simply didn't do anything else at night, not even playing games, just to go to bed and get up early to stay energetic. Well, this was more to get up early, go to the Jinchi restaurant to queue up, and buy breakfast for Lin Yuhan. He also learned from Lin Yuhan about the preferences and topics of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, and made up for the relevant knowledge to prevent awkward conversations. He also went shopping with Lin Yuhan to buy clothes and shoes to wear when meeting. All the styles he bought were in line with his father-in-law and mother-in-law's preferences. He carefully selected gifts that his father-in-law and mother-in-law liked. As for the place for lunch, he and Lin Yuhan discussed it, and finally decided to eat at a really delicious restaurant. Delicious and affordable. Early in the morning, they went to the airport to pick up the two elders. After picking them up, he took them around the campus, and then to the old street in the west of the city. Then, when he saw people queuing, he immediately took them to line up. "What time is it? This restaurant has started queuing for dinner?" Lin Daqing asked with a frown. "Is it so complicated to eat now? Do you have to queue up so early?" "Dad, you don't need to go to other places. The main reason is that this restaurant tastes good, so you have to queue up." Lin Yuhan explained to her parents that they would have to wait for about an hour before the store opened. Usually, the neighbors would line up around 9 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock, more and more people would line up. After hearing this, Lin Daqing and Su Bingqing were surprised. "It's just a meal. Why is it so frivolous?" If this was not said by their daughter, they would really suspect that the people queuing at the door were hired by the business. When Yin Ning was browsing the official Weibo of Zinchichi, he saw the new product copy posted by Huang Tao, and he almost shouted out with joy. Fortunately, he remembered that his future father-in-law and mother-in-law were here, so he held back. He smiled and told his girlfriend and future father-in-law and mother-in-law the news. Lin Yuhan said happily, "Mom and Dad, you are in for a treat today. Boss Huang has launched 2 new delicacies. It's normal for a restaurant to launch new dishes. As for being so happy, seeing their daughter happy like a 200-pound fat man." The two elders said it was hard to understand this feeling. Soon, the restaurant opened for business. The neighbors in front rushed into the store, as usual, and ordered meals. There is no doubt that everyone chose braised pork rice and half a roasted chicken. Or a roasted chicken. Those who stayed in the store to eat found a seat and enjoyed the new dishes. And most customers are still used to taking away, and not many actually stay to eat in the restaurant. After a while, it was finally Lin Yuhan's family's turn. Yin Ning asked Lin Yuhan to take her parents to find a seat first, and he went to order the food. Lin Daqing said he wanted to go with him to order food. He wanted to be a walking payment machine. Yin Ning couldn't persuade his future father-in-law, so he had to let him go. The two came to the automatic ordering machine and ordered food. My goodness! The food in this restaurant is not cheap. Lin Daqing looked at the bill amount and felt a little annoyed. He only ordered 5 dishes and 1 soup, plus 4 servings of braised pork rice, and spent nearly 600 yuan. Yan Ming saw the confusion of his future father-in-law. So he smiled and explained, "The food here tastes good. Better than the food in restaurants and hotels outside." Lin Daqing smelled the various aromas in the restaurant. This aroma smells good, and the taste should not be bad. He didn't hesitate and paid the money. Together with Yan Ming, he went to meet his wife and daughter. Maybe the air conditioning temperature in the store was a little high. Or maybe it was because the store was popular. Lin Daqing felt a little hot and took off his outer cotton jacket. Seeing Yan Ming still wrapped up tightly, he smiled and asked, "Yan Ming, aren't you hot? Why are you wrapped up so tightly?" Yan Ming also felt a little hot and took off his coat without thinking. Looking at Yan Ming's exposed back, Lin Daqing and Su Bingqing couldn't help but show a touch of surprise. Feeling the surprise of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, Yan Ming realized that his back was exposed. At this time, he was so embarrassed that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment on the spot. Fortunately, the dishes they ordered were brought up by Li Qingzhan, easing Yan Ming's embarrassment. "Hello. This is the roast chicken, braised pork rice, dry fried bell, braised prawns, donfa pork, braised meat with dried vegetables, and nourishing fish soup you ordered. They are all here. Please enjoy." Li Qingzhan brought their meals to the table with a smile. They all thanked him at the same time. "Thank you." The table was full of rice, meat and vegetables, which were very tempting. Yan Ming handed the chopsticks to his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, and said with a smile, "Uncle Lin, Aunt Sue, please try it. Everyone who has eaten Boss Huang knows how delicious the food is. I don't know why I suddenly felt nervous when I saw my future father-in-law and mother-in-law eating." Lin Daqing and Su Bingqing opened their chopsticks and took a bite, and their eyes widened unconsciously. This is definitely the most delicious meal they have ever eaten in their lives. Lin Yuhan asked her parents with a smile, "Mom and Dad, is it super delicious?" "It's really delicious." The two elders nodded and stuffed the food into their mouths. Lin Yuhan was very happy to see her parents' reaction, and she also ate the braised rice happily. The braised meat with a heavy taste is fat but not greasy, and full of fragrance. It is paired with steamed white rice that is neither soft nor hard. Every grain of rice absorbs the black and red soup. It smells so good. Well, in short, it is really delicious. Seeing that the roast chicken is on her father's side, she whispered, "Dad, I want to eat the chicken wings." Yan Ming, who was a little nervous, wanted to show the degree of affection between him and Yu Han in front of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. So when he heard that Yu Han wanted to eat chicken wings, he stretched out his chopsticks without thinking and picked up a piece of chicken wings for her, and said loudly, "Yu Han, what else do you want to eat? I'll pick it up for you." Now, Lin Daqing's raised chopsticks stopped in the air, at a loss. Su Bingqing was stunned for a moment, and when she looked at Yan Ming, she couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile at the corner of her mouth. Yan Ming, who realized it later, was embarrassed on the spot again. His stupid mind was blank. Large-scale social death. That's all. Fortunately, Lin Daqing and Su Bingqing didn't pay much attention to his abnormal behavior, but felt that the two families knew each other for a long time. But Yan Ming didn't look down on them. He made full preparations for this meeting and brought them to taste such delicious food. They saw this thoughtfulness. As for the little fun between young lovers, the old couple understand. Chapter 354. There is no time when you are not busy. Time flies, and it is almost 7 o'clock in the evening. The night sky is clear, and a bright moon hangs high in the sky. The watery moonlight spreads all over the earth and falls on the scattered houses. The layers of shimmering tiles are clearly visible, and the clumps of fragrant grass beside the road sway gently in the night wind. And the Zenhachi restaurant also ushered in the end of the evening market. Wang Tao and the 3 assistants are still in the kitchen at this moment, busy in preparing for the birthday banquet in the evening. Before that, he also specially asked Ding Suqin and others to clean up a few tables and put them together. Prepare to leave them for the group of guests after the business is over. That is, Li Qingzhan's family. After Li Qingzhan got Huang Tao's consent, he and Lin Qiuyu began to decorate the store. Hang a huge show character decoration in the middle of the wall. The red carpet extended from the aisle inside the store to the road outside the store. Antique lanterns were placed on both sides of the red carpet, with Fu and Lu printed on them. In short, it was a festive scene. The traffic police and diners who were still dining in the store witnessed the process of the store's transition from simplicity to festivity with their own eyes. And a big question mark emerged in their minds. Who is going to celebrate the birthday? Isn't it the birthday of Mr. Huang's father today? Everyone couldn't help but ask Huang Tao curiously. Wang Zhiheng looked sideways in the direction of the kitchen and asked with a smile, "Hey, Mr. Huang, look at the situation in your store. Are you going to hold a birthday banquet tonight?" "Boss Huang, isn't it your father's birthday today?" Officer Zhang knew a little about Huang Tao's affairs and couldn't help but greet him in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to doubt his own words. After all, he hadn't seen Huang Tao's father since he entered the door, and he hadn't even seen his mother. Well, could it be Boss Huang wanted to give his father a surprise? So, this is also the reason why his father has not appeared in the store? The reason why he didn't think about the scheduled banquet was because the time of the event made it impossible to associate it that way. "Captain Huang, our restaurant is indeed holding a birthday banquet tonight. But it is not my father's birthday," as Officer Zhang said. Huang Tao, who heard the inquiries of the police and diners, raised his eyes and responded with a smile, and explained, "Today is actually the birthday of my employee, Li Qingzhan's grandmother. He asked me some time ago to book a place in the restaurant for his grandmother's birthday and wanted me to help prepare a few tables for the banquet. He paid a deposit of 100,000. His a deposit of 100,000? They don't understand the world of rich people. When they heard the amount of the deposit, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Poverty really limits their imagination." The police and traffic police, who have heard about the rich second-generation waiters in Huang Tao's restaurant, all think that the consumption of rich second-generation waiters depends on the place. If Huang Tao's restaurant is high-end, it is normal for you to pay a deposit of 100,000 or 200,000. Like some high-end Chinese restaurants, the average consumption per person is 20,000 or 30,000. Sometimes a table costs more than 100,000. But for a restaurant with a maximum price of only 288 yuan, even if you order all the dishes in the store, a table will only cost about 2,000 yuan at most. This rich second generation paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan at once. It's pure stupid behavior. But think about it. The reason why this rich second generation paid a deposit of 100,000 yuan at once must be that he values Boss Huang's cooking skills very much, and is afraid that Boss Huang will regret it. Wait! Since Boss Huang accepted the deposit, and is willing to let the family of his employees hold a birthday banquet in the store, and personally prepare dishes for them. In other words, can it be understood as taking over the banquet? Sir Wang thought that in about a month, the station should prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. In previous years, the New Year's Eve dinner was eaten in the station. A group of police officers made dumplings together, prepared some dishes, and had a lively meal with laughter and chat. As for whether the food is delicious, it tastes just so. It's just for fun. Originally, he planned to have a simple New Year's Eve dinner this year, just like in previous years. Until just now, after listening to Huang Tao's words, he suddenly had an idea. If Boss Huang can take over their New Year's Eve dinner, then they will have a good time this year. The dishes that they can't eat on weekdays because of busy work can also be eaten at once. Isn't it wonderful? When Wang thought about being able to enjoy all the dishes at the New Year's Eve dinner, his mood suddenly became happy. He shared his idea with Huang Ziqing and Lao Zhang at the same table. "Hey, Lao Zhang, Lao Huang, what do you think? Let's have Boss Huang's New Year's Eve dinner this year." Hearing this, Lao Zhang said with joy, "That's great. I think all the people in the institute are willing to do it. Sir Wang, it's okay. This is a good idea, and I have no objection." Huang Ziqing nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for the fact that he had to maintain the dignity of Deputy Director Huang because of his subordinates, he would definitely agree with it. Sir Wang said with some concerns, "I just don't know if Mr. Huang is willing to take our job." "Just ask and you'll know." Lao Zhang and Huang Ziqing smiled at each other, and saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. Then, they smiled and looked at Wang Su, and jumped up at Wang Su together. "Sir Wang, you are the head of our institute, and it's more appropriate for you to ask about this matter." "Okay, let him ask." Sir Wang felt that what they said made sense, so he didn't refuse. He asked Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen, "Boss Huang, do you accept banquets here?" It's almost the end of the year in a month, and the New Year's Eve dinner has to be put on the agenda. I wonder if we can book your restaurant for our New Year's Eve dinner this year." When the other police officers heard what Wang said, they were delighted. The food made by Boss Wang is first-class delicious. If the New Year's Eve dinner is booked here, then they don't have to queue up. And they can also eat many new foods in the restaurant. It's so good. So great. Everyone silently praised Wang for this wise decision. When the other traffic police heard it, they were a little surprised. But their minds became active. They all pricked up their ears quietly, looking forward to Boss Wang's answer. If Mr. Wang agrees, then it is not impossible for their traffic police team to book the New Year's Eve dinner at Zinhachi restaurant. It is absolutely possible. Wang Tao was stunned for a moment. "You booked my place for your New Year's Eve dinner?" He thought he had heard wrongly. Chief Wang nodded solemnly. "Yes." Wang Tao did not expect that he had only thought about hosting the New Year's Eve dinner this morning. But he did not expect that someone would come up with this idea so soon. This person is Chief Wang from the police station. However, he only thought about this matter, and did not really want to put it into action at all. At least not at this stage. He looked apologetic and declined without hesitation. "Sir Wang, I'm sorry. Our store has no plans to expand the business of hosting New Year's Eve dinner at this stage." Wang Suo continued to ask, "Boss Wang, what about your hosting of the birthday banquet this time?" "Oh, this birthday banquet is not open to the public. It is just a benefit for the employees in the store." Wang Tao explained and apologized. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Sir Wang." "What a pity." Wang Suo sighed in disappointment. Other traffic police and police officers all had the same expression. In this case, it is impossible to eat other delicacies in the store at the New Year's Eve dinner. They can only come earlier when they are not busy on weekdays. But how can they not be busy on weekdays? So far, apart from eating steamed spare ribs with lotus leaf glutinous rice, braised chicken drumstick rice, and crab fry cake, they have never seen the other dishes in person. Thinking of this, the police and traffic police could not help but look at Wang Tao with resentment. Wang Tao was once again frightened by the resentful eyes of this group of people. Hey, you guys, can you stop looking at me like that?" After the traffic police and police officers finished eating, they got up and left. When they saw the waiter Li Qingzhan, they couldn't help but reveal a touch of envy in their eyes. Li Qingzhan looked at the envious eyes of these people and felt a little happy for some reason. At this time, his mobile phone WeChat notification sounded. At a glance, this message was sent by his father. He said that they were all about to arrive. Seeing this, he quickly reported to Wang Tao, and then went out to meet them. Chapter 355. Can there really be something delicious? Squeak! A sharp brake sound rang out, attracting the attention of many people on the old street in the west of the city. Luxury cars. Appearing in this slightly backward old street, it always gives people a very abrupt feeling. Hey, is that a luxury car? It looks very high-end and luxurious. This car looks like I can't afford it. But forgive me for my poor eyesight. I don't know what kind of car it is. This one seems to be a Rolls-Royce Phantom head of state. It costs about 20 million. I really want to touch their wheels. His 20 million. I can't earn this money in my life. Oh, damn rich people. By the way, what are these rich people doing here in the middle of the night? What else can they do? They must be rushing to. They came here to see the delicious food brought by Boss Huang. You see, their car is parked near the entrance of Boss Huang's store. And there is a red carpet at the entrance of Boss Huang's store. I just heard the policeman who left say that the grandmother of Boss Huang's rich second-generation employee will celebrate her birthday in the store tonight. It seems that it should be them. The neighbors are naturally familiar with Li Qingzhan, the rich second-generation waiter. In addition, they have seen a lot of luxury cars in recent times. So they looked at him as if they were used to it, and then retracted their gazes. But they were a little puzzled in their hearts, wondering why Boss Huang suddenly accepted the banquet. Everyone's thoughts became active, thinking that if there is a happy event at home and a wedding banquet is to be held, can a few tables be reserved in Boss Huang's store? Mr. Huang's food is so delicious, and Mr. Huang is so well known in the city. It's a great honor to hold a banquet in his store. But I learned that Mr. Huang's store does not accept banquets for the public. This birthday banquet is just an internal employee benefit. The neighbors sighed in disappointment, and they envied Huang Tao's employees for having such benefits. By the way, when will Mr. Huang recruit people next time? Or should they try it too? On the other side, The Rolls-Royce Phantom President class was parked safely. The driver uncle in a suit and tie came out from the driver's seat, trotted around the front of the car, opened the right rear door, and respectfully stretched out his hand to block the top of the door. "Mr. Lee, we have arrived at the place you said. Please get out of the car." "Well, okay." Lee Yuanfu's voice came from the car. Then Lee Yuanfu, Qin Yuman, and Li Xinzhong got out of the car and told the driver, "Just wait for us here." The driver nodded and said, "Okay." Mr. Lee, Li Yuanfu, and the other two looked around. This is a two-way lane, with two-story old-style houses on both sides of the street. The ground floor is full of businesses, noodle shops, convenience stores, fruit stalls, jewelry stores, etc. The living facilities are very complete. But the problem is, they are here to celebrate their birthdays. Originally, Li Fuyuan planned to hold this birthday banquet in a famous five-star hotel in Jiang City, as in previous years. Then he invited a group of business leaders and relatives and friends to celebrate his old lady's birthday together. Who would have thought that Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway? That is, his son, Li Qingzhan. He called the old lady and told her that he would celebrate her birthday in Wenling City. The dining venue was where he worked, and it would be held at 8 o'clock in the evening. He also said that this time, his boss gave him an employee benefit because he was an employee in the store. So he was lucky enough to get such a rare opportunity to book the whole place after the evening market. In particular, his boss's cooking skills were praised by him to the sky and the earth. The old lady was very happy to hear this. After all, this was the first time that her eldest grandson specially arranged a birthday banquet for her. In addition, the old lady has always been concerned about her eldest grandson's work here, and she just wanted to take this opportunity to see her eldest grandson. So she insisted on coming here to celebrate her birthday. She didn't listen to anyone. He had to cancel the five-star hotel he had booked early. Jiang Mingtao also asked him why he suddenly canceled the banquet. He had to use the reason that the old lady didn't want to make a big fuss this year, so she planned to celebrate it in a small scale with her family. Fortunately, Jiang Mingtao didn't ask further questions even though he was suspicious. Even better, the invitations to the birthday party were not sent out. Otherwise, he would have let all the business leaders and relatives laugh at him. However, a few days ago, many business friends and relatives called to ask about his old lady's birthday this year. He also evaded the question by saying the old lady didn't want to make a big fuss, so she planned to celebrate it in a small circle with her family. Everyone also expressed their understanding and asked him to convey their blessings to the old lady on the phone. Since things have come to this point, in the evening, he brought his parents and asked the driver to drive over. When he arrived at the place, he was still a little dumbfounded even though he had done some research. A big question mark popped up in his mind. Can there really be delicious food in this place? If those media reporters knew about it. He, the chairman of the Lee Group, actually held a birthday party for his old mother in a small restaurant. Who knows how he would be reported? At the very least, he would be accused of being stingy. And at the worst, he would probably be accused of the financial crisis of the Lee Group. Li Xinzhong, whose eyesight was not very good, looked around and didn't see the really delicious restaurant. He asked in confusion, "Yuanfu, is the store here?" "Yes, it's here." Li Yuanfu looked around and raised his hand and pointed, "Dad, look at the one with the red carpet and lanterns printed with Fu and Lu on both sides." Now, Li Xinzhong and Qin Yuman found their target accurately. It's really delicious. Well, this reputation is a bit vulgar. The front door decoration. Okay, just recruiting. 2 glass doors, and a large floor-to-ceiling window. It looks okay. The couple didn't care much. It's the same to have a birthday party there. As long as the family is together. It's enough. Squeak. Squeak. The sound of brakes came from behind. A Maybach and a Porsche 911 stopped. A lady poked her head out of the back seat of the Maybach. Her slightly curly red hair was fluffy, and her makeup was also delicate. It was obvious that she had dressed up carefully. Without waiting for the driver to open the door, Li Meiling eagerly got out of the left door, holding a gift, and stepped on her high heels, and hooked her mother Qin Yuman's arm. "Mom, Dad, brother, you actually got here before us. It's just a little while since you guys arrived." Qin Yuman reached out and patted her daughter's hand, smiling and saying, "Zhou Ming, Xiao Heng are here." "Yes, they are here." Jiang Zhoming got out of the car from the right door, responded, and then politely shouted to them, Mom, Dad, Brother, hello, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle. A young man walked out of the driver's seat of the Porsche 911, dressed simply and fashionably. This man is Li Meiling and Jiang Zhoming's son, Jiang Qihong. He is also a rich second generation, but he is motivated. When short videos were popular, he registered an account and went to some popular places on the internet that everyone wanted to go but didn't have time to go to. Then he gave a review to let everyone know whether this place is worth going to, because he is not short of money. The reviews in each issue are very fair and objective, but he doesn't have many fans. Only more than 100,000. But he still does this happily. For nothing else. Purely because, just for fun. Today he and his parents came here to celebrate his grandmother's birthday. But they didn't expect that this year's birthday banquet would be held in Wenling City. And it would be held in a small restaurant. When they got the news, they were surprised and thought they had misheard. After learning that it was arranged by Li Qingzhan, and the venue was Li Qingzhan's workplace, they were not surprised. This is something Li Qingzhan can do. But they didn't expect that Li Yuanfu and others would let him do this. However, as bystanders, they couldn't say much about this matter, since they were invited to come. They just came. Just coming here to see. I am more certain that Li Qingzhan is unreliable. Too unreliable. They have heard that good food is not afraid of a remote alley. But they have never heard that a humble shop can produce treasures. Just when they were still immersed in the simplicity of Huang Tao's shop and found it difficult to accept. Or unhappy. Li Qingzhan, who came to pick up the guests, immediately came up to greet his family members when he saw them, and greeted them warmly, Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Aunt, Uncle, Xiaohang, you are here, Xiaozhan, Qin Yuman and Li Xinzhong, who saw their grandson, hurried forward and smiled. Grandpa, Grandma, everything is ready inside, Li Qingzhan said with a smile, and said to them, Let's go in. Jiang Qihong and the others took a look, but didn't say anything, and followed them in obediently. Chapter 356, This is too low class. Everyone is here. Su Hao prepared to serve the dishes. When Huang Tao saw Li Qingzhan walking into the store, with a wealthy old lady on his left hand, and a spirited old man on his right hand, he immediately realized that the wealthy old lady must be the birthday girl tonight. That is, Li Qingzhan's grandmother. As for the spirited old man next to him, he must be Li Qingzhan's grandfather. Okay, boss. Su Hao nodded seriously. Huang Tao is a sensitive person. Looking at Li Yuanfu, who followed in with a reluctant look, and Li Meiling's family, who came in last with their brows unconsciously frowned. He knew that they were not satisfied with his store. Huang Tao has seen this kind of situation many times, so he doesn't take it seriously. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Aunt, Uncle, Xiaohang. Li Qingzhan smiled and introduced Huang Tao to his family. This is the owner of this store. And also my boss. Everyone calls him Boss Huang. You should call him Boss Huang too. Okay. Li Xinzhong and Qin Yuman nodded in agreement, then smiled and stretched out their hands to Huang Tao, saying, Boss Huang, my Qingzhan, I hope you will take care of him in the future. Huang Tao smiled slightly, politely stretched out his hands, and shook hands with the two elders one by one. You are too polite. Qingzhan is doing well in my company. Let's take care of each other in the future. Hello, Boss Huang. The four of Li Yuanfu also stepped forward and politely stretched out their hands to Huang Tao. Hello. Welcome to our restaurant. Huang Tao also treated them politely, extending his hands to shake hands one by one, and said to Li Qingzhan, Qingzhan, take your family and sit down for a while. The meal will start soon. Okay, boss. Thank you for your hard work. They sat down at the table that was put together temporarily, except Li Qingzhan. Everyone else looked around the store carefully with some curiosity. You know what? This store is quite spacious. Li Xinzhong and Qin Yuman looked around inside, saying that it was not as good as the environment of the hotel outside, but it was not bad, and it looked very clean and bright. In their impression, small restaurants are all small, and the store is narrow and can't move around. The tables, chairs and walls are all black and greasy, as if they haven't been wiped clean. In that case, no matter how delicious the food is, they can't eat it. At their age, it is time to enjoy their old age. They can call 3 or 2 old friends to have breakfast in a restaurant or hotel and chat for a whole morning. They pay the most attention to the dining environment. Fortunately, the restaurant didn't disappoint the old couple. The expressions of the other elders revealed a helpless feeling of making the best of it. Jiang Qihong looked at the furnishings in the store, and then at Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen, and couldn't help but say, looking at the decoration, "It seems to be a new store. Boss Huang is still so young. Is he really that good at cooking?" Li Qingzhan said, "You will know after you taste it. When have I ever lied to you?" He. Jiang Qihong smiled and asked Huang Tao in the kitchen, "By the way, Boss Huang, can I live broadcast? There are often anchors in the store who come to live broadcast." Huang Tao glanced at him and nodded, "Whatever. Just don't film us," Li Yuanfu said. "Don't worry, Uncle. I won't film you." Li Qihong turned on the live broadcast equipment while speaking. As soon as the broadcast started, many people entered the live broadcast room. At this time, the screen of the live broadcast room flashed, and many comments floated out. Brother Hang finally started broadcasting. "I've been waiting for so long." "Huh? Where is this?" 10,000 people have written in blood to ask Brother Hang to check in at Tianshang Rinjian. "Wow. Are you trying to put our Brother Hang in jail?" Jiang Qihong has more than 100,000 fans. Although his live broadcast time is mostly irregular, he will still send a live broadcast preview in advance before each live broadcast. So many active fans, after seeing the live broadcast preview, rushed into the live broadcast room at the time point. Anyway, they have finished their meal now, and they think it's okay to watch the live broadcast to kill time. Jiang Qihong switched the camera to his own face, smiled and waved at the camera. "Hello everyone. I am now in a restaurant called Zhenhaoqi on the old street in the west of Wanling City. Today is my grandmother's birthday, and our family is here to celebrate my grandmother's birthday." As he said that, he adjusted the camera to let the fans see the furnishings in the Zhenhaoqi restaurant. The barrage in the live broadcast room immediately flew. "Fuck! Why is the birthday banquet for Brother Hang's grandmother held in such a small restaurant? It's too low class. That's right. This small restaurant. How can it be worthy of the noble status of the grandmother? Brother Hang, isn't your uncle very rich? He actually arranged such a small restaurant for grandma's birthday. It's too stingy. Indeed, holding a birthday banquet in this small restaurant is too unworthy of your uncle and Brother Hang's status. After all, you are all damn rich people. I just want to ask Brother Hang, is your uncle's company bankrupt?" Jiang Qihong, who saw this comment, was very upset. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have started this live broadcast. What a mistake. He was ridiculed by everyone. What a mistake. But just when he was regretting it, there were many keen fans in the live broadcast room. When they heard the words "really good food restaurant," they were stunned for a moment at first. And then after seeing some familiar furnishings in the store, they were extremely sure that the really good food restaurant Jiang Qihong mentioned was the really good food restaurant they were familiar with. Damn. Buddy Hang is actually in Boss Huang's restaurant. Hang's family is awesome. They can actually hold a birthday banquet in Boss Huang's restaurant. With Boss Huang's cooking skills, this birthday banquet must be delicious. By the way, when did Boss Huang's restaurant start accepting banquets? I didn't even know about it. I feel like I missed out on 100 million. Brother Hang, tell us quickly. How did you convince Boss Huang? How did you get him to agree to hold a birthday banquet in his restaurant? Judging from the time period for holding a birthday banquet, they must have a close relationship. Otherwise it would be impossible for Boss Huang to work overtime after the business closed to help prepare the dishes for the birthday banquet. Looking at these comments, Jiang Qihong was confused. What's going on? Is this small restaurant very popular? Although he was suspicious, he didn't show it on his face. He stood up with his phone in hand and walked around the store, saying, "This store is also where my cousin works." Fans who knew about Huang Tao's restaurant and fans who had eaten the food in the restaurant suddenly understood why Jiang Qihong's grandmother could hold a birthday party at Zhenhaoqi restaurant. It turns out to be an employee benefit. But those fans who first came into contact with Huang Tao's store couldn't help but have a question in their minds. How could a rich second generation serve as a waiter here? They smoked a pack of cigarettes, but still couldn't figure it out. This is the back kitchen. The semi-open kitchen allows us to see the entire cooking environment. It looks really clean and hygienic. The boss is slicing the roast duck now. Jiang Qihong walked to the back kitchen, stood outside the glass baffle, and watched Huang Tao slice the roast duck. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned by Huang Tao's appearance and his duck slicing skills at the same time. Boss's hands are so well defined and long. Compared to him, I am just short and thick, crying. Boss's looks, hands, and figure. Aren't they better looking than those male stars? Boss is so handsome that he even outshines our brother Hang. Does our brother Hang need to look good? When he shows his bank card, all the pretty girls will come around. Ha! This is so insightful that I can't refute it. Ah! Brother Hang. Your hands. Stop shaking. Aim it. Let me take a few more glances at the boss's face. I'm a local cat and I love to watch. Wow. The boss's skill in slicing roast duck is pretty good. More than good. I tell you. Boss Huang's duck slicing skills are superb. Look carefully. Each slice of roast duck is sliced so evenly, with thin and crispy duck skin and lean duck meat, shaped like a willow leaf. The speed of slicing is too fast. It's so fast that my eyes can't keep up with his hand speed. Is it magic? If I hadn't seen him slice it with my own eyes, I would have doubted what I saw. It's interesting. His duck slicing skills are among the best among duck slicing masters. Basic skills can reveal a person's foundation. This boss's knife skills are solid. The audience in the live broadcast room, who didn't know Huang Tao, were also impressed by Huang Tao's skills in slicing roast duck across the screen. I admire him very much. Jiang Qiheng felt the same at this moment. The feeling of seeing it with his own eyes was even stronger. And the shock was even stronger. Damn. This boss is really good at it. As he watched, his attention was suddenly attracted by something. Chapter 357 Rich Woman's Happy Hands. Li Yuanfu and the others in the store stopped chatting at this moment. One by one, they couldn't help but stretch their necks and look towards the kitchen, watching the roast duck meat being sliced out from Huang Tao's hands. It seemed to float in the air and then quietly fell into the round plate beside. At first, Huang Tao's slicing was not fast, but after a while, his speed was almost too fast for people to see clearly. A roast duck was sliced in less than a minute. As Huang Tao placed it, from the inside to the outside, gradually formed a beautiful peony flower. If they didn't know that Huang Tao opened a gourmet restaurant, they really thought Huang Tao was performing acrobatics. Li Yuanfu's eyes widened unconsciously, and he couldn't help but utter a voice of praise. Wow! What a fast knife skills! Jiang Zoming and Li Miling's jaws almost dropped on the table with a clang of surprise. And they both smacked their lips at the same time. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's almost slicing out after images. The elderly couple Li Xinzhong and Qin Yuman were also shocked by Huang Tao's duck slicing skills. Li Xinzhong slapped his thigh and praised, Boss Huang's duck slicing skills are amazing. If they were skeptical about Huang Tao's cooking skills at the beginning, now, seeing Huang Tao's duck slicing skills, they felt the pressure from the top duck slicing chef. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room was flying. The knife skills of this duck almost blinded my 24K titanium dog eyes. This technique is simply the hand of a rich woman. Boss, I want to feel this. Can you teach me something? Brother Hang, give your fingers a close-up. My grandma would say awesome when she sees it. Ah, looking at this plate of roast duck, I am really tempted. Woohoo! Kid, I am greedy. The potato chips in my hand are not fragrant anymore. Woohoo! Mom asked me why I was licking the screen. I said I was eating roast duck in the cloud. I am greedy. I am greedy even through the screen. Boss, I don't even need to lean on the wall. I just admire you. I really want to go to Jinhao restaurant to have a meal in my lifetime and taste the roast duck slices that are like blooming peonies. What does it taste like? It must be delicious. Brother Hang, taste it for me later. After seeing the beautifully presented roast duck, the audience fans in the live broadcast room, coupled with the high-definition pixels that perfectly display the beautifully presented roast duck, are even more tempting. This saliva is almost flowing down. Jiang Qiheng had no time to care about the audience and fans in the live broadcast room. His attention at the moment was completely attracted by the chopping board used by Huang Tao. That's right. It was the chopping board. Everyone, I found a good thing. Jiang Qiheng took his mobile phone and stretched it towards the glass baffle, trying hard to shoot the chopping board. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned by his words. There were only a few dozen comments left. Why? What good thing? Brother Hang, please tell me. Oh my god. Brother Hang, You are not trying to secretly take a picture of Mr. Huang's long legs, are you? Jiang Jihong. He could guess what these audiences were thinking with his toes. He smiled silently and said, Hey, put away your dirty thoughts. What I'm talking about is this chopping board, which is made of Chinese tune wood. What Chinese tune wood? Brother Hang. I don't have much education. You hurry up and popularize my blind spots. By the way, is this Chinese tune wood valuable? Is the food cut out of this thing more delicious? Brother Hang. Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me quickly. If you keep me in suspense, believe it or not, I will immediately chase you with a 15-centimeter machete. Yes, my damn curiosity was aroused by Brother Hang. Jiang Jihong glanced at the barrage and continued, the value of this Chinese tune wood is not cheap, especially for Chum Kai, because this kind of wood is more difficult to grow. It cannot be compared with redwood and golden nanmu in terms of fame, but in terms of value, it is not inferior to these precious woods at all. Don't ask me why I can tell at a glance that Mr. Huang's chopping board is made of Chinese tune wood. The answer is that my uncle has a set of Chinese tune wood furniture from the Tang dynasty. I remember that my uncle spent more than 8 million to buy it from a Hong Kong businessman. And the chopping board of the boss is reddish brown in core material and light yellow in skin. It must be at least 100 years old. This age can only be high, not low. Jiang Jihong is a rich second generation, and he has more contact with these things. Naturally, he knows more about these things than ordinary people. When Li Yuanfu heard his nephew say that the wood used for Mr. Huang's chopping board was camphor wood, he thought it was unlikely, thinking that his nephew must have made a mistake. After all, this ordinary little restaurant doesn't look like it has such precious wood. Besides, who would use such precious wood as a chopping board? Unless they have a brain seizure. Li Meiling and Jiang Zhoming also had the same idea. So, the three of them couldn't help but stand up and go over to see what was going on. They wanted to see if Jiang Jihong was short-sighted and saw it wrong. You don't know until you see it. And you will know. The three of them stammered in surprise. This chopping board is really made of Chinese tune wood. Jiang Jihong said excitedly, Listen everyone. My uncle is sure that this chopping board is made of Chinese tune wood. Hearing the surprise sounds that came one after another, the audience in the live broadcast room knew that what Jiang Jihong said was true. And the barrage was fast again. Wow, this Chinese tune wood is so valuable. A set of Chinese tune wood furniture costs 8 million. Is this the simple and unpretentious life of the rich? Damn. 8 million. But why does it sound like 700 yuan when Brother Hang says it? I'm not interested in knowing about 8 million yuan worth of furniture. I just want to know how much this chopping board is worth. Same question. I want to know too. I want to know 2 plus 1. For a while, the barrage was full of I want to know plus. Jiang Jihong saw it and smiled and gave a conservative valuation. Boss Huang's chopping board uses the core material of Chinese tune wood. If it is sold on the market, it should be around 300,000. Li Yuanfu, who deliberately avoided the camera, nodded in agreement. This chopping board will only cost more than 300,000. Not less. The audience in the live broadcast room was boiling again. Wow! This chopping board actually costs 300,000? Poverty really limits my imagination. Wow! Are you crazy? Boss Huang is so rich. Oh my goodness. This cutting board for roast duck costs 300,000 yuan. Is this boss a rich second generation? I really want to taste the roast duck cut on this 300,000 yuan cutting board. It must be delicious. After all, every bite is stained with the breath of Chairman Mao. Every bite is profitable. I will have the capital to brag during the Chinese New Year. Ha ha ha. Then I will eat roast duck at Boss Huang's every day. And I will feel that I have made a fortune. Don't say it. I must go to this restaurant. Brother Hang, tell me the specific address quickly. I will rush there tomorrow. At the corner of the old street in the west of Wanling City. You can see the store when you get to the corner. Oh, I can't rush there. At this moment, the number of people online in the live broadcast room has risen to more than 50,000. Jiang Jihong's evaluation of Huang Tao's restaurant has also spread like wildfire. To some extent, the impact of Jiang Jihong's live broadcast tonight even exceeded that of other anchors. It's simple. He is fair and objective enough. Plus, this topic is so popular that it makes people's 3 views explode. However, even so, its influence is still very limited. Until a very eye-catching topic suddenly became a hot search. #300 000 yuan worth of cutting board hashtag. The popularity of this hot search continued to rise. And in a very short time, it rushed into the top 10 hot searches. Then, Huang Tao's small restaurant became more famous than ever. It can be described as a blast. Chapter 358 Poverty limits my imagination. In this short period of time, from live broadcast platforms to Weibo, the popularity of the chopping board worth 300,000 yuan has continued to rise. That's right. This eye-catching topic has entered the top 20 hot searches shortly after it was on the hot search. To be precise, it is the 18th position. And this wave of popularity is still rising. Every time I refresh Weibo, the ranking of this hot search will rise several places. Click on the topic. The comments of this discussion have increased to more than 16,000. I was shocked. The dried fish in my hand fell off. Wow! Is this really something I can see without spending money? This small chopping board is worth 300,000 yuan. Poverty really limits my imagination. By the way, the owner of this store is probably a rich second generation. Right? Forgive me for my poor eyesight. I don't see any difference between this chopping board and an ordinary wooden chopping board. Yu Ming said. Using this chopping board worth 300,000 yuan. Will the food be more delicious after being cut? Will it be more delicious? It's hard to say. But the price will definitely be more expensive. Don't ask me why I know. I just think so subconsciously. The above. You are totally wrong. The roast duck sliced by Mr. Huang with this cutting board is only 188 yuan per piece. And half a piece is only 98 yuan. But it tastes much better than Quan Chu'd. And all the dishes in Jinchi restaurant are of high quality and good price. And there is no such thing as expensive. I can assure you of this. Oh my god. This trending search is actually about Zenhachi? As a die-hard fan of Zenhachi, I only just found out that Mr. Huang used a chopping board worth 300,000 yuan to slice our roast duck. I was really surprised and delighted. I was surprised by the sky-high price of this chopping board. But I was delighted that the roast duck I eat every day was actually sliced on a chopping board worth 300,000 yuan. I feel that every bite of roast duck I eat has become more luxurious. And I have made a fortune. But Mr. Huang, you have kept it from us so hard. It is said that the owner of this store was on an issue of Food and Beauty magazine before. And it is said that the beautiful editor-in-chief of Food and Beauty Lin Monley personally invited the owner to take pictures. This store was on Food and Beauty. Or was it personally invited by the beautiful editor-in-chief? But it looks a bit like a recharge. Definitely not recharged. I can guarantee this. At the food festival, I saw Lin Monley, the food editor-in-chief of Food Full and Food Delicious, handing over her business card to Mr. Huang and inviting him to appear in the magazine after tasting Mr. Huang's food. I remember that Mr. Huang declined the invitation on the grounds that he was busy with the food festival and had no time to accept the magazine's photo shoot and interview. However, editor-in-chief Lin still tried hard to invite him, saying that Mr. Huang could take charge of his schedule. And only then did Mr. Huang agree. I can testify to this. I was there and saw it with my own eyes. Moreover, when former state banquet chef Wei Mingwa tasted Mr. Huang's stewed food, he was so delicious that he cried. And he praised Mr. Huang's craftsmanship. I don't care whether it tastes good or not, or whether the craftsmanship is good or not. I just want to know whether this cutting board is really worth 300,000 yuan. Same question. Anyone who knows the business, please come out and help us solve the problem. I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Tag Antique Connoisseur Lao Hu online. Antique Connoisseur Lao Hu opened an antique shop. Although he opened an antique shop, Lao Hu is not old-fashioned at all. He keeps up with the trend. When short videos became popular, he also registered an account. When he was free, he loved to appraise treasures for the audience and netizens in the live broadcast room. Because of his solid professional knowledge and sharp eyes, he has also won a place on the internet where self-media is rampant. He is considered to be a little famous. At this time, Lao Hu had finished dinner and had nothing to do. He was lying on the sofa in his living room, watching Miss Sister. He was watching it with great interest. He was disturbed by the pop-up Weibo messages. He was not annoyed. He just opened it with a smile. Wow! There were hundreds of private messages and messages about him. Of course, he often encounters such situations, so he is not surprised. According to past situations, the large-scale private messages and messages must mean that something good has appeared. He suddenly became energetic and sat up suddenly. He immediately clicked on the link provided by a netizen fan. What? A chopping board worth 300,000 yuan? Although he is an old man in the antique industry. But he has never touched a chopping board before. Fortunately, the video shot by Jiang Qihong is very clear. And the entire chopping board is clearly captured. He carefully observed the video many times. Finally, his eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said with surprise, "Yes. Yes. The wood used for this chopping board is Chinese tun wood. And it is top-grade Chinese tun wood. And the core of this chopping board is reddish-brown. The surface is light yellow. And the age of the tree is at least hundreds of years." Although he is not proficient in chopping boards, he still has a deep understanding of precious woods. The popularity of Chinese tun wood is indeed not as good as precious wood such as golden bamboo and red wood. That is only because Chinese tun wood is difficult to cultivate. It is also because of this that makes those old Chinese tun wood furniture much more expensive than those golden bamboo furniture. In other words, the price of this chopping board is definitely not just 300,000. After confirming the answer, he couldn't help but make a sound of tsk and also had an estimate of the price of this chopping board. Immediately, he tapped the screen and sent a related dynamic. Antique connoisseur Lao Hu, 300,000? Haha. If that's the price, please give me a stack of these chopping boards. I can sell them for at least 600,000. Netizens who were already excited by the price of 300,000 chopping boards were excited again after seeing the news posted by Lao Hu. A professional. What? 600,000? Am I seeing things? The person above. You are indeed seeing things. It is 600,000. But where is the 300,000? This inconspicuous chopping board costs 600,000. Alas, poverty has once again limited my imagination. I don't think I can make this much money even if I work all my life. I'm so jealous. This boss must have a mine at home. He actually used a chopping board worth 600,000 yuan to slice the roast duck without blinking an eye. If it were me, I would definitely worship this chopping board and pass it down from generation to generation. The person above. Your vision is too small. Using a chopping board worth 600,000 yuan to slice the roast duck can arouse heat and heated discussion, so that more people know the existence of this store. TSK. I can only say that this boss is too good at doing business. I still believe in the words of antique connoisseur Lao Hu. After all, he has never made a mistake so far. I heard that the things in this store are very delicious. How can the roast duck sliced with a chopping board worth 600,000 yuan not be delicious? As the popularity of this topic continues to rise, the ranking on the hot search also continues to rise, attracting more and more attention. Even some internet celebrities and stars have come to check in. They want to take advantage of this heat. Internet celebrities and stars. They all need some exposure to continuously maintain their fame and popularity. After all, there are new people in the internet celebrity and celebrity circles every day. If you don't have exposure and topic popularity, it is easy to be beaten to death on the beach by the younger generation and forgotten by the times. Therefore, if you want the times to remember you, the easiest way is to keep increasing popularity. Even if it is to expose black material, it is also fame. After all, black and red are also red. Even if it is just to get popularity, it is also a wave of presence, so that people remember that you are still in this circle. Therefore, these internet celebrities and celebrities came to check in after seeing this extremely hot search. They also shouted that they must check in if they have the chance. Many people even decided to check in tomorrow and asked if they met anyone by chance. After checking in and leaving a message, many internet celebrities and celebrities also forwarded this topic. Among them, internet celebrities and small stars of the 18th line are mostly. Later, perhaps seeing that the popularity is very high, some second and third tier stars also came to join in the fun and forwarded. Now, the hot search of this topic rushed to the first place and firmly dominated the top position. No one shakes. Chapter 359, Talking is not as delicious as eating. At this time, it's really delicious in the restaurant. Huang Tao and all the employees in the store were still unaware of the hot search caused by a cutting board. They didn't know that this hot search, after the help of many parties, rushed to the top of the hot search and firmly occupied the top position. Why didn't they know? They were busy serving the dishes for the birthday banquet at this time, and they had no time to swipe the screen at all. They didn't know about this. As for Jiang Qihong, at first, he was told by several fans in the live broadcast room that the news about the 300,000 yuan cutting board was on the hot search. And he was a little surprised at the time. He never expected that his inadvertent discovery and popularizing knowledge for the fans in the live broadcast room would make this cutting board rush to the hot search list. But on second thought, the cutting board worth 300,000 yuan is indeed very topical. It is normal to cause heated discussions among netizens, and thus become a hot topic. Thinking that he accidentally dug up a hot topic, he felt no fluctuations in his heart, and even a little proud. Just when he wanted to talk to his family about the hot search, the dishes were served to the table by Lin Qiuyu and others. Looking at the honey fire square, roast duck, braised meat with dried vegetables, West Lake vinegar fish, braised prawns, nourishing fish soup and other dishes served one by one. They are particularly tempting together, compared with the dishes usually ordered in five-star hotels. They are not bad. They smell good too. He was attracted by the dishes on the table at once. In addition, the audience and fans in the live broadcast room were also tempted by the dishes on the table through the screen, and shouted for him to taste them for them. He completely forgot about the hot search and forgot to talk to his family. Li Xinzhong looked at the table of dishes in front of him and said, "This table of dishes looks pretty good." Li Yuanfu nodded in agreement. "If you only look at the appearance, it is indeed impeccable. The dishes are indeed all delicious. But I don't know if they are good enough." Li Meiling held her chin and said with a little doubt. Lin Qiuyu and the others did not explain. With a look of indifference. They have seen many people who questioned at the beginning and were conquered by the food in the store in the end. After all, they used to be one of such people. Li Qingzhan just smiled and did not explain. When they start eating, they will naturally know the answer. It is meaningless to say more now. After Lin Qiuyu served all the dishes, he just politely said to them, "Your dishes have all been served. Please enjoy." Finally, he turned his head to look at Qin Yuman and said to her respectfully, "Grandma Qingzhan, today is your birthday. I wish you good fortune like the long-flowing water of the East China Sea and a long life like the evergreen pines of the South Mountain." "Thank you, Xiaoyu. You are thoughtful." Qin Yuman smiled kindly and immediately invited, "Sit down and eat together." Lin Qiuyu smiled and declined, "Thank you for your kindness. But I still have work to do, so I won't disturb your family's meal." Hearing this, Qin Yuman didn't force it, so she let him go. The younger generations present also stood up, congratulated Qin Yuman on her birthday, and presented their carefully selected gifts. The gifts were similar to those in previous years. Back and forth. They were just precious gifts such as jewelry, jade bracelets, and jade Buddhas. Nothing new. But this kind of thought is still precious to Qin Yuman. She smiled and accepted the gift handed over by the younger generation. After opening it and admiring it, she said, "You must be hungry. Hurry up and eat." Li Qingzhan recommended, "Try this West Lake vinegar fish first. My boss prepared it specially for this birthday party. It usually takes several days to eat it." Hearing this, everyone also gave him face and started eating the West Lake vinegar fish. One bite of the West Lake vinegar fish. Their faces showed incredible expressions. The cooking time of the fish meat is extremely perfect. It tastes sour, followed by a combination of sweetness and saltiness, exuding a unique crab fresh taste. The meat is tender but not rotten, soft and glutinous, and extremely delicious. This taste is better than any West Lake vinegar fish they have eaten before. Although the texture of grass carp may not be as good as ingredients such as mandarin fish used in big hotels, but Huang Tao's cooking skills are good enough, and he has a tacit understanding with the seasoning and ingredients. The most important thing is that the West Lake vinegar fish he made is authentic West Lake vinegar fish. It's really amazing to be able to make grass carp so delicious. Amazing? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Li Meiling opened her mouth slightly. So fresh. Jiang Qihong's eyes opened unconsciously. Wow. This West Lake vinegar fish is so delicious. Li Yuanfu had an incredible expression on his face. How can this West Lake vinegar fish be made so well? It's so delicious. Jiang Zhoming swallowed the fish in his mouth, just for the taste. I'll come every day. Li Xinzhong and Qin Yuman smiled with their eyebrows stretched and nodded. This taste is quite good. Before they came, they had eaten some snacks and rushed over immediately. They were already very hungry. This bite of fish meat made their overly hungry stomachs feel alive. Everyone continued to use their chopsticks. They all started eating the West Lake vinegar fish again and scrambled to eat it. At this time, the chopsticks started fighting to grab the West Lake vinegar fish. Li Yuanfu and Jiang Zhoming's chopsticks were tangled together, and both of them were anxious. Jiang Zhoming said quickly, I was the first one to see this piece of fish. Don't fight with me. Zhoming. It's a rare opportunity to come here to eat. Why are you going against me, and always fighting with me to see the fish I like? Li Meiling leaned her elbow towards her husband and said, Yes. Brother. Are you always dismissive of food? Don't fight with us. Li Yuanfu said calmly, Isn't it just a Westlake vinegar fish? I will compensate you with 10 or 20 fish, and arrange for you to stay at Wangfu Hotel. Wangfu Hotel is a well-known 5-star hotel in Jiang City. The Westlake vinegar fish it makes is also very famous and expensive. The cheapest perch costs 888 yuan per piece. Jiang Zhoming said with disdain, I will buy you 10 fish from Wangfu Hotel. Can you give me this piece of fish meat? Li Yuanfu said, Can the Westlake vinegar fish made in other stores compare with this store? I will buy you 20 fish. How about you give me this piece of fish meat? Jiang Zhoming's washing group has a market value of 300 billion yuan. And their Li family holds a total of 65% of the shares. Net worth nearly 200 billion. Li Yuanfu's Menon Group has a presence in the fields of real estate, finance, medicine, new energy, etc. in China. All the companies combined have a market value of 1.2 trillion. The two people, with a combined net worth of nearly 600 billion, are actually fighting for a piece of fish. The netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned when they heard their conversation and saw the chopsticks fighting. Oh my god! They are fighting for a plate of Westlake vinegar fish. Shocking. Two rich people actually did such a thing to fight for a piece of fish. Is it a distortion of human nature or a decline of morality? It looks delicious. I'm so hungry. I just want to know how delicious the Westlake vinegar fish that is being snatched is. Damn. These people didn't recharge. Did they? Who can afford to recharge our brother Hang? That's right. Everyone here is rich. Generally, people really can't afford to recharge. But the boss of this store is not like an ordinary person. After all, how can ordinary people be willing to use a chopping board worth 500,000 to cut vegetables? Expressions can't deceive people. When Brother Hang took the first bite, his eyes lit up. I guess the taste of this Westlake vinegar fish is very good. Of course not. Mr. Huang's Westlake vinegar fish is the best, and no one dares to claim second place. It's so funny. I can't wait to get in and eat this plate of Westlake vinegar fish across the phone screen and the network cable. At this time, Li Meiling didn't help. If she helped again, not only would the fish be gone, but other dishes would also be gone. After all, her son and nephew, as well as her parents, were very cunning. Now they started to take action on other dishes. She also quickly picked up her chopsticks for the honey-glazed hot square, tasted it, and was amazed again. Delicious. This is the most delicious honey-glazed hot square she has ever eaten. Jiang Zhoming and Li Fuyuan were very anxious when they saw this. Fearing that they would finish the whole table, they could only share a small portion of the fish meat each. And then after eating, they all tasted other dishes. After tasting it, their eyes widened again. Delicious. Eat more. Everyone was silent and buried their heads in eating. After all, talking is not as delicious as eating. Besides, if you don't eat such delicious food quickly, others will eat more and you will eat less. Of course, I have to come to this restaurant often in the future. Chapter 360. The live broadcast room exploded again. Burp. Li Yuanfu ate Westlake vinegar fish, honey sauce fire square, braised prawns, roast duck, deep-fried bell peppers, a small bowl of dongfa pork, a small bowl of nourishing fish soup, a large bowl of yellow croaker noodles. Unconsciously, he was full. He rested his head on the backrest of the dining chair and leaned his arms on the armrests. No way. I was too full and couldn't stand up without slowing down. While relieving the feeling of fullness, he couldn't help but regret, I feel like I haven't eaten enough. But I'm already full. It's really delicious. Boss Huang, your cooking skills are really amazing. At this moment, he finally understood why his son was so determined to be a waiter in this store. Still the kind that can't be pulled back even by 9 bulls. However, I have to admit that this kid is smart. If he applies for a waiter position, he can eat delicious meals in the store early every day. As for doing some work, what's the big deal? He is willing to work every day as long as he is given food. At this moment, he suddenly envied his son a little. After all, He is exhausted every day. But he can't eat such delicious meals. Jiang Zhoming is also full. He rubbed his increasingly round belly and sighed. Yes. There are so many dishes. And each one is delicious, and has its own characteristics. This is too happy. This is the first time I feel that eating is such a happy thing. The other family members present also leaned on the dining chairs, and covered their stomachs. And they all had the same idea. They all nodded in agreement. They all felt that this meal tonight was the most delicious they had ever eaten. Even better than the palace dishes of the Michelin 3-star restaurant Juweju. Li Qingzhan, who was standing by, smiled and said, Dad, Uncle, I have eaten in the store for so many days. And I still feel the same way. You are just getting started. You haven't tried my boss's pan-fried buns, sesame dumplings, fried dumplings, and various flavors of braised rice. They are all very delicious. You haven't tried century egg and lean meat porridge and 8 treasure porridge either. The family members present were greedy again after hearing this. They quickly interrupted Li Qingzhan and stopped him from continuing. Don't say it, Xiaozhan. I can't eat it now. And I can't eat it. The more I hear, the more uncomfortable I feel. When they thought that it would be difficult to eat such delicious food after returning, everyone's face showed a mask of pain. No! I have to eat another meal tomorrow. No. Eat 2 meals. 1 meal in the morning and 1 meal at noon. Eat everything you haven't eaten yet at once. Eat to your heart's content. Before they came, they had already asked their assistants to book a hotel here. After the birthday banquet, they would stay overnight and return to Jiang City after breakfast in the hotel tomorrow morning. Now, they all changed their minds. Not only will they come here for breakfast tomorrow morning, but they will even delay their return to Jiang City in order to have another meal at noon. In the past, for the 2 big guys, Li Yuanfu and Jiang Zhoming, time is money, and every minute and every second is an input of money for them. It is even more impossible to spend any time and energy on meaningless things like eating. Now, they changed their schedule for the first time just to eat 1 more meal cooked by Huang Tao. If the company's employees knew that their boss changed his schedule temporarily just for such a small restaurant on the old street in the west of the city, it is estimated that the shock value of these employees for a year would be spent. When Jiang Qihong came to his senses, he realized that he had just been busy eating and had not interacted with the fans in the live broadcast room. He looked up at the barrage on the screen, gave a thumbs up, and said, I give this restaurant full marks. If you don't come to eat once in your life, you will definitely regret it. Hearing this, the live broadcast room exploded again. Oh my God! Brother Hang gave such a high evaluation? Brother Hang, you need to restrain yourself and calm down. You are making me panic. I am still in the United States right now. I want to go there, but I can't go for a while. Brother Hang is telling the truth. If you don't eat what Boss Huang makes once, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Brother Hang, can you tell me more about it? How is it delicious? So that I can consider whether it is worthwhile to fly there to eat. Jiang Qihong smacked his lips and savored the taste. I am not a food critic, but I have eaten a lot of delicious food. If I must describe it, let's put it this way. On the day of my 18th birthday, my father specially invited a state banquet chef to come to my house to prepare dishes for my birthday banquet. He cooked all the famous dishes of various departments, and he also cooked his best honey hot pot. But I think the honey hot pot made by the state banquet chef is not as good as that made by Boss Huang. Even if we invite all the chefs who make Zhejiang cuisine, we can never reach such a high level. And my evaluation is that if you don't come to this restaurant to eat once in your life will be incomplete. Okay. It's getting late. I won't talk to you anymore. Tonight's live broadcast ends here. Jiang Qihong saw his family members get up and leave after relieving their fullness. So he hurriedly said goodbye to the audience in the live broadcast room, and turned off the live broadcast. Before leaving, Li Yuanfu and his friends shook hands with Huang Tao and said goodbye, and said that they would come back tomorrow to taste other delicacies in the store. What else can Huang Tao say? I can only express my welcome. It should be said that both parties are very satisfied with this banquet tonight. Li Yuanfu and his friends ate the most delicious food in their lives and had a special birthday banquet. And Huang Tao also received a considerable amount of money for the private room. In this regard, both Huang Tao and Li Yuanfu were happy. Li Yuanfu and the others waved to Huang Tao and said with a smile, See you tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Huang Tao watched Li Yuanfu and the others walk out of the store. Huang Tao glanced at Li Qingzhan and asked, Qingzhan, aren't you leaving with us? Li Qingzhan was also a guest tonight, so he should leave with his family. Li Qingzhan scratched his head and said, I'll go back after I finish packing. Huang Tao smiled and patted Li Qingzhan on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. After the employees had packed up, Huang Tao closed the store. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Jiang Chao. Qingzhan. Chiyu. Be careful on your way back. Thinking that he had delayed the employees from getting off work tonight, he looked at the employees with gratitude and gave a word of advice to Li Qingzhan and the other two who lived nearby, and then said to Ding Suqin and the others who lived a little further away, Sister Suqin, Zifeng, Su Hao, you can take a taxi tonight, and the taxi fare will be reimbursed. No. No. Su Hao and Lin Zifeng waved their hands and said, there is a subway station nearby. We can take the subway back. It's very convenient. Ding Suqin also waved her hands and said, there are buses at this time. I can just take the bus back. Huang Tao shook his head. Why take the subway at this time? Take a taxi. I have already said that the taxi fare will be reimbursed. You don't have to save money for me. Just then, a taxi drove over and dropped off passengers at the nearby door. Huang Tao waved for the taxi to come over. Boss Huang. What a coincidence. Do you want to take a taxi? Where are you going? I'll take you. The car window rolled down. Lin Jinsong stuck his head out and asked with a smile. Jinsong? It's you? Huang Tao recognized Lin Jinsong at once and said with a smile, you came just in time. Please take my 3 employees home. Sure. No problem. Lin Jinsong agreed readily. Huang Tao leaned forward and said, I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat later. No need. Tomorrow morning. Just leave me some pan-fried buns and 8 treasure porridge. Lin Jinsong waved his hand. Okay. Huang Tao nodded in agreement, watching Ding Suqin and the others get on Lin Jinsong's taxi and leave. After seeing off Li Qingzhan and the others, Huang Tao came to the parking lot and got in the car. He was going home, thinking of a little man and 2 old people waiting for him at home. The desire to go home instantly occupied his heart. He couldn't help but increase the pressure on the accelerator. I just don't know if this little man is asleep. Chapter 361 Warm as Spring. The winter night is very quiet. The neon lights on the tall buildings on both sides of the road have disappeared. And the colorful dazzling light, when the lights first came on, has disappeared. Only the street lights on both sides of the road are still emitting weak light, reflecting a small area around. The roar of the occasional speeding car pierced the silence of the night. Huang Tao drove back to his own community. At this time, every household has turned off the lights and fallen asleep. The night is like a black curtain covering the earth. Every building is dark. Everything seems very quiet. Park the car. Walk towards home along the familiar path in the community. When he arrived in front of the building where he lived, he couldn't help but look up at his window and suddenly found that the lights at home were still on. In the dark night, it was particularly eye-catching. The orange light projected from the living room seemed to convey silent expectations and waiting. Looking up at the bright window, this small light inadvertently melted the coldness on his body and the loneliness in his heart, bringing him infinite warmth and comfort. It made his heart soft and warm. He thought that this light must have been left by his mother for him. He walked upstairs. He took the key and prepared to open the door. A series of gentle laughter floated out from the door and playfully entered his ears. It seemed to be the laughter of his own baby girl. A warm current instantly flowed through his heart, and he couldn't help but speed up the speed of opening the door. Pushed open the door and walked in. In the living room, Dad and Mom were sitting on the sofa watching TV series. Xian was holding a Peppa Pig doll, sitting on her grandmother's lap, watching the Peppa Pig cartoon intently. Mimi was lazily lying at her feet, squinting her eyes and taking a nap. A happy scene. The air conditioner was on in the living room. Compared with the cold wind outside, it was warm as spring here. Daddy? When Huang Tao opened the door just now, Xian, who had sharp ears, heard the noise. She turned her head quickly and saw that it was Huang Tao. She happily broke free from her grandmother's arms, jumped off her grandmother's lap, and ran towards him with her thin legs. Daddy, Xian misses you so much. The little girl was wearing cute pink Peppa Pig pajamas and holding a Peppa Pig doll in her left hand. She was so cute. Dad misses Xian too. Huang Tao leaned down quickly and hugged her, and was kissed on the face by his daughter. The smile on his lips was almost to his ears. He stretched out his hand to rub Xuanxuan's soft hair and asked softly, "Have you been obedient to your grandparents at home? Tonight, in order to be busy with the banquet." He asked his parents to take Xianxian home first. Working hard in the store, knowing that there is a little person who is attached to him and his parents who care about him at home, waiting for his return, is actually a very happy thing, because it gives the greatest meaning to the efforts in life. Holding the little person in his arms, all the fatigue of Huang Tao flew into the sky in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. Yes, Xianxian is very good and obedient. Xianxian nodded her head earnestly and vigorously, and she continued in a sweet and sticky voice, "Daddy, Grandma gave me a bath at night. You smell it. Is it fragrant?" After saying that, Xianxian stretched out her little arm, revealing a white, smooth and tender little wrist, wanting her father to smell it to prove that what she said was true. Huang Tao cooperated by touching the little guy's wrist with his nose, smelled it, took a deep breath, and then nodded seriously. "Well, it is indeed very fragrant." Xianxian, who was ticklish, shrank her little hand and giggled, "It's so itchy." "Meow." Mimi, whose sweet dream was disturbed by the laughter, cried out in dissatisfaction, as if to say, "Who disturbed this cat's sweet dream? This cat didn't sleep well, and will be very fierce, and even afraid of myself when I get fierce. What a pity." Mimi's voice of dissatisfaction did not receive any response or attention from anyone. Even the little master who loved it the most did not respond to it at all. It was completely ignored by everyone. It felt so sad that it wanted to cry. Since no one cared about it, it would not bother itself. It walked gracefully to its own exclusive cat bed and lay down to continue sleeping. Song Xilian and Huangita, the old couple, looked at the intimacy between the father and daughter, and their faces were also filled with loving arcs. After watching for a while, Song Xilian came over and asked with concern, "Xiao Tao, are you done with the store? Are you hungry? How about I cook you some midnight snack?" "Mom, I'm not hungry. I just had a midnight snack with the employees in the store." Huang Tao smiled and said, "You and my dad should go and rest first. I'll take care of Xianxian." "Okay." Song Xilian nodded, and then thought, "Oh, by the way, I changed your quilt. Today's weather forecast says there will be strong cold air at night. It will be very cold and rainy. So I washed and dried the quilt cover today, and changed the quilt for you. I also changed the sheets for you. If the quilt is not warm enough, there are blankets in the cabinet. There is a kind of cold that makes your mother think you are cold." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Mom, the air conditioner is turned on in the bedroom at night. It won't be cold. You can go to sleep without worry. If your room is cold, turn on the air conditioner too." Song Xilian thought about it and agreed. However, she felt that her room was not cold enough to need to turn on the air conditioner. If it is cold, just cover yourself with another quilt. Well, she just wanted to save electricity. Of course, she was only stingy with herself, and she was very generous to her son and granddaughter. Song Xilian nodded, "Okay. I get it. You and Xianxian should also rest early. You are tired all day. Good night, Xianxian." Huangita turned off the TV, pulled Song Xilian out of the living room, and did not forget to say good night to Xianxian. "Good night, Grandpa." "Good night, Grandma." Xianxian said goodbye to them obediently. Huang Tao smiled and hooked Xuanxuan's little nose, and said to her, "Xianxian, you play here for a while. Wait for Dad to brush his teeth and wash his face, and then we will go back to the room to sleep together." Yes, Xianxian nodded obediently, and then ran to find the Peppa Pig doll she had thrown on the sofa to play with. She was entertaining herself. Huang Tao first went to the bedroom and turned on the air conditioner to 26 degrees, then picked up his underwear and pajamas and went to the bathroom. He quickly washed up, then took a shower and walked out in his pajamas. He took Xianxian back to the bedroom. The father and daughter lay down on the bed with new sheets, and they felt very comfortable. The warm smell of the sun came to their noses. The quilt that has been exposed to the sun is different. Warm. He turned his head to look at Xianxian, opened his arms, clapped his palms, and said, "Xianxian, come. Let Dad hug you." Xianxian hummed happily, and immediately put the Peppa Pig doll aside, twisted her little butt, crawled over, and leaned softly in her father's arms. Put your little face tightly against your father's chest. Ah! Huang Tao closed his arms and gently hugged the little person in his arms, feeling like he was embracing the happiness of the whole world. Incomparable satisfaction. Xian gradually fell asleep in her father's warm arms. Huang Tao saw her and let her sleep on her little pillow. Then he lifted her hair lovingly, kissed her little face gently, and said softly, "Good night, my baby." He reached out to turn off the desk lamp, and his tired face also showed sleepiness. After a while, he fell asleep, but his mobile phone kept vibrating. Chapter 362. Can't bear to disturb her sweet dream. At night, the winter rain began to fall, and with the north wind, it got heavier and heavier, and it kept falling until the morning. Dripping, dripping. Huang Tao and Xian were both enjoying the warmth in the quilt, until a kind of consciousness urged him. He opened his eyes vaguely, and heard the sound of rain hitting the glass window. He tilted his head to look at the gray sky outside the window. The winter rain occasionally fell on the window glass, and the raindrops slid down. Yes, it must have rained heavily all night, and it hasn't stopped yet. The temperature outside must have dropped a lot. It's easy to get cold, he murmured to himself softly, and turned his head to look at Xian sleeping beside him with some worry. Perhaps because she slept too late last night. Xian is still sleeping soundly at this moment, with a faint sweet arc on the corner of her mouth, probably dreaming about something. It's hard to disturb her sweet dream. Huang Tao took out his mobile phone and glanced at the time. It was still early, and Xian could at least sleep for another half an hour, if she hasn't woken up naturally by then. Then, let her continue to sleep in the warm quilt. Besides, this horrible weather is not suitable for taking Xian out early. Besides, his parents are here and can help take care of her, so he can rest assured to leave Xian at home to continue sleeping. At this moment, he opened WeChat as usual and wanted to check the information in the circle of friends. You don't know until you check it. You were shocked when you checked it. His WeChat information is about to explode. The information in the university classmates group has already exceeded 99. The same is true in the family group. What's going on? Why were these groups so lively last night? Huang Tao couldn't help but have a big question mark in his mind, feeling that these two groups were a little abnormal. Normally, these two groups don't have this kind of scene. Like the family group, the same few elders come and go every day, posting some health videos or funny videos to the group. And the classmates group has not been so lively for a long time, since the last food festival and the issue of the food magazine Food Whole Food where he appeared. I don't know what they were talking about in the group last night when they didn't sleep late at night. Huang Tao curiously opened the university classmates group. As soon as he opened it, he saw this message. Gu Zhihao at Huang Tao Thao. You are on the hot search. Hot search? What hot search? Huang Tao, who had no idea that he was on the hot search last night because of the chopping board, was confused and continued to scroll up. Wow. They were all talking about the hot search. Oh my god. Our brother Tao is so fierce. He was on the hot search out of nowhere. When I saw the hot search, I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought I was seeing things wrong, but after repeated confirmation, I had to believe that all this was true. By the way, brother Tao, you are going to be famous. Oh my god. It's still the #1 hot search. Brother Tao, do you want to shock me to death so that you can inherit my Huabei? Brother Tao, take me to show off and take me to fly. Oh my goodness. There are actually many first and second tier female celebrities leaving messages in the hot search comment area. And they all left messages saying that they want to check in at your store. Brother Tao. Damn it. There are some young handsome guys who are also leaving messages on the hot search saying that they will check in tomorrow. Damn. They are actually using the popularity to get to my brother Tao's place. Brother Tao, you should order a wooden sign that says no young handsome guys allowed in the store early tomorrow morning and put it in front of your store. Don't let these young handsome guys use your popularity. Oh, my god. Tomorrow, brother Tao's store will become a popular check-in spot. My god. Oh, I mean, don't you think this is terrible? Brother Tao, with a chopping board in hand, invincible in the world. No fear of internet celebrities punching in. Everyone who praises my brother Tao's real name is really delicious. All the food in the store can be eaten at will without queuing. Wanling City, the catering industry. With my brother Tao, there is heaven. Even if the queue at the door of the store is as long as an immortal dragon. Our brother Tao can still play around in the catering industry and dominate the catering industry even if he cooks with one hand. Huang Tao. While he was speechless and holding his forehead, he suddenly felt that he had missed something important when he fell asleep last night. Otherwise, the messages sent by his classmates, he clearly knew every word. But he couldn't read and understand them when they were put together. He couldn't help but flip through it again. Brother Tao has been silent and didn't reply. That means he has agreed. Yes, Brother Tao's silence means he has agreed. Let's meet at the store at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Huang Tao, what the hell? What the hell is agreed? How come he, the person involved, didn't know anything at all? He continued to flip through it speechlessly. Brother Tao, tell us the truth. Is your cutting board really worth 600,000? Brother Tao, you hid it from me so hard. We were classmates for 4 years in college and slept together for 4 years. But I didn't know you were a hidden rich man. Who doesn't have a secret? Like me. I rode a shared bike every day when I was in school. But who would have thought that I also had an electric bike? Wow, the roast duck I ate at night was actually sliced on a chopping board worth 600,000 yuan. Brother Tao, lend me a chopping board. Let me kneel down comfortably and clearly. Huang Tao was even more confused. A chopping board worth 600,000 yuan? What's going on? He quietly exited this increasingly magical group and opened the family group. The situation in the family group was similar to that of the college classmates group. They were all talking about hot searches and cutting boards. It was like seeing flowers in the fog. And the more he looked, the more confused he became. He simply exited the family group and curiously opened Weibo. When he saw the number 1 hot search, he was quite surprised. He said in disbelief, no way. The reason for being on the hot search turned out to be the chopping board? At first, he was still confused. How could it suddenly be on the hot search? Now he knew that the reason why he was on the hot search was all thanks to the rich second generation who was live streaming last night. And this time, he was on the hot search not because of the food he made, but because of the chopping board that the system rewarded. He felt that the focus of netizens this year was very unique. He continued to look through and saw a host who specialized in appreciating antiques. He also made an appraisal for his chopping board and said that his chopping board was not only worth 300,000, but 500,000. Oh my god! He was shocked when he saw this. He knew very well that the things rewarded by the system would definitely not be bad. But he never thought that it would be so valuable. I dare not even think about it. However, this 600,000 yuan chopping board. Not to mention, it is very smooth when cutting vegetables. The moment he knew the value of this chopping board, his mouth couldn't help but grin to his ears. The reason why he was so happy. First, he learned that this chopping board is still an antique. Second, although his own small restaurant is quite famous, it is the first time he has seen such a hot situation. The last time Full Food magazine was published, it was not so popular. However, people who run shops and do business are still very happy to see such a scene. It is always a good thing to be popular. At least more people can know the existence of this shop. He lay on the bed, swiping the screen of his mobile phone with his fingertips, checking the messages of netizens. The ones at the top are undoubtedly the ones with the most likes. And these are basically some celebrities. From the 18th tier to the 2nd and 3rd tier. It is also used in the 3 fields of film, television and music. These stars left messages in the comment area saying that they would go to the store to open it. Many internet celebrities also left the same message. Huang Tao knew that these stars and internet celebrities just wanted to take advantage of the popularity. He didn't take it seriously, seeing that Xian was still sleeping and showed no signs of waking up. Let her continue to sleep. So he quietly got up and changed his clothes. He walked out of the bedroom quietly. Mimi, who was sleeping outside the bedroom door, heard the noise, raised his head lazily, and called to the poop shoveler Huang Tao, meow. Shoo. Huang Tao made a gesture to silence it. It seemed that Mimi understood, and stopped calling, and continued to lie down and take a nap. Huang Tao went to wash up. Xiao Tao, are you up? Song Xilian, who had gotten up early, saw him and greeted him with a smile. She looked behind him and didn't see Xian, so she lowered her voice and asked, is Xian still sleeping? Huang Tao nodded. Well, she probably slept too late last night and hasn't woken up yet. I thought I'd let her continue to sleep. Okay. Song Salian said softly, "It's very cold outside today. And it's still raining now. So let her continue to sleep at home. Anyway, your dad and I are here. You can go to the store without worry." Wang Tao thought for a while and said, "If Xianxian wants to come to the store, call me, and I'll pick you up then." Song Salian said distressfully, "Your store is so busy. You don't have to worry about these. I can call an online car-hailing service." Seeing his mother say this, Wang Tao didn't say anything more. After washing up, he changed his shoes and prepared to go out. "Mom, I'm leaving. Do you have an umbrella?" "Yes." Chapter 363. A moment of absence feels like a long time. Wang Tao went downstairs. The biting cold wind whistled through the community. And Wang Tao, who had just walked out of the corridor, couldn't help but shrink his head. Compared with the early morning of the previous few days, the temperature has dropped significantly. And because of the rain, he really feels the power of winter. How can it be described with just one word? Cold. Looking at the drizzle in front of him, he opened the umbrella without hesitation. Wang Tao is also a celebrity in this community. From the 80-year-old grandfather to the 3-year-old children in the community, everyone knows him. Along the way, I don't know how many times he greeted him. It took him 5 minutes to walk for a short 2-minute journey to reach his car. He got in the car. Because of the rain, he drove a little slowly. When he arrived at the store, it was almost 6:10. After parking the car, I walked towards the store with an umbrella and saw a large crowd of people outside the store. Under the eaves, many people were standing. They were wearing raincoats and lined up under the eaves of the store door, and even lined up under the eaves of other shops. Outside the door, everyone was wearing raincoats and rain boots, holding umbrellas. Colorful. It was really eye-catching. Originally, Wang Tao thought that on such a cold day, coupled with rain, customers would definitely not come to line up so early. Who would have thought? These customers were so diligent. Strong cold air and rain, such bad weather, could not stop their determination to come early to line up and buy. And there were no fewer people than in the past. Wang Tao looked at these neighbors and said with some surprise, "Neighbors, you are still lining up so early on this day." "Wang Tao, you are here." Seeing that it was Wang Tao, everyone suddenly became energetic. No longer cursed the weather, smoked, or played with their phones. The crowd consciously separated to both sides, leaving a path for him in the middle. Leaving a path in the middle. Wang Tao walked in the middle. For a moment, I felt as if I had returned to Hong Kong Island in the last century. The younger brothers on both sides held umbrellas and welcomed him. The big boss. Well, I can only say, he has the sequelae of watching too many Hong Kong movies. The atmosphere was quickly broken by a voice of congratulations. "Boss Huang. Congratulations. Number 1 on the hot search list." "Thank you." Wang Tao smiled and walked into the store. Some neighbors who don't read Weibo and don't know about the hot search curiously asked, "Hey, what's the hot search?" "You don't know?" The neighbors who knew felt a little superior and smiled to popularize their knowledge blind spots. "The situation is this. Didn't Mr. Huang's store have a birthday party last night? At that time, a rich second-generation internet celebrity blogger was one of the guests. During the live broadcast, he accidentally discovered this valuable chopping board in Mr. Huang's store, and was widely known by the fans in the live broadcast room. And it became a hot search. At first, this rich second-generation internet celebrity blogger said that the chopping board was worth 300,000 yuan, and later it was appraised by an antique collector and was worth at least 600,000 yuan. After hearing this explosive news, the other neighbors opened their eyes wide in surprise, and their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg. 600,000 for a chopping board? Is this wood or gold? Just when the neighbors were still immersed in surprise, Wang Tao welcomed a new round of congratulations in the store. Congratulations to him for being on the hot search and ranking first. This rainbow fart is said as if it is free. While Wang Tao happily accepted it, he interrupted them with a smile. "Okay, stop joking and get to work. It's cold and rainy today, so try to open early." Hearing this, everyone didn't say much and quietly busied themselves with their own work. Wang Tao also got busy. Started making glutinous rice balls. Wang Tao's home. Song Salian was mopping the floor with a mop. After Huang Yida washed up, he sat on the sofa and took out his mobile phone to browse. "Huh? What are Gao Hua and the others talking about?" He looked at the news in the family group with interest. 5 minutes later, his expression gradually became shocked. He muttered to himself in disbelief. My Xiao Tao is on the hot search. And it's because of a chopping board worth 300,000 yuan. Oh! No. It's a chopping board worth 600,000 yuan. Old Huang. What is Xiao Tao on the hot search? What is 600,000 yuan? Song Silian, who heard it casually, asked curiously. Huang Yida asked in confusion. Silian, didn't you check the WeChat family group? No. What happened? Confused, Song Silian quickly leaned the mop against the armrest of the sofa, walked to his side and sat down, took his mobile phone and looked at it. Then, she was also shocked. Speaking of, is this talking about their son? But think about it. With his current ability to make money, he can afford to buy a chopping board worth 600,000 yuan. That is, a bit of a spendthrift. But money is earned, isn't it? It's for spending. Money is what you spend. And what you can't spend is just paper. Life is short. So it's only right to buy something you like occasionally. It's really a waste to use this chopping board worth 600,000 yuan to cut vegetables. But they don't understand their son's business. And they don't want to interfere or give orders. Son must have his own ideas about using such an expensive chopping board to cut vegetables. We don't understand it either. So don't talk about it everywhere, so as not to cause trouble for him. Okay? Song Silian remembered her son's request to keep a low profile, and reminded Huang Yida, lest he show off again, and show off to others everywhere. Make people jealous? Huang Yida, who followed Huang Tao's words, said quickly, I know. I won't say anything. Even if someone asks, I will keep a low profile. That's fine. I'll go see Xian. After saying that, Song Silian came to the door of Huang Tao's bedroom, tiptoed to open the door, and wanted to see the situation of her precious granddaughter. Perhaps because the air conditioner was still on in the bedroom. It was very warm. She was probably a little hot. So she kicked off half of the quilt covering her body. Seeing this, Song Silian hurriedly went over quietly and reached out to cover her with the quilt again. She also pinched the corner of the quilt. Xian seemed to sense something. She smacked her lips and turned over. Then, her eyelashes trembled slightly for a few times. And then she opened her heavy eyelids. Oh my goodness! I accidentally woke the little guy up. Song Silian blamed herself, rubbed her eyes, climbed out of bed, and called Huang Tao vaguely, Daddy. Oh my dear! She quickly sat on the edge of the bed, reached out and picked her up, held her in her arms, pulled the quilt over her body, to prevent her from catching a cold. She reached out to touch Xuan's little head and comforted her. Xian. Grandma is here. Xuan's little head tilted and fell on Song Silian's chest, her eyelids drooping. She hasn't woken up yet. The little guy didn't hear her father's voice, and murmured, Grandma, where is my dad? I want Dad. Song Silian comforted her skillfully. Dad went to work in the store. But Dad said that when Xian wakes up, Grandma and Grandpa will take you to the store. Okay. Xian pouted her little mouth, a little unhappy, although she was not used to waking up early in the morning and not seeing her father. She was still very obedient and didn't cry or cause trouble for Grandma. Song Silian asked, Xian, do you want to sleep any more? Xian shook her head like a rattle and said, No. I want to go to the store to find my daddy early. Ah. After all, Grandma is not as close as Daddy. Song Silian was a little jealous. She smiled and said, Okay. Get dressed first. Wash your face and brush your teeth. And then go to the store to find Daddy. Xian agreed obediently. Yeah. Song Silian helped take off Xuan's pajamas and helped her put on a warm wool sweater. Xian ran to the bathroom quickly. She couldn't wait to go to the store to find her daddy. It was like a long time since we last met. After washing up, she ran out. Grandma. Grandpa. Let's go. She was so happy. Wait. Song Silian stopped her and asked. Xian, have you applied perfume? No. Xuan's little mouth was so pouty that a soy sauce bottle could be hung on it. But she finally went back to get the children's skin cream. She applied perfume, like a little cat washing its face. After applying perfume, Song Silian put on a thick down jacket for her, a knitted cashmere hat and scarf, gloves, and a cute pink Peppa Pig raincoat and pink Peppa Pig warm rain boots. After making sure she was warm enough, and would not get wet. She let her leave the warm room and wait for the arrival of the online car-hailing service downstairs. "Let's go find Dad." Xuan's happy laughter echoed in the corridor. Chapter 364 Queuing up in the rain. 6:40. The rain outside has become much lighter, but it is still falling. The customers at the door of the store have formed a long queue, and they can't wait. "Boss Huang, please open the store quickly. It's so cold." "Yes. It's windy and rainy. It's freezing. Don't you have to eat more in this weather?" "I want 1 bowl of sesame dumplings. 1 portion of sesame dumplings. 10 beef-filled pan-fried buns. 10 shrimp and pork-filled pan-fried buns. And 1 bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. To comfort my body that has been ravaged by the cold wind and winter rain." Just at this time, the roar of an engine suddenly sounded at the intersection of the old street in the west of the city. When the shop owners who were working, queuing, and opening their shops early on both sides heard this sound, they could guess it with their toes. This rich man driving a luxury car must have come for Mr. Huang's breakfast. So, they all acted as if they were used to it, and did what they were supposed to do, unmoved. But all this was broken by the appearance of a black Rolls-Royce Phantom President class. "Wow! Is that a Rolls-Royce? This car is so long. It looks so impressive. How much does it cost?" "This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom President class. It must cost at least 20 million now." Hissed this price's jaw-dropping. In just a few minutes, 3 luxury cars appeared on this street. Then, under the envious eyes of everyone, the 3 luxury cars were parked neatly and orderly in the parking spaces on the side of the road. The driver, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, came out of the cab with several umbrellas. He held up an umbrella, trotted around the front of the car, opened the right rear door, and respectfully put his hand above the door while holding the umbrella above it. "Mr. Li, we are here. Please get out of the car." Li Fuyuan responded calmly and said to his parents in the car, "Mom, Dad, how about you 2 wait in the car first? And you can get off when it's my turn?" Li Xinzhong and his wife shook their hands at the same time. "No. I'll go with you. It's stuffy sitting in the car. It's better to have fresh air outside." "Okay." Li Yuanfu thought about it and agreed, and reminded, "The road is slippery when it rains. You 2 should be careful." "Don't worry. We know what to do." Qin Yuman and Li Xinzhong got off the car together. Li Meiling, Jiang Zhoming, and their son Jiang Qihong, who got off the car first, also walked out of the car, looking at the long queue at the door of the store. Even though they were mentally prepared, they couldn't help but show a touch of surprise. Li Meiling exclaimed, "So many people? How long do we have to wait?" Jiang Zhoming said angrily, "It's all because of you. You were so slow to come out and made everyone wait for you for half an hour. Otherwise, everyone would have eaten by now." Li Meiling, "Yes. You make a lot of sense, and it's hard to refute." She actually regretted it in her heart, regretting why she didn't go out earlier. But her strong personality made her say unyieldingly, "I dressed up beautifully. And it's not to make you proud. Okay. Stop talking. If you keep talking, the queue will be moved back again." Li Yuanfu stopped them. Seeing some people rushing to the queue, Li Meiling and Jiang Zhoming became anxious. No more arguments. Li Meiling held an umbrella in one hand and supported her old mother with the other hand, and went to the queue. "I'll start a live broadcast first." Jiang Qihong took out his mobile phone and opened Douyin. Within less than a minute of the broadcast, many fans flooded into the live broadcast room. There were more than 1,000 people. Last night, the content of his live broadcast suddenly became a hot search, and his account also gained a lot of fans. In less than one night, it directly exceeded 500,000 followers. For him, it was a pleasant surprise. However, he played live broadcast purely for sharing. So, he really didn't care about the number of fans. And the audience fans in the live broadcast room were instantly excited because of his sudden broadcast. The screen was flooded with comments. "Wow, I thought I was seeing a ghost. It's so early in the morning. Brother Hang actually started broadcasting? It's not even 7 o'clock yet. He's already started broadcasting. I was so scared that I thought there was a bug in the live broadcast software. When I saw Brother Hang's live broadcast, I instantly had a black question mark face. After all, in my impression, our Brother Hang has never started a live broadcast so early. The sun is really rising from the west. That's right. At this time, Brother Hang should be in bed instead of here. By the way, Brother Tao started broadcasting so early. Is he trying to do something big? Huh? Where is this place? Why does this street look so familiar? Oh my goodness. Isn't this the old street in the west of the city? Boss Huang's store is nearby. The case is solved. Brother Hang must have come here specially to eat the breakfast made by Boss Huang. Damn. Brother Hang is really a ruthless person. I'm still lying in bed and can't get up. And Brother Hang has already rushed to line up. Brother Hang, you don't want to become a food anchor, do you? Oh my god. How delicious is this restaurant, to make a rich second generation get up from his warm bed early in the morning. Jiang Qihong glanced at the barrage, rolled his eyes and smiled. I won't brag about how good Mr. Huang's cooking is. Anyway, I still say what I said last night. If you don't come to eat once in your life, you will definitely regret it. You will regret it for the rest of your life. And your whole life will be incomplete. Also, I hereby declare that from today on, I am Mr. Huang's #1 fan. Hearing this, the elders on the side looked at him with a little surprise. It was really surprising. From childhood to adulthood, Jiang Qihong has never worshipped anyone. Now, just because of a delicious meal, you have become a fan of Mr. Huang? By the way, your fandom is too casual, isn't it? But on second thought, the reason why Jiang Qihong is a fan of Mr. Huang is because he is impressed by Mr. Huang's cooking skills. Thinking of the delicious food last night, if they were a few decades younger, they would probably follow Mr. Huang as an idol like Jiang Qihong. They smiled and walked towards the queue. Good guy. In just a short while, the queue has been lined up to the curb. They regretted it a little. If I had known earlier, I would not have waited for Jiang Qihong. They didn't say anything, but walked quickly and caught up with the last line. When Jiang Qihong saw it, he hurried forward and lined up behind him honestly. Seeing him in the queue, the audience and fans in the live broadcast room were excited again. Oh my god, Brother Hang is willing to queue. If it was in the past, Brother Hang would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. But I didn't expect to queue up today. I have a feeling that this restaurant will definitely be popular. Are you still asleep? Wake up quickly. This restaurant has been popular for a long time. And it was on the top of the hot search last night. Jiang Qihong glanced at the barrage, just smiled, and continued to queue up obediently. And his father Jiang Zhoming whispered, brother-in-law, look at the people in front. Are they Jiang Mingtao's wife and his father? Yes, it is indeed Jiang Mingtao's wife Chen Hongxia and his father Jiang Shui. Li Yuanfu looked over, confirmed, and nodded in understanding. It seems that their family should also be impressed by Boss Huang's craftsmanship. In the future, Jiang Mingtao, that old guy, will not tease him for queuing up to buy food in a small restaurant. After all, they are all Mr. Huang's customers, and no one can tease anyone else. I didn't expect that Mr. Huang's small shop would conquer one of the best catering tycoons in Jiang City. He would leave the food in his own 5-star hotel and come here to queue up for breakfast. Jiang Zhoming couldn't help but sigh. Li Miling smiled and said, what's so strange about this? You two are still the best business tycoons in Jiang City. You still queue up here in the rain. Li Yuanfu. Jiang Zhoming. It's because Mr. Huang's food is delicious. If it's another shop, even if you invite them, they may not go. Chapter 365, only 4 yuan, which is equivalent to free. After a long time, Li Yuanfu and others finally got to the line, walked into the store. Li Yuanfu and others all greeted Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen. In a gentle tone, hello, Mr. Huang. Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen, heard the greeting, looked up and saw that it was Li Qingzhan's family, and responded with a polite smile, come on, find a seat by yourself. Just order what you want to eat at the counter. Oh, okay. Li Yuanfu's always serious face showed a little smile, and he said to his sister beside him, Miling, you take your parents to find a seat first. Mom and Dad, let's go to the next room. As she said, Li Miling took her parents through the archway and came to the next room. Seeing Chen Hongxia and Jiang Shui dining in this room, she smiled and greeted them, Grandpa Jiang. Hongxia. This greeting fell into the ears of Chen Hongxia and Jiang Shui, pulling them back from the world of food. They all raised their heads. They were a little surprised to see that it was Li Miling and her parents. Although Jiang Chao had mentioned that Li Qingzhan was preparing a birthday banquet for his grandmother Qin Yuman in the store last night, and they also learned that Li Yuanfu and Jiang Zhoming's families came here together, but they all thought that the two families should return to Jiang City this morning. I have no chance to meet them here. I didn't expect to meet them here. It seems that these two families are also fascinated by the food made by Boss Huang. And they come to taste it again. Chen Hongxia and Jiang Shi smiled and nodded to the three of them. Grandpa Li. Mrs. Li. Miling. What a coincidence. I thought you all went back to Jiang City early in the morning. Li Miling smiled and said, that was our plan before we came. But after we came, we changed our minds. I understand. We are the same. Chen Hongxia nodded in understanding. And then asked, where are your brother and your old Jiang? They are ordering food. Li Miling responded politely. When we were queuing just now, we saw you and Mr. Jiang. But you were a little far away. So it was difficult to say hello. So we didn't call you. Really? Now we meet. Come on. Come and sit down. Chen Hongxia smiled and invited Li Miling and the others to sit at the next table. Soon, Li Yuanfu and Jiang Zhoming, who had ordered food, came over, exchanged a few greetings with Chen Hongxia and the others, and sat down. Everyone chatted together, talking about last night's birthday banquet and the hot search last night. When it comes to the chopping board worth 600,000 yuan, several people became interested. Chen Hongxia, who had heard about this, asked in disbelief, is Mr. Huang's chopping board really that valuable? Li Yuanfu said, it's made of Chinese tune wood. The core is reddish-brown. The skin is light yellow. And it should be this price if it's over 100 years old. They are all rich people. But this small restaurant, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it's run by a rich person. If it's not run by a rich person, how could they be willing to spend 600,000 to buy a chopping board? For this question, Chen Hongxia and her family can't figure it out. And Li Yuanfu and Jiang Zhoming can't figure it out either. Sesame dumplings, beef stuffed pan-fried buns, shrimp and pork stuffed pan-fried buns, pork and mushroom stuffed pan-fried buns, pork stuffed pan-fried buns, 3 fresh vegetarian stuffed pan-fried buns, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, 8 treasure porridge, fried dumplings, braised eggs. Please enjoy. Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu brought the dishes one by one. Li Yuanfu and Li Xinzhong, who felt sorry for their son and grandson carrying the dishes, could no longer care when the aroma of the pan-fried buns entered their noses. Their eyes lit up. One word to describe, damn delicious. Mom, Dad, give it a try. Li Yuanfu picked up the chopsticks and put 2 pan-fried buns with pork and shrimp into his parents' bowls for them to eat. Then he took a pan-fried bun with beef. He took a bite. His eyes lit up again. It smelled so good. This pan-fried bun with beef only costs 4 yuan? Doesn't that mean it's free? He finished a pan-fried bun with beef in 2 or 3 bites and took another pan-fried bun with pork. Well, this pork stuffing is also delicious. The pork and shrimp stuffing. The shrimp is really amazing. So fresh that my eyebrows are about to fall off. Even the 3 fresh vegetarian stuffing is so delicious. In the past, he had no appetite for breakfast and ate little. But this morning he had a very good appetite for the first time. It took only 1 minute. He directly finished 8 pan-fried buns. When Jiang Zhoming and others saw it, they couldn't help but speed up their eating. If you don't eat quickly, these plates of pan-fried buns will probably go into Li Yuanfu's stomach. 2 CEOs with high net worth, a well-known anchor, 2 respected elders, and a beautiful lady who always maintains an elegant temperament, scrambled for the pan-fried buns on those plates, looking at the chopsticks that seemed to be fighting. The audience and fans in the live broadcast room once again started to comment. Oh my god, another chopstick fight? How delicious is this shengjianbo? My brother Hang's family is fighting for it again. Shengjianbo is only available in heaven. And it is rare to hear about it in the world. Oh my god, a bunch of rich people are fighting for shengjianbo like starving ghosts. Can I really watch this without spending money? Brother Hang, you are a rich second generation who has eaten all kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas. Don't act like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Immersed in the delicious shengjianbo, Jiang Qihong had no time to read the comments. His mind and eyes were full of shengjianbo. Very quickly, they finished 50 shengjianbo in less than 5 minutes. Li Yuanfu burped and drank a mouthful of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. He didn't like porridge very much, so he prepared to take a sip to relieve his dry mouth. However, as soon as the preserved egg and lean meat porridge entered his mouth, he was shocked. This is too delicious. How did Boss Huang do it? Even the porridge tastes so good. Speaking of which, How can Boss Huang make everything so delicious? Does he have no dishes that he is not good at? While thinking, he took a spoon and drank the preserved egg and lean meat porridge in the bowl. The other people also hurriedly picked up the porridge bowls and scooped them with spoons. If they don't eat faster, Li Yuanfu will probably drink up their porridge. When the porridge was finished, Li Yuanfu took a spoon and scooped several large spoonfuls of sesame dumplings into his own porridge bowl. Old Li, it's almost okay. Eat less, and pay attention to your stomach. Jiang Zhoming couldn't hold it anymore. Just a bowl of sesame dumplings. Li Yuanfu scooped away 1/3 by himself, which made him feel worse than if he had taken 10 million from him. Lao Jiang, thank you for your concern, but my stomach is fine. Don't worry. Li Yuanfu was already full, but the sesame dumplings were sweet and delicious. No. How about staying one more night? He can come here to eat such delicious pan-fried buns, preserved egg porridge and sesame dumplings early tomorrow morning. What a pity. He must go back after lunch. And the company still has a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. And he has to fly to Shanghai early tomorrow morning to discuss projects. He can only wait until he flies back from Shanghai to eat. Jiang Zhoming pulled the bowl of sesame dumplings over. We haven't tasted it yet. You're almost done. Seeing that his parents were looking at him with an unhappy face, he reacted and reluctantly stretched his chopsticks to the fried dumplings, picked up his own portion, and tasted it. Well, crispy on the outside, soft and sweet on the inside. Still delicious. After eating fried glutinous rice balls, I ate braised eggs again. It was still delicious. After finishing the braised eggs, Li Yuanfu was full and sat down on the dining chair. He rubbed his stomach and burped. It's so delicious. How come everything that Boss Huang makes is so delicious? Jiang Zhoming smiled and said, it's really delicious. Let's come and eat it another day when we have time. Jiang Zhoming also wanted to stay here so that he could eat the delicious food made by Boss Huang every day. But tens of thousands of people in the company are waiting for him. He can't act recklessly and ignore the overall situation just for the sake of his appetite. So I'll come back to eat when I have time. Jiang Qihong, who had no burden, said he wanted to stay. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, I want to stay here. You go back first. As soon as this was said, there was no surprise. Instead, he got the support of his mother and Grandpa and Grandma, and they all said they wanted to stay. Yuanfu, Zhoming, you go back first. We will stay for a while before going back. Qin Yuman added, your dad and I can stay here and take care of Xiaozhan's daily life. Jiang Zhoming, who was ruthlessly abandoned by his wife and son. Li Yuanfu, who was ruthlessly abandoned by his parents. Chapter 366, Introducing My Daughter to Boss Huang. Finally, Li Yuanfu and Jiang Zhoming could not persuade their family members, so they had to nod their heads in agreement. Let's go out first. Li Yuanfu saw that many diners were looking for seats, so he took the initiative to stand up and give them seats. The neighbors who were given seats looked at them and said nothing. They silently reached out to clean up the dishes on their table and wipe the soup dripping on the table. These neighbors took care of Huang Tao, but they did not force the new guests to take care of Huang Tao. It was all voluntary. Huang Tao was the big treasure of their street, so they naturally treasured him very much. They were also happy to help Huang Tao. Moreover, this habit was already engraved in their bones. Every time they saw that the table was cleaned up after eating, they would also clean up the table. It's a habit. Seeing this, Li Yuanfu and others stopped and saw that Chen Hongxia and Jiang Shi, the father-in-law and daughter-in-law, were also cleaning their own tables and putting the dishes and chopsticks in the basket of the automatic dishwasher. Li Yuanfu and others were stunned for a moment. Then, they understood it all at once. They thought that this was an unwritten rule in Mr. Huang's store. Everyone thought that when they came to the store for lunch at noon, they must remember to clean up their own tables and put the dishes and chopsticks in the basket before leaving the store. Jiang Zhoming couldn't help but look back and carefully looked at Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen, and whispered, Mr. Huang is still very handsome. Can I ask Mr. Huang for his contact information? But, wouldn't it be abrupt to ask for his contact information so abruptly? What is this old Jiang thinking? Li Yuanfu, who knew Jiang Zhoming well, asked with a vigilant look, Old Jiang, why do you want Mr. Huang's contact information? Jiang Zhoming did not hide his thoughts and said, Introduce Mr. Huang to my daughter. If Mr. Huang becomes his son-in-law, wouldn't that mean he has a lifetime meal ticket? After eating these 2 meals, watching Huang Tao get along with his employees and the diners in the neighborhood, watching Huang Tao cooking, Jiang Zhoming thought, Huang Tao is a good person. Compared to those rich second generations with silver spoons, Huang Tao has a kind of steadiness and diligence that he values more. The most important thing is that he is humane. He is used to the intrigues and scheming in the business world. And he is also used to those rich second generations who are idle and not doing their jobs. He thinks these qualities in Huang Tao are precious. He is the best candidate for a son-in-law. He plans to wait for his daughter, who is still studying abroad, to come back from school during the winter vacation, and then introduce her to Huang Tao. Let his daughter try to fall in love with Huang Tao and marry him. As for the betrothal gifts, Jiang Zhoming will not accept a penny, and will even bring some dowry. House, luxury car, millions of cash. Nothing will be missing. As for whether Huang Tao is married or has a girlfriend, well, he didn't ask or investigate. But looking at Huang Tao's appearance, he shouldn't have one. This point can be found out by asking someone to investigate. For such an important matter, he naturally has to know Huang Tao thoroughly to avoid making a fool of himself. The audience in the live broadcast room were boiling when they heard these words. The comments were flying. Damn. Is this something I can listen to for free? Brother Hang. The pace is a bit fast. It has suddenly turned from a food show into a blind date show. But it's exciting just to think about it. Brother Hang. Remember to live broadcast the follow-up. Oh. What's going on? Is she interested in my husband? Take my husband away. No need to make a date. Damn, this old man is very bad. Not only does he covet the food made by Mr. Huang, he also covets Mr. Huang's body. He is trying to develop Mr. Huang into a lifelong meal ticket. This old man is so smart. When Jiang Zhoming's words fell into Li Yuanfu's ears, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise, as if a word awakened the dreamer. Yes. If Mr. Huang is taken as a son-in-law, wouldn't he have food to eat every day? This idea is really good. But here comes the problem. Li Yuanfu has no daughter. When he thought of this, Li Yuanfu was instantly depressed. Otherwise, let your own son try. Li Qingzhan, who had just finished serving a table of dishes, couldn't help but sneeze. He would never have thought that his father would have the horrible idea of selling his chrysanthemums in order to make a living. Qin Hongxia and Jiang Shui, who were walking in front, looked at each other in surprise when they heard Jiang Zhoming's words. Although Jiang Zhoming looked smiling, he was actually very proud in his bones. Most of the people he looked down on. There were almost no people who could make him look up to, and wanted to take the initiative to ask for contact information after he turned 35. This time, he actually took the initiative to ask for Mr. Huang's contact information. He even wanted to introduce his precious daughter to Boss Huang. He wanted to become the father-in-law and son-in-law of Boss Huang. You know, many business leaders wanted to be relatives with Jiang Zhoming, and wanted their sons to get married with Jiang Zhoming's daughter, and then live happily ever after. But Jiang Zhoming rejected them all on the grounds that his daughter was still young and studying abroad. In other words, Jiang Zhoming looked down on the sons of those business leaders. This also includes Qin Hongxia's son Jiang Chao. And now, Jiang Zhoming actually took the initiative to introduce his precious daughter to Boss Huang? But on second thought, they thought it was normal. Boss Huang might not be as rich as them, but they thought that Boss Huang was better than those rich second generations in terms of character and appearance. The key is that his cooking skills are also good. And with Boss Huang's cooking skills, it would be easy for him to make a lot of money. If Qin Hongxia had a daughter, she would have the same idea. Li Meiling and her son, and Li Xinzhong and his wife, were not surprised by Jiang Zhoming's words, but showed understanding. That's right. They had the same idea. They just didn't say it out loud. Now that Jiang Zhoming mentioned it, Li Meiling took the opportunity to express her own opinion. Boss Huang is really a good person. Handsome. And a good match. They can try to develop a relationship. But I don't know if Boss Huang has a girlfriend. Hearing this, Qin Hongxia couldn't help but say, Boss Huang is married and has a daughter. But Boss Huang's wife died last year. I heard that she had leukemia. Qin Hongxia told them what she had heard. After hearing about Huang Tao, Li Yuanfu and Jiang Zhoming felt pity for him, and admired him even more. Their ears were filled with gossips such as whose husband divorced his wife for a mistress, or billionaire suspected of taking a young model out for fun. And his wife responded calmly. Loyal and loyal. Never leave. This kind of word is rare in their circle. However, They saw this precious quality in Huang Tao. As for being married, Li Meiling and Jiang Zhoming didn't mind it very much. After all, Boss Huang is single now. Bring a daughter. It's actually pretty good. It also saves her daughter from the pain of childbirth in the future. They decided, this is the best candidate for son-in-law. Lifelong meal. When you have time, talk to your daughter first, and get her to agree to meet Huang Tao first. At that time, let Li Qingzhan bring her over. Although his daughter is a little arrogant and willful, she is pretty. As long as they meet, everything is possible. Li Yuanfu is no longer sad about not having a daughter. As long as his niece and Huang Tao are together, he, as an uncle, can also benefit from it. Lifetime meal ticket. Li Yuanfu and his friends walked out of the store with a happy smile. Get in the car. Not in a hurry to go back to the hotel, but plan to go to a place first. Chapter 367. Live here forever. It was past 7:30. The rain had stopped, and the sky was gradually clearing up. Milky white thin clouds, against the backdrop of the blue sky, slowly floated by, bringing out the bright sun. This damn weather. It finally stopped raining and cleared up. It's really delicious. Outside the store, the customers who were still queuing up saw the rain stop and the sun came out. Their mood also became happy. They all put away their umbrellas and continued to wait in line, hoping that they could buy their favorite breakfast when it was their turn. Of course, the two traffic policemen, Wang Dobin and Sun Linhai, who were at the end of the line, only wanted to get a meal in the store to fill their stomachs. As for whether they liked it or not, I don't expect it. Look at this attitude. So humble. Inside the store, Huang Tao kept moving his hands and looked up at the store entrance, thinking that it was already this time. His little cotton-padded jacket should have gotten up. He was looking forward to the curtain of the store door being pushed open, and Xian and her parents coming to the store. After looking at the location of the store door in times, still, Xian and her parents, who made him worried, did not come. I thought that after this pot of sesame dumplings was cooked, I would call my mother to ask if Xian had woken up. Well, it was decided happily. Pulling back his wandering mind, he re-entered the cooking business to prevent the waiting customers from waiting too long. Daddy? There was a faint shout from outside, so familiar and long-awaited. Huang Tao quickly raised his head and looked through the glass partition towards the store door. The blinds were lifted. A cute little angel jumped towards him with excitement, with a sweet smile and beautiful big eyes, which made Huang Tao so concerned. Baby, do you know? Dad has been thinking about you all the time. Zifeng, put this pot of sesame dumplings in a bowl. Huang Tao saw that the sesame dumplings in the pot were cooked, and he told Lin Zifeng beside him and hurried out of the kitchen. As soon as he walked out, the little guy couldn't wait to rush up. Dad, I miss you so much. Dad misses you too. Huang Tao quickly bent down and picked up the little guy, and reached out to rub her little head with a hat. Looking at his daughter's happy look, he felt a ripple of happiness slowly passing through his heart. Dad is lying. If he missed Xian, he wouldn't have left her at home. Xuan's pouting mouth could hold a small oil bottle. Obviously, she was still upset about being ruthlessly abandoned by her father this morning. Now, she expressed her dissatisfaction to her father, the person involved. Huang Tao looked at his little cotton-padded jacket with a little expression of I'm angry. The kind that can't be coaxed. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Ah, Dad didn't do it for you to sleep a little longer. Of course, he didn't want to tie the child up in the name of for your own good. Besides, the little girl definitely doesn't like to hear such an explanation, and she might continue to be immersed in her own little grievances. What she wants now is not an explanation, but coaxing. Huang Tao, who knows his precious daughter's temper very well, gently touched Xuan's little head and coaxed her softly. Okay, don't be angry. Dad knows he was wrong. Dad promises that he won't do it next time. Dad will also ask for your opinion first in the future, and only with your consent can Dad do this. This time, please forgive Dad first. Okay? The effect is not bad. Although Xian still pouted a little bit, her actions revealed her forgiveness for her father. She hugged her father's neck tightly, and then rubbed her little face against his face, and said softly, Okay, then I will forgive you this time. He smiled and hooked the little girl's nose, and asked softly, Are you hungry? Yeah. Xian nodded obediently and said, Daddy, you don't know? Xuan's stomach is rumbling with hunger. Daddy, listen. After that, she also raised her little belly, indicating that Daddy should listen. Huang Tao cooperated by lifting Xian up, tilted his ear to listen to her little belly, and smiled and said, well, Daddy heard it. Xuan's stomach is really rumbling. Wait, Daddy will fill your little belly with delicious food in a while, so that it will stop rumbling. Great. Xian giggled happily, hugged her father's neck stickily, and leaned over to leave a sweet kiss on his cheek. The diners looked at the intimate and loving interaction between the father and daughter, and couldn't help but reveal a touch of envy in their eyes. Alas, another day of deceiving me to have a daughter. The diners without daughters can only envy. The diners with daughters kept lamenting why they didn't have such a beautiful and lovely little daughter. Maybe it's because they didn't save the Milky Way in their previous life. Jiang Qihong and his family drove to the nearby sales office. Unfortunately, it was still a bit early at this time, and the sales ladies in the sales office hadn't come to work yet. They had to wait first. At this time, his live broadcast room had more than 50,000 people watching, and the popularity was very high. Seeing Jiang Qihong running to the sales office, everyone was stunned for a moment. And then the barrage of comments filled the screen. Brother Hang came to the sales office. What are you doing? What else can you do in the sales office? It must be to buy a house. It's impossible to come to borrow the toilet. And it's impossible to visit here. Brother Hang, what's wrong with you? You've got me confused all of a sudden. Jiang Qihong looked at the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room and said with a smile, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. I'm really here to buy a house. And I plan to buy a suite here. In the future, I'll be a few steps away from Mr. Huang's store. And it's convenient to eat. Hearing this, netizens were simply unable to complain. Brother Hang, you are such a show. I used to think that when I was queuing in front of Mr. Huang's store, I was the same as these rich people. At this moment, I knew clearly that I was wrong. I was so wrong. These damn rich people. This evil money. Oh my god, in order to eat the delicious food in Zenhachi, I bought a house nearby. For this reason, I give 99 points. One more point is because I am afraid that Brother Hang will be proud. This reason is so powerful that it makes me speechless. Fuck. Is this store really so delicious that it is outrageous? Honestly, Brother Hang's behavior is not surprising. In the past, more than a dozen rich second generations bought houses nearby and lived here for a long time in order to eat the delicious food in Mr. Huang's store as soon as possible. Moreover, this group of rich second generations also ran to Mr. Huang's store to apply for a job. And finally 3 were admitted. Oh my goodness. Is this true? I'm not well educated. Don't frame me. In order to be the first to eat the delicious food in Mr. Huang's store, he actually chose to buy a house here and didn't even go home. He even went to Mr. Huang's store to apply for a job. These actions shocked the netizens. Some people thought it was a joke. Until Jiang Qihong said, yes. This rich second generation did buy a house here. And my cousin was among the rich second generations who went to apply for the job. But he was lucky enough to be accepted and is now working as a waiter in the store. Now, netizens no longer doubted. The thinking of these rich people is really unique. This just shows that the food made by our boss Huang is so delicious. It attracts these rich second generations to be willing to bend down for a bite of food. Yes, people are scrambling to get into the work of Boss Huang's store. Going to Boss Huang's store to eat. A group of rich second generations serve dishes and deliver food. It's so cool to think about it. Just for this reason, I will fly there to have a meal. Is there any group going together? Wait until 8 o'clock. The sales office opened. Jiang Qihong and his friends walked in and said they wanted to buy a house. They directly reported the floor and room number they wanted. As for viewing the house, it is not necessary. Just sign the contract. Fortunately, the experienced sales lady has seen similar scenes and is used to it. Prepare the contract for them and sign the contract. The netizens in the live broadcast room witnessed the whole process of buying a house with their own eyes. At this time, the number of people online once exceeded 200,000. This rich man is so simple, crude and direct in buying a house. It's just like me buying a bottle of mineral water in a convenience store. Oh, no. I even compare brands and prices when buying a bottle of mineral water. My heart was hit hard at this moment. It made me cry all of a sudden. By the way, when can I achieve real estate freedom like Brother Hang? There is really no harm without comparison. A house worth more than 4 million yuan. He bought it without blinking an eye. At this moment, I suddenly don't want to work hard. After all, no matter how hard I try, I can't achieve financial freedom. This damn rich man. Oh no! I can't take it anymore. My red-eye disease comes back again. And this wave of operations by Jiang Qihong and others has once again been on the hot search. Even Jiang Qihong himself never thought that he would be on the hot search for 2 consecutive days one day. Chapter 368 I Can Do 2 Bowls. The sky is completely clear. The gray sky was finally washed by the rain, and white clouds floated in the blue sky. The warm sun also warmed up the originally cold air. It's really delicious in the store. All the things prepared in the morning were sold out in advance. You know, the amount of each breakfast in the store is now about half the amount of the original. It started selling before 7 o'clock, and it was sold out before 8 o'clock. Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu are sitting at an empty table to rest as usual. It's not that they are lazy and don't want to work, but there are still customers dining in the store. They have to wait until all the dining customers leave before they can clean up the dishes, mop the floor, and disinfect the table. At this moment, they can only wait. There is still time anyway. Jiang Chao, Su Hao, and the other 3 have already started to wash various kitchen utensils in the kitchen. Haozi, I'll leave this to you. There's also the honey glazed fire square in the steamer. Please help me keep an eye on it. Wang Tao smiled and said to Su Hao and the other 3, wiping his hands and walking out of the kitchen. Wang Zhoubin and Sun Linhai saw Huang Tao coming out and waved excitedly at him. Boss Huang, are you done? Not to mention, Huang Tao didn't notice them if they didn't call out. He turned his head and looked at their faces. Huang Tao recognized them, nodded politely, and walked over with a smile and said, You 2 traffic police comrades. How does it taste? I heard that many comrades in your traffic police brigade praise the delicious food I cook. Xian turned her head when she heard her father's voice. Seeing her father and the traffic police talking, she couldn't help but prick up her cute ears to listen carefully. Okay. She actually had a little selfishness in her heart. She wanted to hear the 2 traffic police uncles praise her father's good cooking skills and delicious food. She was proud of it. When Wang Zhoubin and Sun Linhai heard Boss Huang's question, they responded in a rush. Boss Huang, this time I finally get to eat the sesame dumplings and fried dumplings you made. It's not easy. Your sesame dumplings and fried dumplings are so delicious and fragrant. You don't know that I have been thinking about these sesame dumplings and fried dumplings for a long time. Now I taste the fried dumplings. They are fragrant and crispy. A bite of them fills my mouth with fragrance. The inside is soft and sweet. It's delicious. Wang Zhoubin can eat these 2 dishes that he has been thinking about for a long time, thanks to Huang Tao increasing the amount of breakfast. Otherwise, he can only dream about it. Sun Linhai nodded in agreement. Yes. Yes. This sesame glutinous rice dumpling is also super delicious. In fact, I didn't like sweet glutinous rice dumplings before, but your sesame glutinous rice dumplings look white, tender and round, and taste very soft, sweet and fragrant. The sesame is also very fragrant. I can finish 2 bowls. Huang Tao listened to their praises and couldn't help but feel a ripple of joy in his heart. Okay. He admitted that he also liked to be praised. He smiled and said, The 2 traffic police comrades are really good at talking. If you like it, then eat more. I am also happy that you like it. Wang Zhoubin smiled and said, Boss Huang, we will definitely eat more. Of course. The prerequisite is that you make more for every meal. Sun Linhai complained, Yes. Mr. Huang, you don't know that these public officials, every time they come to line up after work, have failed to buy a meal in your restaurant several times. Not to mention the new dishes that have just been produced. Until now, I haven't even seen the shadow of honey glazed fire square. Donfa pork. Roast duck. Roast duck. When they thought of the customers in line talking about the hot search on Weibo in the morning. When they heard that the first hot search was Mr. Huang's 600,000 yuan chopping board, they almost contributed their surprise value for the whole year. Of course, more of them felt that they had missed several hundred million. After all, until now, they have never tasted the taste of roast duck sliced with a 600,000 yuan chopping board. How can it not be a loss? It's a big loss. Huang Tao suddenly understood that this was the rhythm of urging him to prepare more dishes for each meal. What else can he say? All they could do was smile and politely respond, Okay. I got it. I'll try to prepare more. And you guys should try to come earlier. This gave Wang Zhoubin and Sun Linhai some hope. Maybe one day, they can really enjoy the food in the store. I hope that day will come sooner. With hope in their hearts, the two said goodbye to Huang Tao and left. When they left, they saw the lazy Mimi lying in the exclusive cat bed. And they were envious. Every day, they only need to act cute to get the food from Mr. Huang. Such a cat life can be said to be perfect and regretless. Look at yourself. You are busy like a dog every day. And you may not be able to eat a bite of the food made by Mr. Huang. Alas, you are not as good as a cat. They shook their heads helplessly and headed towards their own motorcycle positions. Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu saw that the guests had finally finished eating and left. They stood up quickly to wash the dishes and mop the floor. Huang Tao came to Xuan's exclusive dining table and asked with a smile, "Dad, Mom, Xian, are you full? If not, I'll make some more for you." Full. You left so much breakfast. How could you not be full? Wang Yida nodded repeatedly and said with concern, "It's you. You've been busy for so long. You're tired. Sit down and take a rest." "Yes, take a rest first. We'll be busy again later." Song Silian quickly poured a glass of warm water for Huang Tao. "Come, drink some water first to moisten your mouth." "Dad, sit here. Sit here." Xian patted the chair next to her with a curved eyebrow, indicating that her father should sit next to her. Huang Tao naturally met this small request. He smiled and sat down beside her, and asked softly, "How about you? Are you full?" "Yes, I'm full. Very full. I can't eat anymore. But Grandma asked me to finish the 8 treasure porridge and pan-fried buns, and let me eat another boiled egg. I'm so full." Xian straightened her upper body, wanting her father to see her round belly. "Well, child, I can only say that there is a kind of eating that makes Grandma think you are not full. He also went through this, so he deeply understands it. However, Xuan's physique is thin and weak, and she needs a lot of nutritional supplements, so she should eat more for breakfast. Of course, it's not easy to eat too much. Oh, this little belly is so round. You can tell at a glance that you are very full." Huang Tao reached out his hand through her clothes, touched Xuan's belly, and said with a smile, "But only if you eat a full breakfast. Xian can grow up quickly." This greatly relieved Song Silian's embarrassment. She was kind-hearted. She was worried that Xian was not full. That's why she coaxed Xian to eat the remaining porridge and pan-fried buns in the bowl. And in order to increase her nutrition, she also let her eat the boiled egg. Who would have thought? Not only did she accidentally let her granddaughter eat too much, but she also accused her in front of her son. She will pay attention in the future, and will not let Xian eat too much, so as not to do bad things with good intentions, and make it difficult for Xian to digest. And Xian blinked her eyes, thinking that what her father said was indeed reasonable, thinking that she should try to eat more food at every meal in the future, so that she can grow up quickly. Help her father work. If Huang Tao knew his daughter's idea, he would probably be very sweet to the heart. "Grandma, can we go out and play later?" Xian asked expectantly. This was the condition that Grandma had promised her to finish eating the pan-fried buns, 8 treasure porridge and boiled eggs. Song Silian nodded and said, "Of course. When has Grandma's promise not counted?" "Dad, do you want to play with us?" Xian looked at Huang Tao expectantly. Song Silian gave Huang Tao a look, as if to say, "Just play around here for a while. It won't take much time." Huang Tao nodded, feeling it. "Okay, yes." Xian happily raised her hand and made a classic Superman move. Chapter 369. Another day of wanting to change daddy. Huang Tao explained the work matters to several employees, then took a small bag with a small water bottle and sweat towels, and walked out with Xian and her parents. Xian was naturally very happy, but at the door of the store, she stopped, raised her little head to look at Huang Tao, shook his hand, and asked with curved eyebrows, "Daddy, can we take Mimi out to play together?" Mimi lying in the warm cat bed. Actually, it didn't want to leave. In fact, it wanted to stay. Stay and sleep with the nest. Unfortunately, its beautiful idea was ruthlessly destroyed by its own shit-shoveling officer after all. Huang Tao agreed, "Then take Mimi with you." "Who made Mimi so lazy? We need to let it move more. Otherwise, it will really become a big Mimi." "Okay." Xian happily picked up Mimi and put her little face against Mimi's furry head. Mimi was sad and silently shed 2 wide noodles of tears in her heart. If it could speak, it would definitely say those 3 words to its little master. I don't want to blow the cold wind. I want to sleep. Huang Tao hurriedly said, put it down quickly. Let Mimi walk by herself and move more. Xian was a little reluctant, but she still put Mimi down obediently and let it walk behind her. Huang Tao took Xian and her parents out of the door and walked towards the old street in the west of the city. Xian, who remembered the business, tilted her little head and asked curiously, Dad, Grandma, where are we going to play? Huang Tao and Song Xiaolian smiled at each other and said mysteriously, you will know in a while. Okay. Xian nodded obediently. After a while, Huang Tao and his friends came to a small park near the old street in the west of the city. As soon as they approached, they felt a sense of desolation. Perhaps because it rained in the morning, the park was no longer as lively and noisy as before. The green grass in the past has become withered and yellow, with more puddles, mud pits, and grass swamps on the grass. Without people walking, it seems empty and lonely. Around, some unknown trees have lost their leaves. The top of the palm tree is still green, and the lower it is, the more withered it is, which is also unique. Only the camphor tree is still lush and leafy, and only the small pine and cypress are still green. Of course, there is still a clear stream flowing slowly. All of this did not make Xian feel depressed and bored, but made Xian feel extremely interesting. Look! She is like a happy little rabbit, jumping and laughing on the grass. With Mimi, who smelled really good instantly, looking at Xuan's happy little face, Huang Tao's heart was filled with warmth. He also felt that it was a wise move to take some time to accompany Xian for a walk. Huang Tao took his mobile phone, turned on the camera, followed her, and silently took pictures of the scene. At this time, the little guy was attracted by the fallen leaves on the ground, picked up a piece, and looked at it carefully. The leaf in his hand was like a small red palm, which was obviously covered with many earthy yellow veins, just like a palm covered with blood vessels, waving every minute. Daddy, look at this leaf. Does it look like a small fan? Oh, my Xian can use metaphors now. Huang Tao was very happy. He gave a thumbs up and praised, Xian is great. Really great. She knows how to observe and use metaphors well. She will definitely be a good writer in the future. Huang Yida and Song Xiaolian couldn't help but praise her. Hee. Xuan's eyebrows were curved, and she said obediently, Thank you, Grandma, Grandpa, and Dad for the compliments. Song Xiaolian smiled and asked, I heard there is a slide in front. Do you want to play? Xian? Okay. Xian jumped happily on the spot. Xian likes the slide the most. Let's go play now. Okay. Okay. Huang Tao held Xuan's little hand and led his parents along the narrow path by the river. And they came to the children's playground. It's called a children's playground, but it's not very large. There is only a small children's castle slide, a large swing frame, 2 seesaws, a climbing area, and an area for playing with sand. When the family just arrived, a little girl with 2 ponytails was sliding down the slide. Cici. Xian was sharp-eyed and recognized the other person at once, and immediately shouted loudly. The other person was her good friend Cici. The two had only been separated for an hour. Cici heard the shout, raised her head suddenly, got up immediately, and ran towards Xian. Xian also stepped forward with her thin legs. The 2 little people hugged each other happily. Cici. Xian. Cici. Xian. Cici asked, Xian, are you here to play on the slide too? Xian nodded, yes. That's great. Cici giggled and said, we can play together. You don't know. I'm so bored playing alone. Xuan's eyebrows curved, revealing 2 shallow dimples. At this time, Cici's father Jiangling walked out from behind the slide. He was a little surprised to see Huang Tao's family. After all, Huang Tao is a busy man. Boss Huang, how come you have time too? He asked with a smile, and then politely greeted Huang Tao's parents. Hello, uncle and aunt. Huang Yida and his wife nodded to Jiangling. Okay. Bring your children here to play too. Huang Tao smiled and replied, it's just the end of the morning market, so I'll accompany Xian to play for a while. Jiangling smiled happily, me too. The little one has been clamoring to go to the park since last night. It happened that I had breakfast in your store this morning, and I thought there was a small park nearby with a slide. So I brought her here to play. Although it rained, the slides were a little wet, but I just wiped them with my clothes. No way. He was so thick that he didn't bring any supplies like tissues. He could only sacrifice his own coat. Alas, being a father is not easy. So cherish it while you can. Everyone exchanged greetings and sat down on a bench nearby. The two little guys climbed up the plastic slide and slid down together screaming, "Cece, come and catch me." Xian shouted loudly and quickly got out of the secret archway of the children's castle. Her little face full of excitement. "I'm here. I'm here." Xian. Behind the small children's castle. Cece looked around for Xuan's figure. After hearing Xuan shout, she ran in the direction of the sound. Haha. Xian, I caught you. The two little guys played skateboards and swings. Now they are playing on the seesaw. The two little guys of similar weight went up and down and had a lot of fun. Seeing that the two little guys were sweating, Huang Tao shouted, "Xian, take a break first." Although Xian was reluctant, she stopped obediently. Cece saw that Xian stopped playing, so she stopped too. The two walked towards their respective fathers. Huang Tao quickly took out a handkerchief from his handbag to wipe the sweat off her forehead, and took out a sweat-absorbing towel to stuff on her back. Then he took out a small thermos, unscrewed the lid, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Xian. After playing for so long and sweating a lot, Xian was already very thirsty. She took the cup and drank it all up. But Cece was not treated so well. She was blue on the face by her father with the sleeve of his clothes, which was called wiping sweat. Of course, she didn't even get a sip of hot water. Oh! Another day I want to change my father. Chapter 370 Hot Search Food. Cece, come and drink some warm water. Huang Tao wiped the edge of the cup with a tissue, poured another cup of warm water, and handed it to Cece. Cece, who was already thirsty, took the cup without hesitation and drank it all. He handed the cup back to Huang Tao, and said politely and sweetly, "Thank you, uncle." So good. Huang Tao took the cup back with a smile, wiped it, and screwed it back to the thermos. Jianling was ashamed. Although he had read a lot of parenting knowledge, in real life, he was still not as thoughtful as Huang Tao. No wonder his daughter always disliked him. After drinking the water, the two little guys were probably a little tired, and they didn't clamor to continue playing. While sitting on a stone bench to rest, they also played the game of rock, paper, scissors. The unexpected encounter this morning made the two little guys very happy. But they still have to separate after all. Jianling is going to take Cece back first, and then come to Huang Tao's restaurant for lunch at noon. The two little people hold each other's hands and are reluctant to separate. Xian, I don't want you to leave. Me too, Huang Tao said comfortingly. Cece is going back to open the store with her father. You also accompany her father back to the store. Let's invite Cece to come here to play next time. Okay. And at noon, Cece will come to our restaurant for lunch. Then you can meet again and play together. Xian blinked and asked, "Really?" She was asking about Cece, of course. Cece nodded vigorously. "Really?" Xian stretched out her little finger. "Let's make a pinky promise. And don't regret it." "Yes." Cece made a pinky promise with Xian. "Pinky promise. Don't regret it." "Now." Xian finally smiled and said, "Then I'll wait for you in the store. And we'll meet at noon." As she said that, she opened her arms and gave Cece a goodbye hug like a little adult. Cece nodded and said, "See you at noon." In fact, Cece was even more reluctant to leave. It was so fun here, with slides, swings, seesaws, and Xian and Mimi playing with us. It was so fun. But when she thought about going to Xuan's father's store for lunch at noon, and seeing Xian, her reluctance to leave disappeared instantly. Jianling asked, "Boss Huang, how did you get here?" Huang Tao replied, "I walked here. There is a small road here that leads directly to the old street in the west of the city. It's very close. Only 5 minutes away. How about you?" "I drove here," Jianling said. "I was going to take you back, but it seems I don't have the chance." At the end, he couldn't help but shook his head with regret. Huang Tao smiled, chatting and laughing all the way. The two families left the park. Everyone waved goodbye. Huang Tao held Xuan's little hand and led his parents along the path. There were not many pedestrians on the road. Occasionally, they met a few neighbors who came to the nearby area to purchase daily necessities. When they saw Huang Tao's family, they all greeted them warmly. Boss Huang. Xian. Where are you coming from? Old Huang. Old Song. You are here too. Before Huang Tao and Huang Ida could answer, the cute little Xian beside them politely responded, We are back from the park. Really? Is the park fun? Yes. Xian happily shared with them. I also met my good friend Cici. We played on the slide and the swing together. The neighbors responded lovingly. Oh, I met a good friend. Yeah. Xian nodded. Cici also said that she would come to my dad's shop for lunch at noon. The neighbors teased her. Then Grandpa and Grandma can also go to your father's shop for lunch. Okay? Sure. Welcome. Xian looked up at them with her little head tilted, and said with curved eyebrows, Thank you Grandpa and Grandma for taking care of my dad's business. The neighbors were all amused. This little kid's mouth is really adorable. Come. Xian. Take some strawberries. Grandma just bought them from the fruit stand. They are very sweet. Take more. Come. Grandma will give you something delicious. Dragon fruit. Do you like it? The neighbors enthusiastically took out food from their shopping bags and fed Xian. Now, Xuan's hands and pockets were filled with all kinds of snacks and fruits. Even Huang Tao and his friends had some in their hands. Xian shook her head repeatedly to stop them from feeding her. Enough. Enough? I can't hold it anymore. Feeding too much. Look how anxious this child is. The neighbors realized it belatedly and stopped feeding her. After saying goodbye to Huang Tao and his friends, they went home, prepared to put down the purchase supplies, and then line up at the door of Zenchichi. After saying goodbye to these enthusiastic neighbors, Huang Tao and his family returned to the store. It was less than 9 o'clock. At this time, the card table and chess table at the entrance of the store have been set up. Lao Qin and his gang. Some play chess. Some play cards. They are all very happy. In this winter, there is nothing to do, so they set up a windshield and play cards together. It feels like the feeling of playing cards and chess in the sun while listening to the semiconductor cash register. Comfortable. Especially after basking in the sun for a while, and then having a delicious meal in the store. It is even more enjoyable seeing Huang Tao and his family come back. They all greeted them warmly, and couldn't help urging Huang Tao to go into the store to prepare lunch quickly, so as not to miss the lunch market. This is simply thinking about the next meal as soon as he finished one meal. What else can Huang Tao say? He can only say that he will not delay the lunch market. And then he took his family and went into the store quickly. In the store, all employees have started to work, washing vegetables, cutting vegetables. In short, everyone is busy doing their job. He did not slack off because of Huang Tao's absence. Seeing his boss coming back, he greeted Huang Tao and asked him, Boss, did you check the hot search just now? No. What happened? Huang Tao thought it was the hot search about the chopping board last night, and asked in confusion. Finally, he did not forget to take out his mobile phone from his pocket immediately. Check the hot search. You don't know until you see it. The news on the top of the hot search list has changed. Hashtag in order to eat delicious food. I bought a house nearby hashtag. I have to say that Huang Tao was immediately attracted by the hot search title. Wow. What kind of food is this? Is the food on the hot search of this restaurant more delicious than the food he makes? A touch of curiosity instantly surged into his heart, just as he clicked on it in confusion. Li Qingzhan beside him smiled and explained, Boss, this hot search is actually closely related to our store. My cousin wanted to eat the food you made as soon as possible, so he went to the nearby sales office to buy a house early in the morning. And then it became a hot search. Oh, so that's the case. This situation is very common for Huang Tao. So after hearing Li Qingzhan's explanation, his heart was not much fluctuated. After all, Li Qingzhan and his group of rich second generations also did such a great operation last time. Besides, for rich second generations like Jiang Qiheng, buying a house of 4 or 5 million is nothing. I can only say, having money means being willful. Huang Tao sighed, and then silently opened the bank card app. Took a look at the string of numbers on his account. He smiled with relief. Although his family background is not as rich as those of the second generation rich, it is not bad. He quietly put away his mobile phone, changed into a chef's uniform, and prepared to prepare lunch. The store was completely busy. Outside the store, Many customers came to line up one after another. And one by one, expensive cars slowly drove into the old street in the west of the city. Chapter 371. Is there something wrong with your eyes? At the corner of the old street in the west of the city, there is a really delicious restaurant. Yes, it is this restaurant. Right here. Oh my god, it's only what time? There are so many people queuing. You are so ignorant. This restaurant was just on the hot search last night. There must be a lot of people coming to join in the fun. Ah, there are so many people queuing. How long will it take me to queue? The influence of last night's hot search has gradually fermented. In addition, because it is Sunday, many people from the neighboring city drove here for several hours to taste the delicious food in the really delicious restaurant. It's all because of Jiang Qihong. The words he said during the live broadcast last night and this morning. If you don't eat it once in your life, you will regret it for the rest of your life. And life is not perfect. Worked. And the effect is amazing. It attracted many netizens from other cities in the live broadcast room. And they rushed here. In addition, the popularity of the chopping board hot search also attracted many internet celebrities, and some celebrities with low status to fly here. This small shop can be so popular. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Qihong has contributed the most. At this time, a young and fashionable woman wearing a white bucket fisherman's hat, a pair of fashionable large-frame sunglasses on her nose, an oatmeal-colored coat, a white low-neck cashmere sweater, a black short skirt, bare long legs, and a pair of black high heels on her feet, saw the long queue at the door of the store from a distance. And a touch of surprise instantly appeared in her beautiful big eyes. This store is really popular. If I had known, I should have flown here last night. Looking at the queue, the woman couldn't help but complain a few words. Her name is Zhao Meilu, and she is a TV actress. She is very beautiful and has decent acting skills. She can be said to have played the leading role as soon as she debuted and has appeared in more than 10 TV series. She has worked with many popular male stars. In the end, the TV series that were broadcast did not make any splashes. Not to mention being popular, it's hard for people to even remember her name. Some people joke that Zhao Meilu has a cold constitution, and all the male actors who met her are cold without exception, and they are not popular at all. As a result, she has been filming TV series for so many years, but her status is still not big, and she can barely be ranked in the third line. I got up early this morning and took a 2-hour flight to fly here. One reason is that I want to taste this food that has been praised to the sky. Of course, she also has a wishful thinking in her mind. Want to take advantage of the popularity of this small restaurant and come here to get some heat. She was originally thinking that she flew here early in the morning and arrived at 10 o'clock. Would it be too early? She was also worried that there were not many people here and it was too deserted. Who would have thought? There was actually a long queue here early. By the way, are people who come here to check in and get some heat so eager these days? What else can she do? She could only be forced to accept the fact in front of her helplessly. She turned her head to look at the middle-aged man wearing a black baseball cap and a camera hanging on his chest, and told him, "Take a good picture for me later. And remember to take a beautiful picture of me. Sister Lu. Don't worry. I will definitely take beautiful photos of you." The middle-aged man in the black cap nodded and smiled, and made an okay gesture to her. As he said that, he raised the camera in front of his chest and started to take photos from various angles. This statement and attitude still satisfied Zhao Meilu. She didn't talk nonsense with him. If he continued to talk nonsense, several queue places would be taken by others. She stepped on high heels, twisted her waist, tried to maintain an elegant posture, and quickened her pace. She hurried to the end of the queue to queue, posing, styling. I want to create an illusion that I am so fashionable even when I am queuing. The middle-aged man in the cap took a bunch of pictures of her queuing with his camera, then took out his mobile phone and started to record a video of her. While recording the video, he shouted loudly with surprise and excitement, "Oh my god! Look! Look what I found! The big star Zhao Meilu! It's really a big star! I can't believe what I saw with my own eyes! I can't believe that I will meet the big star Zhao Meilu here!" That's right. He was pretending that he accidentally met a big star on the street. All this was planned in advance. Of course, his shouting naturally attracted the attention of many people. Everyone looked back curiously. Zhao Meilu stretched out her white hands, took off her sunglasses elegantly, hung them on the low-neck wool sweater on her chest, then waved to the camera of the mobile phone. and gave a charming smile to the customers who were looking at her in line. Hello, everyone. I am Zhao Meilu. Customers in line? Customers in line who didn't know there was such a person in the entertainment industry were confused and couldn't help but mutter in wonder. Big star? Is there such a person in the entertainment industry? Well, who is this beauty? Who is Zhao Meilu? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know either. Looking at this unrecognizable assembly line face, and the way she likes to show her legs in the winter. She must be an internet celebrity. Hey, brother. If you want to take pictures of internet celebrities, do it well. Don't think of secretly cutting in line in the name of taking pictures of internet celebrities. That's right. We have seen a lot of people like you. So we won't be fooled by you. I warn you. Take pictures well. But if you want to cut in line, don't blame me for being rude to you. These words fell into Zhao Meilu's ears, making her a little confused. What's going on? There are so many people here. Is there no one who recognizes me? Although she is a person with a cold constitution in the entertainment industry, she is still a third-tier star and has a place in the entertainment industry. She is also well known. But now among these people, not a single one of them could recognize her. This almost made her doubt her life. To be honest, these male customers in line did not recognize her. There are not many men who chase stars, unless they are those particularly famous first-tier big stars. In the eyes of most men, ordinary female stars are no different from those girls who twist their waists in Douyin. What's more, she has an unrecognizable face of an internet celebrity. Zhao Meilu stared at the man in front of him, and the man happened to look at her. Eyes met. The man finally couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Beauty, why do you keep looking at me like that?" "Oh, I know. You must want to hack me when I'm not paying attention?" "I mean, want to hack me?" "Zhao Meilu, who the hell wants to hack you?" "Pooh, who the hell wants to hack you?" Although she's not a big star, she has starred in many TV series with many popular male stars. How come she's just like a passerby here? She felt uncomfortable in her heart, silently shed 2 wide noodles of tears, and silently put on her sunglasses again, pretending to be isolated from the world. The man in the baseball cap who filmed the video was still shouting professionally, "Come and see the big star Zhao Meilu." Zhao Meilu, the actress who plays the heroine in the new version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Everyone looked at him as if he was looking at a sand sculpture. The middle-aged man with a big belly said earnestly, "Brother, stop licking. Listen to my advice. You can't control such a beautiful woman." The man in the cap? Zhao Meilu tilted her head to one side, pretending to look at the scenery elsewhere. In fact, she was so embarrassed that her toes could dig out a luxurious and well-decorated 3-bedroom apartment on the ground. Seeing this scene, there were many young and fashionable men and women not far away. They all silently lowered their hat brims, put on sunglasses, and even put on masks, and then silently lined up at the end of the line. The customer in the queue at the back asked curiously, "Hey, little brother, is there any sunlight shining here? What sunglasses are you wearing? Do you have eye problems?" The masked man wearing sunglasses. Other customer said, "Don't ask. This guy is probably a celebrity." Celebrity? Do celebrities wear sunglasses in broad daylight? Why do celebrities cover their faces? Even if he doesn't cover his face, no one can recognize him. The masked man wearing sunglasses. This is so heartbreaking. So heartbreaking. He took off his sunglasses and mask one by one with some embarrassment and put them in his pocket. The customers in line looked at him curiously and said with a smile, "Hee, I really thought it was a celebrity who came here in person. It turns out that I thought too much." The masked man wearing sunglasses. "I am a celebrity. Okay. You are blind and can't recognize me. Blame me?" The other celebrities were also indirectly embarrassed. These sunglasses and masks are not suitable to be worn or taken off, and they are in a dilemma. On the way to here by plane, they were still very worried. They were worried that their appearance would cause a commotion among fans, resulting in traffic jams, crowding and trampling, and thus affecting the boss's business, which would not be good. It was not until this moment that they realized. It was just their overthinking. It was too beautiful. Chapter 372: The Trouble Caused by the #1 Hot Search. Boom. A roar after another suddenly came, resounding over the entire old street in the west of the city. After a while, one luxury car after another, under the guidance of Wang Zhoubin and Sun Linhai, parked neatly and orderly in the parking spaces on the roadside. Fortunately, Wang Zobin and the others had foresight. After learning that the Jinchi restaurant was on the #1 hot search list, they saw many people leaving messages saying that they would come here to check in. They came here more than half an hour earlier than usual to divert traffic. Fortunately, they came early. Otherwise, the entire old street in the west of the city would be turned into a scene of earthworms again. And the owners of these 3 luxury cars are none other than Jiang Qiheng and his group. They have bought a house and live in the same community as Li Qingzhan, just nearby. They also bought a parking space. I just went to a nearby store and simply purchased some daily necessities. As soon as I was done, I rushed here immediately. For no other reason. I just wanted to come early to queue up so that I could have a bite of the hot food in the store earlier. Just came here to take a look. Wow! The parking spaces outside are full of cars. Many of them have license plates from other cities. My ears are filled with happy voices such as look. Zenchichi is right there. They all understood at once. These car owners with license plates from other cities are all here for Zenchichi. Yes! It must be because of his live broadcast last night and the first place in the hot search. That's why they took the trouble to come here from afar to open it. Originally, Zenchichi was only known in Wanling City, and other provinces and cities also knew about it to a small extent. Once it was ranked first on the hot search list, everyone who clicked on it knew about the Zenhachi restaurant in the old street of Qingxi, Wanling City. Then, they came here one after another. What a mistake. If he had known this, he shouldn't have started a live broadcast last night. Nor should he have told the fans in the live broadcast room that the food in this restaurant is unique. And he shouldn't have mentioned that the chopping board in the store is made of Chinese tune wood and is worth 300,000 yuan. He shouldn't have started a live broadcast in the morning to emphasize that life will be incomplete if you don't eat it once. And he shouldn't have bought a house live. That way, so many people wouldn't know that the food in Zenhachi restaurant is delicious. It wouldn't attract people from other areas. What if they eat it and it tastes good, and they stay like him? That would be barbecue. He suddenly felt that he had attracted a group of people who wanted to steal his food. When he thought of this, he regretted it so much that he couldn't breathe. By the way, he is now live streaming saying that the food in this restaurant is not delicious, that the chopping board in this restaurant is not made of Chinese tune wood, and that it is not worth 600,000 yuan at all, and that he was wrong. He bought a house here because he was moved by the simple folk customs of the old street in the west of the city, not because the food in this restaurant is delicious. Do you think anyone would believe it? He himself can't make this excuse. Not to mention those savvy fans and netizens. The arrival of Jiang Qiheng's family attracted the customers in the queue to look at each other, and also caused a small commotion. Damn, the rich people in the morning actually came here again. Looking at this posture, they must have come for Mr. Huang's food again. That's for sure. I heard that these rich people also bought houses nearby in order to eat Mr. Huang's food as soon as possible. This matter was even on the top of the hot search list this morning. Don't you know? I don't know. I didn't see the trending search. Hey, these damn rich people. It's fine if they come to taste it occasionally. But now, in order to be the first to eat the food made by Boss Huang, they even bought a house nearby. It's so unethical. If other people follow their behavior in the future, will we, the neighbors, still have food to eat? As soon as these words came out, many neighbors fell into deep thought. It makes sense. But, no need to wait. At present, many people have bought houses near Qingxi Old Street in order to eat the food made by Boss Huang. As a result, the new real estate project in Qingxi Old Street has become the best-selling real estate project with the highest family rate in the city this year. As a result, the prices of their old houses have also increased a lot. Even the rents of shops near the old street have increased a lot. Even so, it's hard to find a shop. Of course, all of this is thanks to Boss Huang. These neighbors are in pain and happiness. Zhao Meilu and other celebrities had no time to pay attention to the hot searches on Weibo this morning because they were catching their flights. When they heard that these rich people who drove luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan actually bought houses here just to eat the delicious food in Jinchi restaurant, they couldn't help but show a touch of surprise. I was thinking in my heart, as for doing this, are they sure that they didn't join forces to hype and gain popularity from the beginning? If this is true, this wave of operations is really successful. It's not surprising that they think so. After all, they have been working in the entertainment industry for many years and have seen a lot of capital hype methods. So now, when they heard that these rich people who drive luxury cars worth tens of millions of dollars bought houses here just for a bite of food, and thus rushed to the top of the hot search list, they would inevitably think about it. However, thinking that they flew all the way here just to take advantage of this wave of popularity. As for other things, they were not concerned. So they were too lazy to spend more brain cells to think about it. Besides, it's not easy to take advantage of the popularity. So cherish it while you can. Looking at Li Yuanfu and Jiang Zhoming, they always felt that they had seen them before. But they couldn't remember where they had seen them, or what their names were. Forget it. Don't think about it. Just queue up. When Jiang Qihan came to queue up, many of his fans recognized him at once and waved to him. Brother Hang, you are here. I am your loyal fan. I have watched every live broadcast of yours. This time, I drove 2 hours to come here to eat after watching your live broadcast. Brother Hang, I watched your live broadcast and thought of coming here to taste what the food that you will regret for the rest of your life if you don't eat it once in your life, and would make your life incomplete tastes like. Of course, I also want to see if I can meet you here. Brother Hang, I have never driven 2 hours here just for a meal. If this restaurant is not as delicious as you said in the live broadcast room, I will turn from a fan to a hater. Yes, in order to taste the food that you praise so much. I got up at 6 o'clock to rush here, and there was a traffic jam on the road. If it is not delicious, I will be the first to stop being a fan. These fans all complained to Jiang Qihan half-jokingly with a smile. Jiang Qihan was not annoyed by the doubts of these fans. He just smiled and promised, don't worry. I won't let you down. When you taste it, you will know that everything I said is the truth. He was confident enough to make such a promise because of Huang Tao. After all, Huang Tao's cooking skills are here. Those who have eaten it all praised it for being delicious. Fans who know Jiang Qihan well naturally trust him in their hearts. Otherwise, they would not have come from afar. Brother Hang, come to my side. Quick! Brother Hang, come to my side. I'll let you cut in. Oh! Cut in line. This scene and treatment are much more popular than those stars. Jiang Qihan smiled awkwardly but politely, waved his hand and said, no, thank you. We should be decent people and not cut in line. Let me start. Yes. As long as everyone is decent, the world will become a beautiful world. Everyone nodded in agreement, thinking that they were right. Jiang Qihan and his family stood at the end of the line and lined up obediently. This time they came prepared. Brought a queuing artifact. Open the folding chair. Cover the windshield. And line up patiently. Food is worth waiting for. Chapter 373. Like I've been hungry for 8 lifetimes. It was past 11 o'clock. Huang Tao opened the restaurant for business. The customers lined up at the door rushed in immediately. This posture was like being hungry for 8 lifetimes. Finally I have time to come and eat the delicious food made by Mr. Huang. I'm so greedy. Today I want to eat until I walk in and walk out holding the wall. Damn. Unscrupulous boss. He wants me to work overtime every day. And even wants me to go back to the company to work overtime on weekends. I look forward to having a meal at Mr. Huang's place during the weekend. How can I go back to work overtime for him? I rejected him at once. Now I have to eat all the food in the store to comfort my young heart that has been ruthlessly destroyed. Hey. For a programmer like me, the amount of hair is already worrying. It's pitiful. If I continue to work overtime day and night, my head will be bald. By the way, can this baldness be considered a work injury? Ah. Finally, I can eat the delicious food made by Mr. Huang. This is what I have been looking forward to after working hard for a week. I need half a roast duck, half a roast chicken, a portion of fried bell pepper, donfa pork, braised prawns, nourishing fish soup, and a portion of braised pork rice. No one can stop me today. I will eat until I am full. In the past, I felt that the happiest thing was that I woke up at home on the weekend and still stayed in bed. But now, I feel that the happiest thing is that I can come to Mr. Huang's place on the weekend and have a delicious meal. At this time, Huang Tao, who was still waiting for customers to order and cook the dishes, smiled and said after hearing the conversation of these customers, you guys, you should be more restrained and don't eat too much. It's not good for the stomach and it's not easy to digest. These guests who lived far away and could not come to line up to buy food during working hours were almost moved to tears after hearing Huang Tao's words. Boss Huang. Unscrupulous bosses only care about whether they can squeeze the last drop of surplus labor value from us. And colleagues only care about whether we can do more work. Only you, Boss Huang, really care about our health. That's right. Programmers like me have a very worrying amount of hair, which is pitifully small. If I work overtime day and night, my head will be bald. By the way, can this baldness be considered a work injury? Boss Huang, you are really a good boss in Huaxia. Otherwise, I will quit my job and come to work for you. Let me tell you, I can do any dirty or tiring work. If you don't mind, I can even warm your bed. I can do this job, too. As long as you, Mr. Huang, provide meals, I can do anything. I have no bottom line. Huang Tao. Of course, Huang Tao didn't take this joke seriously. He just smiled politely. I think it's better to forget it. I'm afraid that your few hairs will fall into my food and be complained by customers. Puff. Huang Ida and his wife, Xian, and the employees couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Xian subconsciously stretched out her little hand and covered her little mouth like a lady. The neighbors who were queuing behind almost laughed out loud. The customers were also amused by Huang Tao's words. They laughed and went to order food from the automatic ordering machine. The neighbors behind came to the counter and asked Ding Suqin to order food. Uncle Chung asked with a smile, Xiaoqin, give me a braised pork rice, a bowl of fish ball soup, donfa pork, and half a roast chicken. Is this roast chicken also sliced on the tune with chopping board? This made Ding Suqin confused. Ding Suqin, who reacted later, responded politely, yes. Uncle Chung. Other neighbors also ordered roast duck or roast chicken after hearing this. They just joined in the fun and wanted to taste the roast duck or roast chicken sliced on the chopping board worth 600,000 yuan again. What is the special taste? I didn't notice this before, but now I know it. I want to taste it again. For a while, the sound of ordering food was everywhere. The store also became lively. Huang Tao and the employees were busy again. Huang Ida looked at the store through the floor-to-ceiling glass window and couldn't help muttering, why do I feel that there are more people queuing up at noon than yesterday? I don't know if it's my own illusion. He always felt that the line outside was longer today. You are right. There are indeed many more people queuing up at noon today. Song Salian glanced at the line outside the store. I thought it was probably the result of last night's hot search. The business in the store is getting better and better. The couple is naturally happy for their son from the bottom of their hearts. But they are also worried that their son's body can't handle it. Song Salian thought that she would make some longan and egg soup for her son later to nourish his body. Thinking so, she took the longan and peeled it. Xian, who was standing by, heard that her grandmother peeled longan to nourish her father. So she quickly grabbed a longan and wanted to help peel it together. She also wants to peel longan to nourish her father. If Huang Tao saw her loving look, he would be so moved. Soon, it was the turn of Jiang Qihong's fans and those stars to enter the store and order food. As soon as they entered the store, Jiang Qihong's fans went straight to the counter to order food, and Zhao Meilu and other stars all took off their masks, sunglasses and hats. Now, someone should be able to recognize them. Right? But what happened? The customers dining in the store were enjoying the food by themselves, and no one looked up at them. The two waiters in the store were busy carrying plates, shuttling between tables and serving dishes. They had no time to pay attention to them. As for the boss Huang in the store, he was busy cooking dishes in the kitchen. The few sparks and thick smoke blocked his sight, so naturally he couldn't see them. In order to let Huang Tao see them and recognize them, they walked to the kitchen on purpose. They looked at Huang Tao through the glass partition. Huang Tao, who felt the gazes, looked up at them and nodded politely. This made Zhao Meilu and the others mistakenly think that Huang Tao recognized them. As a result, Huang Tao raised his hand and pointed, "We don't take orders in the kitchen. You can go to the counter or the automatic ordering machine to order." This is so embarrassing. Zhao Meilu's pretty face couldn't help but flush with embarrassment, and she sighed in her heart and doubted herself for a while. The stars on the side were all like this. It turned out that Huang Tao didn't recognize them at all, but just thought they were new customers who didn't know the situation in the store. The sense of superiority they had as celebrities was shattered in this small restaurant. Fortunately, they didn't hire security guards to protect themselves before coming. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Helplessly, they came to the automatic ordering machine and ordered food. In order to maintain their figure, they didn't dare to order too much. They just ordered braised pork rice or yellow croaker noodles. Before tasting the food, they came for the popularity of this small shop. But after tasting, they were instantly conquered by Huang Tao's cooking skills. Oh my! This is so delicious! Oh my! This is the real delicacy. What the anchor said was indeed not exaggerated at all. If you don't come to this restaurant once, your life will be incomplete. Chapter 374 I Can't Help Myself. Zhao Meilu walked to a table near the window, but didn't sit down immediately. Instead, she habitually took out a tissue from her bag to wipe it. Who made her a bit of a germaphobe? Hey, it's so clean. After Zhao Meilu wiped it, she glanced at the tissue in her hand and was shocked. It was still very white. Not dirty at all. Before, when she went out to eat, even if it was a famous and high-end hotel restaurant, she would wipe it lightly with a tissue, and there would be a little dirt that was not noticeable. At a small street restaurant like this, as long as it was wiped lightly with a tissue, it would immediately become gray. Who would have thought? This small street restaurant actually subverted her cognition. It was very clean. Since this restaurant is so clean, the food is not to say how delicious it is. At least it is healthy to eat. She was relieved and sat down not long ago. Li Qingjian came over with a ceramic bowl and said politely, "Your yellow croaker noodles. Please enjoy." "Oh, okay. Thank you." Zhao Meilu gave him her signature charming smile. Well, she admitted that she was looking forward to the moment when the waiter recognized her, and even more looking forward to the moment when the waiter excitedly asked for a photo and autograph. What a pity! All her beautiful ideas were finally broken by reality again. Li Qingjian left a polite "You're welcome. It's my duty," and turned away without staying for a moment, without even giving her an extra glance. What else could she do? She could only smile awkwardly to ease her loneliness. This couldn't be blamed on Li Qingjian. It was the peak dining time, and he was so busy that he wished he could serve the dishes. How could he have the time to appreciate her beauty? Besides, Li Qingjian had seen many beauties like her. He was already tired of her. Besides, he was not a star chaser. He knew more about female internet celebrities than female stars. Zhao Meilu, who had been hit again and again, was no longer entangled. She looked at the yellow croaker noodles in front of her, but did not pick up her chopsticks immediately. She took a look at it first. For a delicacy, the first thing to see is the effect of the dish. Color, fragrance, and taste. These are the three most basic standards for evaluating a delicacy. And the bowl of yellow croaker noodles in front of him. The noodle bowl is simple porcelain white. Very elegant. There are many fish meat, snow vegetables, and chopped green onions floating on the noodle soup. The white and tender yellow croaker meat is bent into a cute little roll, immersed in the slightly yellow milk soup. With a delicate luster, it looks very fresh at first glance. The chopped green onions are green, and the snow vegetables are golden. It's appetizing. The aroma of the yellow croaker noodles has already floated up, making her unable to resist. This smell, so good! Zhao Meilu's appetite was aroused, and her stomach was already urging her. She picked up the soup spoon, scooped a spoonful of fish meat and soup, and put it into her mouth. The feeling of the first bite gave her, who was tasting it for the first time, an unprecedented experience. Delicious. Indescribable deliciousness. It was full of freshness and a hint of sweetness. The fish meat bloomed gently on the tip of the tongue with a light sip. The soup made from fish bones, mixed with snow vegetables and lard, complemented each other, and none of them covered the brilliance of other ingredients. Everything was just right. It was also fresh. The moment the soup passed through the throat, it felt like the meridians in the whole body were opened. It is a bowl of comfort in the cold winter. The special noodles have a slippery taste like little fish that swim into your mouth with a slurp. Even if you eat slowly, it won't get mushy. It can be said to be perfect. The taste of this bowl of yellow croaker noodles is undoubtedly the most delicious one. Everything is just right. Her beautiful eyes can't help but light up. Such a taste can be said to be the best yellow croaker noodles she has eaten in recent years. For female stars, although the food is tempting, most of them only taste half a mouthful in order to control their weight. One meal is over. Zhao Meilu is like this. For beauty and to maintain her figure, she is self-controlled like a devil and self-disciplined like a god, showing inhuman high self-requirements. In her life, there is no such thing as gluttony, let alone the possibility of overeating. She has lived the word self-control as life itself. Even if others advised her to eat more, She was very self-disciplined and would never eat more than one bite. Unexpectedly, she ate a whole piece of fish and soup and took a big bite of noodles. Before she could react, all of them had gone into her stomach. After realizing this, Zhao Meilu was also shocked. She actually ate so many bites. You know, for so many years since her debut, she has been staying at home and strictly controlling her diet, never letting herself eat more than one bite. Even when filming, she had to show a state of eating and drinking. But she only took a big bite of the prop food, but kept it in her mouth until the end of the filming, and did not swallow it down her throat. But now, she actually ate so many mouthfuls. She was annoyed for only a second, and then she felt that it was worth it to eat such delicious yellow croaker noodles today. She even thanked the blogger Jiang Qiheng because the topic in his live broadcast was on the hot search and let her see it, and because she wanted to take advantage of the popularity of the store. She flew here and tasted such delicious food. Such delicious food. She dared to swear. As long as Boss Wang is given a big enough platform, it will definitely be popular to an unimaginable degree. It is not impossible to amaze the whole world. It's a pity. Such delicious food can only be limited to Wenling City, and even more limited to this small old street. What's more regrettable is, this bowl of delicious yellow croaker noodles can't go into her stomach. It's a waste of food. Although she couldn't bear it, she still restrained herself and said, "I can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore. The calories will explode." There are many stars who have the same idea as her, but the aroma that came from their noses made them feel itchy. How about a few more bites? 3 bites? Or 5 bites? 5 bites. And then stop eating after 5 bites. Then when we go back home at night, we will skip dinner and do 2 more hours of jumping jacks. After making all kinds of preparations in their minds, they picked up their chopsticks and spoons again. They started eating. They were always hooked by the tempting aroma and excellent taste, and they couldn't stop eating one bite after another. When they realized that their stomachs were a little full and leaned back lazily on the chair, Zhao Meilu was shocked to find that she had actually finished the whole bowl of yellow croaker noodles. Not even any soup left. If the other celebrities in the restaurant saw her finish a whole bowl of yellow croaker noodles, what would they think? Her pretty face was shamefully red. Just as she was thinking, she noticed a familiar figure at the table opposite her, looking at the empty bowl on the table with a doubtful expression. When she raised her eyes, they looked at each other, with embarrassment in each other's eyes. When she ordered just now, she said she would only eat 1 bite. But now she has finished it. Zhao Meilu looked away awkwardly, turned her head, and met a few familiar eyes again. Okay. They all said they would only eat a few bites, but they honestly finished it. Everyone lowered their heads silently, wiped their mouths, and pretended that they couldn't see each other. After the meal, they left. Before leaving, they couldn't help but look back at the Jinhaochi restaurant. I was glad that this restaurant was only opened in Wenling City, and they didn't have a branch there. Otherwise, they will definitely not be able to control their legs and will go to eat. In that case, they will definitely not be able to lose weight. If you want to maintain your figure, stay away from this store. Otherwise, even if they are self-disciplined, they can't control themselves. Chapter 375, Just Like the Milk Jelly I Love. In the store, Wang Tao and his employees didn't care about these celebrities at all. Now there are more and more new customers from other places coming to the store. More and more people are staying in the store to eat in. Then, the 2 waiters, Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu, felt the pleasure of being busier than usual. Yes, it was fun to shuttle between the tables. And it was fun to shuttle between the tables all the time. It was so fun. Of course, it was quite strenuous. Even so, they were happy. After all, serving dishes for a while could get a meal that others envied, which was enough. Li Qingzhan served the dishes ordered by Uncle Jiang to the table one by one, and said politely, "Uncle Jiang, here are the 3 braised pork rice, 1 nourishing fish soup, half a roasted chicken, 1 braised prawn, and fried wrangling." "Hey! Okay. Thank you." Uncle Jiang thanked him happily and watched Li Qingzhan leave. This morning, his granddaughter came to play, and at noon, he and his wife brought his granddaughter to eat here. This has become what Nyo looks forward to the most. She came to her grandparents' house just for this meal, smelling the rich marinade in the air and looking at the delicious food on the table. Her stomach had already gurgled a few times. The little girl was a little shy as she stroked her stomach with one hand. and she quietly looked up to see if her grandparents noticed the little movement in her stomach. Grandpa Jiang laughed heartily and said, "Don't mention Nyonya. Even I can't help but feel greedy when I see these meals." Nyonya relaxed immediately and said happily in a baby voice, "Yes, Grandpa. My parents also like the food here very much. But they are very busy and have no time to come here to eat. So Nyonya hasn't been able to eat for a long time." At the end, she pouted in grievance. She almost dropped a few golden beans to Uncle Jiang. This little look is so pitiful. It made Uncle Jiang and his wife feel distressed. Uncle Jiang hurriedly said, "Then every Saturday and Sunday, Grandpa will pick you up to eat here. Okay?" Nyonya smiled and happily answered loudly, "Okay. Don't say anything. Eat quickly. It's not good if it gets cold." As she said, Aunt Jiang pushed a bowl of braised pork rice in front of Nyonya, and moved the roast chicken, braised prawns, and fried bell peppers to Nyonya's side. As for the nourishing fish soup and fish ball soup, they moved them to their side, trying not to let their granddaughter smell them. There is nothing we can do. This granddaughter is not only picky about food and doesn't like to eat vegetables, but also doesn't like to eat fish. Whether it is fish from the river or the sea, she usually reacts so strongly to fish soup that she vomits. But the two elders are very fond of this nourishing fish soup. So in order to prevent Nyonya from having a strong reaction to the smell, they had to move aside. But the two elders couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, "Ah! How could this good granddaughter be raised like this?" In the past, if they could have a bite of meat or fish, they would be so happy. Unlike today's children, they don't like to eat vegetables, radishes, or fish, and are very picky. This child, only when she really likes the food in the restaurant, will eat well and eat some vegetables. When she returns home, she has to be coaxed by her mother to eat. At this moment, Nyonya had already picked up the spoon and did not forget to greet them, "Grandpa and Grandma. You guys eat too." Grandpa and his wife Jiang said happily, "Hey, good." Nyonya first used the spoon to stir the braised meat, scooped up a piece of braised meat, and stuffed it into her little mouth. The salty taste suited her taste, and she gently bit off a piece of meat and chewed it. It was especially fragrant. She couldn't help but want to mix it with rice, and then shouted, "This meat is so delicious." Grandpa and Aunt Jiang were also the first to reach out their chopsticks to the braised meat and picked up a piece to eat. When they heard what their little granddaughter said, they also smiled lovingly, nodded in agreement and said, "Well, Boss Wang's braised meat is more fragrant and delicious as it is cooked. This braised meat is very tasty. The meat is firm and not tough, and it can be torn off with a light bite. It is not difficult for the old man to eat with his teeth." Like Nyonya, they subconsciously mixed a mouthful of rice, chewed and swallowed it together. They also picked up a spoon and scooped a few spoonfuls of fish soup into the bowl of nourishing fish soup. The fish tasted sweet at first, and the small pieces of tender fish meat went into the mouth at once. With a light sip of the tongue, it turned into fish meat particles, with a little onion fragrance and a hint of saltiness. They could be swallowed directly without chewing too much. It was so comfortable. Grandpa Jiang sighed, "Ah, this nourishing fish soup is still so delicious. Even if you drink it every day, you will never get tired of it." Aunt Jiang also nodded in agreement. Although Nyonya was young, she could understand most of the words. She didn't like to eat fish, but when she heard her grandfather say that fish was delicious, and you could never get tired of drinking it, she was very curious. In addition, she didn't have any soup to drink. She simply pulled the hand of her grandmother beside her, raised her pink little face, and asked curiously, "Grandma, I also want to drink the soup you drink." Hearing this, Aunt Jiang's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Thinking badly, she deliberately moved the fish soup away to prevent her from smelling the fish soup. "Why is she drinking the fish soup now?" she said helplessly. "Nyonya, this is fish soup. You can't drink it." Uncle Jiang also hurriedly made amends. Yes, you can't drink this fish soup. If you are thirsty, Grandpa will pour you a cup of hot water or buy you a bottle of milk. Okay?" In theory, as an elder, when facing the picky eating of their granddaughter, their attitude should be to constantly persuade her, "Try it. Try it first. If you don't try it, how do you know that you don't like it? You vomited before." It was purely because of psychological reasons. The reason why Grandpa and his wife Jiang didn't say anything, because they had done this before. But their granddaughter was very disrespectful and vomited almost every time after eating the fish soup. After trying many times, They didn't force it. Not only did they save their children from suffering, but they also ended up being complained by their daughter, seeing that Grandpa and Grandma didn't let her drink it. Nyonya, who smelled the soup in Grandma's bowl and felt greedy, became more persistent and shouted, "I want to drink it. I just want to drink it." And Jiang, who couldn't persuade her granddaughter, had to compromise. She handed the bowl of nourishing fish soup to Nyonya and said, "Then try scooping a little with a spoon." Grandpa Jiang sat aside and thought. This nourishing fish soup didn't have any fishy smell and was very delicious. Maybe his little granddaughter can really drink. He believes in the old saying, food is for hungry people. If you can't eat, it's because you're not hungry enough. If it's today, you can't eat because it's not delicious enough. Nyonya nodded obediently and stretched the soup spoon in her hand to the nourishing fish soup. She scooped a spoonful. She gently sucked a mouthful over the tip of her tongue and swallowed it. She squinted her eyes happily unconsciously. It tastes good. Then she scooped a piece of fish meat with a spoon, slurped it into her mouth, and swallowed it. She said happily, "This fish slice is also very smooth. Just like the milk jelly I love to eat." Slippery. Grandpa Jiang and his wife looked at Nyonya nervously, fearing that the little guy would shout that it tasted good and vomit it out the next second. Fortunately, their worries were unnecessary. Nyonya didn't show any signs of nausea. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. They were so happy. Nyonya, if you like to drink, drink more. Children should drink more fish soup and eat more fish meat, so that they will be smart in the future. Uncle Jiang smiled and pushed the bowl of nourishing fish soup to Nyonya, then looked at his wife and said, "I said that children are not born unable to eat fish. It must be that the food I cooked before was not delicious enough and not suitable for Nyonya's appetite." And Jiang thought about it, and it was true. The cooking skills of myself and my daughter are really not comparable to Huang Tao's. And Jiang couldn't help but sigh when she saw this. Boss Huang's cooking skills are really amazing. Our Nyonya seems to have no dislike for any of his dishes, and basically loves them all. Grandpa Jiang said, "Children need to eat more fish meat as they grow up. At worst, it's good to drink fish soup and eat fish meat occasionally. Besides, you don't have to worry about the bone stuck in your throat when you eat fish cooked by Mr. Huang." Right? Lin Xinjie and Hu Jinlin at the opposite table were also eating with their son Daodu. The three of them are loyal customers of Zinhashi restaurant. Whenever they have time, they will come here to eat in the restaurant. Even if they don't have time, they will ask Hu Jinlin to pack some food to take back after get off work in the evening. Anyway, my son loves the food in this restaurant. Who would have thought that Daodu was so resistant to eating meat and vegetables some time ago? And he would not come out every day even if he ate rice with soy sauce. Now he is willing to go out every week. And he is not picky about food anymore. Of course, in addition to the delicious food of Zinhashi restaurant, Lin Xinjie watched her son eating with relish, and occasionally took a bite of rice. His little mouth was full like a little hamster. She was happy watching. Chapter 376, Soothing His Wounded Heart. The afternoon sun, with its strong warmth, swept away the darkness in the store, making it sparkle and smell like the sun. It was 12:30 in the afternoon. All the ingredients prepared in the store had been sold out. Ding Suqing patiently said to the customers who came to ask, "I'm sorry. All the food for lunch today has been sold out. Why don't you come earlier in the evening?" "I'm really sorry." There were at least 50 or 60 customers queuing outside the store. When they heard this, they were instantly shocked. "What? Sold out? All sold out? It's too hard for me. Mr. Huang, can you make more on the weekend? We office workers who live far away look forward to having a good meal at your restaurant during the weekend. I didn't dare to sleep in this morning and rushed here to line up at 10:30. I didn't expect to be told that all the dishes were sold out as soon as I lined up. How unlucky I am. In fact, Mr. Huang has made a lot, but there are too many outsiders today, which has caused all the dishes in the store to be sold out again. The supply is in short supply. This is all because of the hot search. I couldn't eat the delicious food at the restaurant at noon. Don't let me meet the anchor who made Mr. Huang's restaurant a hot search, or I will have a man-to-man battle with him. Who made me miss lunch? That's right. That anchor should be careful when walking at night recently. These office workers, who came from afar and finally waited for the weekend to prepare a good meal, transferred their resentment for not being able to eat to the anchor Jiang Qihang. After all, the reason why Xinchi restaurant was ranked first on the hot search list twice in a row is that Jiang Qihang is the culprit. It is understandable that they took their anger out on Jiang Qiheng. Roadside parking area on Qingxi Old Street. Jiang Qiheng couldn't help rubbing his arms, as he saw off his father Jiang Zoming and uncle Li Yuanfu. Li Meiling stood beside him and whispered, "Son, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Qiheng frowned slightly. With a look of discomfort on his face, "I don't know. I always feel a chill on my back. As if someone is saying bad things about me." Li Meiling pursed her lips and smiled. "I guess your father and uncle are jealous and can't help complaining about us in the car." After his mother said this, Jiang Qiheng thought about it and nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We can eat the delicious food made by Boss Huang every meal here. Dad and uncle will only miss it when they go back. With their personalities, they will definitely complain about us in private. Let them complain. It won't cost them a piece of meat." Li Meiling responded disapprovingly, and then said seriously, "As long as I can eat the food made by Boss Huang, everything else is okay." Jiang Qiheng felt that what she said made sense, so he no longer entangled with this kind of uncomfortable feeling. Then he watched his mother and grandparents get in the car, and then he drove his own car back to the nearby community. He planned to go back to take a nap first, and then come back to line up at around 3 o'clock. Inside the store, the customers who failed to buy had to leave disappointed. He sighed from time to time, "Alas, lunch is incomplete without Mr. Huang. Alas, I could only come earlier in the evening. I hope I can eat it then." Sun Linhai and Wang Zhoubin are also like this. Some girls, however, are not too disappointed with a handsome guy like Huang Tao. It is not a loss to wait in line for a while. Of course, before leaving, those customers who failed to buy the food could not help but look at the customers who were still sitting in the restaurant with envy. The few customers who were still sitting and eating had a smug smile on their faces unconsciously. Ah, this feeling of being envied is inexplicably pleasant. But Jiang Ling was not happy for more than a second, because he was once again despised by his own leaky daughter. Cece looked up at him with her little face, frowned, and asked with disdain and dissatisfaction, "Dad, do you have a spring in your mouth?" This made Jiang Ling confused all of a sudden. He turned into a black question mark face in a second. Cece continued to accuse relentlessly, "Smack your lips. Can you please stop smacking your lips? Aren't you born in the year of the monkey? When did you become born in the year of the pig?" Jiang Ling. There is nothing wrong with this statement, and it makes sense. He was powerless to refute it. He stopped chewing the food in his mouth and swallowed it silently. He smiled awkwardly and said, Isn't it because the food made by Xuan's father is so delicious that Dad can't help smacking his lips?" Huang Tao, the scapegoat, sneezed while washing his hands in the kitchen. He never thought that one day a customer smacked his lips and it would be his fault. Cece blinked and thought about it. Well, the food cooked by Xuan's father is really delicious. But, she glanced at Jiang Ling and continued, "Even if it tastes good, you can't smack your lips. Others don't smack their lips. Why do you smack your lips? Ah, this generation of naughty kids is too difficult to lead. Not easy to deceive." In order not to be scolded by his daughter, he silently lowered his head and did not respond. Also, to ease the embarrassment, he did not continue to work on the braised rice in front of him, but picked up the spoon beside him, scooped a spoonful of fish ball soup, and slurped it up. Ah, delicious. The unpleasant mood caused by his daughter's scolding just now disappeared in an instant. However, his mood, which had just become beautiful, was instantly chilled by his daughter's dissatisfaction. "Dad, do you have a water pipe installed in your mouth? Slurp, slurp. Can you be more civilized? You have led the good children astray." Jiang Ling was speechless. He must have destroyed the whole world in his previous life to have such a daughter. He felt extremely upset. If God could give him another chance, he would never have impulsively made love with Sisai's mother that night and had a baby. It's not that he regretted having Sisai. It's just that the better he imagined it was, the more disappointed he is now. "I thought he had a little lover, but it turned out to be a little enemy." The guests at the next table saw this scene and couldn't help laughing. Jiang Ling looked over with resentment. The guest, who was frightened by his eyes, lowered his head and said to his companion, "Oh, by the way, I remembered something happy." Jiang Ling silently picked up the chopsticks and continued to eat. He just stopped smacking his lips. He chewed silently. But eating without smacking his lips is soulless. Fortunately, Mr. Huang's food is delicious enough. Otherwise, He would have lost his appetite after being scolded by his daughter. Only Mr. Huang's food can soothe his wounded heart. The guests looked at Jiang Ling and then at Cici. Those who knew that this was a father and daughter. Those who didn't thought they were enemies. The guests who finished their meals left one after another. After some guests from other cities came together to eat, the place became lively again. Burp. This is so delicious. I'm so full that I can't even walk. Let's go back later. I can't do it either. This is the first time I've eaten so much. I feel like if I eat here for half a month, I'll definitely gain 10 pounds. Eating for half a month. That's wishful thinking. Unfortunately, we can only have one meal at night. And we have to go back after eating. Because we have to go to work tomorrow. Oh! It makes me not want to go back to work. Be patient. We'll come back next weekend. When I make money in the future, I will definitely buy a house here. And then I'll stay here for a while during the holidays and eat here every meal. When you make money, the housing prices here will probably increase several times. These guests from other cities rested for 5 minutes before leaving. Before leaving, they all followed the local customs and cleaned up everything on the table. The bowls, plates, chopsticks and spoons were all put into the automatic dishwashing basket. Huang Tao, who had just come out of the kitchen, saw them and thanked them. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Huang. See you in the evening. Mr. Huang is gone. The guests waved to Huang Tao, then left the store and went to stroll around the old street in the west of the city. Chapter 377. Once there is a first, there will be a second. Xiao Tao. Are you tired? Song Xiaolian saw her son rubbing his shoulders and walked over and asked with concern. Huang Tao smiled and nodded. Yeah. A little? Song Xiaolian suggested. How about mom rubbing your shoulders? Xian, who was originally coloring in the picture book with her head down, immediately raised her pink little face and shouted, Grandma, I can rub shoulders too. And I want to rub Dad's shoulders too. The words of the old and the young fell into Huang Tao's ears, and his heart was slightly warmed. So good. Huang Tao reached out and rubbed Xuan's little head, smiling and politely declined the kindness of his mother and daughter. But Daddy is much better now. No need to rub. You can play your own thing. Mom, you should also do your thing. Then you should go to sleep for a while. There is still a lot to do in the afternoon, said. Song Xiaolian raised her chin to Huang Yida on the side and winked at him to open the folding chair next to him. Huang Yida understood and immediately took out the folding chair and put it in the aisle by the floor-to-ceiling glass window. The sun shines on the recliner. In this way, while sleeping, you can also bask in the sun. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Dad, let me do it. Huang Tao stepped forward and prepared to open the folding chair by himself. But he was stopped by his father. I can still do this little work. You just wait and lie down. Huang Tao had no choice but to follow his father's wishes and wait quietly by the side, feeling the feeling of being served by his father. I can only say that it is really happy to have parents around. Huang Tao smiled and asked, Oh, by the way, Dad, have you finalized your driver's license test? Oh my God. If Huang Tao hadn't mentioned it now, he would have almost forgotten about the driver's license test. He smiled awkwardly. I've been busy at work recently, and I haven't signed up for a class yet. Oh, Dad is so forgetful. Huang Tao understood. How about I sign you up for a class tomorrow, and you go and take the driver's license test? Huang Yida said. No. I can sign up by myself. Hey, this little old man is afraid of driving on the road. Huang Tao smiled and said, Dad, if you don't sign up by the end of this month, I will let my mom take the test. After the test, I will buy her an Audi. If you go out in the future, you have to ask my mom to be the driver. Song Xiaolian deliberately curled her lips and snorted. I won't be his driver. I want to be Xuan's driver and take Xian to the amusement park. Why take him? Huang Yida, who was suddenly disliked by his wife, was a little upset. Honestly, which man doesn't like cars? If you don't like cars, are you still a man? It doesn't matter if you drive on the road or in bed. As long as it's a car, no man can resist it. So in order to drive a car, you have to get your driver's license first. He scratched his head and said, Don't worry. I'll go back to the driving school and sign up for the class by the end of this month. Then he said, I don't think Audi is good. Huang Tao wondered. Audi is not good? Then what is good? I think Mercedes-Benz is pretty good. It's impressive. You can see the logo wherever you drive. And people who know the logo are also. Is it vulgar? It's a bit vulgar indeed. But we ordinary people only recognize this. And we don't really recognize the others. Before Huang Tao could respond, Song Salian on the side spoke first. You can drive any car you want. You don't have to buy such an expensive one. Besides, even if your dad has passed the driving test, he is a novice on the road. If he drives such a good car and bumps it, he will be heartbroken. Right? Just now, Huang Ita thought that his son could choose Audi. And the difference between it and Mercedes-Benz was not much. So he wanted his son to buy Mercedes-Benz. At least it would be more impressive to drive it out. Now that his wife said so, he thought about it. Although his son's business is very good now, and he has made a lot of money. But this is nothing. Besides, this car will depreciate as soon as it is bought. It is still more affordable and more cost-effective. Besides, his wife and son have always asked him to keep a low profile. So let his son decide on the car himself. Son, let me think about it. Your mother is right. We should keep a low profile. You decide on the car yourself. Huang Tao naturally saw through his father's thoughts. But it was good that he thought so. However, a good thing is more valuable than money. Besides, his father has worked hard for him for decades. And it is time for him to enjoy a peaceful life. Mom, let's do what my father wants this time. Since her son said so, Song Salian was afraid of wasting money. But she couldn't say anything. After all, it is reasonable for the family to have a good car. In the future, when his son goes out for social events, he will also have face. Huang Tao smiled and said, Dad, you go to the class tomorrow. I have to tell you that if you learn slowly, you won't be able to take the car back when you don't have a driver's license. Learn. I will definitely learn it. Huang Ita was happy and smiled like a 200-pound fat man. Song Salian was also happy. After all, his son is capable. Huang Tao lay down on the recliner and prepared to take a nap. Xian, the caring little cotton-padded jacket, sat next to him and stretched out her chubby little hands to block the slanting sunlight, lest the sunlight squint her father's eyes and affect his sleep. On the other side, Jiang Shuang took her daughter Nyonyo home. On the way home, she listened to Nyonyo sitting in the back seat muttering about what her grandparents took her to eat at the Jinchi restaurant at noon. When she heard Nyonyo say that she drank nourishing fish soup, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled unconsciously. And she said nervously, Nyonyo, you drank the fish soup. Didn't you vomit? For a moment, she couldn't help but blame her parents in her heart. Knowing that Nyonyo couldn't drink fish soup, she still gave it to her. Nyonyo was smiling, but was stunned by her mother's question. Then she said proudly, Mom, I didn't vomit. I tell you, that nourishing fish soup is super delicious. I drank a lot. Almost half a bowl. As she said that, she stretched out her little hand and gestured how much half a bowl was. Jiang Shuang thought she had misheard. She didn't vomit? She even drank almost half a bowl of fish soup. This sounded incredible to her as a mother. Children love to show off these things. Especially things that can shock adults, who are always calm and composed. Her little mouth was chattering, yes. At the beginning, Grandma and Grandpa were just like you. Mom, very nervous, and didn't let Nyonyo drink. Nyonyo kept yelling. So they gave me some. I drank several sips without vomiting. Grandma and Grandpa were happy, and let me drink more. Mom, you don't know. That soup. It's so delicious. And the fish is so tender and smooth. Just like the milk jelly I usually eat. Anyway, it tastes good. Nyonyo gestured. But she was too young to express herself. And she didn't quite understand what the freshness of fish meant. Anyway, it tastes good. Jiang Shuang calmed down after hearing this. And was naturally surprised. Feeding children requires balanced nutrition. Fish, meat and vegetables must be eaten together. And none of them can be missing. Her daughter has always disliked eating fish, which is her biggest headache. Before, Nyonyo loved the 3 fresh vegetarian stuffing in the Jinhao restaurant's pan-fried buns, which was enough to make her happy. Now she can also love drinking the nourishing fish soup there, which can be regarded as supplementing the nutrition of fish. This is really an unexpected surprise. She thought to herself, I can try to cook some fish when I go home. Maybe Nyonyo will like it too. After all, once there is a first, there will be a second. Chapter 378 Their Lucky Star. It's not even 3 o'clock yet. The customers from other cities are queuing up again. This time, they all came with queuing artifacts. That's right. They actually imitated the neighbors at noon. They bought folding chairs, cushions and windshields from the shops near the old street, and sat in front of the store, browsing their phones and drinking happy soap water. It was so leisurely, and it was rare to relax. Of course, the nearby vendors also increased their turnover because of their arrival. Even Jianghui's small convenience store is more prosperous today than before, with a constant flow of people. Made a lot of money. And all of this is thanks to Boss Huang. Boss Huang is not only the treasure of this street, but also their lucky star. Not only these customers from other cities came early and lined up. There are also many neighbors, and rich second generations, who came early as usual. Even the 4 high school girls brought their own queuing tools, and came to line up early. They wanted to have a good meal here before going back to school for evening self-study. This is one of the happiest days of the week for them. Of course, Wednesday every week is also a happy day for them. After all, in the evening of that day, their parents would bring them a meal from Jinchi restaurant to satisfy their cravings. At this moment, they sat at the back of the line, wearing headphones and listening to English words. I can only say that now it's not just about studying. Even the customers are queuing more and more. You come to line up at 4 o'clock. And I'll come to line up at 3:30. If you come at 3:30, I will come at 3. Now, even these customers from other cities have followed suit and come before 3 o'clock. They, in order to eat the food in Huang Tao store, they are more active than usual when they punch in at work. They wish they could wait at Huang Tao's door right after lunch. Jiang Wei and Shen Wenli are sitting at the door of their own store, watching the store and basking in the sun. It's not backlit here in the afternoon, and it's quite warm facing the sun. Boss Huang's business is getting better and better, and our entire old street in the west of the city is getting more and more lively. Where have we seen so many young people and so many outsiders before? Chen Wenli was basking in the sun, holding a book in her hand and looking at the longer and longer queues, and couldn't help sighing. Fortunately, Aunt Lin finally changed her mind and rented the house to Huang Tao, allowing him to expand the store successfully, thereby indirectly retaining Boss Huang. But speaking of this matter, she had never expected that Aunt Lin would have to change her mind and rent the ground floor of the old house because of her son and daughter-in-law. Afterwards, it made sense. After all, the rent of nearly 10,000 yuan a month was really tempting. This rent was equivalent to a young man's monthly salary. It was understandable that they were under great pressure. But at that time, she couldn't help but sigh. When Aunt Lin met her that time, she couldn't help but scold her son and daughter-in-law. Until dinner, Jiang Wei sent some food from Boss Huang to treat Aunt Lin and her husband. After tasting the food, Aunt Lin and her husband were not so upset and felt that renting it to Huang Tao to expand the store was also worthwhile. Since then, she and her husband have fallen in love with Mr. Huang's food. When they are free, they will come here to have a bite. Jiang Wei said happily, "That's right. In the past, it was all merchants like us or the elderly living nearby, or tenants who went out early and came back late. Now it is lively and lively. The changes in Qingxi Old Street are very gratifying. Not to mention that there were originally many residents nearby who liked to eat really delicious food. But during this period, the flow of people brought by the really delicious restaurant. Not only did the rents of shops in the old street increase a lot, but also the housing prices nearby increased a lot. And the sales of new buildings were very tight. The business of each merchant has also been rising all the way. Now, even people from other cities don't hesitate to travel far to come to Qingxi Old Street to eat really delicious food on weekends. Look at this. These out-of-town guests have become loyal fans of Jinchi restaurant. They will definitely come often in the future. Jiang Wei and Shen Wenli were happy for Huang Tao. And they also hoped that Huang Tao could continue to run the business in the old streets of the West City for a long time. In this way, small businesses like them can also benefit from it and live a good life. Soon, it was 5 o'clock. Huang Tao's store was open for business again. The out-of-town guests who were in the front line were the first to rush into the store. I can finally eat it. It's not easy. Who said it wasn't? I came late at noon and couldn't eat the food in this restaurant. I came here early in the afternoon to queue up for more than 2 hours. Now I can finally taste it. You don't know. I have been craving it all afternoon. I did eat at noon, but I only had a braised chicken wing rice and a bowl of fish ball soup. The taste was, well, really delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food in my life. So, I came to eat again, because it would be difficult to eat again after I go back. I can only come to eat next Sunday. As they talked, they lined up in front of the automatic ordering machine in an orderly manner and ordered food one by one. They ordered all the delicacies in the store. They wanted to taste them all and eat enough at once. By the way, I can comfort the regret of not being able to eat at noon. After seeing the order, Huang Tao couldn't help but remind, order so much. You can't finish it. These out-of-town guests smiled and waved their hands. It's okay. If you can't finish it, you can take it away. But you must not eat too little. Boss, I came to your restaurant to eat. And I'm ready to go out with the help of the wall. Since the guest said so, Huang Tao couldn't say anything more. I started cooking immediately. Fortunately, he served the dishes very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, more than a dozen out-of-town guests in line got the ordered dishes. Wow! This is too fragrant. This roast duck is so fragrant and delicious. It's better than Quanjude. And this honey sauce fire square is also delicious. They buried their heads and started eating. It felt that it was worth it for them to come from a long way and wait outside for a day. Such delicious food is worth waiting for. Huang Tao and 3 assistant chefs continued to cook for the neighbors, and the 4 high school students who ordered food later. Song Salian and Huang Ida, an elderly couple, accompanied Xian to paint. It was cold outside in the evening, but the business in the store was very hot. More and more customers lined up outside. From the front of Huang Tao's store, the line went straight to the corner of the road. The owners of other restaurants were drooling with envy, and they all admired Huang Tao from the bottom of their hearts. The food made by Huang Tao was really delicious. What's more outrageous is that it has always been so delicious. And even more delicious. Unlike these restaurants, they are obviously made according to the ratio every day. But the taste is not very stable. This skill is outrageous. Outrageous to the extreme. Before 7 o'clock, all the ingredients prepared by Huang Tao's store were sold out. It also means that the evening market for today is over. Huang Ida saw Huang Tao finish his work and said with a smile, Xiao Tao, it's getting late. Your mother and I should go back. We have to go to work tomorrow morning. Grandpa, Grandma, I don't want you to leave. Xian listened, raised her little face, and said pitifully, she likes to have all her family around her. Song Salian reached out and rubbed Xuan's little head, saying lovingly, Grandpa and Grandma can come to see you again next week. Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes. Really? Song Salian and Huang Ida nodded solemnly at the same time. Really? Xian nodded obediently. Okay. Just at this time, the taxi Huang Tao had booked for his parents had arrived at the door. Yes, the taxi driver he booked was Lin Jinsong. Huang Tao helped his parents pack their luggage and put it in the trunk of the taxi. Song Salian gave Huang Tao and Xian a few words and got in the car. Grandma, Grandpa, see you next week? Huang Tao and Xian watched the taillights of the taxi disappear around the corner, and lowered their heads to Xian and said, let's go home. Yeah. Chapter 379. Are they all stars? The bright moon hangs high in the sky, illuminating the night of Wenling City. In the dim bathroom, the water is running, the steam is lingering, and the mirror is quietly covered with a layer of mist, blurring it. The fragrance of shower gel floats in the air. Huang Tao, shirtless, is taking a shower. The hot water drips from his hair to his lips, and then slides down his chin to his muscular chest. The soft towel mixed with the warm hot water, rubbing the skin, also takes away the foam of the shower gel. By the way, it also takes away the fatigue hidden deep in Huang Tao's body. He couldn't help but hum a song. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight is salvaged, and the ending is blurred, like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation. It is beautiful in itself, and you have a smile in your eyes. Although today, due to the hot search last night, many customers from other provinces and cities came to the store, which made the store particularly busy today. Fortunately, the employees performed well. He held the whole scene. Besides, when those customers from other provinces and cities tasted the food in the store, they couldn't help but show an intoxicated look on their faces. Obviously, they were very satisfied with the food he made. Therefore, many customers from other cities continue to stay here and come to have another meal in the evening. This is a good start. In the future, there will definitely be more customers from other provinces and cities who will come here during their vacation to taste the food he made. I dare not guarantee anything else. As for the wave of diners from other provinces and cities who came to the store today, they will definitely come again to taste it during their vacation. After all, it is hard to forget the food he cooked. Other food is also tasteless. If nothing goes wrong, they will come next Saturday or Sunday. Oh, no! New Year's Day is coming in a few days. They will definitely come again during the New Year's Day holiday. It is very likely that they will bring their relatives and friends to taste it together. He will have to prepare more dishes by then. On New Year's Day, he still has to go to the kindergarten to participate in Xuan's New Year's Day activities. He will also have to cook traditional food by then. There is no time to take care of the store's affairs at all. It is estimated that he will have to take a half-day holiday on New Year's Day. That's right. When there is a conflict between his daughter's affairs and the store's affairs, he chooses to focus on his daughter. If the money is gone, you can still earn it slowly. But if you miss your daughter's growth, it will be a regret in life. Because it only happens once. Actually, there is a win-win solution. That is, just sell all kinds of braised rice in the store that day. Forget it. It's a rare holiday. Let's give the employees half a day off. They have been busy enough during this period. And it's time to take a break. Thinking so, he turned off the hot water valve. He wrung out the towel vigorously, wiped off the water droplets on his body, and put on his pajamas. He picked up the hair dryer, plugged it in, and dried his wet hair. Then he tiptoed to the bedroom. Xian was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. The light of the night light on the bedside table gently fell on her pink little face, shining like jade. Huang Tao tiptoed to the bed, sat beside her, reached out to brush away the naughty mess of hair on her forehead, and couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Xian on the face. Xian smacked her lips, but she didn't wake up. Huang Tao felt relieved, leaned against the bed, picked up his phone, and opened WeChat to check. There were a lot of messages on WeChat. A few minutes ago, Mom Song Salian sent a message to report that she was safe. Your dad and I have arrived home. You and Xian don't have to worry about it. Go to bed early. Mom, I have washed the fruits at home for you and put them on the coffee table in the living room. Remember to eat them. I have also put the washed clothes in the cabinet for you. Go to the cabinet to get them if you want to change them. Huang Tao felt that although his mother was gone, she was still concerned about them. The younger generation. Huang Tao replied, Mom, I know. You and Dad should go to bed early. Mom replied immediately, Little girl, are you asleep? Huang Tao, she is asleep. After coming back and washing up, she fell asleep. Mom, this child must have been tired when she went to the park in the morning. She didn't take a nap at noon, so she took the bed and slept. Mom, okay. You should go to bed quickly too. You have to get up early to work tomorrow morning. You should also pay attention to yourself and don't be too tired. If you don't have enough manpower, you can hire a few more people to help you. Huang Tao, Mom, don't worry. I know what's going on. After chatting with his mother, Huang Tao thought about the little look of Xian blocking the sun for him at noon. And the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose a little. And his heart was still warm. He turned his head to look at Xuan's sweet sleeping face and murmured, Sleep well. Daddy will watch over you. Xian, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to hear half of it and snorted. Huang Tao stared at Xian nervously, fearing that she would open her eyes and wake up in the next second. If that were the case, he would be so upset. He quickly reached out and patted her gently through the quilt. He was relieved when he saw that Xian showed no signs of waking up. He looked at all the unread messages. And then he suddenly found from these messages that his shop seemed to be on the hot search again. He silently exited the WeChat page and clicked on Weibo. He saw the title of the top hot search. Number 18 celebrities appeared in a street shop in one day hashtag. He swiped the screen of his mobile phone and clicked in. At first glance, wow, it's really his shop. He hurriedly browsed the content and looked at the photos inside. His handsome face couldn't help but reveal a puzzled look. Well, these people are all stars? But why don't I have any impression at all? The photos were indeed taken very clearly. Some were taken when they were queuing, and some were taken when they were eating. But facing such high-definition photos, He didn't have any impression at all. And he didn't know that these stars had visited his shop today. Of course, this may be related to his lack of celebrity following. There are only a few celebrities he can name, and they are all well-known ones. So, even if these 18-tier celebrities stood in front of him, he might not be able to recognize them. He never expected that there were netizens in the comments section who didn't recognize these celebrities like him. 18 celebrities? I don't know any of them. By the way, how many people are there in the entertainment industry who can take such clear photos? Do you think I'm blind? These photos are obviously not taken secretly. That's right. We are the public. And we can see clearly that this group of stars directed and acted out a chance encounter in a street shop. This is just a naked attempt to take advantage of Mr. Huang's popularity. Ha ha ha. Everyone. I tell you, I was there at the scene. You don't know? It was so embarrassing. No one recognized these stars at all. Huang Tao smiled and quietly exited Weibo. He adjusted the corners of Xuanxuan's quilt. He turned off the night light on the bedside table quietly, laid down beside Xianxian, and fell asleep with Xianxian outside the bedroom window. The night was late. Chapter 380 invited to have tea. The next morning, a ray of sunlight passed through the gaps between the leaves, through the morning mist, and sprinkled on the old street in the west of the city. The kitchen in the restaurant was busy as usual. Huang Tao led 3 assistants to make final preparations for the upcoming morning market. Jiang Chao, come here. Before frying the pan-fried buns, Huang Tao shouted to Jiang Chao, who was not far away. Hey! Jiang Chao walked to his boss's side and stood aside, waiting for his boss's instructions. Huang Tao smiled. Jiang Chao, you will follow and see how to fry these pan-fried buns later. I plan to give you the task of frying pan-fried buns in the future. Hey. Okay. Boss. Don't worry. I will definitely learn it well. Jiang Chao was very happy when he heard it. He had been responsible for cutting side dishes and braised pig's trotters before. Now the boss was willing to teach him to fry pan-fried buns, which was also a recognition of his ability and trust in him to a certain extent. Huang Tao also had his own considerations. Shengjianbo is easy to make, and as long as the heat is well controlled, it can be done. After his observation during this period of time, he felt that although Jiang Chao joined the company later than Lin Zifeng and Su Hao and had little experience, he had to admit that he was much better than the 2 older Lin Zifeng and Su Hao in terms of heat control. So he decided to hand over the important task of frying Shengjianbo to Jiang Chao. He could also relax. And Lin Zifeng and Su Hao naturally had no objection to their boss's decision. There was no imbalance in their hearts, but they were happy for Jiang Chao. Huang Tao put about 3 millimeters of oil in the pan, put the pan-fried buns one by one in an orderly manner, and fried them slightly after they were full. Then, pour an appropriate amount of cold water into the gaps of the pan-fried buns. He said as he operated, when frying pan-fried buns, fry them over high heat first. Then add clean water into the gaps of the pan-fried buns. Cover the lid, and then steam the pan-fried buns with the steam of the water. When the water is dried up, and the bottom of the pan-fried buns is fried yellow, add chopped green onions and sesame seeds, and then you can steam them. Moreover, with this half-frying and half-steaming method, the pan-fried buns will be large and full, with a soft texture and crispy bottom skin. Take a bite, and the aroma of meat, oil, green onion, and sesame will linger in your mouth for a long time. Oh my god! Boss, why don't you go tell a story? You can make it so tempting by telling how to fry a pan-fried bun. They were almost starved. Jiang Chao quickly pulled back his thoughts that were about to drift away, and carefully memorized Huang Tao's words just now, and promised, okay, boss, I remember it. Don't worry. I will remember every step and think about it carefully. Well, okay. Then you watch first, and you will try to operate the next pot. Huang Tao nodded and explained. Not long after, the rich aroma of pan-fried buns wafted out of the kitchen. Jiang Chao stood in front of the pot cover and smelled a more intense and overbearing smell. He sighed and said, Boss, the pan-fried buns you fry are different. They are much more fragrant than those sold outside. Jiang Chao's hotel also has a chef who makes pan-fried buns. But how to say it? The steps taught by the boss today are obviously more detailed than the steps of a chef making pan-fried buns. The taste of the pan-fried buns is more authentic and rich. After putting them in the pan and frying them with oil, the bottom is evenly colored and beautiful. and the aroma of the flour and the fillings inside is also stimulated. In short, in front of Mr. Huang, the chef of his hotel who makes pan-fried buns can only become a younger brother. Huang Tao was very satisfied with the smell and felt that his skills had improved a lot compared to the past. He demonstrated the method of sprinkling chopped green onions and sesame seeds, and said, "Now you can sprinkle some chopped green onions and sesame seeds together." Soon it was 7 o'clock in the morning. Huang Tao and his employees had packed up, had breakfast, and opened the store on time. The business in the morning was as good as usual, and there were many customers, but it was slightly less than Saturday and weekend. For example, the high school students did not come because school started on Monday. Some office workers who lived far away also failed to come because they had to go to work on Monday. Even so, there was still a long queue in front of the store. There are many new faces. Even a young woman in her 20s came to the store, who wanted to buy 300 pan-fried buns, 200 bowls of sesame dumplings, 200 fried dumplings, 100 bowls of preserved eggs and lean meat, and 100 bowls of A-treasure porridge from the automatic ordering machine. Unfortunately, the automatic ordering machine can't buy so much. Helplessly, she had to go to the counter to find Ding Suchin. "Hey, why can't one person order more from your automatic ordering machine? How about I order from you? Can't order more? It shouldn't be." Ding Suchin was a little puzzled, wondering if the automatic ordering machine was not working well, thinking that if there were more customers reporting this situation later, she would talk to the boss and ask him to contact the person who sold the automatic ordering machine to come over here and take a look. However, the most urgent thing is to serve this new customer. She smiled and politely responded, "You can order from me. What do you want to order?" The young woman in her 20s said, "I want to buy 300 pan-fried buns, 60 of each filling, 200 bowls of sesame dumplings, 200 fried dumplings, 100 bowls of preserved eggs and lean meat, and 100 bowls of A-treasure porridge. This is not just a few portions. This is clearly hundreds of portions." Hearing the number of orders reported by the young woman, Ding Suchin's chin almost dropped on the counter with a clang. While being surprised, Ding Suchin also understood why the woman could not order on the automatic ordering machine. It would be strange if she could order so many. Even if she came here, she couldn't order. She felt that the customer's purpose was not pure, but she had no evidence. She had to let the customer wait for a while, and went to ask Huang Tao for instructions. He told Huang Tao about the situation. "Boss, a new customer just came to the store and ordered 300 pan-fried buns at once. And other dishes are also more than 100 yuan. What do you think we should do about this?" Huang Tao couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when he heard this. This person bought so much. Maybe he wanted to resell it? This behavior is very obvious, although it didn't affect him much. After all, he earned the same amount of money. But the neighbors, office workers and college students nearby have been queuing for so long, all thinking about buying one to fill their stomachs. We can't let the resellers squeeze out their opportunities. So, Huang Tao can't take this big order. He nodded, indicating that he knew, and quickly put down his work and walked out. Came to the counter. Huang Tao politely refused. "Sorry, customer. The quantity you want is too much. We can't supply it. You are doing business. You should sell as much as the customer wants to buy. How come you can't supply it?" The young woman insisted. "How can you do business like this? Boss, quick, pack it for me." Uncle Li, who was waiting behind, also saw through the young woman's impure motives and exposed her. "Hey, little girl, you bought so many breakfasts. Are you going to resell them?" The young woman was speechless for a moment. Immediately, she glared at Uncle Li again. "I bought so much. What does it have to do with you? Boss, quickly pack what I want for me. I have something urgent to do." The neighbors behind also started to confront the young woman. "Boss Huang has clearly told you that he won't sell it to you. Why are you still being so shameless?" "Boss Huang, there is nothing wrong with what you did. It's you who are reselling that seriously affects the customers who are waiting in line normally. Hey, get out of the store right now. Don't make yourself bored here. My son runs a martial arts school in the city. I'll call him, and you won't be able to leave even if you want to." Huang Ziqing, who was standing behind the neighbors, frowned and couldn't help but walked over and said, "Boss Huang opened a store to do business. What are you doing? Are you looking for trouble?" The young woman saw it and gave Huang Ziqing a beautiful big eye roll. "Who are you? It's none of your business." I'm the deputy director of the Qingxi Old Street Police Station. Huang Ziqing. See clearly. Huang Ziqing, who was dressed in plain clothes, had to show his ID and said seriously, "You were disrespectful to the police just now. Do you want to go to my station for a cup of tea?" Huang Tao was very surprised. I didn't expect Deputy Huang to help. And the woman who was reselling was directly scared. It's just a small restaurant. And there is a deputy from the Qingxi Old Street Police Station as a regular customer. She didn't dare to continue to pester Huang Tao, for fear that Huang Ziqing would invite her for tea. She left quickly in fear. Huang Tao, the neighbors, and Huang Ziqing didn't embarrass her anymore. Although reselling is a bit disgusting, it is not a big deal. It's okay that she was scared and left. Huang Tao expressed his gratitude to the neighbors and Huang Ziqing and others. Thank you all for this time. Boss Huang, why are you being so polite? She stole my breakfast. How can I tolerate her? If you don't teach her a lesson, do you really think that the people in our old street are all sick cats? Boss Huang, logically speaking, we should thank you. You run a shop to do business, so you can sell to anyone. But you don't sell to this kind of reseller, which is very principled. It's really good. Indeed, this is how you should do business. You can't just focus on making money, but also follow the rules and have a conscience. The neighbors and Huang Ziqing and others also appreciate Huang Tao's character even more. It's no wonder that they usually take care of Boss Huang. Boss Huang's character is good, and he deserves to be taken care of by everyone. Chapter 381. 2 versions of shredded eel with fish flavor. Boss Huang's pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge are getting more fragrant and delicious. Even if you eat them for a lifetime, you will never get tired of them. Huang Ziqing sat at the dining table next to the kitchen, enjoying the delicious beef-stuffed pan-fried buns and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. For him, it is a very happy thing to eat a breakfast in a really delicious store on a cold morning. For example, the preserved egg and lean meat porridge in his mouth. The warm, rich and sticky taste slowly flows into the stomach along the tip of the tongue, and the fresh and fragrant taste immediately fills the whole mouth. After eating it, the whole body seems to have the warmth of the warm sun. This is simply a warm healing in winter. The heart is full of happiness. Huang Tao smiled and said, "Thank you. As long as you like it." Very soon, Huang Ziqing finished the meal he ordered, and said goodbye to Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen with a satisfied look. Boss Huang, you are busy. I will leave first. He picked up a large packaged food bag on the table and left. This was a colleague from the institute, who asked him to help bring it. Since the people in the institute have tasted the food made by Huang Tao, they basically can't eat anything else. And the price here is not expensive, but you have to come early to line up. So in their institute, one person comes early every morning to line up to buy. In this way, even if you can't eat at noon, you won't be so greedy. You can wait until the evening after get off work and have a braised rice to satisfy your craving. Okay, take care. Huang Tao raised his eyes, glanced at Huang Ziqing's back, and continued to serve sesame dumplings. Thinking about the days, the task of sesame dumplings should be almost completed. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be completed without waiting for the end of business this morning. Before the cold reminder sound of the system, Huang Tao thought that it should be a little short. As for how many bowls are short, he is not sure, thinking that he seemed to have not checked the progress of this task for some time. So, he relied on his own thoughts, clicked on the system interface, and immediately entered the task page. Check the progress of the task. Sell 10,000 bowls of sesame dumplings. 9992/10,000. Huang Tao blinked, trying to see more clearly. Looking again. Sell 10,000 bowls of sesame dumplings. 9995/10,000. Looking at this progress, his heart did not fluctuate at all. It can only be said that everything is within his expectations. In the blink of an eye, the progress has fallen behind. The emotionless and cold electronic voice of the system also rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of selling 10,000 bowls of sesame dumplings. Random cooking reward. Fish-flavored eel shreds. Please check the host. Huang Tao's mind moved. He checked the reward just given by the system. Congratulations to the host for winning the dish fish-flavored eel shreds. Fish-flavored eel shreds. There are 2 versions of fish-flavored eel shreds. One is the live eel version of fish-flavored eel shreds, which is a meat dish. The other is the mushroom version of fish-flavored eel shreds, commonly known as a vegetarian dish. Live eel version of fish-flavored eel shreds, as the name suggests. It is made with live eels. How to make fish-flavored eel shreds with live eel. Bleed and bone the eel. And after cleaning the eel's internal organs and blood, cut the eel into about 10 centimeters long segments. Then spread the eel segments flat on the chopping board. And cut the eel into 10 centimeters long thin strips. Fish-flavored eel shreds with mushrooms, as the name suggests. It is made of mushrooms to look like eel shreds. How to make fish-flavored eel shreds with mushrooms. Use scissors to cut along the edge of the mushrooms into thin strips, about 3 or 4 millimeters wide, and cut the mushroom umbrella into curved thin strips. Huh? 2 versions of fish-flavored eel shreds? So can he understand that the reward issued by the system this time is not 1, but 2? His guess was correct. It is indeed 2 rewards. After the introduction, 2 recipes were generated on the system interface. He tapped the recipes lightly, and the 2 recipes turned into streams of light and sank into his browse. He immediately felt that he had thoroughly mastered the production process of the 2 dishes and absorbed their experience points. This system is quite generous, he muttered to himself, and was quite satisfied with the reward from the dog system this time. He looked sideways at Jiang Chao, and saw that he was frying the pan-fried buns smoothly and with a sense of control. He nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Well, not bad. This pot is done, and this morning's business is over. Everyone has worked hard. Then he said, Jiang Chao, starting from tomorrow morning, the task of frying the pan-fried buns will be handed over to you. In addition, the monthly salary will be increased by 500. Keep it up. When employing people, naturally, rewards and punishments must be moderate. This is his usual style. Jiang Chao will be in charge of a dish, and he will even be asked to take on other dishes in the future. While the workload increases, his motivation should also be improved, and a pay raise is the most practical. Jiang Chao was very happy when he heard this, and he grinned and said happily, Okay, boss, don't worry. I will definitely work hard and live up to your expectations. Although this pay raise is not even a drizzle for him, a rich second generation, but it is of extraordinary significance. This means that he is trustworthy and available in the boss's heart, and it is also an affirmation of his work ability. So when he heard the boss say that he would give him a salary increase of 500, he was also surprised and happy. Honest people don't need to be hypocritical and polite at all. Jiang Chao smiled and agreed. As for the boss's kindness to him, he will use his time to repay and ensure that the pan-fried buns are fried well. Wang Tao was relieved to see that Jiang Chao did not refuse and agreed. He likes straightforward people who are easy to deal with. After the pan-fried buns were served to the customers, all the ingredients prepared in the store this morning were sold out. Wang Tao washed his hands, took off his chef uniform, walked out of the kitchen, opened his arms to Xian Xian, and called, Xian Xian, Daddy. Xuan Xuan's beautiful big eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately slid down from the dining chair and threw herself into Wang Tao's arms like a young swallow returning to its nest, holding Xian Xian in his arms, listening to her warm and concerned greetings of Daddy. Are you tired after your work? Wang Tao felt a little warm in his heart, but also a little guilty. Seeing you, Xian Xian. Daddy is not tired at all. He kissed Xuan Xuan's forehead and asked softly, Xian Xian, will you feel bored staying here alone? Ah, life is like this. If you take care of your children, you can't make money. And if you make money, you can't take care of your children. Of course, when the 3 assistant chefs in the store can be independent, he will have more time to accompany Xian Xian. Looking forward to such a day. It will come soon. Xian Xian put her chin on Wang Tao's shoulder, shook her head lightly, and said, With Dad here, it's not boring. Besides, there are Mimi and Barbie dolls to accompany Xian Xian. Mimi, who was lying under the dining table, raised her eyes lazily and called Meow. Wang Tao smiled. Xian Xian raised her head and asked, Daddy, are you going to send me to kindergarten? Wang Tao nodded, yes. Xian Xian was a little depressed. If she goes to kindergarten, she can't follow her father. Of course. Xian Xian also knew clearly that it was impossible not to go to kindergarten. What else could she do? She could only go obediently. Chapter 382, A Love Letter. Wang Tao drove Xian Xian to the gate of Golden Sun Kindergarten. Yuan was already standing at the gate, wearing a red armband for duty. Her black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a beige mid-length down jacket, a light blue turtleneck sweater, dark brown jeans, and a pair of black high-top shoes. Casual, but with a lazy beauty. Teacher Yi, Xian, who had just gotten off the car, hurried forward and hugged Yuan's long legs. Yuan pursed her lips into a gentle arc, bent down slightly, reached out and rubbed Xuan's little head with a cashmere hat, and said softly, "Good morning, Xian. Have you missed me, Teacher Yi? During the 2 days of vacation at home?" "Yes, I miss you so much." Xian raised her pink little face, blinked her smart big eyes, and her thick and curled eyelashes flashed, looking at Yuan with joy. Yuan looked at her cute and beautiful little appearance, and couldn't help but stretched out her hand to hook Xuan's delicate little nose, and responded with a smile, "Teacher misses you too." Xian smiled with curved eyebrows. Hee. Yuan's mind surged, and she turned her head to look at Huang Tao, who was walking over, and met his face and eyes. Huang Tao was not at all flustered, and greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Teacher Yi." "Good morning, Xuan's father." Her pretty face blushed unconsciously, and she subconsciously dodged his gaze, and raised her hair by her ear with one hand, and responded shyly. She couldn't stand Huang Tao's eyes. Her heart was beating fast, but the corners of her mouth could not help but outline a charming arc of joy. She immediately restrained herself, but the smile never disappeared. For some reason, even the cold wind seemed gentle. Huang Tao didn't notice anything unusual about Teacher Yuan, but squatted down, put a small school bag and a small thermos cup on Xian's back, and said to her, "Baby, go to school with Teacher Yi. Dad will come to pick you up in the afternoon. You must listen to the teacher in kindergarten. Understand?" Xian nodded obediently. "Yes." Huang Tao touched her little face. "Good." Then he stood up, looked at Teacher Yi and said, "Teacher Yi, then I will leave Xian to you." Yuan smiled, stretched out her hand and held Xian's hand. "Okay. After I receive the child, I will take her to the classroom together. It may be a little late." Huang Tao smiled. "It's okay. Thank you for your trouble." "No trouble. You're welcome." Yuan smiled gently. "See you in the afternoon." "Okay." When Huang Tao was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly remembered the business. He took out a folded note from his pocket and handed it to Yuan. "Oh, by the way, Teacher Yi, this is... Isn't this a love letter?" Before Huang Tao finished speaking, Yuan's imagination ran wild, and she couldn't help but get excited when she heard Huang Tao say that this was the list of ingredients to be prepared on New Year's Day. Her heart was like a roller coaster, suddenly falling from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Alas, it turned out that I was thinking wrong. She showed an awkward but polite smile, took the note, and said that she would definitely purchase the ingredients written on it. Chatted for a while. Huang Tao thought that there would be new dishes today, so he politely said, "Then I'll leave first. Teacher Yi, if you have time after get off work in the afternoon, you can come to the store. Today we have a new dish. Fish-flavored vegetarian eel shreds. You can come and taste it." Hearing the name of the new dish, Yuan's stomach grumbled. "Yeah, I'll go there after get off work this afternoon. It must be delicious." She bit her lip and whispered, "Be careful on the road." "Thank you." Huang Tao and Xian waved and turned away. Many female parents and girls stared at Huang Tao, and only when Huang Tao got on the car did they silently retract their gazes. Yuan turned her head to look at Xian and asked softly, "Xian, do you want to go to the classroom first, or stay here with me?" Xian blinked her beautiful eyes, thought for a while and said, "I'd better accompany Teacher Yi." She immediately pretended to be a little adult and said with a worried look, "Hey, I feel uneasy if I'm not here with you." This little look made Yuan laugh. Yuan nodded and agreed, letting Xian accompany her, and the two stood under the guard's awning. This position is a perfect place to avoid the wind. A parent brought the child over. "Chi. Good morning." Yuan smiled and took Chi from Chi's mother's hands. Chi's mother looked at Yuan with some curiosity. "Teacher Yi, what's good?" This question confused Yuan. She looked surprised. "Ah, I just saw that you were smiling happily, Teacher Yi, so I just asked out of curiosity." Chi-Chi's mother smiled. Hearing this, Yuan's pretty face turned red. In her heart, of course, she knew why she was so happy. Because Huang Tao specially invited her to his store in the afternoon to taste his new dishes. But, then again, Was her smile really so obvious? Of course. She would definitely not admit it in front of others. She just smiled and said, Chi-Chi's mother. It's nothing. I just remembered something happy. So I smiled so happily. So that's the case. Then I'll go back first. Teacher Yi. You are busy. Chi-Chi's mother nodded. And then told her daughter Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi. Remember to listen to the teachers at school. Chi-Chi nodded obediently. Mom. Don't worry. I will listen to the teachers obediently. Seeing this, Chi-Chi's mother turned around and left with confidence. Chi-Chi turned her head to look at Xian and asked, Xian, do you want to go to the classroom with me? I bought candy. Xian was unmoved and shook her head. No. I promised to accompany Teacher Yi. Children should keep their promises. Oh. Okay. Then I'll go in first. Xian and Yi watched Chi-Chi's figure disappear at the school gate. Huang Tao drove to the old street in the west of the city. Although the sun had come out, the weather was still cold. Pedestrians riding bicycles and electric vehicles on the roadside shrank their necks in the cold wind. Huang Tao sat in the car, blowing the air conditioner. Not affected at all. Very comfortable. It is really comfortable to have a car. At least it doesn't need to be exposed to the sun and rain. And it is not destroyed by the cold wind. Arrived at the door of the store. Huang Tao parked the car and saw Chen Weihao, who was delivering pork. Chen Weihao saw Huang Tao and said enthusiastically, Boss Huang, you are back. I brought you the pork you wanted. Take a look. Huang Tao opened the bag and took a look. He was very satisfied. Well, it is still as good as always. We will naturally deliver the best goods you want. Chen Weihao pointed to the small bag next to him and said, Oh, by the way, Boss Huang, this small bag of meat is also for you. This is not good. Huang Tao took a look. These are 2 pieces of erdeo meat, which must weigh more than 2 kilograms. Chen Weihao scratched his head and said, It's just some scraps, which we eat ourselves or give to friends. It's not valuable. Please don't despise it. You call these meat scraps? These are clearly 2 pieces of whole meat. Erdeo meat is pork hind leg meat, which is a better meat. Of course, Huang Tao accepted this kindness. But the reason was too lame. However, Chen Weihao insisted on giving it, and Huang Tao had to accept it. When Lao Wang and Chen Weihao come to the restaurant to eat, just give them a discount. The exchange is between people. Although the gifts are not expensive, but both parties feel comfortable. At this time, other vendors also delivered the ingredients Huang Tao needed. After a few words with Huang Tao, they began to move the ingredients. Seeing this, Jiang Guowei immediately arrived and helped to move the ingredients to the Zinchiho restaurant. To be honest, he was not so diligent even when he was moving things for his own convenience store. But he was so active when he was moving things for Huang Tao. Qin Wenli was watching from the side and was in a good mood. Huang Tao left some food for them every day, and they helped Huang Tao. This made them feel comfortable. Chapter 383. Taste it for me. I have to say, Jiang Guowei's eyes were as bright as they could be. He could tell something was wrong with this batch of ingredients at a glance. That's right. He saw the mushroom bag on the tricycle of the vegetable stall owner. In his impression, the only food in Huang Tao's store that uses mushrooms is mushrooms. The only thing is mushroom meat pan-fried buns. But mushroom meat pan-fried buns are only available during the morning market. Huang Tao has already withdrawn them from the lunch and dinner markets. And now this batch of ingredients is for the lunch market. So, now the question is, what is Boss Huang going to do with so many mushrooms? Could it be a new dish is going to be served at noon? His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise, Boss Huang, you see you bought a lot of mushrooms. Are you going to make a new dish? As soon as this sentence came out, in addition to the vegetable stall owner, the other vendors nearby couldn't help but come forward to take a look. Indeed, not only are there more mushrooms, but there are also more lettuces. Everyone got excited instantly. Yes, there are suddenly more mushrooms. Mr. Huang, we are all family. What new dishes should I not know? Tell us quickly. What dishes are you going to make with these mushrooms? Mr. Huang, please tell us quickly what new dishes are you going to serve? Huang Tao did not hide anything and directly said, fish-flavored eel shreds. Jiang Guowei and other vendors all said in unison with anticipation, it must be delicious. Hi! What a qualified supporter. I have to admit that these words directly touched the heart of the layman Huang Tao. Chen Weihao asked Huang Tao the question he was most concerned about, Boss Huang, when will it be ready? Wang Tao said concisely. At noon. Qin Weihao and the other vendors nodded. Okay. Then we will definitely come at noon. Let's go first. The vendors who had perfectly delivered the ingredients Wang Tao needed and moved them all into the back kitchen waved to Wang Tao and rode away on their electric tricycles. Goodbye. While watching them leave, Wang Tao thanked Jiang Gui. Brother Jiang. Thank you. I'll save a portion of fish-flavored eel for you and your sister-in-law at noon. You two can taste it for me. Jiang Gui was very happy. Then I won't be polite. If you need any help, please feel free to talk. Boss Huang, you are busy. I'll go back first. After that, Jiang Gui left. Wang Tao also changed into a chef's uniform and walked into the back kitchen. At this time, the kitchen staff were busy. Ding Suqin had already led Li Qingzhuan and Lin Qiuyu to clean all kinds of ingredients. Wang Tao said to the three assistants, Su Hao, Zifeng, Jiang Chao, we will serve the new fish-flavored eel shreds at noon. To be precise, it is fish-flavored vegetarian eel shreds. It will be made with mushrooms. You will use scissors to cut thin strips along the edges of the mushrooms. The width is about 3 or 4 millimeters. Cut the mushroom umbrella into curved thin strips. Also, peel the lettuce and cut it into strips. Soak the fungus and cut it into strips. Mince the green onion, ginger, garlic, and red pickled pepper. Understood? The three assistants remembered his words one by one. After Ding Suqin and the others cleaned the mushrooms, the three of them followed Wang Tao's instructions and started cutting thin strips along the edges of the mushrooms with scissors. Wang Tao was not idle either, checking whether the width of the eel shreds they cut met his requirements. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Cut it according to this width. The three people who received praise were more motivated. Not long after, all the mushrooms were cut into eel shreds by them. Su Hao looked at the remaining mushroom legs and asked at a loss, Boss, what should we do with these mushroom legs? Wang Tao thought for a while and said, You can cut them into shreds or thin slices later. Stir-fry them with lard or meat, and we will eat them ourselves at noon. Su Hao nodded in understanding, and then quickly washed the fried eel shreds again. Squeezed dry, Wang Tao washed his hands and prepared to marinate. This fish-flavored eel shreds is a typical vegetarian dish made with meat. Although the raw materials are mushrooms, every step must be made by treating mushrooms as meat. For example, this step of marinating. It is different from the marinating of other vegetarian ingredients. Just add a little salt to have a base flavor. It needs to be marinated like other meat dishes. Not only salt, soy sauce, cooking wine, egg white, but also pepper. Wang Tao squeezed the dried mushrooms and poured them back into a large stainless steel basin. Add appropriate amount of salt, pepper, soy sauce and cooking wine, and then egg white. Mix well. Let the mushroom shreds fully absorb the sauce. Next, it's time to coat them with batter. Coating, as the name suggests, means coating the mushroom shreds with a thin layer of batter. In this way, the mushroom shreds will taste more tender, thus achieving the taste of eel shreds. Wang Tao poured some flour into the basin and stirred it evenly with chopsticks. Let each shredded mushroom be coated with a thin layer of batter. Set aside to continue marinating. He took a pot and put it on the stove. Pour oil into the pot. Turn on high heat. This step is mainly to shape the shredded eel, so the oil temperature must be high. Only in this way can these shredded eels be quickly shaped while ensuring that the moisture in the shredded mushrooms will not be dissipated. The oil temperature in the pot slowly rises. He took a tray and poured some cornstarch into it, ready to start patting the flour. This patting flour, it means wrapping the surface of the ingredients with cornstarch. It seems to overlap with the step of putting flour in the basin to coat the batter just now. But in fact, the roles of the two are completely different. The batter just now is to make the appearance of the shredded mushrooms more crispy. And what he is going to do now is to pat the flour to make its surface crispy. In this way, the taste will be better and closer to the taste of eel shreds. Of course, it is not easy to coat the dry powder paste too early. You must wait until the oil is hot before coating it, and then fry it directly in the oil pan. Otherwise, once it stays, the moisture inside is likely to soak the dry powder paste wrapped outside. The taste of the fried mushroom shreds will be greatly reduced. Wang Tao took the long chopsticks, picked up the mushroom shreds from the basin, and placed them on the tray. Then he grabbed some starch and gently patted it on the mushroom shreds. This method can make all the starch stick to the batter on the surface of the mushroom shreds, and can also make the excess starch be patted off to prevent the batter from being too thick, resulting in a bad taste of the fried mushroom shreds. Pat the mushrooms into powder. Wang Tao put the mushroom shreds into a large whole colander and shook it on the tray to let the excess starch fall into the tray. Then, he slowly put the colander into the 80% hot oil pan. In an instant, the hot oil temperature made the mushroom shreds twist and shape. In less than a minute, the mushroom shreds in the colander floated on the oil surface. At this time, it was time to take them out of the pan. They will be stir-fried later, so the frying time cannot be too long. Just shape the mushroom shreds and lock in moisture. Wang Tao took the colander and fished out the mushroom shreds in the oil pan. Put it aside to control the oil. After high-temperature frying, these mushroom shreds wrapped in a thin layer of batter showed a dark brown color. In addition, the mushroom shreds were still a little soft at this time, which was more similar to the fried eel shreds. At first glance, it looks no different from those shredded eels. It's so real. Su Hao and the others couldn't help but exclaim in praise. At this moment, Wang Tao began to prepare the fish-flavored sauce for making fish-flavored shredded eels. This fish-flavored sauce is made from seasonings such as vinegar, sugar, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, water, starch, etc. After mixing, he began to stir-fry. He took another pot and poured in oil. After heating, he added minced ginger, garlic and pickled red pepper and began to stir-fry. Stir-fry until red oil comes out. Add the fried shredded eels and the pre-cut bamboo shoots and fungus into the pot, and stir-fry quickly for 1 minute. Then pour in the fish-flavored sauce that has just been prepared and continue to stir-fry. After the sauce is all on the ingredients, add chopped green onions and sesame oil. Stir-fry twice, and then serve. Chapter 384. Heartbeat is greater than will. What? You said that Mr. Huang is going to make a new dish for lunch today? Is it fish-flavored eel shreds? Or the kind that uses mushrooms to imitate meat dishes? In the vegetable market, when they heard that Zanyashi was going to serve a new imitation meat dish of fish-flavored eel shreds for lunch, the eyes of other vegetable stall owners and some customers who buy vegetables instantly lit up. Especially the elderly vegetarian lovers such as Uncle Li and Aunt Li. When I traveled to Shanghai a few years ago, I tasted fish-flavored eel shreds in an old-fashioned restaurant famous for its vegetarian dishes. Although this dish has nothing to do with eel shreds in the entire production process, its eel shreds are indistinguishable in shape and taste very good. It feels crispy and fragrant when you eat it, and its taste and texture are very similar to eels. Very delicious. But although there are vegetarian restaurants in Wenling City, and they also make fish-flavored eel shreds, the cooking time is not satisfactory. Shredded mushrooms coated with dry powder paste are fried in a pan. If they stay in the oil pan for too long, the taste of the shredded mushrooms will be slightly compromised. There are also some rules for how much spice sauce to put in. If too much spice sauce is put in, the taste will be too strong. And if too little, the shredded eel will not taste good enough. Everyone is looking forward to the fish-flavored shredded eel made by Huang Tao. Many neighbors who originally planned to cook at home for lunch have decided not to cook at home for lunch and go to Mr. Huang's store for lunch. What are you waiting for now? Just go to Mr. Huang's store and line up. If you go too late, you may not be able to eat this new dish. When Uncle Li heard the words fish-flavored shredded eel, he was already greedy. Now seeing the neighbors rushing out of the vegetable market one by one, saying that they want to line up at the door of the really delicious store, he suddenly became anxious. But even so, he still habitually asks his wife for her opinion first, and tries to talk to her. Hey, old lady, Mr. Huang is going to sell fish-flavored eel shreds at noon. How about we not cook at noon and go to Mr. Huang's store to try this fish-flavored eel shreds? Recently, he went to Zenhachi to eat, and he felt refreshed. He felt that he had a lot of strength to walk during this period. If his wife hadn't said last night that he had high blood pressure and couldn't eat big fish and meat every day, he would have thought of going to Zenhachi to eat braised pork rice at noon and night today. But this morning, he went to Zenhachi to buy 2 bowls of a treasure porridge under the instructions of his wife. You're just dreaming. Auntie Li turned her head and glanced at Uncle Li. But it was not intimidating. Out of trust in Huang Tao's cooking skills, she was also a little moved in her heart. Finally, the heart beats harder than the will, she said. I'll take a break at noon and try the taste of this fish-flavored eel shreds. Uncle Li responded with a smile on his face. Well, okay. I'll go to the queue first. And you can come over when it's your turn. The vendors like Chen Weihao, who delivered ingredients to Huang Tao's store, saw that the neighbors, who were buying vegetables, had all left at the same time. They immediately understood that this fish-flavored eel shreds had been remembered by these neighbors. And they all went to the door of Jinhao Food store to queue up. This is to seize the opportunity, so that they can buy it first. Alas, it's fun to show off for a while. But it's sad to show off all the time. I can't count on eating fish-flavored eel shreds at noon. After all, when it comes to queuing, who can queue up better than these retired uncles and aunts who have nothing to do? Chen Weihao and his friends were filled with regret and couldn't help but slap their own mouths. Who made their mouths so careless? Since the neighbors all knew and lined up. Let's spread the news more vigorously. So, Chen Weihao clicked on Weibo and posted a dynamic. Chen Weihao, I went to deliver goods to Mr. Huang today and saw new ingredients. When I asked Mr. Huang, he said that he would serve new vegetarian dishes. Fish-flavored eel shreds made of meat. Woohoo! I can finally eat vegetarian dishes. 20-something kids have been waiting for a long time. Of course, in addition to him, many people also posted this matter on Weibo. In addition to wanting to share it, they also wanted to get the attention of the majority of netizens. Whether it is an internet celebrity or a passerby, as long as they can get a wave of likes and comments, they will be excited. The magic of Zenhachi Restaurant is that although the number of fans is not worth mentioning compared with other internet celebrities, but the stickiness of fans and netizens is particularly high. Share one or two in real time every day. As long as someone can catch the latest news of Zenhachi Restaurant, they can always get various fancy and expected comments from other customers and netizens. Others have also shared the news one after another, saying that Zenhachi Restaurant will serve new dishes at noon, which are vegetarian dishes, or vegetarian dishes with meat dishes. For a time, countless vegetarian lovers ran to the official account of Zenhachi to verify. Shan Yu didn't know what was in his heart. Vegetarian dishes are my favorite. Are they finally coming? I have to say that Boss Huang is really good at catching my appetite. I originally thought that the restaurant only had meat dishes and seafood, and wondered when the vegetarian dishes would be served. Now, I am okay with the vegetarian dishes and meat dishes of fish-flavored eel shreds. I will go to queue up later. Shui Lun Yen Ranchen. Urgent call to Mr. Huang. Are you sure you will serve the new fish-flavored eel shreds at noon? If so, please come and tell us. Splashing ink painting Nishong. Yes. Don't keep us waiting. Serve the new ones at noon. Otherwise, I will not be able to eat well or sleep well these days. It's really delicious. The whole cooking process of this fish-flavored eel shreds made Li Qingzhan and others unconsciously show a touch of surprise on their faces. This is too amazing. It's really made such a meat dish with mushrooms. Looking at the fish-flavored eel shreds on the plate, it has to be said that it is so realistic. This is probably the charm of cooking. While everyone was sighing, they were also thinking, can the taste and texture of this fish-flavored eel shreds made of mushrooms really be comparable to those made of live eel shreds? As soon as this thought came to mind, it was instantly shot down by them. Others dare not say, but with the cooking skills of their own boss, he can definitely hold it. And Huang Tao, as usual, took a photo of the tempting fish-flavored eel shreds and posted it on Weibo for promotion. Seeing that under the official Weibo account, many customers and netizens were asking about the new product at noon. He didn't expect that the news of the new product at noon had leaked out and was known by netizens. So, now I have to temporarily modify the copy. Super delicious Zenhachi Restaurant. Wow, starry eyes. The vegetarian dish that everyone has been looking forward to. Fish-flavored eel shreds are here. 100 servings will be available at noon. Hurry up and buy. Picture JPG. The fried mushroom shreds are black on one side and light golden on the other. Very similar to eel shreds, with a little chopped green onion as embellishment. And you can vaguely see green lettuce shreds and black fungus shreds dotted in between. And the red oil slides down the eel shreds, shining with oil. It's tempting just by looking at it. A lot of comments popped up immediately. Linchuangting Junan, wow. Boss YYDS. Fish-flavored eel YYDS. I just heard that new fish-flavored eel shreds will be available at noon. And now it's really out. I won't say more. I'll go first to show my respect. Golyulu, ha ha. I'm smart and I'm already on my way to the old street in the west of the city. Hee. Fish-flavored eel shreds. Here I come. I'm going to take you back. Shan Yu doesn't know what's in his heart. Damn. What did I see? There's fish-flavored eel shreds at noon today. The passing water flows young and dies. Chun, ha ha. God helps me. I was thinking of eating at Jinchi restaurant for lunch. I am already on the way. I will definitely be able to get in front of the queue to buy fish-flavored eel shreds later. Things did not go as planned. So I don't know love, woohoo. I ate Jinchi restaurant every day for the past 2 days. But I didn't see any new dishes. I just went on a business trip and saw that there was fish-flavored eel shreds for lunch. The sandwich in my hand smelled good. Crybaby. Little Wilful, I fainted in front of the office when I was at work. After all, when I get off work, I probably won't even be able to smell the fish-flavored eel shreds. Chapter 385. There will be a time. Hey, Zenhachi restaurant has a new dish for lunch. Do you want to go together? Sure. Of course. I'm going to find you. At Linjiang University, many students who heard the news made appointments with each other to go to Zenhachi restaurant. Of course, this kind of dinner appointment is limited to close and familiar friends and roommates. After all, they made an appointment to go together purely to share the meal expenses and enjoy a delicious meal. In this case, few people will complain that they can't afford the food at Zenhachi restaurant. If you want to eat, you can find someone to share the meal. In other places, for example, people from various units and companies are also making the same dinner appointments. For example, the people in Lin Jibua's office can be said to be super loyal fans of Zenhachi restaurant. They have been following it since it opened. It can be said that they have developed Zenhachi restaurant into the first canteen in their office. Not only do they go to Zenhachi restaurant to pack lunch boxes every day, or eat in Zenhachi restaurant. A WeChat group for dice throwing and food delivery was specially set up for this purpose. Of course, they also keep an eye on the official Weibo account of Zenhachi restaurant. After all, they are all experienced internet surfers. After enjoying the delicious meals of Zenhachi restaurant every day, they still don't forget to post pictures and check in on Weibo. This wave of operations also attracted a lot of envy and jealousy from netizens. Envy and jealousy that they work near the old street in the west of the city, and can get the food made by Mr. Huang first, so that they can eat such delicious meals every day. Like now, after seeing many people on Weibo saying that Zenhachi restaurant will have new fish-flavored eel shreds for lunch, they all want to go and eat. I don't even have the heart to work. Hey, it's not certain. Netizens themselves are not very sure, and they went to Weibo to ask Mr. Huang. But Mr. Huang has not responded until now. It shouldn't be new at noon. Right? Lin Jibua said helplessly. It doesn't matter whether it's available or not. Although the brothers are also very greedy for this fish-flavored eel shreds. If not, it's also very satisfying to have other delicacies in the store. Zhou Hong expressed his own opinion, and was instantly recognized by several other people. Lin Jibua's words just now were just purely to express the uncertainty of this fish-flavored eel shreds. Of course, in his heart, he still wanted to eat other meals in Zenhachi restaurant. At this moment, he instantly changed his words. Okay, let's follow the old rules and roll the dice in the group. When he was about to exit Weibo, he accidentally refreshed and saw the new copy and photos posted by Huang Tao. He said excitedly, "Oh my god! I didn't expect that Mr. Huang's store would really serve new fish-flavored eel shreds at noon." Everyone was delighted when they heard this. They all immediately clicked on Weibo to check it out. After confirming that it was true, they were very happy and tempted by the photos posted on Weibo. Yes, they were even more greedy. He prayed in his heart that he would be lucky enough to get a portion after getting off work and queuing up. At this time, Hu Jinlin came over and said familiarly, "Are you going to buy lunch at noon? If you go, remember to bring me a portion of braised pork rice and fish ball soup." During this period of time, he has been completely addicted to the food at Zenhachi restaurant. The kind that can't bear it if he doesn't eat it for a day. So, even though he had taken his family to the restaurant for dining yesterday, he still missed this bite. There was nothing he could do. Blame it on the fact that Mr. Huang's food was so delicious that he never got tired of it. It was almost time to get off work. So he came over and asked his subordinates to bring back a portion to save him the trip. Hearing this, Lin Jibua couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Who would have thought that they could be crazy about the food of a small restaurant with the manager? You know, when they ordered the food from this restaurant, the manager was stunned and couldn't believe it, thinking that they were eating unclean food. Now, aren't they addicted to it just like them? Of course, these complaints are just thoughts in their hearts. They are still relatively respectful and positive to their superiors. They all responded with a smile. Okay, manager. We will pack it for you when we get off work. When they thought about the new fish-flavored eel shreds that Jinhaochi restaurant would serve at noon, their minds became active, thinking that the manager had specially asked them to buy the new roast chicken and braised pork rice in advance last time. Maybe this time it would work. After all, once there is a second time. So, they said boldly, hey, by the way, manager, Jinhaochi restaurant will serve the new fish-flavored eel shreds at noon. The portion is not large. Only about 100 portions. If you can go and line up early, you can probably buy. What? Jinhaochi restaurant will serve new dishes at noon? While Hu Jinlin was a little surprised, he also understood what these subordinates were thinking. Although he knew that this was not advisable, he finally compromised and said, okay, then the two of you who are buying food, hurry up and line up. If you have any, remember to bring me one too. Thank you for your hard work. I will transfer the money to you later. Okay, manager. You are welcome. Thank you for your hard work. Manager. You are wise. Hongrui, who was responsible for buying food, took out his phone and wrote it down, then smiled and ran out of the office with another colleague, as if he was afraid that the manager would regret it. In fact, they were more afraid that they would run too slowly and miss the fish-flavored eel shreds. Linjiang University. Li Jiqing, who was still in class, felt the vibration of the phone in his trouser pocket. He reached out and took out his phone, clicked it and saw. It was sent by Professor Wei. He said that the restaurant had a new fish-flavored eel shreds at noon, and just looking at the picture made him very tempted. So he asked him if he wanted to help buy one. It happened that he didn't have class this morning, so he could go and line up in advance and bring it to his office later. Li Jiqing thought about how he occasionally asked other professors in the office to bring him lunch from Jinhaochi, but after so many times, he was too embarrassed to ask. Fortunately, when he got home from get-off work, he basically ate at Jinhaochi. His son also helped to pack the food without any regrets. The family of three also ate with relish. Now, Professor Wei rarely suggested to help bring a new dish, fish-flavored eel shreds, and he immediately lost his mind and sent a message back. Li Jiqing, sure. Thank you. Old Wei. If you have any, please bring me one. And bring me 2 servings of braised pork rice, and 2 servings of nourishing fish soup. Thank you for your hard work. He had mentioned to Professor Wei before that he didn't go to Jinhaochi to buy food because he was afraid that Huang Tao's students would not charge. So when Professor Wei came to line up and heard that the restaurant was going to serve new dishes, he thought about asking his old colleague if he needed to bring a portion. He quickly replied okay, and told the other party that he was already in line. After receiving the reply, Li Jiqing immediately sent a message to his wife. Wife, Professor Wei went to the Jinhaochi restaurant to eat today. He said that the new fish-flavored eel shreds will be served at noon. I will bring it to you later to eat together. Lin Wenli was very happy when she received the message. Of course, when someone is happy, someone must be sad. Look! When the college students who are still in class see the new dish copy posted on the official Weibo account of Jinhaochi, they are both happy and painful. It's over. When we finish this class, there will definitely be no fish-flavored eel shreds to eat. The amount of new dishes is not much. Even if you go to line up at 10:30, you may not be able to eat it. Not to mention that the class is over. Brother, what do you think we should do? What good ideas can I come up with? Aren't we in the same classroom now? The man said indifferently. Although they were still in the classroom, their minds had already drifted to the Jinhaochi restaurant. Lu Qianqian and Ma Yong took the cameraman Lin Hongyi to shoot outdoor scenes near the old street in the west of the city. As soon as the outdoor shooting was finished, the photographer Lin Hongyi rubbed his stomach. I'm so hungry. Brother Yong, you must treat me at noon. Okay. How about we go to the Jinhaochi restaurant to eat? As soon as Ma Yong said this, he got the approval of his 2 colleagues. So, they did not return to the TV station immediately, but drove into the old street in the west of the city. Chapter 386, Does it really exist in the human world? It's time to eat. It's really delicious. In the restaurant, Huang Tao has asked the employees to get food, and brought the fish-flavored eel shreds and meat-fried mushroom legs to the table. When he washed his hands and walked out of the kitchen, the food was already on the table. The lunch was very rich. In addition to the fish-flavored eel shreds and meat-fried mushroom legs, there were naturally roasted chicken, donfa pork, braised prawns, nourishing fish soup, dry fried bell, honey fire square and other dishes, all of which were available. However, the most anticipated one was naturally the fish-flavored eel shreds in the middle. After all, this is a new dish that the restaurant is going to serve. And you haven't eaten it before. Boss, I'm waiting for you. Come and sit down. Ding Suchin and other employees were already there, and they greeted Huang Tao when they saw him. Huang Tao nodded with a smile, sat down at the table, and said to Ding Suchin and others, "Let's eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold." Okay. Everyone was hungry and greedy, so they picked up their chopsticks without hesitation. "Let's eat." Huang Tao picked up a chopstick of eel shreds and put it in the bowl. The sauce on the eel shreds instantly dyed the white rice red. Jiang Chao couldn't wait to pick up a chopstick of eel shreds and take a look. Don't say it. It's so similar. It can be mistaken for the real thing. And it's very tough. Jiang Chao took a bite with full of expectation, first tasting the saltiness of the sauce, and then the slightly crispy texture of the mushroom surface. This taste is very similar to the fried cut eel shreds. The mushroom meat inside is very tender, and because it is also layered, it is also very similar to the texture of eel meat. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Crispy and delicious. It also has a sour and spicy taste. He couldn't help but praise Boss. This fish-flavored eel shreds is really delicious. There is no mushroom taste at all. And the sauce is also very good. It is really delicious. And the appearance is very similar to the eel shreds. That is, one side is black, and the other side is that kind of golden yellow. It is not fried very hard, and it has a kind of chewy texture after being fried and then stewed. And once you eat it, you can't taste the mushroom taste at all. It is full of authentic fish flavor. I have to say that this fish-flavored sauce is really well made. After tasting it, Su Hao also responded to Jiang Chao's words with a face full of enjoyment. And at the same time, he was full of admiration and worship for Huang Tao in his heart. If you want to give this fish-flavored eel shreds a score, 60 points is the passing line and 100 points is the full score. Then he can only give it 99 points. Because if he gives it one more point, he's afraid that the boss will be proud. Ha ha. In fact, in his heart, this dish is one of the top 1 dishes. Yes, mushrooms have a strong taste. You need to eliminate all the taste in them before they can absorb all the sauce. Our boss did this step perfectly. You can't feel any mushroom taste at all. Just the full taste of fish-flavored eel shreds. Lin Zifeng nodded in agreement, and said this praise as if it was free for this dish. If our boss dares to claim second place, no one dares to claim first place. Hey hey hey. It's exaggerated. But who can refuse such professional praise? Huang Tao, a layman, really finds it hard to refuse. He smiled and tasted the fish-flavored eel shreds. The fish flavor spread on his tongue. And the fresh, tender, smooth and slightly sour and spicy mushroom shreds tasted good. Almost perfect. But it was only almost. And there was still a lot of room for improvement. This required his accumulated experience to make the details more in place. He glanced at the people immersed in the food and smiled. Li Qingzhan also tasted the fish-flavored eel shreds. After chewing it twice, his eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing his boss looking over, he nodded and said, "Boss, this fish-flavored eel shreds tastes really good and tastes especially good. I think 2 bowls of rice at noon are not enough." Lin Qiu ate with his mouth full of oil, and said with a smile, "Yes. Yes. I also feel that I can't stop without 3 bowls of rice. The dishes made by the boss are really delicious." Ding Suchin also said with a look of enjoyment, "As long as you like it, eat more." Huang Tao smiled and said to the other employees, "Everyone eat more, so that you won't be hungry when you get busy later." Li Qingzhan said with a smile, "Boss, don't worry. We won't treat our stomach badly." "Yes, we can't treat our stomach badly. Besides, the fish-flavored eel shreds you made are so delicious. We have to eat more. Otherwise, if we eat less, we will feel that we have missed 100 million. Lin Qiu agreed. At this time, Huang Tao suddenly felt something wrong under his feet. He didn't need to look. He knew who was making trouble. Mimi too. He looked down. As expected, he found that Mimi had crawled under the dining table at some point and was squatting at his feet, looking up at him with her big black eyes. A pitiful and complaining look. As if complaining, "Shit shoveler. What about the food and accommodation? Why don't you feed me when it's time for dinner?" But enjoy the food here by yourself? Oh, you are usually too lazy to move. But you are very active when it's time for dinner. Huang Tao smiled helplessly. Mimi glanced aside with an unhappy look, as if saying, I am angry. The kind that can't be coaxed. Oh, ignore me. Then I'll eat this fish-flavored eel shreds. Huang Tao picked up a piece of fish-flavored eel shreds and shook it in front of its eyes. Seeing the fish-flavored eel shreds, it seems to be a new species that has never been seen before. Mimi's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but move with the fish-flavored eel shreds. And the cat couldn't help but sniff it. Then she called out to Huang Tao softly, Meow. Humph. You little brat. You didn't do it as promised. Huang Tao laughed dumbly, and threw the fish-flavored eel shreds on the chopsticks to Mimi. Mimi immediately took the fish-flavored eel shreds and ate them happily. All the complaints and displeasures were instantly thrown away. In her eyes, heart and mind, there was only the deliciousness of the fish-flavored eel shreds. Huang Tao walked to Mimi's exclusive cat bowl, handed a few chopsticks of fish-flavored pork shreds into the cat bowl, and also added some white rice and stir-fried mushrooms. The neighbors who were queuing at the door of the store saw the fish-flavored pork shreds and white rice in Mimi's bowl. It smells so good. Does such a delicacy really exist in the world? While they were looking forward to the new fish-flavored eel shreds that would be served at noon, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Of course, they couldn't help envying Mimi. Every day, he would lie at the door and sunbathe. He didn't even need to act cute. He would be fed by Mr. Huang himself. Such a cat's life is simply too perfect. Ah, why do I feel that my life is worse than that of a cat? I was just thinking about it. I saw Ding Suqin, who had already eaten, come to the door of the store and greet the neighbors who were queuing in front with a smile, saying that they could enter the store first to order food. Chapter 387. An old street with few people? Time goes back. Lin Hongyi drove his car with two colleagues towards the old street in the west of the city. What they never expected was that the old street in the west of the city was extremely congested today. It can be described as a sea of water. As soon as they arrived here, the three of them were dumbfounded. After all, this scene completely overturned their inherent impression of the old street in the west of the city. After not seeing it for a while, is this still the old street they knew, which was desolate and dilapidated with few people and cars? A touch of surprise jumped onto the faces of the three of them unconsciously. Usually they are busy with work and have no time to buy food here. Occasionally, when they want to eat, they will ask someone to buy a portion of food from the Jinchi restaurant and send it to the table. If they hadn't filmed nearby this time, they might not have had the chance to come here. Lu Qianqian asked in confusion, What's going on? Why is it so congested? Did a car accident happen in the old street? I don't know. I can't see the situation in front of me. Lin Hongyi shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Seeing the severe congestion, he suggested, but, looking at this situation, the car must not be able to drive in. Otherwise, let's park the car outside and walk in. Okay. Let's go over and take a look. Ma Yong nodded in agreement with Lin Hongyi's suggestion, and thought for a while and said, Hongyi, why don't you bring your camera later? If there is really a car accident, we can also shoot it and make more news. Lu Qianqian praised Brother Yong. You are still thoughtful. After Lin Hongyi parked the car, the three of them got out of the car with their equipment and walked towards the Jinchi restaurant. Along the way, the three did not find a car accident, but saw two traffic police directing traffic. Lu Qianqian asked curiously, Comrade Traffic Police, has a traffic accident happened here? Why is the traffic jam so serious? What? A traffic accident? There is not such a traffic jam even in a traffic accident. Okay. Hearing this, Sun Lenhai couldn't help but complain a little in his heart. When he looked up at the other party, he immediately recognized Lu Qianqian's identity. Looking at the camera equipment in Lin Hongyi's hand, he thought that the three of them came here to interview the car accident. Damn. Who gave this fake news? Isn't this causing trouble for him? Sun Lenhai was a little upset. Although Lu Qianqian was one of his favorite hosts, he didn't have the intention of chasing stars at all. He just shook his head politely and said, Did you get fooled by someone? There was no traffic accident here at all. It turned out that they thought wrong. Comrade Traffic Police, why is it so congested here? Ma Yong asked puzzledly. Sun Lenhai smiled helplessly. It's all because of the Zinhachi restaurant. Ma Yong and the others understood it all at once, and murmured in surprise, Traffic Police Comrade, Do you mean that these car owners are all going to the Zenhachi restaurant? Sun Linhai nodded and said, yes. They all go to the Zenhachi restaurant to eat. This traffic jam has been going on for a long time. We have also been on duty here for a long time. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a while. Mr. Huang's business is so good. It turns out that Mr. Huang has driven the bustling vitality of the entire West City Old Street with his own efforts. But think about it. With Mr. Huang's cooking skills, customers naturally flock to the restaurant. Sun Linhai added, however, there are traffic jams from Monday to Friday, but not so severe. The main reason is that Mr. Huang's restaurant is going to serve new dishes at noon today. Everyone wants to taste them first, and then check in to show off. So the street is completely blocked. Ah? New dishes? What new dishes? Lu Qianqian and Lin Hongyi became interested all of a sudden. Oh my god. They happened to encounter a new product in the restaurant. They suddenly felt that they must have been blessed by the goddess of luck since they went out this morning. Otherwise, not only would the shooting be successfully completed early today, but they also decided to come to the Jinchi restaurant for lunch and encountered the good fortune of a new product. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sun Lin didn't expect that there were still people who didn't know about the new dish at Jinhaochi restaurant at noon. He raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "You don't know yet?" Lin Hongyi smiled awkwardly. "I was busy shooting this morning and didn't have time to pay attention to the movements of Mr. Huang's store." Lu Qianqian asked impatiently, "Comrade Traffic Police, can you tell us what new dish is?" Sun Linhai didn't want to tell them. After all, one more person means one more competitive force. Not to mention 3 people. But when I thought about the small amount of fish-flavored eel shreds, I didn't have a chance to eat it anyway. Let them compete. He smiled and told the truth. It's fish-flavored eel shreds. I heard that it is made of vegetarian and meat. But the amount is not much. It seems that there are only about 100 portions. If you go too late, you can't buy it. Ma Yong didn't expect that Mr. Huang's new dish was actually a fish-flavored eel shreds made of vegetarian and meat. I just wonder if the taste of the fish-flavored eel shreds made by Mr. Huang can be comparable to the taste of the fish-flavored eel shreds deep in his memory. I hope he can taste that taste again, although he knows it is unlikely. After all, Mr. Huang is not her. But he still has hope. Thank you for reminding us. We will go there now. When they thought of the popular food at Zenhachi restaurant, they stopped lingering, immediately quickened their pace, and rushed to Zenhachi restaurant. The further they walked in, the more surprised they were. Wow! There are so many luxury cars parked on the roadside. Wow! There are also sports cars. When Lin Hongyi saw so many handsome luxury cars, his eyes suddenly lit up like light bulbs. He trotted over and exclaimed to Ma Yong, who was not far away, "Brother Yong, look! That one seems to be a Lamborghini. Oh my god! This posture! The car show is just like this." Car lover Ma Yong was also attracted by the row of luxury cars in the parking area. By the way, aren't these rich people also coming for the food in Zenhachi? The answer is most likely yes. A few days ago, he saw hot searches about Zenhachi on Weibo for several days in a row. Even celebrities came here to check in and taste it. There are even second-generation rich anchors who bought a house in a new building near the old street in order to be able to eat the food in the restaurant as soon as possible. I didn't expect that Mr. Huang's cooking skills would conquer even the stomachs of the rich. Lu Qianqian, who is not very interested in cars, didn't pay much attention to it. She was now thinking about getting to the door of Zenhachi quickly so that she could line up immediately to avoid missing out on the fish-flavored eel shreds. Seeing this, Ma Yong and Lin Hongyi stopped looking at the luxury car and hurried to catch up. As soon as they reached the corner, they saw a queue of people. It's not even 10:30. There are so many people in the queue. Lu Qianqian looked at the long queue of nearly 100 people and said helplessly, "How long will it take?" Ma Yong smiled and asked, "Do you want to eat fish-flavored eel shreds?" Lu Qianqian and Lin Hongyi nodded solemnly at the same time. "Yes." "Then you can only queue up." Ma Yong smiled and urged, "Don't dawdle. If you dawdle any longer, others will get there first. For fish-flavored eel shreds, fight." They were full of fighting spirit and quickly lined up at the back, waiting and waiting. They anxiously glanced at the time from time to time. In sharp contrast to their anxiety were other people who were also queuing. These customers in the queue were talking and laughing, and some were carrying folding chairs and wind shields. They did not feel dissatisfied at all because they had to queue up so long. There was no customer cursing. I have to say that the customers in Mr. Huang's store are of high quality. After a while, behind them, many people came to line up one after another. The line was getting longer and longer, like a long dragon. After waiting for a long time, they finally waited for the store to open for business. After waiting for a long time, it was finally their turn to enter the store and order food. Chapter 388. The beauty is with Mr. Huang? Qian. Honey, you two can find a seat first. I'll go order. When Ma Yong and the other two walked into the Zinhashi restaurant, they could clearly smell the rich aroma of marinated meat, mixed with the fresh aroma of braised prawns and the fishy aroma of fish-flavored eel shreds. The aroma rushed straight into his throat, and his stomach became hungry. He looked sideways and saw that there were already many people queuing up to order in front of the automatic ordering machine in the store. And there were obviously fewer people ordering at the counter where Ding Suqin was guarding. After weighing the pros and cons, Ma Yong chose to walk to the counter. Seeing that the people who ordered in front of him had ordered a portion of fish-flavored eel shreds, he felt a little anxious. Although he didn't come here to eat for this bite of fish-flavored eel shreds, since he knew there was such a new dish, he naturally wanted to try it first. Besides, this dish has a special meaning to him, so he wanted to taste it even more. Fortunately, the ordering process was quite fast, and it was his turn to order after a while. Ding Suqin looked at Ma Yong in front of her and felt that he looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Well, could this person be a star? Ever since she learned that there was news about a star visiting the store on Weibo, she would take a closer look at the person ordering food every time she took orders for customers. Wanted to see if there were any stars coming. Unfortunately, there weren't any. In fact, she could have been more confident and removed the word at the end. But she didn't chase stars, so even if a star stood in front of her, she wouldn't recognize him. So, she wasn't very confident. In fact, her boss was the same. Every time Huang Tao cooks, he will occasionally glance at the customers dining in the restaurant, and also want to see if there are any celebrities coming to check in. But he is more confident than Ding Suqin and the others, and he is very sure that no celebrities are coming. Of course, he will never admit the fact that he can't recognize a celebrity even if he stands in front of him. Yes, that's right. It's definitely not that he can't recognize him. Absolutely not. If Jay Cho stands in front of him, even if he is wearing a hat and a mask, and his whole body is covered tightly, he can recognize him at a glance. At this time, Ding Suqin has remembered Ma Yong's identity. She is sure that he is a well-known host of the city's TV station. The reason why she still remembers him is that he has hosted this food festival. She has seen him. Even if she recognizes him, her heart is not moved. After all, when a star comes to the restaurant, they have never had any fluctuations in their hearts, let alone a local host. Besides, no matter what their status is, as long as they come to the restaurant to eat, they will be treated equally, and no special treatment or discounts will be given. Ding Suqin also treated him as an ordinary customer and asked politely, "Hello. What would you like to order?" Ma Yong asked Ding Suqin with some concern, "Do you still have fish-flavored eel shreds?" "Yes. There are 3 more." Ding Suqin smiled and nodded, and then said, "Do you want to order?" "Yes. Give me a portion of fish-flavored eel shreds, another portion of nourishing fish soup, braised prawns in oil, braised meat with dried vegetables, a roasted chicken, 3 portions of honey sauce fire squares, and 3 portions of braised pork rice. That's all. We'll eat here and send it to the table against the wall later." While ordering, Ma Yong glanced at Lin Hongyi's position. Ding Suqin quickly operated the ordering machine and quoted the price with a smile. A total of 578 yuan. Okay. After paying, Ma Yong went directly to Lin Hongyi's table. Seeing that Lu Qianqian was not with Lin Hongyi, he couldn't help but wonder, where is Qianqian? Did she go to wash her hands? Lin Hongyi smiled and said, "Oh, she went to the kitchen to say hello to Mr. Huang." Hearing this, Ma Yong was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Lu Qianqian, a high-class flower, would take the initiative to find Mr. Huang. You know, on weekdays, except for a few male colleagues with whom she has a good relationship, she basically doesn't look at other men straight in the eye. Even those wealthy suitors are ignored. I didn't expect that she would take the initiative to say hello to Mr. Huang now. He smelled the scent of gossip all of a sudden. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the kitchen. As expected, Lu Qianqian was seen. She stood elegantly outside the kitchen, watching Boss Huang cooking ingredients through the glass partition with gentle eyes. and occasionally smiled. It was obvious that the two had a good chat. Ma Yong and Lin Hongyi looked at Lu Qianqian in front of Boss Huang, showing a little woman's delicate and charming appearance, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Boss Huang is still very charming. Ma Junwen, a rich second generation who stayed in the restaurant for dinner, looked up and saw Lu Qianqian standing outside the kitchen, looking at the angelic face and devilish figure. He couldn't help but sigh. Hey, the quality of Boss Huang's customers is getting higher and higher. How high can the quality of a customer be? Lin Annan said in disagreement. Until he saw Lu Qianqian, he exclaimed consciously, fuck, it's really high. Liang Liang was also a little surprised. So beautiful. The figure is also good. These rich second generations almost stared straight at her. Liang Liang coughed. Pay attention to your image. Have some quality. Don't stare at other girls all the time. Ma Junwen retorted. Everyone loves beauty. Xiao Yuqiu nodded in agreement. Yes. I just appreciate it. You know shit. But when the fish-flavored eel shreds they ordered were brought to the table by Li Qingzhan, and the fragrance penetrated into their noses, their eyes suddenly lit up. One word to describe. Damn, like eel shreds. Damn fragrant. One bite into the mouth. Wow. It's delicious. Everyone continued to eat fish-flavored eel shreds, and no one spoke. What is a girl? How can it be as delicious as fish-flavored eel shreds? Other young customers in the store felt familiar when they saw Lu Qianqian, and couldn't help whispering, this girl looks familiar. As if I've seen her somewhere. Your routine is old enough. Really? I must have seen her. But I can't remember it for the moment. It's useless to have seen her. Didn't you see that the beauty was going for Mr. Huang? You? No chance. These young men had already seen Lu Qianqian. But when Lu Qianqian walked back and approached, they didn't dare to look at her. All men are like this. See enough from a distance? But when you get to the side, you get timid. Of course, this is limited to beautiful women. Just thinking about the beautiful woman standing gently outside the kitchen, looking at Mr. Huang inside through the glass baffle. Handsome men and beautiful women. Plus the lighting. The atmosphere is very good. Just thinking about it, they imagined a love drama. Damn. The beauty is with Mr. Huang? One of the parties involved, Lu Qianqian, had no idea that a guest had imagined a beautiful and bloody love drama for her and Huang Tao. At this time, she had returned to her seat. Ma Yong and Lin Hongyi were also very tactful, and did not ask her what she talked about with Mr. Huang, so as not to make her unhappy, and give them a beautiful big eye roll. At this time, Li Qingzhan brought them the dishes they ordered, the fish-flavored eel shreds, nourishing fish soup, roasted chicken, braised pork rice, honey sauce fire square, braised prawns, and braised meat with dried vegetables that you ordered are all here. Please enjoy. Thank you. After thanking them, the three of them all looked at the plate of fish-flavored eel shreds. The color is rich, and the oil is shiny. Even if you don't taste it, just smelling the fragrance is already very tempting. And it is easy to eat too much without being careful. It's over. It's over. I will definitely eat too much today. After all, these high-calorie dishes taste super good. If you don't see them, it's fine. If you see them and don't eat them, it will be too torturous. Lu Qianqian, who has always paid attention to body management, feels that after this meal, the calories will burst. But then she thought about it. This is a vegetarian dish, and compared to meat dishes, the calories must be very low. At worst, after this meal, she will not eat dinner, and add 2 hours of aerobics in the evening. After preparing herself mentally, she immediately picked up a chopstick and put it in her own bowl, and then picked a piece of eel made of mushrooms and put it in her mouth. Chewed it. She was immediately surprised. My God, this crispy and smooth texture is made of ordinary mushrooms. Although it is a vegetarian dish, it tastes like eating meat. This is incredible. This fish-flavored vegetarian eel shreds is really delicious. The taste of this mushroom shreds is really similar to eel shreds. She couldn't help but praise. This vegetarian dish can have such an effect. It is really surprising. After that, she took 2 mouthfuls of rice and continued to eat. Because it is a vegetarian dish, when eating it, there is no sense of responsibility like eating meat. And psychologically it will feel more comfortable. Lin Hongyi's mouth was full of oil. After hearing her words, his mouth was full of food and he couldn't speak. He could only nod his head to show his agreement. Ma Yong casually picked up a chopstick of mushroom shreds and put it in his mouth. After chewing a few times, he was stunned. The mushrooms are crispy on the outside. The taste is very similar to the eel shreds fried in oil. The mushroom meat is also very tender, and is very similar to the eel meat. This dish, which is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, is cooked with fish flavor. Just right, adding a touch of flavor. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the good times he had many years ago. Chapter 389, this is a bonus. When he tasted the fish-flavored eel shreds, Ma Yang's thoughts could not help but drift away. Drifted to 8 years ago. At that time, he had just entered college. At the beginning of the school year, he carried a bag of luggage, an admission letter, and more than 3,000 yuan that his parents had scraped together, and came to the most prosperous Yanjing from a remote town alone. But he had not had time to appreciate the prosperity of this dream metropolis. The high tuition fees and the accompanying living expenses made him stretch his budget. He was so worried every day. He was so upset. Finally, with the advice and help of his teacher, he applied for a college student loan and paid the tuition. He only wanted to study. But the red scores in each subject could not fill his stomach at all. Life was difficult. He was stumped by the money problem again. He had to work part-time outside of school. But even though he worked many jobs and was busy every day, he could only barely make ends meet. In his sophomore year, the teacher who had always taken care of him thought that his voice was very good. So he recommended him to do a dubbing job for a TV series. To be honest, this dubbing job was actually quite hard. It took several hours to dub a scene, and sometimes he had to work until the early morning. As for the salary, it was not high. In general, it was slightly better than the salary of the odd jobs he had done before. And every time he heard his own voice in a TV series, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. And he also felt that this job was quite interesting. Therefore, he persisted. Remember that night, when he finished the last dubbing? It was almost dawn. The familiar street was quiet and cold. The lights were no longer brilliant. Most of the shops were closed. And there were few pedestrians and vehicles. It was no longer noisy and prosperous at night. And it seemed particularly quiet. And his 5 internal organs were already hungry. And he unconsciously sang the song of hunger. Let's find a place and eat something first. He touched his hungry stomach and looked around, trying to find a small shop that could fill his stomach and solve his 5 internal organs, so that it wouldn't keep crying. Perhaps because it was too late. Many shops along the street had closed their doors, and only 1 or 2 small restaurants were still open. He walked into the nearest fly restaurant and prepared to deal with it casually. Hello. When he walked into the store, he didn't see the owner or the chef. There was only one girl, lying on the dining table, doing her homework seriously. Seeing this, he stopped bothering her and prepared to leave. As soon as he turned around, he was stopped by the girl. Are you here to eat? The girl's voice was so nice that he couldn't help but stop, turned around, and nodded with a smile. Yes. Yes. What do you want to eat? The girl grinned, revealing 2 cute little canine teeth. He didn't think the girl could cook, so he subconsciously blurted out, oh, whatever. As long as I can fill my stomach. There is no such thing as casual here. The girl was amused by his words, and couldn't help but smiled and said, my parents are away for something. If you don't mind, I'll make you a portion of fish-flavored eel shreds and a bowl of white rice. Okay. He looked at the price list on the wall. A bowl of vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds costs 10 yuan for a small portion, and 15 yuan for a large portion. Rice costs 2 yuan a bowl. This price is not expensive. For him, it is a little expensive, but he can still afford it. He nodded in agreement. Then have a small portion of vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds. Okay. Then you sit down for a while. It will be ready soon. Then the girl put down her homework and went to the kitchen to work. He sat on the dining chair, waiting quietly. On the table next to him, the girl's homework book was spread out. She was in the 2nd year of high school, and there were math, English and history. He poked his head out of boredom and casually looked at her homework. He found that she had made a mistake on a big question in her math homework book. He thought that he would remind her when the girl came out. Soon, a strong smell of fish wafted out of the kitchen, making him even hungrier. Hello. Your fish-flavored eel shreds and white rice. Not long after, the fish-flavored eel shreds and white rice were brought to the table by the girl, along with a bowl of seaweed egg soup. He pointed to the bowl of seaweed egg soup and said, I didn't order this. This is a free gift. She smiled disapprovingly. then returned to her seat and started doing her homework. Thank you. He didn't refuse in a pretentious way. After thanking her, he immediately reminded her, "You made a mistake on that big math question." After he reminded her, the girl realized her mistake and corrected it immediately. He picked up the chopsticks and swallowed the food in big mouthfuls. But, slowly, he stopped eating this rich-colored vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds. Although a vegetarian dish gave him the taste of a long-lost meat dish, its value is far higher than its price. The fish-flavored sauce is authentic and mellow. The fish flavor is integrated into the mushroom shreds. The mouth is full of fragrance. It's delicious, he thought. So, he slowly finished this fish-flavored eel shreds in the way of tasting precious delicacies. After the meal, he took out the money, but the girl didn't reach out to take his money, but asked, "Is it delicious?" He nodded, "Delicious. Very delicious." "Then I won't charge you for the meal." The girl shook her head and refused. "This is the first time I make fish-flavored eel shreds for someone, and it's rare that someone says it's delicious. I'm very happy. I won't charge you. Besides, you helped me point out the wrong questions. I should thank you. How can I not charge you? Isn't this eating for free?" He firmly disagreed at first, but he couldn't resist the girl, so he had to eat a free meal and leave. After that, occasionally, he would come to this small shop late at night after dubbing to eat a small portion of fish-flavored eel shreds. Sometimes the shop owner made it for him, and sometimes the girl made it for him. The girl made it much better than the shop owner, but the girl could only make it for him secretly when the boss and the boss's wife were not around, and she never asked for his money every time. This made him very embarrassed. In return, he took on the responsibility of tutoring the girl in math, answering her questions from time to time. But in the senior year, the girl was admitted to the university and went to the south with him in the north and south. Before leaving, the girl specially made him fish-flavored eel shreds for the last time and said to him, "Your voice is so beautiful." After graduating from his senior year, the TV station's legal program offered him an olive branch. He remembered the girl's words and went to the TV station to host the legal program. The program received good response, and his popularity also increased. But later, for various reasons, he resigned and left his old employer. Then he jumped to the local TV station here. "Brother Young, what are you thinking about? Why don't you eat?" Lin Hongyi saw that he was in a daze and asked. Ma Yong recovered and said with a smile, "I didn't think about anything. But this fish-flavored eel shreds is so delicious, and the deliciousness makes me intoxicated." Then he continued to pick up a chopstick of fish-flavored eel shreds and started eating. "I don't know if I can meet her again in the future." Chapter 390, Taking Advantage of the Jinchi Restaurant. Delicious. Boss Huang is amazing. Everything he cooks is delicious. So delicious. This is the best fish-flavored eel shreds I have ever eaten. It is even better than the fish-flavored eel shreds from the old-fashioned restaurant I went to when I traveled to Shanghai a few years ago. Yes, the fish-flavored eel shreds from that old-fashioned restaurant are still incomparable to Boss Huang's. I have to say that Boss Huang's cooking skills are really at the level of a god. For a while, the store was filled with continuous praises. Obviously, after tasting this fish-flavored eel shreds, the neighbors who stayed in the store were all very satisfied with it. Of course, they also admired Huang Tao's cooking skills even more. The marinating is perfect. The fish sauce is just right. The taste is really amazing. Then the store gradually quieted down, and everyone was concentrating on eating, seeing how they enjoyed it. The guests who didn't get the fish-flavored eel shreds were envious and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. It's a pity that they can't eat it. Everyone had to comfort themselves in their hearts. Without the fish-flavored eel shreds, at least they still have the fried rings and other dishes. Jiang Han and Kai Bo, who were lucky enough to get a portion of fish-flavored eel shreds, were very glad that they had placed an order online early as usual and asked someone to come and queue up for them. So they had this unexpected surprise. Luckily got such a rare new product. Although the cost of queuing up is a little expensive, it's all worth it in front of delicious food. Before the dish was served, he took out his phone. This was not to start a live broadcast. He simply wanted to record a video of the meal. After all, he was one of the first customers to eat fish-flavored eel shreds, so he had to commemorate it, right? And let the fans on Weibo be jealous. He turned on the camera on his phone, fixed it on a tripod, and filmed from above. He also shook it with his hand to ensure that his movements of eating later could be recorded by the phone. When the fish-flavored eel shreds were served, it was shiny, and the smell of the fish sauce rushed up directly, stimulating their taste buds. Kai Po. Eat. He smiled and greeted, picked up a piece of mushroom shreds with chopsticks, and wanted to put it in his mouth. But his hand retracted halfway as if he remembered something. First gave the phone camera a taste, and then ate it himself. Many customers and fans who came from far away have unknowingly developed a habit. As soon as it's time for dinner, they check the official Weibo account of Zenhachi Restaurant and look at the food pictures while eating. They also search for Zenhachi Restaurant to see the real-time updates, watching diners shouting about the delicious food on Weibo every day, and then look at the food photos shared by diners. For them, it is not only a kind of fun, but also relieves the regret of not being able to eat. After all, seeing is equal to eating. Alas, there is nothing they can do. Who made them live in a remote place and can't run over to eat every day? They can only check Weibo while eating to satisfy their cravings. It's time for dinner now, and many people have suddenly seen the latest Weibo pop up, and they are all excited. Brother Han, at noon, I had a super delicious new dish from Zenhachi. Shredded eel with fish flavor. I could even finish 3 bowls of rice. I was lucky. I had lined up early this morning just to have a filling lunch. Later, I saw the official Weibo account of Zenhachi and learned that they would have a new dish of shredded eel with fish flavor at noon. When I came to the restaurant, I saw that there was a new dish of shredded eel with fish flavor on the automatic ordering machine. It only costs 28 yuan per serving. Let me first talk about the taste evaluation. I have to. It is said that this dish is worthy of being produced by Zenhachi Restaurant. It is as amazing as always. Just close your eyes and go for it. Although this dish has nothing to do with eels during the entire production process, its eel shreds are so real, and the taste of this dish is absolutely amazing. Although it is a vegetarian dish, it tastes like meat. It is very similar to fried eels when bitten. Very fresh and fragrant. The fish sauce is also very well seasoned, sweet and sour, and very thick. The mushroom shreds are not only tasty, but also good for rice. Pictures speak louder than words. Attached is the video of Zenhachi Restaurant's fish-flavored eel shreds. For those who have seen it, just seeing the 4 words fish-flavored eel shreds, the familiar DNA in their minds began to beat non-stop. There is no time to think. I just clicked into the video. Follow the chopsticks in the blogger's hand. When looking at the layers of eel shreds piled up on a clean white plate, one side black and the other side golden, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. Especially when the blogger picked up a piece of eel shreds with rich color. He had to get under the camera and gently shake it a few times. The clear picture was so detailed that the texture of the mushroom shreds could be seen clearly, and the fragrant sauce wrapped on the mushroom shreds seemed to penetrate the mobile phone screen and drift into their noses. Is that a strand of fish-flavored eel shreds that is shaking? No. It is the hearts of their customers and fans who traveled far away. Of course. And the hearts of a large number of customers and fans who queued up but failed to buy. Instantly, everyone involuntarily quit the video at the same time, then clicked into the comment area to accuse the blogger. I can live like a queen without you. This is too much. You actually posted such tempting food at mealtime. Blogger. Are you still a human? Ah. The sushi in my hand suddenly lost its fragrance. Like chewing wax? I can't eat it anymore. Bad review. Look up and smile. As bright as a sunflower. Woohoo. We are all friends who pay tens to hundreds of dollars a day. Why can't I be the first to eat freshly cooked fish-flavored eel shreds? Slap your hypocritical heart to death, blogger. Can you share your experience with us? How did you buy this fish-flavored eel shreds? Are you related to the Zenhachi restaurant? Otherwise, how can you always buy new dishes first? Desires bewitch people asterisk. I beg the blogger to teach me the experience of buying new dishes first. I beg the blogger to teach me the experience of buying new dishes first. I beg the blogger to teach me the experience of buying new dishes first. I beg the blogger to teach me the experience of buying new dishes first. Manually copied 10,000 times. At that time, Jian Han looked at his Weibo, and the likes and comments from netizens that kept refreshing, and he unconsciously felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He just tasted a chopstick of fish-flavored eel shreds, and couldn't resist the temptation to post the original unedited video and evaluation on Weibo. Unexpectedly, so many people liked and commented in such a short time. Of course, he knew it very well. All of this was done by taking advantage of the Zenhachi restaurant. As expected, The Zenhachi restaurant brought him great success. Seeing that everyone was begging him to share their experience in buying, he smiled, but was unmoved and did not want to share anything. What if everyone followed his example and asked someone to queue up for them? Then he would have found a lot of competitors for himself. So, it is impossible to pass on experience without surprise. And it is impossible to pass it on in a lifetime. He quietly put away his phone and continued to taste the delicious fish-flavored eel shreds. At Ma Yong's table not far away, the three of them raised their heads from their empty bowls at the same time and said happily, "It's delicious." Lin Hongyi smiled and said, "Brother Yong, are you full? I feel like I can eat more." "Me too." But Ma Yong looked at the queue outside the store through the glass floor-to-ceiling window and regretted not ordering more just now. Although they regretted it and could still eat, they did not plan to queue up again. The queue was so long, and eating too much was bad for the stomach. The most important thing was that even if you queued up again, you couldn't buy the fish-flavored eel shreds. The other dishes were probably out of stock. The three of them didn't sit for long, and immediately got up and went out to make room for the customers behind them. Just walked out of the store. Lu Qianqian's cell phone suddenly rang in her handbag. "I'm so reluctant. I can't go back to the past. I've never regretted loving you. But it's time to end it. I'm so reluctant. I will always love you. I think it's worth loving you. But I can't love you anymore." Chapter 391. Suddenly smiling so cunningly, Ma Yong heard a familiar cell phone ringtone. And seeing Lu Qianqian looked like she didn't hear it, he couldn't help but kindly remind her, "Hey, Qianqian, is your cell phone ringing?" "Oh, yes, it's my cell phone ringing." After Ma Yong's reminder, Lu Qianqian realized that the ringtone was indeed coming from her handbag. She opened her handbag while walking. She took out her cell phone from the bag and looked in front of her. It was a call from Yang Lui, a high school and college alumni whom she hadn't contacted for a long time. Huh? Why did she suddenly remember to call me? A big question mark rose in her mind. I wonder why the other party called me like this. She swiped her phone in confusion, picked it up, and asked with a smile, "Hey, Louis, why did you suddenly remember to call me?" Yang Lui's playful voice came from the other end of the phone. "Of course I miss you." Lu Qianqian asked the other party with a bit of a laugh. "Count the days. You haven't called me for almost a year. Right? Is that how you miss me? I'm not afraid of you being busy." Although the other party couldn't see it, Yang Lui still showed an awkward but polite smile. And then retorted, "Didn't you call me during this period of time?" Lu Qianqian. What he said made sense, leaving her powerless to refute. She suddenly felt that she had shot herself in the foot. Lu Qianqian changed the subject and said, "Louis, how are you doing recently? Are you still working in Hangzhou?" "Qianqian, you haven't paid attention to my moments? I haven't been in Hangzhou for nearly a month." Yang Lui smiled speechlessly, thought for a while and said, "That's right. You are a very busy host, and you really don't have time to check moments. I returned to Wenling last month, and am now a reporter for Wenling Morning News. We will have plenty of time to meet in the future." The reason why I called Lu Qianqian, because the Spring Festival is coming soon. The editor-in-chief gave her an important task. Let her publish a travel guide about Wenling, from tourist attractions to hotels to food and travel routes. Not only should it be reflected in the newspaper in the form of text, but also in the form of video, and posted on the official social platform and short video. This is a difficult task for her, who has just returned to Wenling. And the editor-in-chief also repeatedly told her that she must do it well and be almost perfect. From the meaning of the editor-in-chief's words, it seems like it is a special column specially ordered by the Tourism Bureau. Therefore, you have to be very alert, show your best skills, and do it well. In this case, then you can only go out to shoot materials. As for scenic spots, it is relatively easy for her, a native of Wenling, to go to the major famous scenic spots in the city, take a walk, and shoot some materials. As for hotels, it is also relatively easy. After all, there are still many star-rated hotels in Wenling City. And if you recommend it, you can get some sponsorship from the hotel. As for the tour route, it is even simpler. Just search online, and you can get it done in minutes. As for food, she was a little troubled. She was not very interested in food since she was a child, and she didn't pursue it. She didn't know the famous food stores in Wenling since she was a child, and she didn't know which direction the doors of those food stores opened. In addition, because she has been working in other places in recent years. She knows very little about the food in the food stores that have been popular in recent years. So, she thought of Lu Qianqian. Thinking about the fact that Lu Qianqian posted some photos of the host of the current food festival in Wenling City in her circle of friends some time ago. She should know what the popular food in the city is. Originally, she wanted to look through Lu Qianqian's circle of friends again to find some clues. But what surprised her was that the other party actually set permissions. Visible only for 3 days. Well, she had to call. Okay. Then let's meet more often in the future. Lu Qianqian responded happily, remembering that the other party had been back for almost a month and had not contacted her. Now he called her out of the blue. Obviously there was something important. She smiled and asked again, Louis, you called me? You should not just want to catch up with me. Right? Tell me. What do you want to talk to me about? I do have something to talk to you about. Since she was seen through. Yang Louis stopped chatting and simply explained the situation. This is what happened. Lu Qianqian smiled and said, so that's what happened. This is simple. I'll make a list for you later and send you a WeChat message. And then you can just go to eat one by one. When Yang Louis heard that they had to taste the food one by one, she got anxious. Ah, no. I want to lose weight. Besides, you know, I have never been interested in food since I was a child. You want me to go to each restaurant to eat? Isn't this going to kill me? Lu Qianqian. Shouldn't eating delicious food be enjoyable? How come this little girl is dying? Huh? Didn't she say she wanted to lose weight? Her eyes lit up. Let me recommend a place to you. That place will definitely make you interested in food. As for losing weight, as long as you eat the food made by Huang Tao. You want to lose weight. It's going to be difficult. Yang Louis felt a chill in her spine when she heard the other person's laughter. Cole couldn't help but ask, Qianqian, why are you suddenly laughing so cunningly? Ah, nothing. Lu Qianqian quickly held back, not letting herself continue to laugh secretly, and continued, the restaurant I want to recommend to you is called Zinhachi Restaurant. It is a restaurant I often eat at. The taste is quite good. I will send you the specific address and location later. You must go. Okay. I know. Let's do this for now. Let's make an appointment when we are free. After that, Yang Louis hung up the phone, muttering, Zinhachi Restaurant? Why does this name feel so familiar? It seems that I have heard it somewhere, but I just can't remember it for a while. After a while, her WeChat notification sounded. It was the address and location of the store said by Lu Qianqian, as well as the names of some other gourmet restaurants. No way. It's actually in the old street in the west of the city. A bit far. After looking at the address of the small store, Yang Louis sighed bitterly. The workload was already heavy enough, and she had to run to the old street in the west of the city, which was simply a torture. To be honest, in her heart, this small shop recommended by Lu Qianqian did not attract her attention. Instead, she felt it was a torture, and even wanted to pass it. After all, she felt that she was out of her mind to ask a person who was not very interested in food to go all the way to visit a shop and then write a recommendation. It was not worth it. After all, she wanted to focus on the food shops in the city from the beginning, and did not plan to pay attention to the food shops in other districts. It was just that after she read the information said by Lu Qianqian, she found that except for this Zinhachi restaurant, all other food shops were in the city. She cast her eyes on the name of Zinhachi Restaurant again, and was curious and confused. In her impression, Lu Qianqian was a new-age lazy person who would never stand if she could sit, and would never stand if she could lie down. She would never spend more than half an hour running to other areas just to satisfy her appetite. But after hearing what Lu Qianqian said, she went there on purpose and often went there. Moreover, she said that the taste of this restaurant was super good. This was not like her style. Curious, the balance in her heart was tilting, and she muttered to herself, why don't we go there again some other day when we have time? See if it tastes as good as she said? She had no interest in food, and felt that as long as the food didn't taste so terrible, it was acceptable. As for the so-called food that can make people happy, she had never eaten it, so naturally she thought it didn't exist. Chapter 392. My sister-in-law is still waiting for this bite. Li Ziqing took the takeaway bag handed over by Professor Wei and thanked him with a smile. Old Wei. Thank you. You've worked hard. I'll treat you to a drink next time. Okay. I'll drink your bottle of Wuliangya that you've treasured for many years. Don't be reluctant to open it when the time comes. Professor Wei said jokingly, while opening the lids of his own takeaway boxes one by one. The next second, the delicious food came into his sight. Very tempting. As soon as his nose moved, the fragrance went straight into his nose without a greeting. What is Wuliangya? How can it be as delicious as the food made by Boss Huang? He couldn't wait to pick up the disposable chopsticks. Let's eat first, and talk about drinking later. Then he simply and rudely started the dry rice mode. First, pick up a chopstick of fish-flavored eel shreds and put it into his mouth. Chew slowly. Experience the crispness and light sweet and sour taste. And then let the mellow fragrance of eel shreds slowly bloom in your mouth. Ah! The taste of this fish-flavored eel shreds is really amazing. His face full of enjoyment and intoxication made Li Jiqing beside him hungry all of a sudden. Coupled with the waves of tempting fragrance, it slowly drilled into his nostrils. It made the glutton in his stomach clamor even louder. What are we talking about? This fish-flavored eel shreds is more important. If I hadn't agreed with my wife to have lunch together, at this moment, he would have immediately finished the food in his hand. He resisted his greed and said goodbye to Professor Wei. Then I'll go back first. Your sister-in-law is still waiting for me to have this bite. Hearing this, Professor Wei raised his head. But because his mouth was full of food, he couldn't say anything. So he could only make a go gesture. It seems that this fish-flavored eel shreds must be delicious. Li Jiqing smiled, picked up his own takeaway bag, and couldn't wait to leave the office and walk out of the school gate. He returned home humming a little tune all the way. As soon as he opened the door, he saw his wife Lin Wenli rushing up excitedly and asked, "Are you back?" Without waiting for his answer, she quickly took the 2 bags from his hand and asked again, "Did you buy fish-flavored eel shreds?" She also smiled and said, "Your husband is doing it. Are you still worried?" Lin Wenli mercilessly exposed, You just flatter yourself. It's not that Lao Wei went to line up early and helped buy it. In fact, when it was close to noon, she also saw the news of the noon on the official Weibo account of Zinhashi restaurant. The delicious photos of various fish-flavored eel shreds made her drool even through the screen. Her thoughts were the same as most people's. She first thought that Huang Tao's speed of updating new products was still very impressive. Then she couldn't help but think that every dish produced by Zinhachi was so delicious. How delicious would this fish-flavored eel shreds be? I wanted to send a WeChat message to my son, asking him to go to Zinhachi after get off work in the afternoon, and see if he could pack a portion of fish-flavored eel shreds. If not, other food would be fine. Just when I was about to send a message, I received a WeChat message from my husband, saying that Lao Wei would help buy a portion of fish-flavored eel shreds at noon, and he would come back to eat with her. She had been wanting to eat the food in the restaurant, so she was naturally eager to do so and agreed immediately. Li Jiqing was not annoyed, and changed the subject with a smile. "I'll go wash my hands." Lin Wenli smiled, and without delay, she quickly brought the package to the dining table. She took out 2 portions of braised pork rice, 2 portions of nourishing fish, and 1 portion of fish-flavored eel shreds in the bag. She started eating. She first reached for the fish-flavored eel shreds. At 10:30, she was browsing Weibo, but she had been craving it for several hours. The fish-flavored eel shreds were still hot, and she tasted it and felt that it was crispy and delicious. And the taste of the mushroom shreds and the fish sauce blended together just right. "It's absolutely amazing." She hurriedly called Li Jiqing and said, boldly, "Try this fish-flavored eel shreds first. It's really good." "It must be good. Don't you see who cooked this fish-flavored eel shreds? Don't you see who Huang Tao taught?" Li Jiqing had a proud little expression on his face, and his words were full of boasting. He was showing off that he had such an excellent student like Huang Tao. He was extremely proud. He looked so proud. The old colleagues in the school were so envious of him. Lin Wenli, who was afraid that he would get cocky, smiled and told the truth. "Huang Tao is talented. Not because you taught him well. What you taught him has nothing to do with what he is doing now." Li Jiqing, this is irrefutable. After all, Huang Tao's cooking skills were not taught by him. Besides, he, a novice in cooking, could not teach Huang Tao. In other words, Huang Tao's achievements today have nothing to do with him as a teacher. This is a bit embarrassing. Of course, he won't admit it. After all, he is also Huang Tao's university teacher, and this fact cannot be changed. He moved his chopsticks with a strong heart and picked up a chopstick of fish-flavored eel shreds. Not to mention, the black on one side and the golden yellow on the other side really look like eel shreds. I have to say, Huang Tao's craftsmanship is really good. If I didn't know in advance that this eel shreds are actually made of mushroom shreds, I might not be able to tell the real from the fake. He praised and put the mushroom shreds into his mouth. After tasting it, he was amazed. Wenli, is this fish-flavored eel shreds really made of mushroom shreds? The taste is almost the same as eel shreds. He has eaten fish-flavored eel shreds made with eel shreds. In the past, when I went to a restaurant to eat, I would occasionally order fish-flavored eel shreds made with eel shreds. Unexpectedly, the taste and texture of the eel shreds made with mushroom shreds are very similar to the real eel shreds. Delicious. He couldn't help but squint his eyes in enjoyment, and then took 2 or 3 bites in a row, and his mouth was crispy and full of aftertaste. Seeing that the fish-flavored eel shreds were visibly reduced, Lin Wenli was anxious, loudly. Take it easy, and leave some for me. He smiled and picked up a mushroom shred and handed it to his wife, then took his hand back and put it into his mouth to chew. Loudly, you are too much. Lin Wenli reacted and strongly condemned. She just thought that the mushroom shreds on Lao Li's chopsticks were for her to eat. She was quite happy. I didn't expect that he was teasing her on purpose. While she complained, she couldn't help but glance at him. Humph. When I used to eat with others, they would always eat the delicious food first. But now they eat the delicious food first. Alas. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, so they eat separately when delicious food is in front of them. Humph. She should have rushed to eat it too. Soon, the fish-flavored eel shreds became less and less, and the two of them ate faster and faster. They both wanted to bring the takeaway box of fish-flavored eel shreds to themselves. Li Jiqing said with a smile, Wenli, you take one and I take one. Don't be so ugly. Why? You just ate one more mushroom shreds than me. Lin Wenli had the same smile on her face, and she pulled one more fish-flavored eel shreds to her side. Li Jiqing also pulled one to his side. If this scene fell into the eyes of their relatives and friends, they would definitely be shocked. A couple who respected each other like guests actually staged a chopstick war for a portion of fish-flavored eel shreds. When their son heard that his parents had the new fish-flavored eel shreds at Zenhashi for lunch, and he almost fainted at his desk because he didn't have any at work. There are many people in the same situation. Lin Xinjie almost cried when she learned that her husband Hu Jinlin had the fish-flavored eel shreds for lunch, but she didn't have any. The new fish-flavored eel shreds at noon not only caused a heated response in life, but also on Weibo. Those who ate it were all very happy, and those who didn't buy it felt very uncomfortable. Many people went to the official Weibo account to wail. Desire bewitches people's hearts asterisk, woo woo woo. I miss my beloved just like that. I don't even have the energy to work this afternoon. I beg the boss to make more fish-flavored eel shreds tonight. Look up and smile. As bright as a sunflower, I want to eat fish-flavored eel shreds. I want to eat fish-flavored eel shreds. I want to eat fish-flavored eel shreds, manually copied 10,000 times. Slap your hypocritical heart to death with a slap. People who bought fish-flavored eel shreds at noon share food pictures. Picture JPG. I live like a queen without you. A person wrote in blood and begged Mr. Huang to make 500 servings of fish-flavored eel shreds in the evening, so that everyone will probably have a good time. Huang Tao was unmoved after seeing this. What a joke. If he makes 500 servings of fish-flavored eel shreds in one meal, will he make other dishes? If he doesn't make it, he will beg again. If he does, he will be exhausted to death in front of the stove. This is treating him like a donkey in the production team. He is more Buddhist, and he will never let himself be so stubborn. It's useless even if he begs. Chapter 393 Born to Dance. The sun sets, and the afterglow of the sunset shines on the trivial dark clouds, and the whole sky suddenly brightens up, in front of the gate of the Golden Sun Kindergarten. At this time, it is very crowded outside the gate. Goodbye Xian Xian. My dad, and I will go to your dad's store for dinner later. Okay. Cici. We'll see you later. Bye Xian Xian. Bye Chi Chi. See you tomorrow. Xian Xian and Xuan Xuan's dad. See you tomorrow. How? Oh. Okay. See you tomorrow. Huang Tao held Xuan Xuan's little hand, and nodded and smiled gently at the children, and did not forget to wave his hand to them in a friendly manner. Recently, every time Huang Tao picked up Xian Xian from school, he would encounter such a situation. There are so many children saying goodbye and good morning to Xian. And the little guy has become the most popular kid in the whole kindergarten. Of course, in addition to the little girl's personality charm that attracted other children and teachers, part of the credit was also due to his father. Everyone likes to eat the food he cooks. So, I love him and his dog. Xian sat in the car, still as usual, unable to contain her excitement, like a lark, telling her father what happened in the kindergarten with her sweet voice. She especially talked about teacher Ya's dancing. Cece's dancing has improved a lot. She said her mother had learned to dance before, so when she was at home, her mother gave her some guidance, and she danced better and better. However, I also dance very well. Teacher Yi and Teacher Su praised me for my good dancing. They said I was the best dancer in the class. And the children thought so too. Xuan's beautiful eyes curved into a beautiful arc, looking towards Huang Tao's side. She seemed to be waiting for her father's praise. Really? Our Xian has been practicing hard at home these days. And she must be dancing very well. Huang Tao looked up at the rearview mirror inside the car, looking at his precious daughter through the rearview mirror inside the car. And while praising her, he did not forget to give a thumbs up to show it. And then continued, besides, our Xuan's arms and legs are so long. And her body is so flexible. She is simply born to dance. Xian was very happy to get her father's recognition and praise. She was happier than when Teacher Yi and Teacher Su praised her. Huang Tao was also affected by this, and asked with a smile and expectation, Xian, after you go back tonight, can you dance for Dad? Dad wants to see Xian dance a complete dance. Well, Xian blinked her bright eyes, thought about it, and then gently shook her head and refused directly. No. What happened? She was rejected? Huang Tao couldn't believe what he heard for a while, and thought he had misheard. But Xian's shaking head told him all the time. This is all true. He didn't hear it wrong. At this moment, he finally realized what it felt like to have a mixed feeling. Why is his caring little cotton jacket not caring anymore? He asked in confusion. Xian, why is it not good? Don't you want to dance for Dad? Xian said without hesitation, I want to. This confused Huang Tao. He continued to ask, if you want to, why don't you say it? Xian told her father her idea with a smile. Because I want to wear a beautiful dance costume on New Year's Day and dance on the stage for my dad to see. So that's it. It seems that this little guy has really grown up and has his own ideas. Hearing this, Huang Tao's mood also became happy. He pondered for a moment, nodded and said, well, this is a good idea. Dad is looking forward to your New Year's Day performance. You must dance well then. Yeah. Xian nodded like a chicken, and then patted her chest very seriously and promised, Dad, don't worry. I will definitely dance well. Huang Tao smiled, okay. Then Dad will cheer for you and applaud you from the audience and be your cheerleader. Great. Great. This way I can see where Dad is clearly. So I won't be afraid of not being able to find you. Xian clapped her hands happily. Along the way, the father and daughter talked and laughed. Of course, it was basically the little one who chattered with Huang Tao about interesting things in kindergarten and told him that there was a handwork homework today. In addition to listening carefully, Huang Tao would also respond in time to let the little one know that he was very interested in what he said to her. After a while, the father and daughter returned to the old street in the west of the city. Arriving near the store entrance, they parked the car. Huang Tao picked up Xian from the safety seat in the back seat and held her in his arms. Her small, soft body made him, as a father, feel very happy. At this time, the number of people queuing in front of the store is estimated to be more than 200. The line has already reached the green belt of the road, and there is still a long way to go. The number of returning customers is increasing day by day, and they have to queue up at 3 o'clock. And the neighbors who were queuing took the initiative to greet Huang Tao and his daughter when they saw them coming back. Xian, are you done with school? Grandma has some chocolates here. Do you want some? Xian, your lips are a little red. It looks like you have a sore throat. Grandpa has a can of rock sugar white fungus and snow pear. Drinking it can clear the lungs and moisten the throat. Come. Take it. Boss Huang. You have come back to pick up Xian. So you should take Xian to the store and prepare all the dishes so that we can open the store early. I was so greedy that I didn't get to eat the fish-flavored eel shreds made by you. Boss Huang. At noon when I was delivering goods. I left work early this afternoon, and came here to line up early. Can I buy it in the evening? Faced with the concerned and enthusiastic words of the neighbors, Xian said politely to them with curved eyebrows, "Thank you, Grandma." "Thank you, Grandpa." But Xian wants to eat the food made by Dad. So she won't eat chocolate and canned food. Don't worry. My dad is very quick, and will open the store on time for business. Don't worry. The guests were amused by her little adult appearance. Of course, they were more envious. Envy Xian for having such a great cooking father. Envy Xian for being able to eat the food her father made at any time. After all, this was something they could only dream of. Huang Tao smiled and responded to a few words. Then took Xian into the store. He put Xian on the ground and said softly, "You play here for a while. Dad will cook for you." "Dad? Go ahead and do your work. I can take care of myself." Xian nodded obediently. When Huang Tao prepared dinner for Xian held Mimi and played with her, entertaining herself. Mimi was actually a little uncomfortable being held by the little master. But there was nothing she could do. Having not seen her good friend for a whole day, Xian naturally wanted to be intimate with it. "Are you sure it's not abuse?" After a while, Huang Tao came over with a bowl of white rice, a small plate of fish-flavored eel shreds, a plate of braised prawns, and a plate of stir-fried mushroom legs. "Xian, wash your hands and eat." Xian did as she was told. After washing her hands, she climbed onto the dining table again and sat upright. Seeing her father come up with a different dish, she said with admiration, "Dad is really amazing. He made a new dish again. It must be delicious." Huang Tao felt so happy when he heard this. The corners of his mouth were almost gritting to his ears. "Okay. Eat it." Xian picked up a piece of fish-flavored eel shreds and put it in her mouth and started eating. The moment it entered her mouth, her lively eyes lit up instantly. "Wow. This is also delicious. Why does Dad make everything so delicious?" "Yeah. This is really good, Dad." Huang Tao smiled and touched her head. "Eat more." "Okay." Then, she continued to enjoy the happy and joyful food moment. Chapter 394. It might be easy to step on a landmine. Time goes back a little. Back to 2 p.m. Lulong Lake Wetland Park. The lake is winding around small green islands, with green trees, egrets, green grass, colorful flower beds, and antique wooden buildings. The narrow paths and 15 landscape bridges connect the many islands. It is grand and exquisite. Yang Lui led the photographer along the path, and they would walk on a bridge every time they walked a distance. The stone arch bridge is full of the charm of the Jiang and water town. The wooden bridge is simple and elegant, and the arch bridge bends gracefully like a rainbow in the sky. Standing on any bridge will make them bright. The sparkling water reflects the lush green trees on the shore and the high-rise buildings on the banks of Lulong Lake. It seems that this lake has also become a gathering place for luxury houses. The two walked into the ancient mansion of Tingyi Pavilion, a Qing dynasty Huizhou building, and felt that the air was filled with humanities and history. The exquisite carvings, the bustling scene of traffic, the beating of gongs and drums, the lifelike 6 dragon plaques, the vivid 6 lion plaques, the lifelike character modeling, the exquisite and complex wood carvings are really speechless. In their hearts, they couldn't help but think, what kind of wealthy family can own such a noble mansion? People who like antique culture must go in and see it. That's right. Yan Lui brought a photographer to Lulong Lake Wetland Park to take pictures. She planned to finish the most important part of the tourist attraction guide first. Foreign tourists came here specifically just to have a good time. Although most scenic spots are now too modern. But it is rare to have a long vacation. So naturally people will think about traveling abroad. While relaxing, they can also appreciate the different cultural atmosphere of other places. The two of them walked around and gained a lot. They are very satisfied with the photos taken this time. After coming out of Lulong Lake Wetland Park, photographer Lu Zishan rubbed her stomach and frowned slightly. "I am hungry after walking so much. Sister Lu, you must treat me tonight." Okay. I'll treat you." Yan Lui nodded readily and agreed. And then smiled and said, "You pick a place first. And then take your belly and eat as much as you want." Lu Zishan thought about it and said with a smile, "Why don't we go to Zhongxing Road first to see if there is anything delicious?" Yan Lui, who was not very interested in food, had no objection and nodded, "Okay. I have no problem. You decide." The two got in a car together. They drove to the nearby Central Road. After parking the car and getting out, the two of them walked and strolled around the street. When they passed by a clothing store, they all went in to look at all kinds of clothes. When they saw a style they liked, they would go to the dressing room to try it on. If they were satisfied, they would ask the waiter to pack it up and take it away with them. When they passed by a jewelry store, they also went in to look around. When they saw the jewelry they liked, they would pick it up and try it on. Then, they couldn't stop. When they left, they had several more jewelry bags in their hands. That's right. As long as they liked the jewelry, they would buy it. Oh! It has to be said that girls' desire to buy is really a bottomless pit. Unconsciously, they spent a lot of money again. While they were walking around, the two of them were tired and their stomachs unconsciously sang the hunger song. At this moment, they remembered the real purpose of coming here, feeling the hunger coming from their stomachs. Lu Zishan said to Yang Lui beside her, "Sister Lui, I'm really hungry. I'm so hungry that I can't even walk. How about we find a place to eat first? I'm hungry too. So let's find a place to eat first." Yang Lui nodded in agreement, and her eyes lit up, as if she remembered something. "Oh, by the way, wait for me." After that, she picked up her phone, swiped the screen, opened WeChat, found Lu Qianqian's WeChat avatar, and opened the chat history, wanting to see if the food recommended by Lu Qianqian was nearby. If there was, she could go and taste it. Yes, there are some, but the recommended food is basically some snacks. And now she just wants to eat, not snacks. After searching for a while, she finally gave up. While walking and looking at her phone, she almost stepped on the air and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lu Zishan, who was beside her, supported her in time. Lu Zishan asked with concern, "Sister Lui, are you okay?" "It's okay. I was distracted by my phone. I wanted to check the food recommendations sent by my friend to see what's delicious here. But after looking at it, the more famous ones here are just some snacks." Yang Lui smiled and shook her hand to show that she was fine, and then asked again, "Zishan, do you have any good restaurant recommendations here?" "Sister Lui, you are a native of Wenling, and you don't know? How can I? A foreigner?" "No," Lu Zishan said with embarrassment. "How about this? Let's walk first, and when we see a restaurant that we like, we can go in and eat. How about that? This idea is a bit risky. It might be easy to step on a landmine, but this is the only way for now." Yang Lui, who doesn't have many requirements for food, can accept it as long as the food doesn't taste so terrible. She nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's do it your way." The two had just walked a few steps. They saw that many shops near this street had already started to close. What's going on? It's only 4 o'clock, and they're closing the shop? Just as they were wondering, they heard some shop owners talking. "It's getting late. Let's close the shop first. If we go too late, we won't be able to eat the food at Zinhashi. If there weren't customers buying things just now, I really wanted to close the shop earlier and queue up at Zinhashi. That way, there would still be hope for the new product. Fish-flavored eel shreds. If I go now, I can't count on the new product. For those of us who do business, it's already very good to be able to go to Zinhashi to eat a hot meal. We can't count on the new product. After all, you can't have your cake and eat it too. We have to do business and make money so that we can have money to eat the food made by Mr. Huang." Zinhashi. When Yang Lui heard the word Zinhashi, her brows couldn't help but slightly locked, and she subconsciously murmured, "This store name is so familiar." She thought about it and picked up the phone again. Soon she understood why she was so familiar with the name. This was the restaurant Lu Qianqian recommended to her. Is it a duplicate name? Or is it that restaurant they were talking about? Curious, she caught a shop owner and asked, "Hey, boss lady, where is the Zinhachi restaurant we just talked about?" It happened that the boss lady was a regular customer of Zinhachi restaurant, and she was also a warm-hearted person who could speak. Seeing someone asking about this treasure shop, of course she told them in a friendly way, "It's in the old street in the west of the city. I tell you, I basically go there for dinner now. Not only do I love the food here, but the merchants here also love it. And even our family members like it. If I don't eat there one day, I feel uncomfortable, as if I was scratched by a cat." They also met Zinhachi restaurant at the food festival, and then they were attracted to it and have been following it ever since. Yang Lui became more interested after hearing this. She thought that these people's words were a bit exaggerated. The foodie Lu Zishan suddenly became interested. She asked curiously, "It sounds like the food in this restaurant is very good. But the old street in the west of the city is a bit far. Why did you go there to eat?" In fact, I didn't know it at first. Later, Wenling City held a food festival. Then my friend ate the food in this restaurant at the food festival and said it was very delicious. I happened to pass by the food festival and bought some back. My family almost ate them all. My husband and children also said it was super delicious after tasting it. After that, we often went there to eat at night. Although the road is a bit far, such food is worth our time. The boss lady smiled and said everything in a row. It was not until she was urged by other business owners that she hurriedly said goodbye to them and got in the car. When Yang Lui thought about the boss lady saying these words, the spirit in her eyes came out. Although there were no fancy words, she was already a little greedy after listening to the boss lady's description of the taste of the food. And Lu Zishan beside her was even more greedy. She pulled Yang Lui's arm and said, "Sister Lui, it sounds delicious. Why don't we go over there and eat?" "Okay. Then let's go over there and eat now." Chapter 395. What grand event is being held? There was no traffic jam on the road at this time. Yang Lui and the others drove for less than 40 minutes and arrived at the old street in the west of the city. As soon as they arrived here, Yang Lui's beautiful eyes instantly jumped into a touch of surprise. Obviously, the scene in front of her was beyond her understanding of the old street in the west of the city. Looking at the traffic that continued to pour into the old street in the west of the city, and the bustling crowds on the old street, she couldn't help but raise a big question mark in her mind. Is this still the cold and desolate old street in the west of the city that she knew? She said in disbelief. "It's so lively here." "Yes, it's so lively. Not only are there many people, but there are also many cars." By the way, why are all these cars running here? Is there going to be some grand event here tonight?" Yang Zishan was almost dumbfounded. She never expected that after avoiding the traffic jam on the highway outside, she still couldn't avoid the traffic jam on the old street. She once wondered if half of the people in Wenling City had come here. Otherwise, why was there such a traffic jam here? What kind of activities were going on here that attracted so many people to drive here? But then again, I haven't heard that there will be any important activities held in Qingxi Old Street tonight. If there were, as reporters and photographers of Wenling Morning News, even if they hadn't heard of such news, their superiors would have assigned them the task of interviewing. But there was no task-related task communication at the station, which was enough to show that Lu Zishan's idea was wrong. Then, here comes the question. Why did all these cars and people come to Qingxi Old Street? At this moment, the two of them remembered what happened on Zhongxing Road just now. At that time, the shop owners all closed their shops early and said they would drive here to eat. Could it be that these car owners and the pedestrians and electric car owners who were rushing on the road were all heading for the Zinhashi restaurant? The answer is, of course, yes. Don't ask why they are so sure. The answer is that the car owners who were blocked on the road all said anxiously, if the traffic continues, they will definitely not get the fish-flavored eel shreds. And those pedestrians and electric car owners who were rushing on the road said anxiously while walking quickly, "Hurry up. While these car owners are stuck like dogs, we will hurry up and line up. Maybe there is still a chance to buy fish-flavored eel shreds." Listening to these people's words, Yang Lui and the others understood it all at once. But what they didn't expect was, this restaurant, with a bad location, is so popular. This made them even more interested. In order to get to the restaurant as soon as possible, the two of them weighed the pros and cons and decided not to drive the car further into the old street in the west of the city, so as not to get stuck there and unable to move, which would result in them not being able to taste the food in this restaurant. After driving the car to the front of the road and parking at the parking meter on the side of the road, they walked to the old street in the west of the city. Along the way, looking at the parking spaces on the old street, there were many handsome sports cars parked, and their eyes were dazzled. Wow, that's a Porsche 911 parked on the side of the road. There's also a Ferrari next to it. Oh my god, this is a McLaren. Why are all these rich people coming to the old street in the west of the city? Could it be that these rich people are also here for the food in the Jinchi restaurant? Lu Zishan looked at these luxury cars and couldn't help but let out one exclamation after another. Yang Lui looked at the cars that drove in one after another, and there were many luxury cars such as Porsche and Land Rover. She thought for a while and said, "It's probably true. Wow. What kind of food have these rich people not eaten? They can drive here to eat." Which shows how delicious it is. Lu Zishan was looking forward to the food at Zinhashi restaurant even more. What is a luxury car? How can it smell as good as food? So, she didn't even look at the luxury cars, and hurriedly pulled Yang Lui aside, and walked forward quickly, looking for the location of the store. Just when she was thinking about whether to find someone to ask, a store with a long queue attracted their attention. Although they didn't see the store's sign, their intuition told them that this was 99.99% the store they were looking for, called Zinhashi. They walked a few steps closer, and saw the sign on the door clearly. "It's delicious. It's this restaurant." Looking at the people queuing, Yang Lui exclaimed, "Wow. There are too many people queuing in this restaurant. The business is really good. It seems that we have come to the right place." Lu Zishan asked uncertainly, "Sister Lui, is this the restaurant the boss lady mentioned?" Yang Lui nodded affirmatively, "Yes. This is it." "Ah. No way." Lu Zishan looked at the long queue. "There must be at least 200 or 300 people," she said with despair. "How long will it take to queue up?" Yang Lui smiled and joked, "How about we go to another restaurant to eat?" "No." Lu Zishan shook her head like a rattle. She endured hunger and ran so far. Not for other people's food. So, she was unwilling to give up halfway now. Yang Lui smiled. "Then I can only go to the back to queue up." "Ah, that's the only way," Lu Zishan said helplessly. "It's not easy for this bite of food. I hope the food from this store won't disappoint me later." The two of them lined up at the back of the line one after another. Yang Lui looked out to observe the environment at the door of the shop. Lu Zishan also looked around and took a good look at the nearby buildings and shops. "Okay." She admitted that she was bored and was just waiting in line to pass the time. Wait. Smelling the fragrance wafting from the store, their already hungry stomachs became even hungrier. But there was nothing they could do. They chose it themselves. So they had to continue waiting in line even if they were hungry. From time to time, the two of them anxiously glanced at their phones to see what time it was. And from time to time, they stood on tiptoes to look at the people in front of them and how many people were still in line. Of course, the other old customers in the queue had long been accustomed to this situation and still looked like they were doing what they had to do. Some played with their phones. Some chatted. Some listened to music. There was no dissatisfaction because they had to wait in line for such a long time. And no customers cursed. They felt that the quality of the customers here was really high. Unlike customers in other restaurants, if the store was a little slow in serving food, they would curse and condemn the other party. What's more, they had to wait in line for such a long time. And it was estimated that their ancestors would have to be greeted. They might even leave in anger. The customers of this store were all very good-tempered and friendly, talking and laughing with each other. And they were very harmonious. It overturned their perception of customer quality. After waiting in line for about an hour, they were finally able to enter the store and order food. The waiting time was much shorter than they had imagined. Chapter 396, Weight Loss Crematorium. Yang Lui and Lu Zishan also found that the store without a main door next to them was connected to the store of this Shinhaochi restaurant. They are the same store. In other words, the scale of this Shinhaochi restaurant is really not small. The store without a main door was also full of customers. Business is so good. Why not open a few more stores? With such questions, the two of them walked into the store. As soon as they entered the store, they followed the flow of people to the automatic ordering machine. And while waiting in line to order, they looked around and looked at the environment and furnishings in the store. They felt that the decoration in the store was a bit simple. But the walls were white and new, and it looked like it should have been newly renovated not long ago. The tables and chairs looked very clean, without the greasy feeling of those restaurant tables and chairs. Maybe it was because it was newly renovated not long ago. They didn't think much about it. The air was filled with the smell of salty, braised, and barbecued food. Surprisingly not unpleasant, but very fragrant. "Sister Lui, it smells so good." Lu Zishan pulled Yang Lui's arm, sniffed with her nose, and her beautiful eyes unconsciously fell on the food in front of the guests, who had already eaten. There were roasted chicken, braised prawns, braised meat with dried vegetables, honey sauce, and donpa pork. But I didn't see any table with the legendary fish-flavored eel shreds. Huh? Why doesn't anyone seem to order fish-flavored eel shreds? A hint of doubt appeared in the beautiful eyes of the two of them. and they murmured in confusion. An old customer standing behind them heard it, laughed dumbly, and couldn't help but say, at this time, "You still want to order fish-flavored eel shreds?" After hearing this, Lu Zishan was puzzled. "Are you not selling fish-flavored eel shreds at this time?" "It's not that they are not selling it. It's just that they are sold out. Mr. Huang currently makes 150 servings of fish-flavored eel shreds in one meal. If you want to eat it, you have to come early to queue up. Besides, the portions of other dishes are not very large. If you are late, I guess other dishes will be gone, and only the braised rice will be left. If you are late, you can't expect anything to eat. 100 servings of fish-flavored eel shreds in one meal. Just." The two girls were very surprised, thinking that the other party had said the wrong number, and said with surprise, 150 servings of fish-flavored eel shreds are all sold out?" The customer behind him nodded and said, "Yes, it's just such a small amount. Who can eat it?" Yang Lui. Lu Zishan. "My dear brother, do you have any misunderstanding about the quantity of 150 portions?" Yang Lui and Lu Zishan couldn't help thinking. The store opened at 5 o'clock, and 150 portions of fish-flavored eel shreds were all sold out in less than an hour. Isn't this too popular? The two of them quickly calculated in their minds that a portion of fish-flavored eel shreds is 28 yuan, and 150 portions in the evening market is 4,200 yuan. Even if calculated based on the midday and evening markets, it is 8,400 yuan a day. Oh my god! The daily turnover of just one dish of fish-flavored eel shreds is nearly 10,000. Isn't this too scary? By the way, how delicious is the fish-flavored eel shreds in this store? Just as they were amazed, the customer in front of them had already started ordering food at the automatic ordering machine, muttering to himself as he ordered, "Well, let me see what else I can order. Then I'll have a bowl of yellow croaker noodles, braised meat with dried vegetables, braised prawns, half a roasted chicken, nourishing fish soup, and a 3-in-1 braised rice." Yang Lui and the others listened to the customer mumbling about his order, and thought that he ordered so much because he had friends with him. Who would have thought? He was actually alone. Seeing him find a seat and sit down by himself, and no friends around him, they thought his friends hadn't arrived yet. Until a while later, the 3-in-1 braised rice, nourishing fish soup, braised meat with dried vegetables, and half a roasted chicken were served first. The customer feasted on the 3-in-1 braised rice. After eating the 3-in-1 braised rice, he picked up the bowl of nourishing fish soup and drank several big mouthfuls. As soon as he put down the bowl of fish soup, he started eating the half-roasted chicken. He ate so much that his mouth was full of oil. He didn't forget to pick up a few chopsticks of braised meat with dried vegetables, and then picked up the bowl of fish soup and drank the nourishing fish soup in big mouthfuls. After the yellow croaker noodles and braised prawns were served, he immediately picked up a chopstick of braised prawns and started eating. After eating, he pulled the yellow croaker noodles to his own table and ate them with relish. This scene, this amount of food, it directly stunned Yang Lui and Lu Zishan. Do people in the old street of the West City usually eat so much for dinner? This amount? They may not be able to finish 3 meals a day. That's right. This scene completely overturned their perception of dinner portions. While they were surprised, they also observed curiously for a while, and suddenly realized that almost every customer who came into the store to order food ordered like this. Even the one who ordered the least was a braised pork rice and a nourishing fish soup. Even some petite girls were like this. It was their turn to order. Lu Zishan asked with a smile, "Sister Louis, what should we order? Let's see what else is available." The two looked through the ordering machine. Dishes like honey glazed fire square, dompa pork, braised meat with dried vegetables, and deep-fried bells were all sold out and could not be ordered. The remaining dishes were only nourishing fish soup, braised prawns, roasted chicken and roast duck. The rest were mainly staple foods. There are not many dishes left. How about we order a crab fried cake, a yellow croaker noodle, a nourishing fish soup, and half a roasted chicken and braised prawns? Yang Lui asked the other party with a smile. It's not that she was stingy and didn't order more dishes, but that they didn't have a big appetite, and they basically only ate 80% full for dinner. These foods were enough for the two of them. She was worried that she would not be able to finish all the dishes. Lu Zishan thought so too. She smiled and nodded. Well, I think it's enough. If we order too much, we can't finish it. Okay, let's take these. Yang Lui quickly operated the ATM, ordered the food and paid. The two looked for a while, but didn't see any empty seats, so they stood aside and waited obediently. After a while, there was an empty seat. At this moment, the two of them finally understood why they only waited for about an hour in a long line of 200 or 300 people, in addition to many customers who took away. The speed of these customers who stayed in the restaurant to eat was simply amazing. And the customers who ate in the restaurant were also very diligent. Not only did they put the garbage on their tables into the trash can, but they also wiped the tables, and even collected the dishes, and put them in the basket next to the dishwasher. Their jaws almost dropped after watching this scene. After all, they had never heard of or seen such a scene before. A moment. Yellow croaker noodles and crab fry cakes, half a roasted chicken, braised prawns and nourishing fish soup were served to the table by Li Qingzhan, who said politely, "Your dishes are all here. Please enjoy." "Thank you." Yan Lui nodded to thank him, then smiled and looked at Lu Zishan opposite, asking, "Zishan, what do you want to eat?" Lu Zishan looked down at the crab fry cakes in front of her table, which were red and golden, and the crabs and rice cakes were covered with sauce. But they didn't feel dry. A layer of white mist floated, adding a bit of beautiful artistic conception. Just looking at it makes people hungry. Without thinking, she said, "I'll just eat crab fry cakes. It looks delicious." "Okay." Yang Lui nodded in agreement. At this time, a fragrance floated up. She wondered, "Huh? What's that smell?" Looking down, it was the smell of yellow croaker noodles. However, this smell really surprised her. It was similar to the yellow croaker noodles she had eaten before, but it was completely different. She even forgot to taste other dishes, and hurriedly picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a chopstick of yellow croaker noodles. Suddenly, the deliciousness of the yellow croaker noodles completely captured her. Lu Zishan did the same. A few minutes later, they both raised their heads from the empty bowls at the same time, and said intoxicated and happy, "Ah, this is too delicious." Yang Zishan licked the corner of her lips and asked with lingering feelings, "Sister Lui, are you full? I feel like I can eat another bowl of crab fried cakes by myself." "Me too." But Yan Lui looked at the queue outside the store through the French window and regretted it. She regretted not ordering more. A bowl of yellow croaker noodles. Who would eat it? Lu Zishan realized that there were other dishes on the table. She didn't hesitate and said with a smile, "There are also roast chicken, nourishing fish soup and braised prawns. Let's finish the dishes on the table first." The two of them picked up their chopsticks and moved their chopsticks towards the remaining dishes. The plan of eating only 80% full for dinner was quietly disintegrating. After a while, the remaining dishes were eaten up by the two of them, without any left. Originally, Yang Lui ordered half a roast chicken, thinking that if she couldn't finish it later, she would take it home. The result? After eating all the dishes, it was just right. Although they could eat more, they were finally stopped by a strong will, and didn't plan to queue up again. After all, overeating is fun, but losing weight is a recipe for disaster. Chapter 397 Internet Celebrity Restaurant Setting. No wonder the customers in the restaurant eat so fast. Such delicious food is so uncontrollable. They just want to eat one bite after another until they are full. Lu Zishan's heart was so happy that she was about to fly. On weekdays, they basically work in the city and never come here. If it weren't for the good fortune of today, even if they knew there were delicious food here in the future, they would not have made a special trip just for a bite of food. But now it's different. She thinks that even if she spends some time every day in the future to line up, she has to come here to have a meal. Such food is totally worth it for her. Who said it wasn't? I eat too much without paying attention. Yang Lui leaned back in the chair lazily, with a hint of disbelief on her pretty face. You know, she didn't care about food at all before, as long as it wasn't very unpalatable. In addition, in order to maintain her figure, she controlled her diet. She had always eaten only until she was 80% full since high school, and she had never finished her meal. Now, she not only finished all the yellow croaker noodles, but also shared all the other dishes with Lu Zishan. Not even any soup was left. She was annoyed for only a second, and then she felt that it was worth it to have such delicious food tonight. She even thanked Lu Qianqian for strongly recommending this restaurant to her, and thanked the proprietress for kindly telling her a lot about the food in this restaurant and successfully making her hungry, so that she didn't hide this treasure restaurant. Moreover, This meal tonight is a novel experience for her. It made her thoroughly experience what is a delicious food that makes people happy. The food in this restaurant is. Looking at the diners who have finished their meals in the restaurant. They all get up and clean up their own tables. She finally understands why these diners do this. They want to do more so that the employees and chefs in the store can serve the dishes faster. Of course. Such delicious food is worth doing this. The two of them did not sit for a while, and immediately got up to make room for the guests waiting behind. Before leaving, they also learned from other diners to pour the garbage on their tables into the trash can, wipe the table, and put the dishes and chopsticks in the basket next to the automatic dishwasher. When Lu Zishan inadvertently looked towards the kitchen, when she saw Huang Tao's handsome face clearly. Wow! This chef is so handsome. This was Lu Zishan's first reaction. Even the way he cooks is so handsome. She is obsessed with his looks. So she looked at him like a fangirl. Her eyes almost glued to his face. Yan Lui had just taken a few steps. And when she saw Lu Zishan following her, she turned around and looked for her. But she saw her standing there in a daze. She walked back in confusion, came to Lu Zishan, waved her hand in front of her eyes, and asked curiously, "Hey, Zishan, what are you thinking about? Are you so lost in thought?" Hearing this, Lu Zishan came back to her senses, stretched out her hand and pulled Yan Lui's arm, saying, "Sister Lui, look at the kitchen. The chef is so handsome." Yan Lui looked up. He is indeed handsome. Li Qingzhan happened to pass by them with a tray. Lu Zishan stopped him and pointed in the direction of Huang Tao, asking politely, "Hey, waiter, what is the name of the most handsome chef?" Li Qingzhan didn't need to look. Even with his toes, he could guess who the other party was asking about. His boss too. He smiled and said politely, "That is our boss. Surnamed Huang and given name Tao. Everyone calls him Boss Huang." Lu Zishan exclaimed, "Ah, you said? This handsome chef is the boss of this restaurant?" "Yes. Yes." Li Qingzhan nodded as usual, and then explained, "My boss has multiple positions. He is both the chef and the boss. So, the meals in the restaurant are all made by the boss himself?" Lu Zishan and Yan Lui looked incredulous. They always thought that these delicious foods were made by older chefs. Who would have thought? It was actually made by a young chef. And he is a super handsome guy. At this moment, Yang Lui smelled a business opportunity. He has such good cooking skills at such a young age. He has money to open a restaurant. It shows that this boss is capable and has a little money. The key is that he is handsome. It is definitely a celebrity restaurant. Any label of this will become popular. She thinks that the food in the travel guide must have a place for Jinchi restaurant. And it must be recommended. She was about to talk to Lu Zishan next to her. And Li Qingzhan next to her kindly reminded them, "If you are satisfied, please go out first, so that there will be no crowds and you will be bumped into by accident." "Thank you for reminding me. Let's go out first." Yang Lui nodded and pulled Lu Zishan out of the store. As soon as they left the store, looking at the harmonious queue, Yang Lui finally understood why the guests in other restaurants were so irritable and swearing. But the guests in this store were so harmonious. Because the owner of this restaurant is so good at cooking. What if I curse a few words because I am unhappy? I will be ruthlessly blacklisted by the owner. What if I am unwelcome in the future and restricted from buying in the store? However, what made them curious was that other restaurants were also full of people. Lu Zishan couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that there are so many delicacies hidden in this old street." Yang Lui smiled and said, "I think too much. I guess they don't want to queue." She was right. Many diners who came here because of its reputation couldn't wait, so they chose other stores. Lu Zishan thought about it, nodded in agreement, and then remembered something, and said with a smile, "Sister Louis, are you going to make a travel guide for Wenling City? I think this Sinchichi restaurant is very good and can be included in the food guide." "Yes, that's what I meant." Yan Lui nodded and continued, "Zishan, I just looked at their food. Tomorrow morning, there will be pan-fried buns, sesame dumplings, fried dumplings, braised eggs, and preserved egg and lean meat porridge and 8 treasure porridge. How about we get up early tomorrow and come here for breakfast?" "Sure." Lu Zishan agreed happily, and then remembered that the road was far, and worriedly said, "But this place is a bit far from our newspaper office. If we go there after eating, I'm afraid we will be late for work." "What do you mean you're late for work?" Yan Lui was dissatisfied with the other party's statement and corrected her with a smile. We are here to shoot a food guide. This is work. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Zishan's eyes lit up. And then she showed a cunning smile, raised her thumb and praised, "You are still taller." "Louis," Yang Louis said without any modesty. "That's right." "Hey. I said you are fat. And you are really out of breath." Lu Zishan smiled and said, "Sister Louis, let me take a picture of the exterior here first. And take a picture of these people in line by the way. Don't shoot yet. We will go tomorrow. Let's take photos together tomorrow." Yang Louis stopped the other party and told him her thoughts. "We will be here all day tomorrow. We need to take photos of the scenes in the morning, noon and night. It's work. We must be serious and strive for perfection." "Right. This is the rhythm of wanting to eat breakfast, lunch and dinner at Zinhachi restaurant. This wishful thinking is really good. Could it be that this is the highest level of the legendary slacking off? After all, in her impression, Yang Louis has never been so active and serious in work. Of course, she also saw through it but didn't say it. Taking advantage of work. Why not enjoy delicious food?" The two left with laughter and chat. Chapter 398. Two middle-aged and elderly people addicted to the internet. The moon is bright in the sky, and the stars are shining. It is a little after 8:10 in the evening. All the ingredients prepared in the store have been sold out. This afternoon, the amount of vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds was 50 more than that at noon. But even so, it is still in short supply. Of course, the sales of other dishes have not been affected at all, and they are still in short supply. As in the past, it is completely in a state of too many monks and too little porridge, resulting in a large number of customers queuing behind still unable to buy the dishes they have longed for. Today's single-day sales have once again exceeded 100,000. And today it is a little more. 100,038 yuan. More than 30 yuan. That's a lot. Huang Tao is very satisfied. He also feels very at ease. After all, every penny is his own hard-earned money. It is the most glorious to get rich through hard work. As for the system's mall points, it is currently being emptied and is still accumulating. Who asked him to spend more than 2 million points this morning to exchange for 2 recipes of Chinese snacks? Huang Tao stretched his back and said to the 3 capable people in the kitchen with a smile, "Su Hao, I will leave this to you to clean up." Su Hao promised with a serious face, "Hey. Okay. Boss. Don't worry. I promise to clean it up for you. You work. I'm at ease." After saying that, he took off his chef's uniform and walked out of the kitchen. The last batch of police officers and traffic police who were still eating in the store saw him coming out of the kitchen, and they all greeted Huang Tao enthusiastically. "Boss Huang, your cooking skills are really amazing. Not only is it delicious, but the key is that it tastes delicious every day. I really can't get enough of it." "Yes. Boss Huang, your braised pork rice is so fragrant. You don't know how long I have been thinking about this braised pork rice. It is really soft and delicious. The chopsticks can cut the meat with a light poke. The taste is particularly good. This braised pork rice is really super fragrant. In fact, I couldn't eat the fat part before. I always felt that the fat part was too greasy. But Boss Huang, your braised pork with fat melts in your mouth. And the fat and lean meat are integrated. The taste is particularly soft and not greasy at all. The rice is covered with a layer of caramel-colored soup, which adds a bit of meat flavor. It is particularly delicious. I can finish 3 bowls. That's right. This taste can be said to be the best braised pork rice I have eaten in recent years." Huang Tao was amused by the words of these policemen and traffic policemen. Okay. He admitted that he, like Xian, liked the feeling of being praised. He smiled and said, "Police comrades, you are really good at talking. If you like it, eat more. I am also happy that you like the food I cook. Boss Huang, why do you cook so delicious every time? I have made fried eggs with tomatoes several times at home, and the taste is a little different every time." Good Jing glanced at Huang Tao with her beautiful eyes, lowered her eyes, and asked with a smile. And during the period, she did not forget to reach out and put the scattered hair on her forehead behind her ears. And her voice was particularly gentle. Huang Tao smiled and responded, "Rely on experience. You are probably a genius." Good Jing's beautiful eyes were shining, with deep admiration in her eyes, and a charming smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Huang Tao said modestly, "You are too kind. Boss Huang, you are too modest." Huang Ziqing at the side could not help but say something, and then chatted with Huang Tao again. Boss Huang, your store is good in every way, but the portion of the dishes is too small. It's a pity for us. Every time we come here after work, we can't eat the dishes you cook. We can only eat a portion of braised rice to satisfy our cravings. Why don't you hire a few more mincers in your store? Or buy a machine. You can use the machine to mince meat and stir seasonings. This way you can do more and save yourself trouble, Huang Tao said with a smile. At present, we have enough manpower and do not plan to recruit more. As for using a machine to grind meat and mix seasonings, the taste will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the water content of the vegetables and meat purchased every day is different, and there are some differences in their growth. These differences will lead to different seasonings added each time. You can't add seasonings rigidly according to the amount, so the taste will be very unstable. In fact, it's not only the ingredients themselves, but also the coordination of seasonings and ingredients is very important. This speech made the police and traffic police suddenly enlightened, and they all showed a little expression of sudden enlightenment. Wang Ziqing said with a look of sudden enlightenment, "No wonder my wife always cooks salty and bland when she cooks. It turns out that there is a lot of knowledge in this." Gu Jingyi murmured to herself, "No wonder every time I make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, there are different tastes. It turns out that this is the difference between the king and the bronze." The other police and traffic police looked at Huang Tao with a little more admiration. Huang Tao exchanged a few words with them and went to find his precious daughter. Xian sat on her own dining chair, leaning over the clean dining table, carefully using her vegetable crayons to draw on the white drawing paper with concentration. As if sensing his coming, the little girl suddenly raised her head, looked sideways at him, raised her little hand happily and said, "Daddy, look, how is my drawing?" Her little face was flushed, with shallow dimples, full of pride and joy. "Not bad." Huang Tao looked at the crooked house on the drawing paper, gave a thumbs up, and praised, "The house you drew is really beautiful. Dad, this is our home. There are you, me, Grandpa and Grandma, and Mimi in it." Xian smiled at him with curved eyebrows, and pointed to the house on the drawing paper for fear that he didn't understand, and explained, "Dad, look, Xian is in your arms watching TV." Huang Tao looked in the direction of her finger, and saw 4 matchsticks sitting on a rectangular sofa. 2 of them overlapped, which should be him and Xian. There was a square TV right in front of them. There was a round animal like a pig on the TV. From the pink clothes, this animal should be Peppa Pig, and the orange furry ball next to the sofa should be Mimi. From its posture, it should be sleeping. Huang Tao smiled and rubbed the kid's head. "What are Grandpa and Grandma doing?" "Watching Douyin." Song Salian watched Douyin live broadcast, and later, she also pulled Huangita to watch Douyin together. When they come here on weekends, apart from doing some housework and watching Xian, they spend most of their time on Douyin. 2 middle-aged and elderly people addicted to the internet. One watches live broadcasts, and the other watches short videos. Huang Tao smiled and said, "Xian, when we save enough money in the future, let's buy a big house. Okay?" Xian raised her head, blinked her eyes, and said seriously, "Dad, Xian can live in a small house. Don't tire yourself out to buy a big house. I will feel very distressed if I do that. Dad, you haven't had a good rest since you opened the store." As she said that, her eyes turned red. She hugged her father's waist and buried her little face in his belly. His sweet little girl has grown up and loves her dad. Huang Tao felt warm in his heart, rubbed her head, and said softly, "It's not hard. You should be able to make enough in about a year. With his daily net profit of 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, he will have tens of millions of savings in a year. If the opening of a branch goes smoothly in the future, he will definitely make more money faster." Wow! Although Xian didn't understand much, she was still shocked by her father's relaxed tone. She raised her little head and said with admiration, "Dad is the best." Huang Tao smiled and stretched out his hand to hook her little nose. "Okay. Let's go home first. I still have to do handicrafts when I go back." "Yeah." Chapter 399. The little cutie is almost worried to death. "Daddy, can you help me make a lot of little animals later?" Xian sat in the safety seat in the back seat, and couldn't help her excitement and anticipation. Like a cheerful lark, she chattered in her extremely pleasant voice. "How much is a lot? Daddy has never done handicrafts like you." Xian, how do you know that Daddy can do it?" Huang Tao glanced at Xian through the rearview mirror in the car and teased her. What if daddy can't do it either? Ah. Xuan's two chubby little hands covered her pink little mouth in disbelief. And a touch of surprise instantly jumped into her big eyes. That's right. The innocent little person believed it now. Immediately, she nervously looked at Huang Tao's profile and asked anxiously, Dad, what should I do? Xian can't do it alone. If I can't hand in the handwork tomorrow, will Teacher Yi be angry with me? Teacher Yi looks gentle. But when she is angry, it is still quite scary. Although she has never been angry, it doesn't mean that she has never seen it. Xian was very cute. And now her little look of serious worry is even more interesting and fun. Poochie. Huang Tao looked at her face that was almost worried like a little meat bun, and couldn't help laughing. For safety reasons, he deliberately stepped on the clutch lightly to slow down the speed of the car a little. Dad, you are still laughing. Your little cutie is almost worried to death. Ah. Xian, with a worried look on her face, couldn't help but sigh deeply. Huang Tao saw this and felt distressed. But he also blamed himself in his heart. He blamed himself for teasing her. This way, the little girl wouldn't worry more. He quickly made amends. Okay. Don't worry. Dad will help you make a lot of small animals. Dad promises. I will never let you fail to hand in your homework and be scolded by Teacher Yi. Xian suddenly became energetic. But her big eyes were still full of disbelief. Really? Huang Tao smiled. Really? Xian was a little puzzled. But, Dad, you just said that you, like Xian, have never done handicrafts. And you said you can't do it either. Huang Tao sweated and said, although Dad has never done it, Dad can learn to do it by following the video. Xian accepted this explanation. Oh. After a while, Huang Tao drove Xian to the vegetable market. Parked the car. Huang Tao got out of the car, walked to the back seat, and picked up Xian from the child's seat. Let's go. Let's go buy some vegetables for handicrafts. As for Mimi, she was left in the car and continued to sleep. The father and daughter walked into the vegetable market and went straight to the stall of the vegetable stall owner. It was late now, and many vendors had already started to close their stalls. However, when they saw the father and daughter coming, they also greeted them enthusiastically. Hey, Mr. Wang. Xian, it's so late, and you're still visiting the vegetable market. Xian responded in a baby voice. Uncle, we want vegetables for handicrafts. Xian, come here. Uncle, I have some vegetables. Come over here and pick some. The vegetable stall owner heard this, and warmly invited the father and daughter to come over. Xian and Huang Tao both smiled and said goodbye to other vendors. Then came to the stall of the vegetable stall owner and picked out the ingredients they needed. They bought white radish and bitter melon and other ingredients. Because they didn't buy much, the vegetable stall owner refused to charge. These are just a few vegetables. Not worth a penny. Boss Huang, you can use them. Don't pay. Huang Tao couldn't continue to refuse. So he took it with a smile and said, thank you. I'll leave 10 buns for you tomorrow morning. Xian was very happy to see that her father was so popular. She thanked him sweetly. Thank you, Uncle. Goodbye. Before leaving the vegetable market, Huang Tao wanted to take a look at the quality of the yellow eels in the market. If the quality is good, he would talk about delivery directly. What a pity. He was too late. The vendor selling yellow eels had already closed his stall and went home. He had no choice but to give up for the time being and carried Xian back to the car. He drove off and returned to his own community and parked the car. One big, one small, and one cat went upstairs and returned home. After changing his shoes, the father went to the kitchen and prepared to wash the vegetables first. Dad, do you need help? Xian can wash the vegetables with you. Xian was very sensible. She moved a small stool, stood by the sink, and rolled up her sleeves to help. Okay. Come on. Huang Tao moved a little and handed her a smaller bitter melon. The little girl took the bitter melon to the sauna seriously. A moment. She wiped the bitter melon clean and followed her father to the dining table. Xian, we will make a frog with bitter melon and a white swan with white radish. You will watch from the side. You will do the toothpick work, and Dad will do the knife work. Huang Tao was worried that the knife would hurt Xian. So he assigned her the less dangerous work of inserting toothpicks. Xian nodded obediently. Yeah. Then she knelt on the dining chair. resting her elbows on the dining table, holding her pink little face, a pair of smart big eyes, curiously looking at her father's hand holding the knife, curious about how Dad turned a bitter melon into a little frog, and also curious about how Dad turned a white and fat white radish into a beautiful white swan. She looked at it intently with expectation. Huang Tao first picked up the washed white radish and took a part of the top, about 10 centimeters. He began to swing the knife in his hand and peel the radish. The sound of schwahua was endless, and the radish scraps kept falling on the table. He moved very quickly, and the tip of the knife turned. The radish piece was divided into 2, and then into 4. He cut a quarter of the white radish with a half-centimeter width, but did not cut it off. Then he changed the direction and did the same thing again. Cut an arc on the edge. Do the same for the back. Make a few more lines on it to make it look more like swan feathers. For the feathers on the tail, use a V-shaped carving knife to carve directly. Then the knife was slightly tilted, and a few edges were cut on the small piece of material for the wings. For the first few slices, he cut them with 1 cut. The second cut removed the lower part. After 3 or 4 slices, he cut them one by one, and the speed became faster. In a moment, the body of the swan was done. Then he started to make the neck of the swan, picked up another quarter of a white radish, and cut a half-centimeter thick slice. Then he carved a 2 shape on the slice, trimmed the mouth shape, added eyes. Wow! Xian exclaimed at the lifelike swan. The little guy's mouth opened involuntarily, as if an egg could be stuffed in. Realizing that she seemed to have lost her composure, she subconsciously stretched out her chubby little hand and covered her mouth like a lady. Huang Tao smiled slightly. Actually, he had not practiced these carving skills. He just accidentally saw carving videos on the internet before. However, with his current knife skills, carving these small animals is not too difficult. However, Huang Tao's heart is naturally full of a sense of accomplishment when he can make his precious daughter stunned and even exclaim, "Mimi, look! My dad turned the white radish into a beautiful white swan." She shared the good news with her good friend Mimi with excitement. Poor Mimi fell asleep lazily, and was suddenly awakened by the shouting of the little master. It opened its eyes in confusion, and saw its little master waving at it. It immediately subconsciously meowed in response. Huang Tao picked up the bitter melon beside him with a smile, and started to work on it. As his knife rose and fell, the body and various parts of the frog were carved out. Xian, come! You insert this toothpick into the frog's legs and body. Huang Tao held Xian in his arms, holding the frog's legs and body parts in his left hand, and holding Xuan's tender little hand holding the toothpick in his right hand. He taught Xian how to connect the frog's parts and body parts with toothpicks. It should be inserted like this. The toothpicks fell on the frog's legs and body to connect them, and the big hand held the small hand, slowly outlining the overall outline of the frog. Big body, curved back, pointed head, round eyes. The bedroom was quiet and silent, with only the sound of the toothpick passing through the bitter melon. Very light. A few minutes later, a vivid frog appeared in front of them, as if it would jump up in the next second. Wow! Xian looked at the bitter melon turning into a frog, her eyes shining, her mouth growing big, and she couldn't help saying, "Daddy, Daddy, this frog seems real. The white swan also seems real." Huang Tao was very proud when he heard it. He asked with a smile, "Do you like it?" "Yeah, I like it. Daddy is so awesome." Xian nodded without hesitation, clung to Huang Tao's shoulders, leaned over with her pink little mouth, and kissed him on the face. Ouch! Huang Tao felt like his soul had flown away. He turned his head and pouted his mouth and said vaguely, "Daddy, kiss Xian too." Xian thought about it and took the initiative to put her face on Daddy's mouth. Wow! Huang Tao was bubbling with happiness. Chapter 400. A certain crew filming. The next morning, it was still dark. The sky was white as a fish belly, and there was a thin mist. Huang Tao, who had no dreams all night, woke up as usual under the urging of his biological clock. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Xian sleeping beside him. The little girl was still sleeping sweetly as usual. There was still a faint and sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. Maybe she was still dreaming. He resisted the urge to kiss her rosy little face immediately, took out the phone under the pillow, and glanced at the time. It was still early. Xian could sleep for at least another half an hour. He opened the Weibo time by the way, and according to the old rules, He first browsed the comments under his official account, and then took a general look. Basically, they were sharing to show off that they had tasted vegetarian fish eel shreds, and claimed that the vegetarian fish eel shreds from Zinhashi restaurant were the most delicious vegetarian fish eel shreds. What he found most amusing was that a large number of people were commenting below. "I can live like a queen without you. I won't listen or believe it unless you let me taste it. Desires bewitch people *. I won't listen or believe it unless I can buy vegetarian fish flavored eel shreds. Look up and smile. As bright as a sunflower. I won't listen or believe it unless the boss sells 500 servings of vegetarian fish flavored eel shreds in one meal." There were a lot of people following the trend and playing memes below. Huang Tao was amused by these comments. For the problems they raised, he could not satisfy them for the time being. Because of the venue, the total number of meals sold every day is basically conserved. For example, the number of dishes such as braised meat with dried vegetables and honey sauce fire squares before is relatively small. Sometimes, when the number is large, the number of dry fried bells and braised prawns will be relatively reduced. Although vegetarian fish flavored eel shreds are quite popular, Huang Tao does not intend to make it his main dish. Only balanced development can last long. Click on Weibo Hot Search and start to browse today's hot topics. While browsing, he sighed that various events every day shocked his 3 views. When he saw the 8th hot search, it actually brought the 3 words Wenling City. Huang Tao clicked in and saw that it turned out that a certain crew announced the male and female leading actors. And then, they would come to Wenling City to shoot on New Year's Day. He didn't care much about the entertainment industry, so he didn't look at it carefully and quietly quit Weibo. Seeing that Xian was still awake, he quietly got up, put on his clothes and slippers, left the bedroom, and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Then he came to the balcony with a bucket of clothes that he had changed last night. Put the clothes that he had changed into the washing machine to wash. After finishing, he returned to the door of the bedroom and pushed it open on tiptoe, wanting to see if Xian had woken up. As soon as the door was opened, Xian climbed up from the bed. "Dad?" She rubbed her eyes with her chubby little hands, and called Huang Tao vaguely with a look of just waking up. "Hey, Daddy is here." Huang Tao hurried over, picked her up, and kissed her hard. "My baby. You're awake." Xian giggled, pushed Huang Tao's shoulder with her little hand, and murmured in a baby voice, "Dad's beard is prickly. I just shaved." "Why is it prickly?" Huang Tao freed his hands and touched his face in confusion. It was indeed a little prickly. It was probably because he didn't shave it properly when he just shaved, resulting in a little bit of slipping through the net that was not cleaned up. Seeing his precious daughter's head tilted and fell on his shoulder, her eyelids drooping, as if she wanted to continue sleeping, he asked softly with concern, "Xian, haven't you slept enough? How about you sleep a little longer?" "No. I want to go to the store with my daddy. I want to be with my daddy." Xian raised her hand to Huang Tao's neck, shook her little head, and spoke in a very soft and delicate voice with a strong sense of coquetry. This voice fell into Huang Tao's ears, but it was sweet to his heart. He loved the feeling of being stuck to his precious daughter. "I just want to spoil her for a lifetime." Only a doting father can deeply understand this feeling. What is a lover in the previous life? Huang Tao dotingly reached out and hooked Xuan's small nose. His eyes were gentle and said, "Okay. Put on clothes, brush teeth and wash face first. Then go to the store." "Okay. Yeah." Xian nodded obediently and hurried to get clothes to wear. Although he doted on Xian, Huang Tao did not help, but stood aside and watched Xian dress, at most helping her when she encountered difficulties. After all, under his conscious cultivation, Xuan's self-care ability is now very strong. She can dress and undress by herself, brush teeth and wash face, and help him prepare toiletries. "Come on. Apply some fragrance." After Xian finished washing, Huang Tao picked up a bottle of children's skin cream next to him, unscrewed the lid, dipped some cream with his fingers, and then dotted it on Xuan's forehead, face, nose and chin in sequence. "Itchy. Itchy." Xian, who is afraid of tickling, couldn't help giggling when she felt the itch. She raised her hands and rubbed them on her little face, applying the children's face cream evenly in the original kitten wiping face method. After applying the perfume, Xian went to the dining table to find her bitter melon frog and white radish swan. This is her handicraft, which must be handed over to teacher Yi. so she must take it with her. Before going out, Wang Tao remembered the clothes in the washing machine, which had not been taken out to dry. He smiled and said, Xian, Daddy is going to take out the washed clothes to dry. You stay here. Wait for Daddy. Xian pulled the corner of Wang Tao's clothes, raised her little face, blinked her big eyes, and asked, Dad, let me help you dry the clothes. Wang Tao originally didn't plan to let Xian help. After all, Xian was only 4 years old. But now she took the initiative to ask, with an excited look on her face. And he couldn't bear to refuse her kindness. He thought about it, reached out and touched her little head, stretched out his hand to her, nodded and agreed, okay. Then let's do it together. Hee. Xian took her father's hand and followed him to the washing machine on the balcony. He squatted down and opened the door. Xian pulled Wang Tao's clothes and asked, Daddy, what should I do? Wang Tao handed Xuan's socks to her and said, Xian will be responsible for putting the socks on the shelf. As for Mimi, he glanced at Mimi, who was following Xian. Mimi will be responsible for being cute. Meow. Meow. Mimi called a few times, then lay lazily on the tile floor and took a nap, looking like it's impossible to be cute. And it's impossible to be cute in my life. Ah. The little cutie Xian saw it and shook her head helplessly. But what else can I do? I can only forgive Mimi, who let Mimi be her good friend. I have to continue to associate with good friends I made myself, even with tears in my eyes. Xian ignored Mimi, but raised the socks in her hand and said, Then I'll go and dry the socks. As long as he can be with his father, he will be very happy. If Mimi is also with him, forget it. Mimi is so lazy. She concentrated on clamping the little socks with the trouser rack. After clamping one, she ran to get another one. One trip after another. She worked hard and seriously. Daddy. Xian raised her little hand and said, I've dried all the socks. A little bit of fine sweat oozed out of her forehead. Her little face was flushed. Shallow dimples appeared, and her eyes were full of pride and joy. Xian is great. Wang Tao heard this, picked her up, pouted his lips, and leaned close to Xuan's flushed little face. Xian giggled and dodged, Daddy. My beard pricks. Wang Tao stuck close to her and refused to let go, saying softly, Prick. I want a kiss even if it pricks. Meow. Mimi raised her cat head, opened her big round eyes, and looked at the scene with envy. It also wanted to kiss. What a pity. No one cared about its desire. After the father and daughter were together for a while, Wang Tao gently put Xian on the ground and continued to work. The little cutie Xian was still full of energy at this time, and handed the clothes hanger to her father attentively. Although hanging clothes up and down was very strenuous, Wang Tao did not feel any pain in his waist with Xian, a capable little helper, and his heart was full of warmth and joy. He really hoped that time could go slower and slower, so that he could have more time to accompany Xian, love her, pamper her, and care for her. Chapter 401 Giving birth is like opening a blind box. The sky gradually brightened. Many neighbors had come to the Zinchichi restaurant and set up a card table. The old men and women who were watching, holding a handful of melon seeds in their hands, cracked melon seeds while watching the card game, and laughed from time to time. Just by the laughter, even if Wang Tao used his toes, he could guess who had played the wrong card again, or who had made a mistake. When he approached with Xian, the neighbors saw it, and as usual, they greeted the father and daughter enthusiastically. Boss Huang. Xian. Good morning. Boss Huang. You don't know. My grandson woke up in the middle of the night last night and said he wanted to eat the pan-fried buns you made. He was so greedy that he couldn't sleep for half the night. Look, it's not even dawn yet. I came to line up. Boss Huang. You should hurry up and make it. My grandson is still waiting for you at home. Yes. Boss Huang. Hurry up. He was craving it last night. It's getting colder and colder. Drink more hot water. Boss Huang. This scene attracted the owners of other restaurants nearby to frequently cast envious eyes at Wang Tao. TSK. Boss Huang is not only a good cook, but also very popular. Envy, who let them run a store here for many years. But they didn't get the treatment of being held in the palm of the hands by the neighbors. Wang Tao smiled and greeted the neighbors a few times, and took Xian into the store amid the various greetings from the neighbors. Each employee in the store was doing their own job. Busy. When they saw Huang Tao and Xian, they all smiled and greeted them. Boss. Xian is here. Xian greeted everyone politely. Good morning. Aunt Suqin. Good morning. Uncle Qingzhan. Good morning. Uncle Qiyu. Everyone was smiling. Good girl. Xian. Although Li Qizhan and Lin Qiyu had not known Xian for a long time. In their opinion, Xian, who was well-behaved, sensible and polite, was like a little angel. She deserved to be loved by everyone. They even expected and looked forward to having such a well-behaved and sensible daughter in the future. Of course, the prerequisite was to find someone who was willing to give birth to a daughter for them. But with their family conditions, it was not a difficult task. The difficult part was finding someone who truly loved each other and gave birth to the fruit of love together. The difficult part was giving birth to a daughter as well-behaved and sensible as Xian. After all, giving birth is like opening a blind box. You never know whether you will get an angel baby or a leaky little cotton jacket that is difficult to take care of. Huang Tao, who didn't know what they were thinking, just smiled and nodded, took Xian to sit down at her exclusive table, and told her to stay in the store and not run around. If she was bored, she could read picture books or draw pictures, and he would make her breakfast later. Then he put on his chef's uniform and went to the kitchen to work. 6:30. The queue outside the store slowly grew longer as people from all walks of life arrived. Break. 2 motorcycles stopped outside the door. It was Wang Dobin and Sun Linhai. Break. 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 One after another. The harsh brake sounds resounded over the old street in the west of the city. And one luxury car after another stopped on the side of the road. Those rich second generations also arrived on time. Break. A private car stopped behind those luxury cars. And Huang Ziqing got out of the car and headed straight for the queue. Old customers will come every time unless they are delayed by something. At this time, a red car stopped at the roadside parking space at the corner. Zishan, we are here. Get out of the car quickly. There are already many people queuing up. After parking the car, Yang Lui saw that many people were already queuing up. And she was anxious, and hurriedly shouted to Lu Zishan, who was dozing off in the back seat. At this time, Lu Zishan, who was half asleep, was awakened and looked over. Sure enough, there was already a long queue in front of the store. Oh my god! Do you have to be so curly? I thought it was too early to go out at 5:30. After all, it was only 6:20 when we got here. Who would have thought that we would be late? She couldn't help but exclaimed, these people are too fierce. Right? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to fight so hard. Right? Don't be surprised. If you are surprised, you will be occupied by others. Yang Lui hurriedly asked her to get off the car together. The two got off the car and went straight to the queue. Lu Zishan, who has an impressive figure, ran too fast, and her short down jacket was blown away by the wind. The tight wool sweater she wore inside made her chest look fuller. She trembled when she ran, shaking out dazzling waves. It was because everyone was busy queuing that they didn't pay attention to her. Otherwise she would definitely attract a lot of people's attention. The two of them stood at the back of the line, chatting while waiting. Lu Zishan said with anticipation, Sister Lu, the food in this restaurant is so delicious. It would be great if it was opened in the city. Don't worry. It will definitely be opened in the city in the future. Maybe in various provinces and cities in the future. However, it's all a matter of time. Yang Lui looked confident. The reason why she was so confident was that she felt that this person would definitely move up. Unless the owner of this restaurant was not interested in Chairman Mao. Otherwise, he would definitely open a branch to expand the scale. And the first choice for expanding the scale is naturally the location. This is actually the same as doing real estate. Location is always the most important factor affecting the appreciation potential and the first criterion. Moreover, the reason why this restaurant's business is so popular is closely related to the boss's cooking skills. In other words, these customers come for the boss's cooking skills. People with such cooking skills are more qualified to choose to open a store anywhere. The city must be his only choice. She returned home last night, washed up, and fell on the bed to roughly calculate the daily revenue of this restaurant. In the end, the number she calculated almost dropped her jaw. 80,000. The daily turnover of this restaurant is about 80,000. This number is estimated by her based on the number of people queuing last night. The number of guests who came to the restaurant to dine last night was about 300 to 400. And this queue is constantly moving forward and constantly increasing. The restaurant's business hours are only 2 to 3 hours. According to her preliminary calculation, the number of people queuing in the restaurant at night is about 500 to 600. The number of people in the lunch market may be relatively smaller due to work, but there can be at least 300 to 400 people. The morning market is estimated to have more people than the lunch market. But the morning market only sells ordinary breakfasts such as pan-fried buns. And the average customer spending is not high, which is not as high as the morning and evening markets. Therefore, the daily turnover she finally obtained is 80,000. Even so, this is also a very terrifying turnover. A small restaurant with only 20 tables can create such a terrifying turnover, which is really amazing. She even thinks that if there is an economist here, Wang Tao's restaurant will be included in the economics textbooks in the second year for countless students to study and research. A small restaurant has created such a turnover, especially when the unit price of the dishes is not very high, which can no longer be described as a miracle. It's time for breakfast. Wang Tao brought a plate of pan-fried buns with various fillings, a plate of braised eggs and fried glutinous rice balls, and placed them on Xuan's exclusive small dining table. Xian washed her hands and sat obediently, blinking her eyes at Wang Tao, like a cat waiting to be fed. Wang Tao put 2 bowls of treasure porridge on the table. Xian then picked up her chopsticks, picked up a pan-fried bun, put it on Wang Tao's plate, and picked up the largest braised egg and put it on Wang Tao's plate again. That's right. A good day starts with pampering Dad. Chapter 402. The quality of customers is getting higher and higher. Time passed quietly, and it was almost 7 o'clock in the blink of an eye. The customers outside the Jinchi restaurant were queuing up more and more. Many customers who came from far away drove here to buy breakfast. What a pity! When we arrived, it was a little late. The queue was very long, and it had already reached the door of a sushi shop at the corner. Although this long queue discouraged them, but, in their hearts, they were also very unwilling to give up. So, they could only line up and try their luck. Maybe today, I can be favored by the goddess of luck and buy a meal in the store. Even if I can't buy a favorite pan-fried bun or sesame rice dumpling. It's also good to have a few braised eggs to satisfy my cravings. It's worth their effort to come all the way here. This spectacular queue caught the eyes of the sushi restaurant owner and other restaurant owners. While they were extremely envious, they were also very happy. There's nothing they can do. This is how gods open shops. They are not envious of this. Besides, if Boss Huang loses a few customers, it will be enough for them to drink a pot. Alas, it can only be said that Boss Huang is both their calamity and their blessing. After all, Wang Tao has driven the business of all their stores with the power of one store. And the neighbors who were originally playing cards and chess in front of the Jinhaochi restaurant, seeing that the time was almost up, hurriedly put away the card and chess tables, and put them in a corner next to the entrance of Jiang Guo's convenience store. Then they all lined up quickly, all of them looking ready to go. And the customers behind them, who were queuing up, had no mood to chat or listen to music. And they all looked forward to the direction of the door of Zinhachi restaurant. While looking forward to Zinhachi restaurant opening earlier, they also looked forward to waiting long enough to buy their favorite meals. In the store, Wang Tao had already eaten breakfast. After everyone cleaned up the dishes, they continued to work. Then, at 7 o'clock, the store opened on time. The neighbors in the front row rushed in an orderly manner, as usual, and went straight to the counter. Finally open. Xiaoqin, give me a bowl of treasure porridge, 3 pork and mushroom pan-fried buns, 3 beef pan-fried buns, and 2 braised eggs. That's all. Eat here. 10 beef-filled buns, 10 pork and mushroom-filled buns, 5 pork and shrimp-filled buns, 5 3 fresh vegetarian buns, and 2 bowls of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, 1 bowl of sesame dumplings, and 1 fried dumpling. Take it away. Today is finally arranged. My grandson has wanted to eat the fried dumplings made by Mr. Huang for several days. Today I can finally arrange it. Give me 3 fried dumplings, 10 beef and 10 pork and shrimp pan-fried buns, 3 bowls of treasure porridge, and 6 braised eggs. Ding Suqin listened to the neighbors' eager orders and smiled and politely comforted them. Hey. Okay. Don't worry. Come one by one. Soon, the store was full of people. Due to the limited seats in the store, Many neighbors who couldn't find a seat didn't care at all and just took the ordered meals to the store door, sat on their own folding chairs, and started eating. Eating and chatting. Some people are listening to the morning news. It's so comfortable. Watching the live version of eating broadcast. The customers who have not yet had their turn in the queue all swallowed shamelessly. If they are wrong, please tell them. Please don't torture them in this way. Gurgle. Lu Zishan and Yang Lui also showed eager expressions, and couldn't help but swallowing their saliva. Lu Zishan stared at the Xingjianbo in the hands of the neighbors at the door with envy, and said with a little expression of I really want to eat it, this Xingjianbo looks so delicious. I really want to take a bite. Hey. 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 Zishan. Pay attention to your image. Although Yang Lui was also greedy, she remembered to always maintain her ladylike image, and pretended to be calm and reminded, don't act like you haven't eaten Xingjianbo in your 8 lifetimes. It will embarrass our newspaper. Lu Zishan said with a look of disapproval, but the Xingjianbo does look delicious. Besides, I'm not the only one with a hungry expression. Look at them. Hearing this, Yang Lui followed Lu Zishan's finger and looked behind her. Oh my god. It's true. The waiting customers behind her were unconsciously drooling. Of course, these customers were not drooling because of Yang Zishan and Yang Lui's figures and faces. For them at this moment, what is a beauty? How can it be more attractive than a pan-fried bun? After waiting for a long time, it was finally Lu Zishan and Yang Lui's turn to enter the store and order food. As soon as they entered the store, both of them went straight to the automatic ordering machine. They ordered the food with ease. Sister Lui, are all the breakfast dishes still available? Lu Zishan asked nervously, fearing that she would miss a few dishes and not be able to eat all the dishes in the store. She came here to line up early in the morning. Wasn't it just to taste all the breakfast dishes in the store? If a few dishes were missing, she would definitely feel bad. Yang Lui took a look and nodded happily after confirming that they were all available. Yes. They are all. Yeah. Lu Zishan clenched her pink fist happily, looking very excited. Li Qingzhan, who was delivering the food, glanced at her and couldn't help but stay on her chest for a second longer. You can't blame him for this. Such a magnificent scenery. Let alone men. Even women. It is difficult not to be attracted by this scenery. And it's a very cute girl. Isn't this a test of the cadre's determination? Zishan, how about we order 1 serving each of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, 8 treasure porridge, sesame dumplings, and fried dumplings, and we can share them later. Then we can order 4 stewed eggs and 2 of each filling in the pan-fried buns? It doesn't look like the amount ordered is much, but overall, it seems to be quite a lot. Lu Zishan smiled. I have no objection. Okay. That's all. After Yang Lui ordered, she scanned the code to pay. Then she found a seat to sit. Seeing that a table had finished eating and was wiping their mouths with tissues, they smiled and asked, hello. Have you finished eating? If you have, can you give us a seat? We are all waiting. We've finished eating. Please sit down. The guests at this table smiled and stood up, clearing the table and making room for them. Thank you. They had just sat down. Dishes were served to them by Li Qingzhan, allowing them to see the speed of serving dishes in the small restaurant again. Fast enough. Faced with delicious food, they were no longer reserved, and they all picked up their chopsticks and started with the pan-fried buns. 1 bite of the pan-fried buns. There were a lot of delicious food. It took them nearly 15 minutes to finish all the delicious food on the table. Looking at the empty bowls and plates in front of them, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Wow. There are such delicious foods. Before coming here last night, she thought that this restaurant only had fish-flavored eel shreds. Then the yellow croaker noodles and other dishes amazed her. Now, they were once again amazed by the pan-fried buns, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, 8 treasure porridge, stewed eggs, sesame dumplings, and fried dumplings in the store. They looked at Huang Tao, who was busy in the kitchen not far away, but was not tired at all. They were very curious. Wonderful about where this handsome boss learned his skills. We have to interview him later. At this time, Lu Zishan, who had eaten and drunk enough, realized that she was only concerned about enjoying the food, but forgot the real purpose of coming here today. She slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, bad." Yang Lui asked with concern, "What's wrong? What happened?" Lu Zishan cried with a baby face, "Sister Lui, look at my memory. I actually forgot something as important as shooting a video. Yang Lui was speechless. And after thinking for a while, she said, "Let's go out first. When the boss is done, we can come back." "Well, okay. That's all we can do for now." Lu Zishan reached out and touched her belly. It's a pity that she was full and couldn't eat anymore. Otherwise, she would have to order another portion of each dish. After they walked out of the store, the customers who were still dining in the store couldn't help but mutter, "TSK, TSK, TSK. The quality of customers in Mr. Huang's store is really getting higher and higher. Not only are they good looking, but they also have great bodies. It's the one who is a little taller and has a cool temperament. I think she looks a little familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen her for a while. Hey, your routine is too old. What era is this? You still use this old routine? Really? I'm not lying to you. I must have seen her there, but I just can't remember it all of a sudden." Li Qingzhan, who was passing by, smiled when he heard it. To be honest, the overall conditions of the two girls are really good. One is very cute and has a baby face. The other is full of vitality and has a good temperament. What a pity! He is not their type. And his boss is their type. Don't ask him why he is so sure. The answer is that the way they look at Mr. Huang is very. Chapter 403. You still need to have dreams. The sun shines through the thick clouds, bringing a touch of splendor to the sky. It was a little after 8 o'clock in the morning. The morning market of Jinchi restaurant also ended because the ingredients prepared in the morning were sold out. When those customers from afar who drove here specially and waited in line for a long time heard this news, their mentality completely collapsed. Wow! I have been queuing here for 2 days in a row, just thinking about having a bite of sesame dumplings and fried dumplings. Why is it so difficult? Wow! I am a big loser. I worked hard to queue up, but I didn't get any food in the store by 1 point. The things in the store are too popular. I can't get them every time. By the way, can I knock Mr. Huang out and take him home? Let him cook for me alone. Oh, it's too hard to queue. I came here at 6:50, but I still can't get a queue. Is the store really sold out? You can even buy me a braised egg. I came here at 6:40 and couldn't buy a braised egg. So don't even think about it at 6:50. Some old customers who come here every day to queue up but often can't buy. After hearing the helpless complaints of these customers who come from afar, did not feel the slightest bit of emotion in their hearts, but smiled and persuaded them a few words, wanting them to be more open-minded. After all, everyone has gone through this. Don't be anxious. Don't be sad. After queuing a few more times, you will get used to it, and you won't feel so bad. It's just that we didn't come early enough. Next time, remember to come here at 5 o'clock in the morning. There will definitely not be many people there, and you will definitely be able to queue up. Then we can play chess together or something. Hey! That's how it is in Mr. Huang's store. The food is so delicious, and the neighbors who live nearby are so eager to grab it. It's hard for us to grab it more than them. We can only be more open-minded and try to come earlier to line up next time. Many customers who didn't get to buy left with helpless shakes of their heads. Of course, there were also a few customers who didn't get to buy, who didn't plan to leave and planned to stay for lunch. So, they stayed in their cars and didn't go anywhere. They thought that if someone came to line up here later, they would immediately line up in front of the really delicious store. Kill these neighbors! The customers who were still dining in the store watched the backs of those who didn't get to buy leave sadly. But they felt inexplicably happy in their hearts. Why do I feel that these last few steamed buns and braised eggs taste particularly delicious? Yes, they are indeed delicious. So delicious. I think this last breakfast is better and more delicious than the one I bought earlier. When Huang Tao walked out of the kitchen, he inadvertently heard their conversation and couldn't help laughing. If you don't know, you might think these diners are telling crosstalk. When they saw Huang Tao, they waved and greeted him enthusiastically. Boss Huang, you are done. Yes, you are done. You guys take your time to eat. Huang Tao responded with a smile, came to Xuanxuan's side, touched her little head, and said softly, Xian, it's getting late. Dad will take you to kindergarten. You have to go to kindergarten again so soon. Hearing this, Xian felt a little unhappy in her heart. She was reluctant to part with her father. Even though she was reluctant in her heart, she still nodded obediently and slid down from the dining chair. Then she ran to the cabinet nearby and put the Barbie doll in the cabinet to keep it safe. Then she ran back and forth, holding her father's big hand, looking up with her little face and eyes curved, saying, "Let's go, Dad." After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered her little frog and white swan handicrafts, and couldn't help looking up and asking, "Dad, where are my handicrafts? You didn't bring them for me?" Huang Tao smiled and said, "Yes. I put them in your school bag." "Oh." Xian nodded obediently, and then asked worriedly, "Dad, will it be crushed if I put it in the school bag? If it is crushed, it will not look good." Huang Tao patiently answered, "No. Daddy put it in the box for you. It won't be crushed." After that, he unzipped the school bag and showed her his packaging skills. Hee. Xian saw it and smiled with satisfaction, and did not forget to praise, "Dad is so smart. This way you don't have to worry about it getting crushed." Dad is so great. How should I reward him?" Xian's beautiful big eyes were rolling around. "Got it." Xian looked up at the man in front of her, who was always tall in her mind, and asked with curved eyebrows, "Dad, bend down. What's wrong?" Huang Tao was confused, but he still listened to her request unconsciously, and lowered his body. "Muah." A loud voice echoed in the restaurant. Huang Tao was stunned, and subconsciously raised his eyes, and touched the saliva on his side face, and gently curled the corners of his lips, smiling sweetly and happily. Then, the soft voice sounded in his ears again, "Thank you, Dad." It was only 4 simple words, but it was worth 1,000 words. "Let's go!" Huang Tao picked up Xian, and then walked out of the store happily under the envious gaze of the diners. At this time, Yan Lui and Lu Zishan, who had just returned from shopping near the old street, walked towards Huang Tao and his daughter. After the two of them walked around, they found that the development of the old street in the west of the city was much better than they had imagined. There are many new buildings nearby, and there are many more shops, which is much more lively and prosperous than before. They also heard that many people came here to buy houses in order to eat the delicious food in Mr. Huang's store, which led to the rising transaction volume of new buildings nearby. I was stunned and surprised when I heard it at that time, but after thinking about it, I felt it was reasonable. If they were in their place, they would also want to buy a house here, just to be close to the water and get the food in Zinchiho restaurant. What a pity! Their savings are cleaner than their faces, and they can't afford a house that costs 4 or 5 million. Even so, they all have good expectations in their hearts. After all, you still have to have dreams. What if they come true? When they returned to Zinchiho restaurant, the line outside the restaurant had disappeared. The entrance of the restaurant was also quiet and deserted, and there was no sign that there was a delicious restaurant hidden here that would make people linger. At this moment, the sharp-eyed Lu Zishan immediately recognized Huang Tao, who was coming towards them, patted Yan Lui beside her, and said, "Sister Lui, isn't that Mr. Huang?" "Yes. Let's go over quickly." Yan Lui and Lu Zishan ran over quickly. Because of the large amplitude of running, the scenery on Lu Zishan's chest also trembled, and once again shook out dazzling waves, almost blinded Huang Tao. Huang Tao gentlemanly turned his eyes away and didn't look at the two of them. But it's a pity. The two of them came forward and walked in front of the father and daughter, smiling and greeting him, "Boss Huang." "Hello." "Hello." Huang Tao thought that this person was rushing over to eat, and he apologized, "Sorry. The business is closed this morning." Yang Lui knew that he had misunderstood, and waved her hand and said, "Boss Huang, we are not here to eat. I have something to do with you. It's like this. I am a reporter from Wenling Morning News." Yan Lui. "And this is my colleague, Lu Zishan, a photographer." As a reporter, Yan Lui has a strong ability to organize language, and she explained the purpose of her trip to Huang Tao in a few words. New Year's holiday travel guide. Huang Tao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his small restaurant would attract reporters from the morning news, and his small restaurant would be included in the food section of the travel guide. This matter is actually helpful to the development of the small restaurant. Besides, there is no reason to refuse free publicity that comes right to your doorstep. But when he thought about sending his daughter to kindergarten, he couldn't accept them for the time being. So he apologized, "Sorry. I have to send my daughter to school now, and I don't have time to discuss the details with you." "It's okay. You go ahead and do your work. We'll have a good chat after you're done." Yan Lui's attitude was that everything was for Huang Tao. "Okay." She actually had a plan in mind. She wanted to stay for another meal under the pretext of work. Working and enjoying food at the same time. Such a life would be too comfortable. Huang Tao saw that she said so. So he agreed, okay. Then you go into the store and sit for a while. I'll be back around 9 o'clock. Okay. No problem. We'll wait for you. Yang Lui and the others waved to Huang Tao and his daughter. And watched them get into the car. Auntie, bye. Xian waved to them sweetly. Yang Lui and Lu Zishan, who were suddenly called Auntie. Chapter 404. Why is the gap so big? When Huang Tao drove and took Xian to the Golden Sun Kindergarten, it was already 8:20 in the morning. But they were not late. With the arrival of autumn and winter, the weather gradually became colder. The kindergarten had already implemented the autumn and winter schedule last month, adjusting the admission time for small classes to 8:30 and the dismissal time to 4:10. So it is not considered late to come during this time period. However, there are still many cars outside the kindergarten, which blocked the entrance of the kindergarten. They were all just sending their children to school. Huang Tao took a look and felt that the car would not be able to squeeze in for a while. So he drove the car to the roadside parking area next to it. Huang Tao saw that there were a lot of cars passing by the kindergarten gate. He turned around and looked at his precious daughter in the back seat with some concern. He asked softly, Xian, there are a lot of cars outside. Daddy, can you take you to the kindergarten gate? Yeah, okay. Xian has red lips and white teeth. She looks so cute when she smiles with big eyes blinking. Huang Tao smiled, reached out to the passenger seat to get Xuan's small school bag and small thermos, then got out of the car and took Xian down from the safety seat. Holding her little hand, he came to the entrance of the kindergarten. Xian, good morning. Xuan's father, good morning. On both sides of the kindergarten gate, there were two senior children acting as etiquette angels. They recognized Huang Tao and his daughter at once, and waved to them with smiles on their faces, full of enthusiasm. Xian waved at them obediently and said, good morning. Children, good morning. Huang Tao also smiled and greeted these children. Then he squatted down. He helped Xian carry her school bag and water bottle, and sorted out her clothes. He couldn't help but say the old father's words again, Dad is going back. I will come to pick you up after school in the afternoon. You should be good in the kindergarten. You should listen to the teacher and get along well with other children. Okay? Yeah. Although Xian heard this almost every day and her ears were almost calloused, she still nodded obediently. She didn't find her father's nagging annoying at all, but loved it, because this is a manifestation of her father's concern for her. Xian reached out and hugged Huang Tao with curved eyebrows, and then made a heart to Huang Tao. Love you, Dad. This scene, in the eyes of those parents who sent their children to the kindergarten, all showed envy. Looking at their own children again, they ran into the kindergarten without even saying hello, leaving them with a ruthless and flustered back. Why is there such a big gap between the children in the same kindergarten? This is the legendary other people's children. And Xuan's loving little move instantly sweetened Huang Tao's heart. He reached out and touched her face with gentle eyes, and said softly, go in. Daddy will watch you go in. Daddy. Goodbye. Xian waved to Huang Tao obediently, and then reluctantly entered the kindergarten under Huang Tao's eyes. At this time, the gate of the kindergarten was still bustling, but Huang Tao's attention was all focused on the little person in front of him, and his eyes were full of reluctance and worry. Although this temporary separation scene basically happens about 5 times a week, he should be numb by now. But he had to admit that he was still not used to such a short separation so far. Hey, I have to keep myself busy, so that I won't be worried about her all the time, and miss her. Seeing that Xian had entered the gate of the morning inspection, and could not be seen, he turned around and left. He got in the car. He drove to the vegetable market immediately. This time, as soon as he entered the vegetable market, he went directly to the stall selling yellow eels. That's right. He wanted to put the meat version of fish-flavored eel shreds on the agenda, and put them on the market at noon. So now, he came to find the source of goods. However, his arrival still attracted the attention of the vendors. No need to guess. They can all think that he must be here to purchase ingredients. Well, okay. They admit that this is indeed nonsense. People come to the market to buy ingredients, don't they? It's impossible that they would just go to the market for a half-day tour out of boredom. Right. Of course. Judging from the fact that Mr. Huang suddenly appeared at the market, it's likely that he made a special trip because the store is going to release new dishes with other ingredients. Who will be the lucky one this time? The owner of the pork stall, Lao Wang, smiled and greeted him. Hey, Mr. Huang. I was just about to ask my nephew to send you meat. I didn't expect you to come here in person. Come. Take a look at the meat. It's all fresh. Lao Wang. I'm 100% confident about the meat you sent. Huang Tao smiled and waved his hand, saying, no need to look. I know it must be very fresh. Just prepare it. Once it's ready, just send it to the store. This trust made Lao Wang feel warm in his heart. Boss Huang is a really good person. And he is a good person to deal with. Unlike some other restaurant owners, who are very black-hearted. Every time he clearly picked the best meat and delivered it to them in full weight, they would always find fault with him, saying that his meat was not good, saying that he was short of weight, just to pay him less for the meat. Some even owed him money for the goods and delayed payment. Once delayed, it would last for several months or half a year. It was useless to urge him many times. In the end, he dared not deliver goods to these restaurants anymore. As for the payment for the goods, he naturally only took back part of it. Of course, he was the only one who suffered such a loss. And other vendors had the same experience. But Boss Huang was different. Not only was he very straightforward in settling the bill every time, but he would not give them even a penny less. Doing business with such people made me feel at ease. They were also willing to give Huang Tao the best goods, and even the biggest discount. Lao Wang smiled happily. Boss Huang, what are you going to buy this time? Are there any new dishes in the store for lunch? Other vendors couldn't help but prick up their ears to listen carefully. Huang Tao smiled and jokingly told the purpose of this trip. Lao Wang, you are not the worm in my stomach. Are you? You guessed the purpose of my coming here at once. Yes. I want to buy some yellow eels to make fish-flavored eel shreds for lunch. It turns out that it is true. The vendors' minds became active, thinking about whether they should close their stalls early to buy at noon. Lao Wang and Chen Weihao also looked forward to it. Meat fish-flavored eel shreds. It must be delicious. I have to say, this is really a qualified support. Huang Tao thanked. Thank you. Come and taste it at noon when you have time. Okay. I'll let Xiaohao go to queue up at noon. Old Wang nodded happily. But when he thought of the fierce neighbors, he pleaded helplessly, but Boss Huang, you have to make more. Otherwise, you can't grab it. Huang Tao smiled helplessly. This, I will try. You should also try to come earlier. I'll go over there first. You guys are busy. After that, he went straight to the stall selling yellow eels. Passing by the vegetable stall owner, he reminded the vegetable stall owner again, asking him not to forget the amount of lettuce, black fungus and green onions when delivering the vegetables later, and to deliver twice as much. At the yellow eel vendor, Huang Tao bought 100 kilograms of yellow eels in one go. The boss's wife and the boss were very happy. The boss was busy, holding the yellow eel, bleeding and deboning it skillfully, with flexible techniques, leaving a large piece of intact eel meat in a moment. Hey, Mr. Huang, if you want it, I'll give you 38 yuan per caddy. Don't worry. I promise to send the fattest yellow eel to your store. The boss's wife said with a smile that she was also happy. Although she gave the lowest price and made less money, she made a lot of money overall. In the past, she envied Lao Wang and other vendors who delivered goods for Mr. Huang, and also expected that one day she would be picked by Mr. Huang and come to their stall to buy yellow eels. Her husband said at the time that she was dreaming. See, she is also happy now. Huang Tao smiled and said, the price is fine, but I need you to help debone the yellow eel. Keep a large piece of meat. Remove the bones and internal organs inside, and follow the boss's current processing method. In fact, the step of bleeding and deboning the eel is very critical. Huang Tao originally thought that he would buy it and do it himself. That's right. It would take a bit of time. In addition, he was worried that his assistant chef was not good at handling eels. This time, the owner of this stall was very skilled and meticulous in deboning, so he made this request. The boss on the side said, sure, I am good at deboning, and I will definitely remove all the bones and internal organs from the eel for you. After that, he quickly processed the eel for Huang Tao. Huang Tao smiled and said, okay. Thank you for your hard work. After calculating the price, Huang Tao paid the money, added each other on WeChat, and agreed on a delivery time in the future. Chapter 405. The difficulty is very high. Okay. Let's go to the classroom. Thank you, teacher. After completing the morning inspection, Xian, carrying her small school bag, ran to the floor where the small class was located. She walked into the classroom of the small class panting. The classroom was full of noise at this time. The children who arrived early were playing, chasing, reading. In short, the noise and laughter were intertwined. However, after Xian arrived, all the noises turned into warm greetings. Xian, you are here. Xian, good morning. Xian, why are you late today? Was there a traffic jam? Xian, your hairstyle is so beautiful today. Did your daddy do it for you? Xian, I went to your daddy's restaurant with my mom last night and had fish-flavored eel shreds. It was so delicious. Some children also ran towards her immediately and surrounded her with chatter. This is such a big deal. If you don't know, you might think that some big shot has come to the little class. Yes, I'm here. Good morning, everyone. There was no traffic jam this morning, but when I was leaving, a reporter stopped my dad and said she wanted to interview him. And then, that delayed my leaving. Yes, my dad combed my hair. My dad can do many beautiful hairstyles. Of course, it's delicious. Whatever my dad cooks is delicious. Xian put down the small school bag on her back and smiled as she answered the children's questions one by one. Whenever she talked about her father, her words were full of pride. This speech made Xiaoping Cici exclaim, "Wow, a reporter is interviewing your father. Won't your father be on the newspaper?" "Yeah, I think so." Xian blinked her beautiful eyes, thought about it, nodded, and then smiled and said, "My father has also been on TV." Xuan's face was full of pride. Although she is not the one who will be in the newspapers and on TV, her father is her favorite father. The children are very envious. When the other children heard this, they opened their mouths slightly and exclaimed in Hindi, "Wow, Xuan's father is so great." Yeah, in Xuan's mind, her father is the best father in the world. No one else. There is no room for any rebuttal. Oh, by the way, Xian, have you finished your handicraft homework? Chi suddenly thought of it and asked with a smile. Teacher Yi just came over and said that the handicraft homework should be handed in to her desk. Xian nodded. It's done. Chi and the others looked expectant. Then what did you do? Can you show us? Sure. Xian took out 2 boxes from her school bag and showed them to them generously. My father and I made a little frog and a white swan together. Although it was basically her father who did it. She inserted some toothpicks and finished it with the help of her father. But anyway, she also helped to do it. So, there is nothing wrong with what she said. And there is nothing wrong with it. They did it together. And she didn't mean to take away the credit from her father. Xian happily put the box on the teacher's desk. And first opened a blue box. This box had a built-in mechanism. Just press a button and it will open by itself. A green frog. Chubby but also very long. About 7 or 8 centimeters long. With a wide and flat head. A pair of big round eyes on the head. A wide and big mouth. 4 legs under the body. Long hind legs. Webbed toes. As if it would jump out of the box in the next second. Wow. What a cute frog. Chi said with shining eyes. Chi looked at Xuan's bitter melon frog. And then looked at the sheep that her father had put together with cauliflower. The face that was so distorted that it was hard to tell the facial features. And the simple chopstick legs. In comparison, it was simply horrible. She couldn't help but nod in agreement. And her eyes were full of envy. Not only were the handicrafts of several good friends not as good as Xuan's, but the handicrafts of other children on the desk were also not as vivid and interesting as Xuan's. Xian was busy opening the second pink box, which opened automatically. As soon as the box was opened, the pure white swan appeared in front of the little friends, attracting their eyes and hearts at once. They exclaimed again, "Wow! What a beautiful swan!" Other children were also attracted after hearing their exclamations. Unconsciously, a small circle surrounded Xian, with more than 20 spectators. For a while, Xian was also happy to share her handmade works with everyone. After finishing their work, teachers Yiwen and Su Weiwei hurried back to the classroom, ready to lead the children to the playground to make breakfast. As soon as they entered the classroom, they saw the children gathered around the podium. It became clear at once. These children must be looking at each other's handicrafts. And also looking at whose handicrafts are the best. They both smiled and greeted her. When they saw Xuan's 2 handicrafts, their eyes lit up. They were directly amazed. Although they have not been kindergarten teachers for a long time. Only 3 or 4 years. Because of their profession. They have done too many handicrafts. But they have to admit that their level of handicrafts cannot reach this level. Of course. They also know that Xian can make such perfect handicrafts. And her father behind her, that is, Huang Tao, has made an indispensable contribution. After all, for children in small classes, doing this kind of handicrafts is indeed a bit difficult. Basically, parents are there to help them complete it together. They assign such homework to enhance the interaction between parents and children, and to promote the affection between parents and children. Yuan smiled and praised, well, Xuan's handicrafts are really beautiful and vivid. The other children's work is also great. Come! The teacher will reward you with a little red flower. After that, she picked up the stickers of the little red flowers and pasted 2 little red flowers on the forehead of Xian, who did the best. As a reward, when the other children saw it, they were envious and eager. Fortunately, Yuan also pasted a little red flower on the forehead of each other child, which made their envy and desire slightly reduced. The classroom was suddenly noisy, and all the children were smiling. Some shouted, I got a little red flower. I got a little red flower. Teacher Yi smiled and clapped his hands and said, okay. Everyone, be quiet. Line up. And we are going to the playground to do morning exercises. While the children all stood up obediently and lined up. Then, led by the 2 teachers, they headed towards the playground. Chapter 406 Everyone likes my boss. The winter sun shines on my body. Warm and comfortable. Huang Tao drove the car, listening to Jay Chou's song 7 Miles of Fragrance, and headed towards the old street in the west of the city. The way back was not congested at all, and it didn't take long to get to the vicinity of his store. Park the car. Walk to the door of his store. At this time, there were several young people queuing in front of his store. They were all those who didn't eat in the morning and stayed in the car on purpose. Just now, when they saw the uncles and aunts coming to the Jinchi restaurant, they quickly got off the car and ran over to line up. Thus, they took the lead and occupied the top 5 positions. And those uncles and aunts had to line up behind them, and set up 2 card tables and a chess table. At this moment, they are enjoying the sun, playing cards and chess. They seem to regard the entrance of the really delicious store as an outdoor chess and card room. Lao Qin and Lao Lu, 2 close friends who love and hate each other, are also here, sitting face to face playing chess to decide the winner. There are also several uncles around, all with their own thermos cups, drinking tea and chatting. And they can't help but point out the chess game and instruct Lao Lu on how to play chess. Lao Lu, you should level the car. Otherwise you can't keep this pawn. Lao Qin was unwilling, and he closed his folding fan and stopped him. Hey, Lao Chung, drink your tea. Don't keep pointing. Lao Lu also accused him. Lao Chung, don't give advice. If you give advice again, you can stay there and don't watch here. Lao Chung, hey, I have good intentions, but I was treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. By the way, are you 2 sworn enemies even without meeting each other? Why are you venting your anger at the same time? A helpless expression of a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing the kindness of a good person, instantly jumped onto Lao Cheng's face. At this time, seeing Huang Tao coming over, he changed his face in a second, smiled instantly, and greeted him warmly. Boss Huang, have you said Xian back from school? But you came back a little late today? Was there something at the kindergarten that delayed you? Huang Tao smiled and said, I just went to the vegetable market, so I was delayed for a while. Went to the vegetable market? Hearing this, the neighbors keenly caught the key words and suddenly became energetic. Suddenly I felt that this matter was not simple. It was probably related to the new dishes. Old Qin's eyes lit up, and he even stopped playing chess. He waved his folding fan and asked with a smile, Boss Huang, you are not going to serve new dishes at noon, are you? Old Qin, you are really meticulous. Nothing can be hidden from you. Huang Tao smiled and nodded, and then continued, there will indeed be a new dish at noon, which is the meat version of fish-flavored eel shreds. The neighbors were so happy to hear this, so we, the neighbors, will have a good meal at noon. The other young people were also glad that they did not go home in anger just now. Otherwise they would miss the opportunity to taste this new dish at noon. Yes, everyone is welcome to taste it later. Huang Tao smiled and said a few subtle words to the neighbors, and then walked into the store. Thinking back to the rare opportunity to taste the food last time, Lao Qin was eager to try it. So he quickly asked Lao Chung to play chess for him. Lao Chung, come on, play this game for me. This made Lao Chung confused. Ah, I'll play for you. Then what are you going to do? Stop talking nonsense. I'll let you play. If you lose, it's my fault. After saying this, Lao Qin immediately caught up with Huang Tao and asked with a smile, Boss Huang, are there any spots for tasting new dishes at noon? If there are, can you come to me? Boss Huang, don't worry. I'll pay for the tasting. If his old friends in the catering industry saw this humble attitude, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop on their shoes. You know, since he retired, many hotels have spent a lot of money to invite him to their hotels to help taste new dishes. But Lao Qin rejected them all. The kind who won't go no matter how much money is offered. Who would have thought? Now he is begging to try a new dish of a small restaurant. And he has to pay for it himself. How can this not shock them? Huang Tao thought about it. It is inevitable that there will be some shortcomings since it is his first time to cook. Lao Qin is a former 5-star chef. He is more professional than ordinary people in food and can provide a lot of advice. He also thought that Lao Qin's review of the last time he tasted was good. In addition, there are 2 reporters in the restaurant who want to interview him, and they will probably take pictures of him cooking. After that, they have to be invited to taste the dishes. So, it's the same for 2 people or 3 people. So why not eat together? He nodded and agreed, okay. Then come over around 10 o'clock to try it. Lao Qin's eyes lit up. Did he agree? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Huang, for giving me this opportunity to taste the food. The smile on Lao Qin's face was almost stretched to his ears. Tasting food means that you can taste the new dishes launched by Mr. Huang as soon as possible. This is a temptation that no food lover can refuse. Fortunately, I came here secretly to ask alone. Otherwise, other people would definitely want to get a share of the pie after hearing it. If there are too many people, Mr. Huang might not agree. And how could it be my turn? Lao Qin was thankful. He also had great expectations for the food tasting at noon. Just at this time, the owners of various vegetable stalls delivered goods to the door. Mr. Huang, we have delivered the goods you want. Without waiting for Huang Tao to respond, Lao Qin on the side responded enthusiastically, I am here. I will move it. After that, he dragged his old arms and legs over 70 years old and hurried to move the goods. He had a rare chance to get a place to taste the food, but he had no way to repay the old man. So he could only help with some odd jobs to get his wish. This scene, Huang Tao was worried, fearing that the old man would accidentally sprain his waist. So he hurried forward to stop him. Old Qin, leave it alone. Let the young people come. It's okay, Boss Huang. I'm idle anyway, so I can stretch my muscles. Otherwise, my bones will rust. Old Qin shook his hand and then recounted his past bravery. Back then, I could carry a whole pork loin by myself. Huang Tao couldn't persuade him. So he smiled helplessly and said, Old Qin, you are still strong. But it's better to take it easy. Why don't you take the lightest? This bag of mushrooms? Help me take it in. The neighbors saw that Old Qin suddenly became so diligent, and they always felt that there was something fishy. But they had no evidence. If they were not playing cards or chess at this time, they would definitely go over to help move the goods, and catch Old Qin to ask questions and get to know him clearly. When Jiang Gui heard the sound of the delivery, he hurried over and prepared to help move the goods together. Seeing that Old Qin also helped, he was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, Hey, this old man Qin. Why is he moving? Is he trying to steal my rice bowl rhythm? He hurriedly joined the ranks of moving goods. The young people in front saw it and couldn't help thinking, should they join the multi-person movement of moving goods? Thinking that the old man in his 70s helped move the goods, it didn't seem good for them, the young people in their early 30s, to just watch. Besides, if they left a good impression in front of Mr. Huang, they might be able to ask for a reserved meal in the future. So, they also stepped forward to help move the goods. Lu Zishan and Yang Lui in the store watched this scene through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, and the expressions on their faces gradually became dull. It was also the first time for them to see a business doing business. And customers rushed to help move the ingredients. This is really a precedent. But think about it. After the customers in the store finished their meals, they cleaned up the dishes by themselves. Thinking this way, they didn't feel surprised, but felt that Huang Tao's popularity was really good. Lu Zishan held the water cup and couldn't help but sighed. The neighbors are too enthusiastic. When Li Qingzhan, who was about to move the vegetables, passed by them, he heard this and said proudly, "Of course. Everyone likes my boss." Yang Lui clicked his tongue twice. Indeed, he is handsome and has such good cooking skills. It is natural that he is popular. By the way, should they also go to help? Chapter 407 Boss Huang is so fast. Sorry you too. I kept you waiting. After seeing off the vendors and Jiang away, Huang Tao, who was temporarily free, came to the table where Yang Lui and the others were sitting with a smile and said apologetically, "Our store is small and there is no special reception room. We could only ask you two to chat at the table." Boss Huang, you are really too polite. In fact, the environment and hygiene of your store are very good. Far better than many restaurants. And it is also warm inside. Yan Lui was very happy. She smiled generously and said, "We both dined in your restaurant last night and this morning. And the experience was very good. Yes, your food is very delicious. Whether it is the fish-flavored eel shreds we ate last night or the pan-fried buns we ate this morning for breakfast. They are all very delicious and people never get tired of eating them." Lu Zishan nodded in agreement, and then asked the question she had been looking forward to. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Huang, will new dishes be served in the future?" "Right. Apart from a few staple foods, the number of dishes in the restaurant is indeed not large. It is also too monotonous. Although there are indeed many restaurants that specialize in making a few dishes to perfection. Out of selfishness, Lu Zishan still hopes that Jinhaochi restaurant can have more delicious dishes. Who let the owner of this restaurant have such great cooking skills? The new dishes he makes should also be delicious. By then, she can come here often with Sister Louis. Of course, even if there are no new dishes in the future, they will still come here to eat frequently." Huang Tao, who didn't know what she was thinking, thought she was asking about the store's development plan. He said calmly, "We will definitely serve new dishes one after another. Although our store has just expanded, it has basically stabilized. We will serve new dishes from time to time. After all, there are many varieties of dishes in the restaurant industry, and our chefs are quite unique in this regard." He didn't lie to them. Even if the system didn't reward him, he would use the mall points to serve 1 or 2 new dishes every once in a while. Only when Jinchi restaurant serves new dishes quickly can new and old customers feel fresh and not get tired of it. Lu Zishan and Yang Lui looked at each other and saw satisfaction in each other's eyes. In the future, we will have a good time and taste a steady stream of new dishes." Huang Tao smiled and said, "Oh, by the way, it's a coincidence that you came today. There will be a new dish at noon." "Ah, a new dish?" The two girls' eyes lit up and they couldn't wait to ask. "Boss Huang, may I ask what the new dish is?" Huang Tao told the truth. The meat version of fish-flavored eel shreds. The two girls looked expectant. It must be delicious too. Although they had never eaten vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds, it still did not prevent them from looking forward to the meat version. Then the three of them discussed the reporting matters. Huang Tao went straight to the point and asked, "Reporter Yang, is there anything I can do for this interview?" Yang Lui smiled and said, "We want to take a photo of all the dishes made in the restaurant at noon, as well as a photo of the restaurant's front door. If possible, we also want to take a few photos of you cooking." Boss Huang, Lao Qin, who stayed in the store to try the meat-flavored eel shreds, couldn't help showing a touch of surprise when he learned that Huang Tao was going to be on the Morning Post. At the same time, he admired Huang Tao from the bottom of his heart. Not only was he personally invited by the editor-in-chief of Food Full and Delicious to be on the magazine, but now he was interviewed by the reporter of the Morning Post, and his food was included in the food section of the Wenling City Tourism Guide. You know, when he was the head chef of a 5-star hotel. His 5-star hotel was also included in the hotel section of the Wenling City Tourism Guide. But the food in the hotel cannot be included in the food section. The boss of their hotel specially invited the editor-in-chief of the Morning Post to dinner for this purpose. During the meal, he mentioned it and promoted the food of their hotel. But it was rejected by the editor-in-chief of the Morning Post. His hotel manager also knew the temper of the Morning Post editor-in-chief. So after refusing several times, he never mentioned it again. And now, the reporter of the Morning Post took the initiative to come to Huang's restaurant to shoot the food in his restaurant. It can only be said that the food in Huang's restaurant is worthy of this interview, and worthy of becoming the vein of Wenling food. Okay, that's no problem. After listening to Yang Lui's words, Wang Tao nodded and agreed, this can be arranged for you. Lu Zishan smiled and asked, do you mean to do it now? Wang Tao nodded, let's make the new dishes first. That's the best. Then you can do whatever you want. I'll be ready soon. As he said, Wang Tao changed into a chef's uniform, walked into the kitchen, washed his hands, and prepared to start making meat and fish fragrant eel shreds. Lu Zishan picked up a small sports camera, fixed the position, and started shooting. He took out another micro single lens and looked for a suitable shooting angle. Lao Qin and Yang Lui stood at the glass baffle outside the kitchen, ready to see Huang Tao cooking. Huang Tao took some cleaned eels and cut them into 10-centimeter long segments with a knife. Then he spread the cut eel segments flat on the chopping board and chopped them into 10-centimeter long thin strips. The lightning-fast hand speed surprised Lu Zishan and Yang Lui, who saw Huang Tao's knife skills for the first time. Wow! Mr. Huang's knife skills are too good. The speed is so fast. I can't even see where the knife is. Yes, I only saw a trace of the knife. Huang Tao was still not in a hurry, and he cut quickly and calmly. After the eel shreds were cut, he put them in the basin. Pour the egg white that Su Hao had prepared in advance into the pot, and then add salt, cooking wine, soy sauce, starch and other seasonings. Stir well. Season the eel strips with starch. After that, pour a little cooking oil into it. This is to allow the eel strips to quickly slide in the pot when they are put into the oil pan for frying. Wang Tao mixed the eel strips a few more times and put them aside to continue marinating for a while. While marinating, he began to prepare other ingredients. Cut the fungus and lettuce into strips and blanch them. Chop the pickled pepper and mince the green onion and ginger. Prepare all the ingredients such as water starch. He took another bowl and poured salt, sugar, aged vinegar, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, broth and water starch into it, and stirred them evenly. That's it. The sauce for making fish-flavored eel shreds has been prepared. Seeing that the fish-flavored eel shreds have been marinated, he put the wok on the stove and turned on the fire to heat the wok. Pour some cold oil into the wok and lubricate it. After lubrication, pour out all the oil in the wok and add 2 spoons of cold oil again. When the oil is hot, stir the marinated eel shreds in the wok quickly with a spoon to make them slip quickly. After more than 10 seconds, the color of the eel shreds gradually changed, and they were no longer soft. Huang Tao hurriedly picked up the wok and poured all the eel shreds and hot oil in the wok into the colander on the oil drum. Then put the wok back on the stove. Then pour the chopped green onion, ginger and pickled pepper into the wok. Stir-fry over low heat. Stir-fry the aroma of these ingredients and the red oil. When Huang Tao was doing this step, Lao Qin and Yang Lui, who were outside the kitchen, were all watching him intently. Yang Lui was naturally concerned about the taste and texture of the dish. Lao Qin, who was quite familiar with this dish of fish-flavored eel shreds, was naturally very clear about the taste and flavor of this dish. So his focus was on Huang Tao's techniques and basic skills. So far, he couldn't find any faults. Huang Tao saw that the ingredients in the pot were almost stir-fried, so he turned up the heat. Then he poured all the shredded bamboo shoots, shredded wood ear mushrooms, and shredded eels into the pot and stir-fried them. The fire was already very strong at this time, so Huang Tao used the technique of a small flipping spoon to quickly stir-fry the ingredients in the pot to prevent the dishes from overheating and burning, and at the same time to ensure that the ingredients in the pot were mixed evenly. A minute passed. Huang Tao reached out and took the bowl of sauce that had been prepared in advance and poured it into the pot. Continue to stir-fry. Let the sauce hang evenly on the ingredients. Wait until the soup in the pot is dry. He sprinkled the chopped green onions into the pot, and then drizzled in some sesame oil. Continue to stir-fry for a few times. Stir-fry the green onions and sesame oil evenly. Remove from the pot and serve. A dish of very attractive meat fish and fragrant eel shreds appeared in front of him. Caw caw caw. Lu Zishan endured the fragrance, swallowed her saliva, and pressed the shutter. Huang Tao did not delay and started to make the next dish. Chapter 408: A Gifted Culinary Genius. In the kitchen of the Jinchi restaurant, the sound of the knife cutting the ingredients continued to rise and fall. The aroma of the marinade continued to overflow from the stainless steel pot. The aroma of steamed dishes such as honey sauce fire squares also continued to float from the steamer. The house was full of fragrance. The fire on the stove was still burning, and the ingredients in the pot were constantly stir-fried. Huang Tao, dressed in a white chef's uniform, flipped the spoon with his right hand and held the pot with his left hand. His handsome face gradually turned red because of his proximity to the heat source. That focused look was so eye-catching. This scene was a beautiful scene, frozen in Lu Zishan's camera. To be honest, when she and Yang Lui learned from the waiter Li Qingzhan last night that Huang Tao was the owner and chef of this restaurant, they were both shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. The boss looks very young, like he just graduated from college a few years ago. But he has such a perfect cooking skill. It's really rare. At first, they were a little bit resentful because they had to queue for several hours. But after eating some of the food in the store, the resentment in their hearts instantly disappeared as the food went into their stomachs. They just felt that the queue was really worth it. No wonder those boss ladies on Zhongxing Road would rather close early and stop doing business, but come here to have a meal. After listening to Yang Lui's words, Lao Qin gently shook the folding fan in his hand and said happily, "Reporter Yang, you don't know this? Young people nowadays like to start their own businesses. It's normal for Boss Huang to take on everything alone." Seeing Yang Lui looking at him, Lao Qin suddenly felt a little embarrassed for pretending to be so cool, and quickly changed his words. "Of course. With all the delicious food in the store, you can't make such delicious food without practicing cooking skills for more than 10 or 20 years. Boss Huang is the best." Seeing that his voice attracted Huang Tao's attention, Lao Qin smiled and gave Huang Tao a thumbs-up gesture, expressing his praise generously. Huang Tao smiled and nodded at the two of them, and then continued to devote himself to his great cooking career. After nearly an hour of tossing, Huang Tao finally finished all the dishes one by one. During this period, Lu Zishan, who was filming on the side, swallowed countless times. Of course, Yang Lui outside the kitchen was no exception. Even Lao Qin, an old customer who basically eats 3 meals a day at the Jinchi restaurant, couldn't help swallowing several times. Although Lu Zishan was very greedy, she didn't forget to take close-up photos of the food. She took the camera and took pictures of the delicious food. Huang Tao washed his hands, walked over and asked with a smile, "Two reporters, is this okay? If there is anything wrong, just tell me." "It's okay." Yang Lui's lips curled up into a beautiful arc, and she nodded repeatedly. After a hum, she continued, "It's perfect. There is nothing wrong." "Really?" He smiled. "That's good." Yang Lui's beautiful eyes turned, and she asked him the question that she had been wondering for a long time. "Boss Huang, may I ask you, where did you learn to cook? Did you learn it in a professional chef school?" Lu Zishan couldn't help but prick up her ears and listen carefully. That's right. This is also the question she has always wanted to ask, but she couldn't ask it out loud. Now that her good partner asked it for her, she naturally had to listen carefully to the answer. Huang Tao shook his head and smiled. "No. I went to Linjiang University here." "Ah?" Yang Lui and Lu Zishan exclaimed at the same time. "Linjiang University? By the way, Linjiang University has a chef department?" In their impression, it seems that there is no. Their reaction can be said to be within Huang Tao's expectations. He then explained slowly, "Cooking has been a hobby of mine since I was a child. When I had nothing to do before, I would go online to check the steps and teaching videos about food making, and then follow along and learn it unknowingly." This very natural tone of speaking made Yang Lui and Yang Zishan unable to hear a single flaw. It was as if it was really the case. So, they both accepted this genius setting. As for Lao Qin, he was still a little skeptical about Huang Tao's claim of self-taught on the internet. Learning on the internet. Can you make such delicious food? It's funny. He didn't know whether others believed it or not. Anyway, he didn't believe it. He also watched those online cooking teaching videos. But in those online cooking teaching videos, many cooking steps were simplified, and some ingredients were replaced. So it was impossible to learn the essence of the dishes. However, Boss Huang's cooking skills are indeed there, and the taste of the food he made is indeed impeccable. And Boss Huang is indeed a serious top student of Linjiang University. Linjiang University does not have a major in cooking. So, is there a possibility That Boss Huang made such delicious food based on what he learned online and his own understanding? It seems it is not impossible. After all, there are all kinds of things in the world. And there are many culinary geniuses like Boss Huang who have been gifted since childhood. Old Qin also gradually accepted this genius setting. But he still thinks in his heart whether there is such a possibility that Boss Huang has been instructed by a master chef before. And with his culinary talent, he has such a great cooking skill? After all, this statement is more convincing. It's just, Boss Huang has always been honest. He said that he learned it online, so it must be true. In the end, Old Qin firmly believed in Huang Tao's character and accepted Huang Tao's statement, and stopped thinking about it, so as not to add trouble to himself and make Boss Huang unhappy. Besides, it doesn't matter to him who Mr. Huang's master is, as long as the food is delicious and he can enjoy it. Yang Lui saw that Lu Zishan had arranged everything, and she smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Huang. Let's stop here for today's interview and filming. I will send another copy when it is published in the newspaper later." Lu Zishan also nodded in response, and she remembered something and said, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Huang, why don't we add WeChat first, so that it will be convenient to contact each other later?" "Okay. You have worked hard too, coming here to work early in the morning. It is also an honor for us to be interviewed and filmed by you and selected into the food section of the Wenling City Tourism Guide," Huang Tao said with a smile, took out his mobile phone, added WeChat to both of them, greeted them, and sent his business card. Huang Tao was in a good mood and felt quite accomplished. He began to look forward to the name of his store and the food in the Wenling City Tourism Guide food edition newspapers and magazines, as well as the fame that came with it. Huang Tao looked at the time, thought about it, and said with a smile, "Reporter Yang, photographer Lu, it's getting late. Why don't you two stay for lunch?" Can I really eat this without queuing?" It really hit the nail on the head for both of them. Even if Boss Huang didn't invite them, they would still go to the store door to queue up to buy it. Hearing this, Yang Lui and Lu Zishan, the two girls, nodded happily like two little hamsters and said, Yeah, great. I can't have a child. Then thank you Boss Huang for your hospitality." Chapter 409, I have no choice but to pledge myself to him. Yang Lui and Lu Zishan realized belatedly that if Mr. Huang invited them to stay for dinner, it was just a courtesy, but they took this courtesy as a blessing. That would not be good, right? You know, in the past, when they went to interview in some restaurants, hotels, even if it happened to be dinner time, those bosses never invited them to stay for dinner. Even if one or two invited them, it was just a pretentious courtesy, not sincere. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel shy. With an awkward but polite smile on their faces, Boss Huang, which won't delay your business later. What delay will it cause? Huang Tao immediately understood their concerns and said with a smile, "You have been busy all morning, and it is only right to invite you two to stay for a meal. Don't be shy and just treat it as your own home. Well, why don't you two go wash your hands first, and the meal will be served soon." "Oh, okay." Yang Lui and the others listened to Huang Tao's words, which didn't seem to be a false politeness. While they were relieved, they felt warm in their hearts and smiled. "Then we won't be polite, and we will have a meal at your place. I have to say that Mr. Huang is a really nice person and worth getting along with." At this moment, they suddenly understood why the neighbors here liked Mr. Huang so much, and why they were all rushing to help him. In addition to Mr. Huang's good cooking skills, his personality and way of doing things are even better. Of course, they had no way to repay Huang Tao for his kindness to them, so they had to give themselves to him. No. They had to go back and make a perfect version of the food in Mr. Huang's store, and strive to make the food in his store the #1 in the food section of Wenling City Tourism Guide. Don't say that. I should thank you too. Huang Tao smiled and watched them wash their hands, then turned his head to look at Lao Qin, who was a little overwhelmed for a moment, and invited him with a smile, "Mr. Qin, you should eat something too. And by the way, help me taste this meat and fish eel shreds and give me some advice." Lao Qin rubbed his hands with a flattered look and said, "Then I won't be polite. Boss Huang, let me help you serve the dishes." Lao Qin quickly stepped forward to help, doing his best. As for the future, if there is anything in Huang Tao's store and anyone wants to help, He will definitely be the first to take the brunt. Soon, the dishes that Huang Tao had originally cooked were all served on the table one by one. Honey glazed fire square, dompa pork, braised prawns, vegetarian fish flavored eel shreds, meat flavored eel shreds, deep fried bell peppers. Huang Tao invited everyone to sit down and said with a smile, "Nothing special. Just eat it." Yang Lui looked at the table full of dishes and was very satisfied. She was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. "Isn't this good? Even if we queue up, we may not be able to eat these dishes." Lu Zishan also nodded repeatedly and agreed, "Yes. Yes. We queued up for an hour or two last night. And we only ate a few dishes. I dreamed that I could try all the delicacies in your store, Mr. Huang. That day, I didn't expect that my dream would come true now. It's great. Indeed. If you want to eat the food made by Mr. Huang, you have to fight for it." Old Qin said happily with deep understanding. "However, today, the old man borrowed the light of you too, so there is no need to fight for it." As the host, Huang Tao greeted enthusiastically, "Let's eat and chat. Then I won't be polite. I'll try it first." Yang Lui and Lu Zishan picked up chopsticks and looked at the 2 plates of fish-flavored eel shreds that made people stupidly confused. For a moment, they didn't know which plate was vegetarian and which plate was meat. The two were stunned for a while, not knowing which plate to start with. Huang Tao smiled and pointed, "This plate is vegetarian, and this plate is meat." Hearing this, the two picked up a chopstick of mushroom shreds and tasted a bite of vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds. They wanted to know how delicious the vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds that were wildly sought after by everyone were. A bite of mushroom shreds went into their mouths. The eyes of the two of them lit up instantly. Lu Zishan couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, This isn't made of real eel shreds? Why does it taste exactly like real eel shreds? Not only does it taste, it also looks like real eel shreds." Yan Lui also said, "This is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a full fishy taste. It's simply amazing." Huang Tao smiled and asked, "This is vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds made with mushrooms. If you taste it carefully, can you taste a hint of the special aroma of mushrooms?" Yan Lui and Lu Zishan looked at each other and saw the word surprise in each other's eyes. He touched the plate of vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds again, picked up a chopstick, and tasted it carefully. Yan Lui said, "If you put it that way, you can indeed taste a little bit of mushroom flavor. But it's very subtle. If you don't taste it carefully, you can't taste it at all." Yes. Who would have thought that this dish that looks and tastes like eel shreds is actually made with mushrooms? Lu Zishan nodded in agreement, and then couldn't help but sigh. It's really hard to tell the real from the fake. This shows that Mr. Huang's cooking skills are good. Lao Qin on the side nodded, shook his folding fan lightly, nodded and smiled. In fact, using mushrooms as an ingredient can not only imitate the shape and taste of eel shreds, but also become more precious seafood, such as abalone. Lu Zishan and Yang Lui didn't care about the second half of Lao Qin's words. Talking nonsense. How can it be as delicious as dry rice? They quickly started to eat the meaty fish-flavored eel shreds. Delicious. The fresh and delicious shredded eel originally belonged to the category of light ingredients. But after being made into fish flavor, it became much heavier. I originally planned to try it, but after taking a bite of shredded eel, I couldn't stop eating. When Lao Qin saw how they ate, he knew that this dish of shredded eel with fish flavor must be delicious. He also picked up the chopsticks, picked up a chopstick of eel shreds with a light caramel color, and tasted it. The shredded eel has tight meat fibers and fully absorbs the sauce. The 5-spice flavor is mellow. The fish flavor is fresh, and the crispness and softness are cleverly integrated. The meat is still fresh and tender. The taste is tender and smooth, slightly spicy, slightly sour, slightly sweet, and salty and delicious. It tastes good and goes well with rice. Not bad. Very delicious. Lao Qin praised with a smile, and then raised his own small opinion. It's this shredded eel. It has a shortcoming. That is, it is not fragrant enough, resulting in a slightly light aroma after being fried. If it is fried with lard, the only shortcoming of this dish can be made up, and it will taste better. Boss Huang, what do you think? Although what Lao Qin said was reasonable, Huang Tao had a different opinion. If it is fried with lard, the fragrance will indeed be stronger, but it will not reflect the original flavor and characteristics of the eel. Lao Qin thought about it carefully, and felt that what Huang Tao said was indeed reasonable. If this dish is fried with lard, although the fragrance will become stronger, it will taste exactly the same as fish-flavored pork shreds, and it will not reflect the original flavor and characteristics of the eel at all. Therefore, the meaning of this dish is lost. He suddenly felt that his understanding of cooking was only worthy of carrying shoes in front of Huang Tao. Sitting by the window, he turned his head and saw that the neighbors outside were still playing cards and queuing up, and he couldn't help but wave to them with a smile. "Oh, are you still playing cards? Oh, are you still queuing up? I'll eat first to show my respect." When the uncles and aunts outside the store saw this, his old face suddenly turned black. Uncle Li said angrily, "Hey, why did old man Qin eat first again?" Uncle Chung understood at once. "I was wondering why he was so diligent today. And he even went to move goods for Boss Huang. It turned out that he did it for this. Old Qin is very scheming." Old Lu was so angry when he saw that old Qin left his good friend and went to Boss Huang's place to eat alone. He lowered his back teeth and suggested, "When we play chess later, let's play the game of tapping the head?" "I agree. If I don't tap his head all over this afternoon, I won't be named Chung." "I have no objection." Old Qin, who was immersed in the food, never expected that he was so proud and happy that he kept showing off, which made the neighbors jealous, and they actually plotted to tap his forehead. Of course, even if he knew, he would still think that the forehead is valuable, and the chess price is higher. If it is for the sake of food, both can be thrown away. Chapter 410, Did I Go to the Wrong Place? Burp. Yang Lui ate a 3-in-1 braised rice, a small bowl of crab fried cake and yellow croaker noodles, a small portion of dongfa pork, honey sauce fire square, a few chopsticks of braised meat with dried vegetables, 2 kinds of meat and vegetable fish-flavored eel shreds, roast chicken, roast duck, etc. Unconsciously, I ate too much. She leaned on the back of the dining chair with a hint of regret on her pretty face. I feel like I haven't eaten enough yet. I'm already full. It's so delicious. Mr. Huang, your cooking skills are really amazing. How come everything you cook is so delicious? Lu Zishan was so full that she collapsed on the chair and struggled to sit up a little. She stretched out her hand to rub her bulging belly and said with emotion, "Yes. Yes. The taste of each dish is really amazing. Too perfect. It's a pity that I only have a belly." Lu Zishan looked full but not full, which made everyone present laugh. Lao Qin gently waved his folding fan and said calmly, "I have been eating for a long time, and I still feel the same. You two are just getting started. You two haven't eaten Mr. Huang's West Lake vinegar fish yet. It's also very delicious. You must come and try it if you have a chance. Because of the temporary interview and today is not the sales day of West Lake vinegar fish, Huang Tao did not prepare this dish for them this time. As a result, Yang Lui and Lu Zishan were not lucky enough to taste it. After hearing what Lao Qin said, the two of them were greedy again and quickly said, "Uncle Qin, please stop. Don't say it. I can't eat now. The more I listen, the more uncomfortable I feel." Hearing this, Lao Qin didn't say much, and slumped down on a dining chair beside him, slowly digesting his food. "Everyone, you guys chat slowly. We have things to do, so we'll go get busy first." After Su Hao and the other 3 assistants had eaten and drunk their fill, they left first. They went back to the kitchen to work. They were making final preparations for the lunch business later, and Ding Suqin and the others had nothing to do at the moment, so they continued to accompany them for a while, waiting to clean up the dishes here. A moment, Lu Zishan and the others had almost rested. They planned to go back to work first, in order to be able to eat Huang Tao's food in the future. The two of them must work very hard to write the copy about the food in Jinhaochi restaurant. As for the fact that they agreed to eat here all day, of course it also counted. After returning, they finished their work early, worked harder in the evening, ran over to line up, and continued to eat. Yang Lui smiled and looked at Huang Tao. "Boss Huang, thank you for your hospitality. It's getting late. We will go back first and won't disturb you from doing business." "Okay. Then you go slowly." Huang Tao didn't mean to keep them any longer. After all, the matter had been settled, and he had shown all the courtesy he should have. Besides, it would be time for dinner soon, and he would have to go to work, so he couldn't keep them company any longer. When they sent Yang Lui and the others to the door of the store, they and Lao Qin took out their mobile phones at the same time and prepared to pay. No, This meal is for you. How can I let you pay? Besides, my employees and I ate together. How can I calculate the money? Put it all away, Wang Tao insisted. And Yan Lui and the others and Lao Qin didn't pay in the end, and left the store one after another. Old Qin went out, feeling the neighbor's somewhat resentful and envious eyes, with a smile on his old face. He waved to the neighbors and said, I'm leaving first. You continue to queue. The neighbors were so jealous that they couldn't help but complain. You, Old Qin, are you not afraid of laughing? Old Qin, be careful not to laugh your own teeth off. You old boy. You eat early again. Your grandma. I'm so jealous. Old Qin didn't care at all, and still said happily, by the way, Mr. Huang will serve new meat and fish eel shreds at noon today. I have tasted it for you. It has a tender texture, fresh and fragrant taste, and is especially delicious. Listening to Old Qin's description of the meat and fish eel shreds, the neighbors and other queuers were all tempted. Thinking of the delicious vegetarian fish eel shreds, they were all looking forward to the meat fish eel shreds made by Huang Tao. I'm going home first. You guys continue. After saying that, Lao Qin gently shook the folding fan in his hand, hummed a little tune, and went home for a lunch break happily. Uncle Li looked at Lao Qin's back and said enviously, Hey, Boss Huang is planning to let Lao Qin, the old guy, taste the new dishes in advance? Uncle Chung said helplessly, Hey, Boss Huang is too kind, letting Lao Qin, the old bastard, be so arrogant. Old Lu had a little expression of don't blame me for being ruthless if you are ruthless, and said with a determined heart, we will flick his forehead tonight. The other uncles nodded repeatedly and agreed, okay. It seems that everything is in time, and it seems that there is nothing I can do, and my tears drown me. Just as Lu Zishan and Yan Lui were about to get in the car, Yan Lui's phone suddenly rang. Zishan, you drive? I'll take a call. Yan Lui took out her phone from her bag and changed seats with Lu Zishan. Seeing that it was Lu Qianqian calling, she quickly picked up the phone and smiled and said, Hello, Qianqian. Lu Qianqian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Louis, have you been to the restaurant I recommended to you yesterday? Which restaurant? Yan Lui was stunned for a moment, and then she got which restaurant the other party was asking about. She said with a look of sudden enlightenment, Oh, Qianqian, you are talking about Zanyashi restaurant, right? From the tone of your voice, you should have been there, right? Lu Qianqian asked clearly, How is it? Sister didn't lie to you. Is this restaurant very delicious? Yeah, it's really delicious. Yan Lui nodded like a chicken, like other customers. She couldn't wait to share this delicacy with her relatives and friends after tasting it. She said with joy, Qianqian, let me tell you, the boss's cooking skills are really great, and he is also very nice. After my interview, he invited us to dinner, in addition to Westlake vinegar fish. I have tasted all the other delicacies in the store, and they are all super delicious. Being invited by Boss Huang to stay for dinner? Lu Qianqian, who had never been treated like this, felt a little envious and jealous. Fortunately, she had tasted the Westlake vinegar fish made by Boss Huang, which balanced her little disappointment. I've had Westlake vinegar fish, and it tastes great, she asked with a little pride. Louis, what dish do you like best? It's really hard to choose. Yan Lui looked troubled. To her, all the food in the restaurant was delicious and hard to tell apart. So she asked back, kicking the question back to Lu Qianqian, what about you? What dish do you like best? Me. Lu Qianqian thought for a while. My favorite is Dongfa pork. Yang Lui said, I think my favorite should be shredded eel with pork and fish. Ah, what did you say? Shredded eel with pork and fish? Lu Qianqian almost thought she had misheard. In her memory, Mr. Huang's shop also has vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds. She couldn't help but wonder, Louis, did you go to the wrong place? No. Yan Lui shook her head and said, it's at the corner of the old street in the west of the city. It's really delicious. Lu Qianqian asked again, the boss's surname is Huang, right? Yeah. Yan Lui nodded, and the boss is very handsome. It's completely in my aesthetic point. It's my dish. But, Lu Qianqian wondered, they also have vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds. When will they have meat-flavored eel shreds? Yang Lui smiled and said, it's available at noon. I heard that a new dish will be served at noon. I didn't expect to run into it. I have to say that my luck today is really too good. Hearing this, Lu Qianqian was silent for a while. So, Mr. Huang has a new product? She didn't even know about it? She murmured. So it's a new product. Mr. Huang's speed in launching new products is really fast. Yang Lu reacted and said, then come quickly. I'll treat you. Lu Qianqian was about to cry, but had no tears. Wow. I still have to work. I can't leave. Even if I rush over now, I won't be able to queue up to eat. Yang Lui looked back at the queue at the door of Huang Tao's store and nodded in agreement. Indeed. It's hard to eat meat and fish eel shreds at noon. Chapter 411 Sinister Intentions. Lu Qianqian was unable to go to Zinhachi restaurant. As soon as she tried the new dish, the meat and fish eel shreds, she went to the official Weibo account of Zinhachi restaurant to see the delicious photos of the meat and fish eel shreds. Seeing is the same as eating. Unfortunately, Boss Huang did not post the new product copywriting on the official Weibo account at all. She had no choice but to ask Yang Lui for help and asked her to send a few delicious photos of the meat and fish eel shreds so that she could look at the delicious photos to satisfy her craving. But when she thought of the delicious food described by Yang Lui, she could only eat in the restaurant at noon because of work. She felt very unbalanced. When she was on vacation, she must go to Zinhachi restaurant to taste the meat and fish eel shreds. She wanted to eat 2 servings by herself. Looking at the delicious photos of the meat and fish eel shreds that Yang Lui had just sent to her on her phone, an idea gradually emerged in her mind. She can't be left alone to suffer this torture, to endure this pain. If we have to suffer, let's suffer together. So, she simply and crudely posted these food photos on her Weibo, hoping to find a group of friends to suffer with her and promote Zinhachi in advance. Thinking of this, Lu Qianqian tapped the screen of her mobile phone and edited the text. Daily life of the female anchor. I heard that Zinhachi will serve a new dish at noon. Shredded eel with meat and fish. Those who love this dish can try it if they have the chance. Pictures speak louder than words. Attached is a food photo of Zinhachi's shredded eel with meat and fish. Once the Weibo was released, her fans saw it immediately. Looking at the tempting food photos, the mouth secreted saliva uncontrollably, and the stomach growled. Show them directly that they are hungry. Only then did they realize Lu Qianqian's sinister intentions. It was almost lunchtime, and she sent them such food Weibo. Wasn't it intentional? They endured their hunger and issued a strong condemnation to Lu Qianqian. Global girl cute lord, this is too much. It's almost lunchtime, and you actually posted such tempting things. Qianqian, the beautiful lady, are you still human? I can't drink the coffee in my hand. Jinzhanliusi, what the hell is this? This dish looks delicious. Sunflower on the tree. I didn't give up and took another look at the official Weibo account of Zinhachi. There was no new dish on Weibo. I originally wanted to accuse the blogger of spreading rumors with an 80-meter-long sword. But such tempting and delicious meat-fish fragrant eel shreds must be produced by Zinhachi. Qifeng Zhujiangxing, oh my god. What kind of fairy linkage is this? My favorite female anchor actually posted a yellow. The boss's dishes. The gentian flowers in July have not yet bloomed, Qianqian. Beautiful girl. Please tell me. How did you get this information? Where did you get these food photos? Are you related to Boss Huang? All mountains and rivers are fine. I don't know if they are related. But Qianqian had an intersection with Boss Huang at this food festival. As for whether they are related privately, I don't know. But yesterday at noon, I was in Boss Huang's store and saw Qianqian standing outside the kitchen, looking at Boss Huang in the kitchen with her beautiful eyes. Maybe the two of them have already. Hee. Those who know will know. So I won't say it clearly. Yui Qingyun, damn. The beautiful anchor is with Mr. Huang? I have been a Taobao fan since I was a kid. I am heartbroken. Why do I feel like my goddess is in love with Mr. Huang? At that time, I looked at the likes and comments that kept refreshing under my Weibo. I felt speechless in my heart. This generation of netizens made it sound like something that was obviously not true, which made her, the person involved, almost doubt whether she really liked Mr. Huang. I have to say that this generation of netizens is really talented. Of course, she would not give any response to such a fictitious thing, lest it make things worse. Just deal with it directly. As usual, Huang Tao was about to post the photos and copy of the new dishes to the official Weibo account. When he opened it, he saw many customers wailing under the latest Weibo. Desire bewitches people's hearts *, holding chopsticks and knocking on the big bowl. I heard that the new meat, fish, and eel shreds will be served at noon. Wait. Slap your hypocritical heart to death, Boss Huang. You have no martial ethics at all. You didn't even mention the new meat and fish eel shreds at noon on the official account. Raise your head and smile. As bright as a sunflower, woohoo. I'm so greedy that I don't want to go to work now. Boss Huang. You have to compensate me. Just compensate me for buying meat and fish eel shreds at noon. Woohoo. Huang Tao glanced at the first few and couldn't help laughing out loud. These days, customers can do anything to urge for new dishes. He couldn't help but scroll down and continue to look. But the more he looked, the more something was wrong. Many customers and netizens asked what his relationship with Lu Qianqian was. And some even asked if he was dating Lu Qianqian. Some people even accused him of seducing his goddess away. Why? What's going on? Can anyone tell him what happened? Huang Tao instantly had a black question mark face. He searched and found out that it was the female anchor Lu Qianqian who posted a photo of his new product, the fish-flavored eel shreds, on Weibo, which caused netizens to misunderstand. Ah! This is really a misunderstanding caused by a Weibo post. Seeing that Lu Qianqian did not respond to such a crooked comment, he did not respond in accordance with the principle of less trouble than more trouble. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble for the other party, he also thought that he could just ignore it. He followed his original plan and edited the fish-flavored eel shreds he had just taken a photo of and posted a Weibo. Super delicious Zenhachi restaurant. I heard that everyone is craving this fish-flavored eel shreds, so I will arrange it for you. It will be on sale at 11 noon today. 80 copies. First come first served. Picture JPG. Without you, I live like a queen. That's it? That's it? 70 portions are not enough for the people in our company. Desires bewitch people asterisk. Finally the official announcement of the fish-flavored eel shreds was made. Fortunately I didn't give up. But Boss Huang, aren't you too stingy? 80 portions are not enough to fill my teeth. Look up and smile. As bright as a sunflower. So it's time to compete for hand speed at noon? Poor us office workers. We always have only braised rice left when we rush over. Although they are all delicious. That's it ours. Qingshan Diguan, ha ha ha. Fortunately I don't have to go to class today. Let's show you how lively the scene is. Picture JPG. Juqingwei, the one upstairs. I was only 1 minute later than you. 5 or 6 people away. You can feel the hugeness of the team in front and behind without clicking on the picture. Shanchuanjuing. I happened to be shopping nearby today. I saw the Weibo post of Lu Qianqian just now, and I came here without hesitation. But it seems there is still no hope. These neighbors and college students are too fierce. Shiquanchamai Magazine. Editor-in-Chief's office. Lin Monley leaned back on the backrest of the leather chair. She was reading the comments on her official Weibo account and the emails in the mailbox of Shiquanchamai Magazine. After the issue of Huang Tao Restaurant was released, they made several more issues of the magazine. But the sales and response of the magazine were not good. It can't be said to be bad. Compared with the issue of Huang Tao Restaurant, it was completely crushed. Jinhaoqi? But we have already published 1 issue of the magazine. How can we publish another issue in the short term? Lin Monley looked at many netizens begging the magazine to publish another issue of Jinhaoqi's food. Feeling helpless. In the industry, there has never been a precedent for a food store to appear in several issues of food magazines in the same year. But as she watched, she found something wrong. The vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds that can be mistaken for the real thing. Is Mr. Huang launching a new dish again? She couldn't help but run to the official Weibo account of Jinhaoqi to see what it was. In addition to the vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds, there will also be meat fish-flavored eel shreds for lunch. And a few days ago, new products such as dry fried rings were launched. A bold idea emerged in her mind. Chapter 412. Put some laxatives in the food. People have a strong ability to spread information. The neighbors and other customers who had just learned that Zenhachi Restaurant would serve new dishes at noon immediately shared the news with their relatives and friends by phone or WeChat. After all, everyone is a fan of Zenhachi food. In addition, Lu Qianqian also posted this change on Weibo. And the new product Weibo newly released on the official account of Zenhachi Restaurant made the spread of this news even faster. Soon, many people from far away closed their shops and drove to Zenhachi Restaurant. Not for anything else. Just to eat a portion of Huang Tao's meat and fish eel shreds as soon as possible. even though I knew very well that if I ran there at this time, I would most likely have no hope of getting the new dishes. But in the end, they still couldn't resist the fluke mentality. I always thought that today. What if the goddess of luck favored me? For this reason, before going out, they also looked at the almanac and found that it was indeed auspicious. They prayed silently in their hearts. Please ask the Jade Emperor, Buddha, God of Land, Jesus and other gods to bless them to buy this new dish. After finishing these, they took the car keys and rushed out the door and drove to the destination. As a result, the old street in the west of the city almost fell into a new round of traffic jams. Fortunately, many people learned from their mistakes and became smart. When they saw that the situation was not good, they did not drive the car into the old street, but directly found a parking space nearby to park. Walk there. Otherwise, this would definitely make Wang Zhoubin and Sun Lihai, the two traffic policemen, exhausted. However, in this case, the two traffic policemen were very busy. It took a long time to divert the traffic in the old street back to normal. The queue in front of the Zinchichi restaurant gradually grew. The queue became longer and longer. There were at least more than 400 people in the queue. Some people even quarreled because of queue jumping. Fortunately, the neighbors were very helpful and consciously acted as the order guard of the Zinchichi restaurant to help Huang Tao maintain order. Soon, the time came to 11 o'clock. It also meant that the opening time of the Zinchichi restaurant had arrived. As soon as the door opened, the neighbors who were queuing in front rushed into the store and went straight to the counter. Old Chung, who was at the front of the line, said as he walked, "Finally we got in line. I was so greedy watching Lao Qin eat through the glass just now. Yes. I was so greedy that I didn't even have the heart to play chess. And my wife didn't even have the heart to play cards." Uncle Lee held Aunt Lee's hand, nodded in agreement, and strongly condemned Lao Qin. When I think of Lao Qin's cunning and arrogant face, I'm angry. It's okay to sneak to Mr. Huang's store to try the food, but after eating, he showed off in front of us. What Lao Qin did was really unkind. Old Lu, who was originally very angry, was about to eat by himself. The resentment in his heart also dissipated a lot. But it didn't mean that he forgave Lao Qin. He smiled and suggested again, "After we are full, let's go to Lao Qin to play chess. And then play Brain Explosion. How about it?" "Okay." Several other uncles nodded in agreement, and said confidently, "When the time comes, we will take turns to beat him up." Seeing that Ding Suchin had not come yet, they started to discuss enthusiastically what to eat. This new dish, eel shreds with meat and fish flavor, is definitely a must-order dish. Just don't know if it is expensive. Even if it is expensive, they will order one without hesitation. If nothing else, just for Huang Tao's cooking skills, it is worth them to order one to try. Otherwise, they will feel that they have missed out on 100 million, and their lives will be incomplete. What's more, everyone has a pension, so they don't need this little money. At this time, Ding Suchin put on a hat, gloves, and an apron, and walked to the counter to prepare for the meal. Seeing that the uncles and aunts had already lined up, she smiled and asked, "Uncle Chung, what do you want to order?" Hearing this, Uncle Chung smiled and asked, "Xiao Qin, how much is this meat and fish eel shreds?" Ding Suchin politely responded, "Uncle Chung, 68 yuan per serving." "Well, this price is okay. Not expensive, it is within their acceptable range." Old Chung couldn't wait to order the meal and said, "Then give me a meat and fish eel shreds, 2 braised pork rice, 2 fish ball soup, and take it away. Let's have a meat and fish eel shreds, a 3-in-1 meat rice, a braised pork rice, and a bowl of nourishing fish soup. Give me a meat and fish eel shreds, braised prawns, and a bowl of white rice." After a while, they ordered the meal and paid. Whether you are dining in or taking away, you will need to wait a while for your meal. So, these old men and women all sat down at the dining table in the store. Seeing Huang Tao busy cooking the food they ordered in the kitchen, they couldn't help but admire his cooking and said jokingly with a smile, "Boss Huang, can you put some laxatives in Lao Qin's food next time? You don't know, we have disliked this old guy for a while." When Huang Tao heard this, he was stunned. Then he remembered the way Lao Qin was showing off in front of these neighbors near noon. He understood it in his heart. Lao Qin was showing off for a while, but he was envied and hated by others for showing off all the time. He also knew that these neighbors were not talking in anger. He smiled and said, "Forget about the laxatives. Next time, I will make the tasting dishes more delicious and more filling to make him eat too much. This made these neighbors laugh at once. Old Chung laughed and said, Boss Huang is too good to Old Chin. Aunt Li couldn't help but praise. Boss Huang is really nice. Old Lu, who was eagerly waiting to eat the new dish made by Boss Huang, was afraid that everyone would delay Boss Huang's cooking. So he couldn't help but stop him and said, Okay, let's stop teasing Boss Huang. Let him work hard. And we can eat earlier. Right? It's okay. It won't delay us. Huang Tao said to the neighbors with a smile. But his hands were still quick, flipping the spoon with his right hand and holding the pot with his left hand. Wait for the red oil in the pot to come out. Pour in the green bamboo shoots, black fungus and fried eel. Sizzle. The 3 ingredients were put into the pot smoothly, and Huang Tao quickly stir-fried them. At this moment, Huang Tao was a cooking god. His movements were smooth and not fancy at all, and no movement was redundant. His serious expression and textbook-like movements made the neighbors in the store fascinated and admired. Really, every time I see Mr. Huang's cooking skills, I feel amazed. It's amazing. Indeed, the first time I came to the store and saw Mr. Huang cooking, I was stunned. Mr. Huang's skill in flipping the wok has improved a lot. It looks very pleasing to the eye. After a few minutes, the high heat was reduced and then turned off. 5 plates of fish-flavored eel shreds were out of the pot. Pour them into the plate and pile them into a pyramid shape. Huang Tao took a look at the state of the meat-flavored eel shreds and nodded with satisfaction. Serve. Here it comes. Li Qijian and Lin Qiyu walked quickly, picked up 5 plates of meat-flavored eel shreds, and sent them to the neighbors' tables. The neighbors looked at the meat and fish-flavored eel shreds on the table and drooled. They picked up a chopstick of meat and fish-flavored eel shreds and put them into their mouths. Their eyes lit up. TSK, TSK, TSK. The eel shreds and the fish flavor are just right. Not a bit more. Not a bit less. It's the ultimate delicacy. It's delicious. Boss Huang's cooking skills are really amazing. Chapter 413, The Female Devil is going to rage in public again. Oh! No. No. The female devil is coming. Before she finished speaking, a flurry of ping-pong noises rang out in every corner of the office area. A moment. The office area seemed to be stopped by time, and fell into a state of silence where a pin drop could be heard. At this time, a terrible low pressure accompanied by the rhythmic thump-thump-thump sound of high heels hitting the ground was rushing towards the office area. Lin Monley had flaming red lips, big wavy hair, a camel-colored cashmere coat, and a pair of 7 to 8 centimeters high heels on her feet. She walked all the way with an aura of 2.8 meters. All the employees dared not even breathe a word. Silent as a cicada. Lin Monley's beautiful eyes swept through the employees, who were sitting upright one by one, and finally fell on her assistant, Xiaolu. She looked at Xiaolu and said expressionlessly, Xiaolu, notify all departments. We will have a meeting in the conference room in 5 minutes. Xiaolu nodded respectfully and said, Okay. Editor-in-Chief Lin. As Lin Monley moved to the editor-in-chief's office, a flustered commotion and complaints immediately rang out in the office area. Meeting? Another meeting? This endless meeting. When will it end? Stop complaining. Hurry up. Everyone hurry up. Otherwise, if you go too late, the female devil will get angry in public again. Shh. Be careful. The wall has ears. If Editor-in-Chief Lin hears us calling her the female devil behind her back, we're all done. In fact, our Editor-in-Chief Lin is quite good. She is very capable at work. Isn't she? Once she starts working, her aura is completely different. And she is very serious, which makes us all very stressed. In addition, she always has a cold face, as if everyone owes her money. So every time I see her in my sight, I can't help but feel scared. I am the same. Everyone quickly packed up their files while chatting, and then rushed to the meeting room and sat down in their seats. Everyone was ready, waiting for the arrival of their leader, the female devil Lin Monley, in their mouths. Creaky. The door of the meeting room was opened by Xiaolu. She stood aside and welcomed Lin Monley. Lin Monley walked in quickly and stood in front of the conference room. Her long and beautiful hands rested on the conference table. She leaned forward slightly and looked at the employees on both sides of the conference table. She went straight to the point and said, Everyone is here. The purpose of calling you all to a meeting is to tell everyone present that I have decided on the food store that our Foodful and Delicious magazine will interview and photograph this issue. It is the food in Jinhaochi restaurant. Wait, what is the name of the food store that Editor-in-Chief Lin said to interview and photograph this issue? It's really delicious. When the employees who were originally preparing to work seriously heard the name of the store, their eyes suddenly became a little complicated. Xiaomei said weakly, Editor-in-Chief Lin. If I remember correctly, the food we interviewed in the last issue was the food in Jinhaochi restaurant. She really wanted to greet Editor-in-Chief Lin. Is he too busy and tired in recent days? And has his mind confused? Although there are not many people in their magazine, they are all very experienced. But at the same time, everyone's workload is actually quite heavy. Editor-in-Chief Lin, who has to manage dozens of people in the magazine and do everything himself, is even more busy and dizzy. She seriously suspected that Editor-in-Chief Lin was too tired these days and had hallucinations. It's just, in order not to be criticized, she never asked this question. Lin Monli had expected that someone would raise questions, and she explained, I know. Of course, I know that I have interviewed. After all, the interview in that issue was arranged by me at the last minute. At that time, I asked you and Xiaolu to go there for the interview and filming. Oh! Editor-in-Chief Lin remembers it quite clearly. But since he knew that he had already been on the first issue, why did he choose Zenhachi restaurant for this issue? Although the food in Zenhachi restaurant is indeed delicious, even so, it is not in line with industry regulations. Right? Could it be? Editor-in-Chief Lin was recharged by Boss Huang? It shouldn't be, Xiaomei wondered. Editor-in-Chief Lin, since Zenchichi has already appeared in our magazine this year, there is no need to appear in another issue. Right? After all, our company has never had a store appear in 2 issues of the magazine in the same year. That being said, this rule is dead, Lin Monli said calmly. Besides, this time is different. Xiaomei asked curiously, Editor-in-Chief, how is it different? Other colleagues murmured weakly, yes. After all, it's the same store. Lin Monli raised her eyebrows and said, Boss Huang has a new product. Ah? New product? Everyone immediately perked up. How delicious the new dishes made by Mr. Huang must be. Although they didn't know what the new dishes were, they had tasted the food in Jinhaochi, and when they heard the word new dishes, their throats rolled unconsciously a few times. That's right. I'm craving it. Lin Monli nodded and said, yes, that's right. A new product was released at noon. Meat fish and fragrant eel shreds. Yesterday, a vegetarian fish and fragrant eel shreds were also released. And some different new dishes were also released a few days ago. So I think we can do a new issue, mainly for the new products in Jinhaochi. After hearing what Editor-in-Chief Lin said, everyone felt that doing so seemed to be feasible. But the magazine has never had a precedent of the same store being published in 2 issues of the magazine in the same year. What if the fans don't buy it? What if the higher-ups blame them for it? They and Editor-in-Chief Lin will be criticized. Lin Monli saw their concerns. Indeed, it is unprecedented that the magazine All Food interviewed the same restaurant in succession. But the superiors are not people who stick to the rules. Moreover, Mr. Huang's cooking skills and the sales of the last issue of Really Good Food are here. And many fans are also looking forward to the new products of the Really Good Food restaurant. So in the end, the superiors agreed to recommend it again. She smiled and said, don't worry. I have already informed the agency. And what consumers want to know is food. If someone wants to eat pan-fried buns and porridge, honey sauce fire square, dompa pork, crab fry cake and braised food, they will go to the Really Good Food restaurant. But what if someone wants to eat both meat and vegetable fish-flavored eel shreds? Therefore, the food recommended by our magazine must be accurate to every food. So I think we can publish another issue. And if the store launches other new dishes in the future, we can continue to publish several issues. Everyone thought this made sense. Besides, Editor-in-Chief Lin had already informed the higher-ups, so there was no question of whether to blame him or not. And Editor-in-Chief Lin's vision was always unique and accurate. The last issue of the magazine about Jinhaochi restaurant had very good sales. The best sales in recent years. The response was also very good. Many fans who had tasted the food in the restaurant said it was delicious and asked them to publish more issues of such food restaurants. What a pity! The response to the recent issues of the magazine was not as good as the issue about Jinhaochi restaurant. What made them even more helpless was, they couldn't find a better food spot than Jinhaochi restaurant. They thought that they could have a meal while interviewing and filming at Jinhaochi restaurant. They asked with anticipation, Editor-in-Chief Lin, When are we going to interview and shoot? Lynn Monley glanced at her watch. It's about 2 o'clock now. Pack up. We'll be there later. Great. Everyone cheered. As for how consumers will react when they see that Food magazine recommends the same restaurant repeatedly, that's unknown. What they care about now is whether they can eat the new dishes after the interview and shooting. Chapter 414, Breaking the Rules of the Company. Just go. Lynn Monley led a group of people to leave the Food magazine and drove to the farther Qingxi Old Street. 35 minutes later, 2 cars drove into Qingxi Old Street one after the other. Fortunately, it was past the peak period of traffic jams. So Lynn Monley and her friends only took a few minutes to get to the parking area near the parking meter near Zinhachi restaurant. Get off the car. Scan the parking QR code first to avoid being fined. Xiao Lu. Remember to bring all your photography equipment. Lynn Monley raised her chin, signaling them not to forget anything. After that, she carried her handbag and stepped on high heels, and walked elegantly towards Zinhachi restaurant. There were actually quite a few people queuing in front of the store. The card table and chess table were also set up. Some uncles and aunts sat at the card table and chess table, playing cards and chess. There were also a group of old men around, each holding a teacup, drinking tea and chatting. Oh, you played cards really badly. You should have made an order. I tell you, he has no orders. You just hang him. Oh, you listen to me. I was really anxious. Hey, stop talking nonsense. And don't give random advice. A true gentleman looks at the cards without saying a word. Understand? Yes. If you keep giving random advice, don't look at it. Get out of here. This scene, in the eyes of Lynn Monley and her group, all showed a hint of surprise. Wow. Start queuing so early? It's not even 3 o'clock. Xiaomei's red lips opened wide, big enough to fit an egg. She was a little surprised, but she understood immediately, seeing the number of people queuing. I suddenly believe what fans say about the difficulty of buying things in Mr. Huang's store. Xiao Lu agreed. These uncles and aunts and college students are really fierce. Especially these uncles and aunts. Not only did they come so early to take up the queue, but they also put the card table and chess cards in front of Mr. Huang's store. They really queued and entertained at the same time. If you don't know the situation, you might think you have mistakenly entered a chess and card room. I have to admit that these uncles and aunts are all talented. I have to admit that the academic work of contemporary college students is really easy. Surprised, Lynn Monley's pretty face was as cold as ever, and there was no change. Of course, she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in her heart that Mr. Huang's store was more popular after not seeing it for many days. She smoothed her messy hair and walked along the crowd to the store. Her appearance attracted the attention of a group of young people, although most people were looking down at their phones. When they smelled a pleasant light perfume, their eyes drifted over uncontrollably. She has a great figure, delicate features, and a strong aura. One word, too beautiful. Yo! There is also a younger beauty following behind her. She is 1.7 meters tall, with a thin waist and long legs, delicate features, and big eyes. In short, one word, very pleasing to the eye. The eyes of the young customers in line were all bright. By the way, the quality of customers in Mr. Huang's store is really getting higher and higher, especially in the past 2 days. There are waves of beautiful and sexy female customers. If I can see these beautiful ladies in the store every day, my appetite will be plus 99. However, these 2 beauties look familiar. Hey, wait, are they cutting in line? The people in the queue behind them didn't know where they had seen these 2 beauties before. When they saw them walking forward, they remembered cutting in line. The impatient boy asked directly, Hey, 2 beauties, if you come to the store to eat, you have to start from the back of the line. Although beauties are pleasing to the eye, in front of delicious food. What is a beauty? How can it be as delicious as the food made by Mr. Huang? After all, the amount of meat and fish eel shreds is limited. One more person walking forward means that they have less chance to buy meat and fish eel shreds. They had already missed the chance to buy at noon, and they didn't want to miss it again at night. Otherwise they would toss and turn and have trouble sleeping tonight. So, no one wants to give in to delicious food. Even beautiful women can't. Hearing this, Lynn Monley knew they had misunderstood. She smiled and explained, We are from the All Food and Beauty magazine. This time we came here to discuss interviews with Mr. Huang. The diners in line exclaimed. From the All Food and Beauty magazine? To discuss interviews with Mr. Huang? Yeah. Xiaomei smiled and nodded. This is our All Food and Beauty magazine editor-in-chief Lin. We came here specially this time to report on Mr. Huang's new dishes. Please give us a favor. It turns out that they are from the Food for All. Food for Delicious magazine. No wonder they look so familiar. Wait. Didn't they come to Mr. Huang's store to interview and report before? They also contributed to that issue of the food magazine. I bought a copy and kept it as a treasure. Why are they here to interview and report again now? Is there something fishy going on? They seriously suspect that the people from the Food for All, Food for Delicious magazine made up an excuse to avoid queuing. But unfortunately they have no evidence. Looking at the camera equipment carried by the cameraman behind them, it looks like they are here to interview. But here comes the problem. Aren't they the same restaurant? Now he is here again, saying he wants to report on Mr. Huang's new food. What does this mean? This shows that Mr. Huang is highly valued by the magazine, and even broke the rules of the magazine to shoot the food made by Mr. Huang. Oh my god! Mr. Huang is awesome. He was invited by Mr. Lin, the editor-in-chief of the magazine, to appear in 2 food magazines in a short period of time. This has never happened before. This is a precedent. And every time, it was Mr. Lin who personally invited him and came to the store to shoot. This treatment is really a bit outrageous. This treatment is something that many restaurant owners can only dream of. Mr. Huang is awesome. The customers waiting in line at the back gave Huang Tao a thumbs up in their hearts. After hearing this, the neighbors were all full of admiration for Huang Tao. They also felt that with Mr. Huang's cooking skills, he deserved to be invited by Food Full and Food Delicious magazine for many years. Since it was a business matter, they naturally let it go. If they delayed Mr. Huang's business, they would be sinners for all eternity. They all said, "Hey, you are here to discuss the filming with Mr. Huang. That's a business matter. You don't have to queue up. Come in." Thank you. After thanking him, Lin Monli led Xiaomei and the others into the Zinhashi restaurant. Before entering the restaurant, she looked at her appearance in front of the glass door. After confirming that it was perfect, she pushed the door open and walked in. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Huang Tao, who heard the noise, looked up at the door of the restaurant. His eyes met Lin Monli's. Lin Monli smiled slightly, like a white magnolia blooming in winter. Her eyes were full of smiles, and she was shy before she spoke. She waved her hand at Huang Tao with a charming smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Huang. Long time no see." Huang Tao was stunned and quite surprised. After the last interview and photo shoot, they rarely come here again. Huang Tao guessed that they were too busy with work. Otherwise it would be difficult to have any other explanation. He smiled and greeted, "Hello, Editor-in-Chief Lin. How come you have time to visit our store today?" This was the nth meeting between Huang Tao and Lin Monli. Chapter 415 Guilty Conscience. Xiaomei, who was standing by, looked at her editor-in-chief with a playful look, and then looked at Huang Tao not far away. How should I put it? It feels very interesting. Huang Tao is tall, handsome and manly, with a tough appearance and sharp features. His appearance is not inferior to those idols in the entertainment industry. And he is definitely not the kind of sissy type of young fresh meat. Although he is wearing a chef's uniform, it still cannot hide his mature and steady temperament and his hanger-like figure. In short, it is exactly what she likes to appreciate. To be honest, when Xiaomei was called to the store by Editor-in-Chief Lin to interview Boss Huang for the first time, she did not expect that the chef who could make such delicious food was so young and handsome. And he was also a top student of Linjiang University. And Editor-in-Chief Lin is young and beautiful, with a naturally carved appearance and a cold temperament. She is also tall and has a good figure. She and Boss Huang are a perfect match. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. I really want to be their CP. She is very cute with this pair. And the woman's sixth sense tells her that their Editor-in-Chief Lin definitely has a good impression of Boss Huang. Otherwise, she would never care so much about her appearance before entering the door. Besides, Editor-in-Chief Lin is cold by nature. No matter who she talks to, she always has a sense of distance. She is serious and never shows her shy side. But at this moment, she saw her own Editor-in-Chief Lin, who rarely blushed before speaking when she saw Boss Huang, and smiled from the bottom of her heart, and her voice became soft and gentle unconsciously. What does this show? This shows that Editor-in-Chief Lin has a good impression of Boss Huang. And she has already regarded Boss Huang as her own person. And has given Boss Huang a lot of love in her heart. That's right. It must be like this. She looked left and right. And a faint and meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her lips. Boss Huang. Lin Monli reached out and lifted the hair by her ear, still showing a charming smile, and said, I came to your store again today because I heard that you have a new dish here. So we decided to come here to make another issue of the magazine and taste your new dishes by the way. Huang Tao was surprised. Another issue? Lin Monli nodded very affirmatively. Yes. Huang Tao murmured, haven't we already made one issue? Lin Monli smiled and explained, didn't we not have meat and vegetable fish-flavored eel shreds, dry-fried ring bells, etc. last time? This time we mainly recommend food, which has nothing to do with the store. Is that so? Huang Tao felt that this method seemed to make sense, since it was free publicity delivered to his door. He had no reason to push it away. Right? He smiled and extended his hand to invite. Thank you for your hard work. Editor-in-Chief Lin. Please sit down and take a rest. Boss Huang is too polite. Just call me Lin Monli or Monli. Lin Monli pursed her lips into a charming arc and said in a very casual way, Editor-in-Chief Lin. Editor-in-Chief Lin. It's awkward to hear. Lin Monli's temper is like this. If she admires someone, she will not be shy even if they have only met a few times. If she doesn't like someone, she will not look at him even if he kneels at her feet. She admires Huang Tao very much. Huang Tao has a very special temperament, which is completely different from most of the chefs she has seen. He doesn't feel like a chef from a small market at all. Xiaolu couldn't help but glance at Huang Tao, and was quite shocked, because he had never seen Editor Lin appreciate a chef so much. And he didn't smile so much. But Xiaolu had to admit that the food Huang Tao cooked was indeed very delicious. Maybe it was Boss Huang's cooking skills, and the sales of the magazine, that he brought that issue that made Editor Lin look at him differently. Xiaolu secretly speculated in his heart. And Huang Tao thought that since the other party said so, if he called Editor Lin again, it would be too formal. But thinking that calling Monli was too intimate. In the end, Huang Tao chose the former. He said, Lin Monli? That's right. Lin Monli couldn't help but glance at Huang Tao, although there was still a smile on her pretty face. For some reason, she still felt a little disappointed in her heart. Maybe it was because Huang Tao was hesitant and didn't call her Monli directly. She looked at Huang Tao again. As a result, Huang Tao seemed to have noticed something, and just raised his head to look over. And their eyes met. Huang Tao smiled at her. Lin Monli turned her head subconsciously, and her face suddenly felt a little hot. But she quickly reacted. That's not right. Why should she be disappointed? She made herself feel guilty. To be honest, she is the editor-in-chief of Whole Food magazine. And Huang Tao is a chef who has just come to prominence. Their status in the circle is slightly higher than Huang Tao. Logically speaking, she should have the psychological advantage. But why did she become awkward in front of him? The aura has fallen by half. Editor-in-Chief Lin, please have some tea. Ding Suqing first put a cup of hot water on Lin Monli's table, and then presented it to Xiaomei and Xiaolu who were sitting on the right. The last cup of tea was brought to Huang Tao who was sitting on the left, and was also placed on the table. Ding Suqing's words made Lin Monli suddenly come back to her senses, and nodded and thank you. You're welcome. Ding Suqing took the tea tray and left immediately to do other work. Huang Tao smiled and asked, Editor-in-Chief Lin, how are you going to shoot this time? Lin Monli regained her aura and said in a businesslike manner, just shoot new products. But we have to taste it first. It has to be delicious. If it doesn't taste good, it won't be on this issue of the magazine. Meat and vegetable fish-flavored eel shreds look simple, but it's not easy to make them well. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that making mushrooms into eel shreds requires not only the appearance to be indistinguishable from the real thing after cooking, but also the taste to be indistinguishable from the real thing. Just this point alone will eliminate a lot of restaurants. Now many restaurants make vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds, but when they serve them to customers, they don't even have the fish flavor. There are also many restaurants that don't even handle the mushroom flavor well. When you eat it, you can smell the mushroom flavor, and you can't feel the taste of eel at all. Then it can't be called vegetarian fish-flavored eel shreds. Of course, she still likes Huang Tao's craftsmanship, and is looking forward to it. Huang Tao's store just started preparing the dishes to be made in the evening. He smiled and nodded and agreed, okay. You do it. I'll make some for you. Lin Monli drank a sip of warm water, pursed her lips and smiled. Okay. Then I'll trouble you. Boss Huang. Huang Tao went to the kitchen to work. He wondered if the Food Full and Delicious magazine would have to come over every time he released a few new dishes. To be honest, Lin Monli had also thought about the same question, because she found that Huang Tao did not seem to be satisfied with these dishes. From the end of the food festival to now, in a short period of time, from honey-glazed dompa pork to dry-fried bells, braised prawns, roasted chicken, vegetarian fish and fragrant eel shreds, meat fish and fragrant eel shreds, etc. Several new dishes have been launched in succession. Just looking at the names, they are all sparse and ordinary dishes. But after eating them, you will clearly find that every dish here is extraordinary. You can say that every snack in the restaurant is the ceiling among its kind. So, Lin Monli had an idea a long time ago. That is, if Huang Tao really continues to launch new dishes in the future, he plans to make a column in the magazine to explore the store. In this way, it will not delay them from recommending other restaurants. At the same time, they can also conduct new interviews and filming for the new dishes in Huang Tao's restaurant. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. She thinks this plan is great. Of course, she will never admit that she is greedy for Huang Tao's dishes. As for whether she is greedy for Huang Tao, she will never admit it at present. Soon, 2 fresh meat and vegetable fish-flavored eel shreds came out of the oven. Huang Tao also thoughtfully made 2 small bowls for each of them, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, so that they can enjoy the delicious food more hygienically. He smiled and greeted Editor-in-Chief Lin. Please, then we won't be polite. The hot meat and vegetable fish-flavored eel shreds exuded a faint fragrance that went straight into their nostrils. It captured their appetites all at once. It also captured their stomachs and their hearts very quickly. They were immersed in the deliciousness of the vegetarian and fish-flavored eel shreds, unable to extricate themselves. After tasting, they were all amazed at Huang Tao's talent in making food. The dishes in the store are made in many different ways. But Huang Tao, at a young age, can handle such a wide range of food with ease. And the taste is also excellent. Lin Monli praised, Boss Huang tastes great. I am looking forward to Boss Huang's next dish. I am also looking forward to it. Huang Tao also thought so in his heart. Lin Monli smiled and asked, then let's start filming now. Okay. Huang Tao nodded and entered the kitchen again. Xiao Lu carried the camera and followed in to film. At this time, a cold electronic prompt sound suddenly rang in Huang Tao's mind. Chapter 416 Active and Humble. Huang Tao was halfway through cooking when he suddenly heard the cold reminder sound from the system. He was stunned, and the action of flipping the spoon in his hand paused for a moment. A big question mark quietly rose in his mind. Is this damn system going to issue a task? According to the system's previous nature, it is likely to be. He seemed to be able to imagine the content of the task that the system would issue soon. What host? Please sell 1,000 servings of shredded eel with meat and fish flavor within 3 days. In addition to the new dishes in the store being published in the food magazine Food for All, please also appear in this issue of the food magazine Food for All. Starting from January 1st. Please appear in the food magazine Food for All 5 times in a row within a year. But this time, he thought of something else. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the food in the store being favored by the food magazine Food for All. And the host is once again offered an olive branch to appear in the food magazine Food for All. Also congratulations to the host for breaking the precedent of the food magazine Food for All and becoming the first person to appear in the food magazine Food for All. The performance is excellent, and the stage hidden task is completed. Appear in 2 issues of the food magazine in a row within the same year, and a chance to draw a lottery is rewarded. Please check the host. Wow. Without any preparation or hesitation, the reward just appeared, and in his mind, it gave him a pleasant surprise, and he couldn't help himself. I have to admit that it was still very cool to be rewarded by the system out of the blue. Fortunately, he held back the excitement. He didn't let his handsome face show the surprise of getting a reward for free. Otherwise, if he suddenly showed a silly smile, Lin Monli and the others would be puzzled. Even if they didn't ask, they would still be wondering in their hearts. Thinking in this way, he continued to devote himself to the great cause of cooking. Of course, he didn't forget the new hidden task reward. Since the system gave such a reward, he would try to draw a prize once. Anyway, His skill at flipping the spoon has improved now. He can completely hold the situation of flipping the spoon and drawing a prize at the same time. And the two will not be affected in the slightest. So, he relied on his powerful will and silently said in his heart, "System, I will draw a prize now." As soon as the voice fell, the transparent panel in front of him disappeared in an instant. And then a transparent large round turntable appeared in front of him. What made him speechless was, there were no names of things marked on the various areas of this transparent big round turntable. Only some Arabic numerals were used to replace them. At this time, four big words suddenly appeared on the turntable: blind draw turntable. Looking at these four big words, only the two words he can express Huang Tao's mood at the moment. He. System. System. Why don't you just do a blind box draw? Before Huang Tao had time to complain or pray, the pointer of the blind draw turntable began to rotate, from fast to slow. Finally, it slowly landed on Area 8. Congratulations to the host for winning the prize of Area 8, a fully automatic shaved ice machine, with a cold drink making encyclopedia. P.S. The prize is stored in the system space, and can be taken out at any time. Huang Tao has no intention of taking it out, for the time being. He thought that on the way to pick up Xian from school later, he could quietly receive the gift alone, and then bring it back to the store. After all, the store employees and Lin Monley are all here, and there are many people and eyes. If he just conjured up a machine out of thin air, it would be easy to be discovered, and it would be difficult to explain. Right. But he still took the accompanying cold drink making encyclopedia first. Congratulations to the host for receiving the cold drink making encyclopedia. The host can use this encyclopedia to make the best cold drinks in the world. In an instant, the cold drink making encyclopedia turned into a stream of light and sank into his eyebrows. He immediately felt that he had thoroughly mastered the process of making many cold drinks. He immediately flipped the spoon with his right hand and took the pot with his left hand, and continued to cook the meat and fish eel shreds in the pot. When he finished cooking, he put it on a plate and arranged it into shape. Xiao Lu carried the camera and took close-up photos of the new dishes. It was almost 4 o'clock when they finished. Lin Monley's lips drew a charming arc. "Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Huang. Let's stop shooting today. When it is published in the newspaper, I will send you a copy of this issue of the food magazine and the electronic version." Huang Tao nodded and said, "Okay. You have worked hard too. I have come here specially for this. It is also an honor for us to be selected by your Food Full and Food Delicious magazine, and be on this issue of the magazine." Lin Monley smiled. "Mr. Huang, you are too polite. It is also an honor for us to agree to let us come to your restaurant to shoot your new dishes. Thanks to you last time, that issue of our Food Full and Food Delicious food magazine was not only loved by the majority of fans, but also set the highest sales record in history." "Really?" Huang Tao smiled and said, "After your magazine was published last time, the business in my store has obviously improved a lot. I can only say that our cooperation is a win-win situation." Boss Huang's summary is very insightful. Lin Monley nodded in agreement. "I have to ask Boss Huang to take care of our Whole Food magazine in the future. I also hope that we can continue to cooperate happily in the future." Xiao Lu, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Monley with a trace of confusion and astonishment in his eyes, as if he didn't believe what he just heard. You know, it has always been others who asked their editor-in-chief Lin to cooperate, and their editor-in-chief Lin has never looked down on those people. Who would have thought? The situation has changed. Editor-in-chief Lin actually took the initiative and humbly asked for subsequent cooperation in front of Boss Huang. It can only be said that their editor-in-chief Lin has been completely conquered by Boss Huang's craftsmanship and admired him from the bottom of his heart. So he is willing to lower his status and ask for subsequent cooperation. Xiaomei was stunned, as if thinking about something, but then smiled playfully. She seriously suspected that her editor-in-chief Lin was trying to use his work to get in touch with Boss Huang. But unfortunately, she had no evidence. Huang Tao nodded in agreement. Of course, he had no reason to refuse the free publicity that came to his door. Besides, after appearing in the magazine last time, the store's turnover also increased a lot, and its popularity also took a qualitative leap. For him, being able to continue the cooperation is a matter of all benefits and no harm. Everything has been done, so there is no reason for Lin Monley and the others to stay. She said reluctantly, "Then we will not delay your work, Boss Huang, and we will go back first." "Okay." Huang Tao nodded, without any intention of trying to keep them. It was almost time to pick up Xian from school. When he picked her up, it would be almost time for dinner. He didn't have the time or energy to entertain them anymore, so he readily agreed to their departure. Hearing this, Lin Monli raised her beautiful eyes, swept across Huang Tao's face, pursed her lips, and asked with a charming smile, "Can I come to eat another day?" After saying this, she looked up at Huang Tao again, with some expectation in her eyes. Huang Tao smiled and replied casually, "Of course. You are welcome anytime." When these words fell into Lin Monli's ears, a ripple of joy rose in her heart. Xiaolu extended his hand to Huang Tao and said goodbye, "Boss Huang." "Goodbye." Huang Tao shook hands with him. "Goodbye." He nodded to Lin Monli and Xiaomei again. Xiaomei nodded in response. Lin Monli smiled. Chapter 417, What is a Shaved Ice Machine? In the evening, Huang Tao picked up his precious daughter Xian at the gate of the Golden Sun Kindergarten. As usual, the little girl ran to her father the moment she heard Teacher Yi calling her name. She couldn't wait to show her father the 2 red flowers on her forehead. "Daddy, Daddy, look! Look at the red flowers on my forehead. They are a reward from Teacher Yi. Hee hee. I am the only one who has 2 red flowers. They are also Peppa Pig patterns." Xian raised her little head, wanting her father to see the red flowers on her forehead more clearly. "Let Dad see." Huang Tao naturally attached great importance to the reward his precious daughter received. He immediately reached out and wanted to touch it. "Well, don't touch it. It will fall off." Xuan's little mouth pouted unconsciously, and she quickly stretched out her hand and covered her forehead in the air. She was afraid that it would fall off accidentally. Speaking of this, there is actually a small episode. Xuan's happy smile has almost never stopped since she got 2 little red flowers in the morning. Even when she was sleeping during lunch break, her mouth corners were upturned in her sleep, as if she had dreamed of something happy. It's just, excessive joy leads to sorrow. When she sleeps, she is always restless and always likes to move around. Result? After getting up in the afternoon, the 2 little red flowers on her forehead were rubbed off at some point. After being discovered and reminded by Cici, she quickly searched in her own quilt. Finally, with the help of Yiwen, they found it. But the 2 little red flowers had been ravaged beyond recognition. Now, the little guy was very sad. His eyes turned red involuntarily, and he couldn't hold back his tears, which suddenly came out. And he cried out, "Wow!" He cried so sadly. Woo woo. Perhaps he was very unwilling in his heart. Or perhaps he was full of regret. But all the emotions gathered in his heart. That was the unresolvable sadness. This force prompted Xian to cry like a tearful person in Yiwen's arms. No matter how Yiwen coaxed Xian in a gentle voice, it was useless. Xuan's beautiful big eyes were red from crying. I felt pity for her sad look. Finally, Teacher Yi had no choice but to carry her to the swing outside the classroom to comfort her. Otherwise, her crying and sad look would probably make some children with developed tear glands shed some sentimental golden beans. If that happened, the 2 teachers might not be able to comfort her. It took a long time to comfort her. Xian calmed down a little, and was not as sad as before. But she was still not in a good mood. Even her favorite slide and swing were not fun. I didn't want to play. Yiwen took Xuan's hand, and went to her office specially to get some Peppa Pig stickers with good adhesion, and put them on Xuan's forehead again. The little guy burst into tears and laughed. But, after experiencing a painful loss, Xian became more cautious. She always protected and paid attention to the 2 little red flowers on her forehead. The kind that no one would touch. Even if her father wanted to touch it, she would be worried to death. Huang Tao smiled and said, "Okay. Daddy won't touch your little red flower. Just take a look at it, and see what our Xuan's little red flower of Peppa Pig looks like." "Well, okay." Xian blinked her beautiful big eyes, thought about it, nodded, and agreed. However, the stickers were a little rolled up, and it was difficult to see the pattern of the group Peppa without flattening it with your hands. After all, he is the most beloved father, and the treatment he gives to him is still a little different from that of others. I don't know what kind of fierce ideological struggle the little guy went through. In the end, she blinked her beautiful big eyes and hesitantly said, "Then Daddy, just be careful. Touch it gently. Just touch it gently. Don't break it. And don't drop it." Huang Tao, who didn't know his daughter's experience of losing the little red flower, was quite puzzled. In the past, She had one at most 4 or 5 little red flowers a day. But she had never cherished them so much. Why is she cherishing them so much today? Is it just because the little red flowers this time have Peppa Pig patterns? Maybe. He thought so, seeing how precious his daughter was. Wang Tao knew that he had to get her a frame to frame the 2 little red flowers when he got home. Otherwise, if they were accidentally damaged or rubbed off when he got home, Xian would definitely be heartbroken. However, even if Xian didn't care, Wang Tao would help her keep them. After all, this was the prize his daughter won. He pasted all the little red flowers Xian had won in the past on a notebook as a souvenir. After Yuan explained to teacher Su Weiwei, she came over with a smile and softly told Wang Tao about Xuan's situation at school today. Dad Xian, there is something I want to tell you. At the end of the nap today, the little red flower on Xuan's forehead was rubbed off while sleeping. She cried sadly at that time. But don't worry. After our teacher's comfort, her mood improved. So that's it. Listening to teacher Ye's words, Wang Tao suddenly understood why his precious daughter cared so much about the little red flower this time. He looked at Yuan and thanked her. Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Yi. After saying that, he looked down at Xian with distressed eyes, reached out and touched her little head, and even ignored the voice of Teacher Yi. Xian held Wang Tao's hand, tilted her little face up, and said with a smile, Dad, I'm not sad now, because Teacher Yi gave me a more beautiful little red flower. It had been several hours, and the sadness in her heart had long since dissipated. Wang Tao looked at her with a smile and nodded to show that he believed what she said. He said goodbye to Yiwen and other children. The father and daughter got in the car. Dad, can you take a picture of me later and send it to Grandpa and Grandma? Okay. Sitting in the car, Xian couldn't stop chattering as usual, reaching out to gently touch the little red flower on her forehead to make sure it was still there, and said, Okay. Xian got a little red flower. Of course, I have to let Grandpa and Grandma know. Wang Tao held the steering wheel and responded with a smile. At this time, he heard his precious daughter's surprised voice. Dad? What's in the box on the passenger seat next to you? Oh, this is an eye shaver. On the way here, Wang Tao took out the fully automatic eye shaver awarded by the system from the system space. After studying it for a while, he put it on the back seat. I didn't expect the little guy to be so sharp-eyed. He suddenly found something strange. Xian tilted her head and thought, what is this eye shaver? Wang Tao saw her surprise and said with a smile, this is a machine for making cold drinks. When we get back, Dad will make you cold drinks. Okay? Yeah. Xian happily swung her legs. She likes cold drinks the most. Especially ice cream. That is, Dad is very good for her to eat. Don't ask why. The answer is that ice cream is too cold, which is not good for children's stomach, so they should eat less. Chapter 418 Full of Happiness. When Su Hao and his friends saw their boss carrying a box into the kitchen, they were a little puzzled. Now they saw their boss taking out a machine from the box and placing it on the table on the right side of the kitchen. They all came over curiously, want to see what it is. At first glance, they all thought that this machine looked like a wall-breaking machine. But it is different from a wall-breaking machine. This machine only has an on-off button. Jiang Chao, Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu, 3 rich second generations who are used to high-end products, couldn't tell what brand this machine was and what its function was. Lin Zifeng, who didn't understand, subconsciously touched Jiang Chao's arm with his elbow and asked curiously, Jiang Chao, what kind of machine did the boss bring back? This? Jiang Chao shook his head and told the truth. I couldn't tell what kind of machine it was. Ah? You don't know either? Lin Zifeng's eyes were as big as copper bells, shooting out lightning like surprise. Aren't you a rich second generation? How come you don't know? Aren't rich second generations supposed to know a lot about high-end electrical products? This is not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. Jiang Chao, Li Qingzhan, who automatically took his seat. Lin Qiuyu, who automatically took his seat. Lin Zifeng turned his head to look at Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiuyu, the 2 rich second generations. Qingzhan, Qiuyu, do you 2 know? Li Qingzhan and the other 2 shook their heads helplessly. I don't know. Fuck. None of these 3 rich second generations actually knew. If he hadn't known that these second generation rich people could easily buy a house worth 5 million, And if he hadn't seen with his own eyes that the cars they drove were worth millions, or even tens of millions, he would have really suspected that the 3 second-generation rich people in front of him, who didn't even know what these small electrical products were fake second-generation rich people. Now, Lin Zifeng's heart was completely balanced. He asked jokingly in confusion, "Hey, are you second-generation rich people?" Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu, who were almost depressed by Lin Zifeng's question. This question, what does it have to do with whether you are a second-generation rich person? Who stipulated that the second-generation rich must know all electrical products? Hey, they have a bad temper. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Zifeng was their colleague, and if they hadn't promised their boss to be a good youth, they would definitely teach him a lesson in a minute. Li Qingzhan and Lin Qiyu pretended to look expressionless at Lin Zifeng, and said while moving their right arms, "Ouch. Why do I feel my Karen arm? It's already aching. This is a naked threat." Lin Zifeng understood immediately, and he quickly changed the subject and said, "The roast duck is almost done. I have to go and take a look. It's gone. The rich second generation, who doesn't have electrical products, can't be messed with." Huang Tao couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Then he said naturally, "This is a fully automatic shaved ice machine. We don't have freshly made cold drinks in our store. It's also good to make some cold drinks. The shaved ice machine I asked someone to buy some time ago just arrived this afternoon. I'll make some green bean paste and milk to sell later." Okay. After listening, Su Hao and his friends nodded. And then they remembered something and kindly reminded him, "But boss, it may be too late later. The ice cubes need to be frozen for 5 or 6 hours before they can be used." He had already studied this problem when he was in the car just now. He smiled and said, "This is the magic of the shaved ice machine. We add some pure water to it, and it can make ice quickly. Then add mung bean milk to it, and press the power button, and it will run automatically. And this fully automatic shaved ice machine is similar to the fully automatic baking machine. It can also make the most delicious smoothie drinks according to the added ingredients. The capacity of this machine is not small. It can make 10 cups of drinks at a time. Indeed, fully automatic machines are very magical. For example, the fully automatic baking machine currently used in the store can automatically identify food and accurately adjust the appropriate temperature and time. Until now, Su Hao and his friends have been amazed by it. However, none of the employees thought about it, and just thought that it was set up by the boss in advance. Besides, there are so many high-tech products in the world that we have never seen before. Many high-tech products may not be available even if you have money. Therefore, Jiang Chao and the other 3 rich second generations did not bother about this kind of problem, but believed Huang Tao's words unconditionally, and even admired Huang Tao from the bottom of their hearts for having such good interpersonal relationships and being able to find such a good high-tech product. "I'll get this shaved ice machine when we have dinner later." Huang Tao paused and continued to instruct the 3 assistant chefs, "You 3, just be responsible for your own part of the dishes as before." The kitchen continued to be busy. At 4:40, Huang Tao and 3 assistants prepared the staff meals for tonight. "Sister Suqin, take Xian Xian to eat first. And Su Hao, you guys, go eat first." After Huang Tao gave instructions, he stayed in the kitchen alone and operated the fully automatic shaved ice machine. He first poured some water into the transparent container, not exceeding the horizontal line. Then he closed the lid and pressed the start button on the machine. As the red light came on, the fully automatic shaved ice machine started to work immediately. What surprised him was that the sound of operation was very small. Almost no sound. 2 minutes later, the clear water in the container turned into ice visibly. Then, the blades in the machine moved quickly, cutting all the ice into small cubes. A moment, the green light came on. Huang Tao carefully opened the lid, added an appropriate amount of mung beans. He closed the lid again and pressed the start button again. The red light came on again, and the machine started running again. After running for 2 minutes, the machine stopped again and ended its operation. Huang Tao could clearly see the beautiful green bean shaved ice inside through the machine wall. He took out the newly bought disposable milk teacup, the medium-sized one. Then he opened the lid of the fully automatic shaved ice machine, scooped out the green bean shaved ice inside, and transferred it into the milk teacup one by one. Fill each cup half. No more. No less. Just enough for 10 cups. Then he opened the pot again and put the green beans that had been boiled beforehand and had the skin removed and became very soft into the cup. Then pour in the milk and cover the lid. This milk was bought at Jiangguo's convenience store. I drank a few boxes before. The taste is very rich. The ingredients are only raw milk. It couldn't be better. As for the mung beans, they were specially brought to him by Lao Jiantu when he came to deliver sesame seeds last time. It's about 30 kilograms. Maybe he really wanted to thank him for making friends. But he probably wanted him to try the mung beans. If he thinks it tastes good, maybe he will buy more from him, like the sesame seeds. After all, the things grown in my hometown are not easy to sell. It's hard to spend time selling them in the market by half a kilogram. Wang Tao suddenly asked Lao Jiantu to place an order, which was a pleasant surprise for Lao Jiantu. Smart people naturally want to seize the opportunity. Not to mention that it was done with good intentions. Wang Tao didn't refuse at the time. He thanked him and accepted it. Not to mention, the quality of the mung beans is much better than those sold outside. Each bean is plump and uniform. But what he didn't expect was that the mung bean was used so soon. Of course, Wang Tao's cooking was delicious. In addition to the cooking skills added by the system, it was also because the ingredients he selected were all high-quality ingredients. Over there, the fully automatic ice shaver was still running. 4 minutes later, another full pot of mung bean smoothie was ready. Wang Tao continued to repeat the previous steps, because the amount was deliberately controlled. A total of 110 cups of mung bean milk were made. In those transparent plastic cups, the milk added would sink by itself without him stirring, and mixed with the bean green smoothie in the cup. The color was very beautiful. He took 8 cups of mung bean milk and walked to the dining table. Come, let's try the taste of this mung bean milk. After that, he picked up a cup of mung bean milk that was not too cold, inserted a straw, and handed it to Xian, who was eagerly waiting to be fed, and the employees, looking at the cups of mung bean milk with a strong intuitive impact, couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, the color is so beautiful." They all took the straws and inserted them into the plastic caps and drank. After taking a sip, Lin Zifeng showed a refreshing expression on his face. "Wow, a cup of green bean paste milk is like a living god." Li Qingzhan nodded and agreed. In the winter, with the warm air conditioning, a cup of such refreshing green bean paste milk is simply refreshing. Ding Suqin said with joy, "The taste of this iced smoothie is too good. It is more than 1.5 stars better than the green bean paste that my daughter insisted on buying before." Su Hao nodded with satisfaction. "Am I the only one who thinks that the sweetness of this green bean paste milk is just right? It's not the kind of greasy sweetness of milk tea. This kind is very natural, cool and refreshing." Wang Tao also took a sip. "I felt very comfortable all over. The iced smoothie is dense. The green beans are beaten and boiled, and it has a sweet taste. The fusion of milk adds a bit of mellow milk flavor. Take another deep sip, and you can get a few mung beans. Take a sip, and they will spread in your throat. It is so soft and sticky. It would be even better if you drink a cup of mung bean milk in the summer." Of course, as Li Qingzhan said, it is also very refreshing to drink cold drinks in the winter with air conditioning. It feels like eating ice cream in the middle of winter. After taking a few sips, he said, "I didn't add any sugar during the production process. It's all original flavor. In addition, there is a lot of green bean milk in the kitchen. You can help bring it to the counter later and give a cup to the customers who buy meat, fish and eel shreds. If any customers ask, tell them that they will be officially served tomorrow." "Boss, you said it's free?" Hearing this, Ding Suqin suspected that she had misheard, and she asked in surprise, "Not counting the labor costs that the boss spent on this. The price of mung beans and milk is not cheap." Wang Tao nodded. "Well, anyway, the customers who come in front are all here to buy fish-flavored eel shreds, and it will not cause dissatisfaction among the customers in the queue behind. This is the same principle as first come first served." "Okay, boss, I know." Ding Suqin understood, thinking that the customers would be very happy when they knew the news later. Su Hao and the others continued to eat, occasionally drinking a sip of mung bean milk, full of happiness. As expected, following the boss, you can enjoy new dishes and new drinks in advance. This treatment is not worth 100 million. Wang Tao turned his head to look at Xian, who was holding a cup and sipping mung bean milk in small sips, and asked softly, "Xian, is the mung bean milk delicious?" Xian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "It tastes good. As long as it is made by Dad." "It tastes good?" She loves it super. Chapter 419 fell into the trap of these old guys. Ding ding dang dang. The door of the store was gently pushed open, and the bell hanging on the door frame made a crisp sound. Hearing the sound, Huang Tao and others all looked towards the direction of the store door at the same time. The person coming was Lao Qin. He was holding two very exquisite packaging boxes in his hands. It seemed that the packaging boxes contained fruits and other things. However, what made Huang Tao and others curious and puzzled was, no matter how the cold wind blew at Lao Qin would never bow to the cold wind, and he would never wear a master hat like other uncles. This time, he actually wore a master hat for the first time. They all unconsciously turned their heads to look at the sun outside the window, wanting to see if the sun was rising from the west today. Boss Huang, I'm here again. When Lao Qin walked into the store with a happy face, he keenly smelled a different smell. Perhaps because of his profession, his sense of smell is indeed better than that of ordinary people. In addition, he has been used to the smell of various dishes in the store during this period of time. Suddenly, something unusual will become more obvious. It smells a bit like milk and mung beans. Thinking of this, he greeted Huang Tao and asked, Boss Huang, why do I smell the smell of milk and mung beans in the store? What kind of dessert are you making? Huang Tao stood up and said with a smile, Mr. Qin, your nose is really sharp. I just made some mung bean milk in the store. You came at the right time. Wait a moment. I will bring you a cup to taste how it tastes first. Since we have met, it is only right to treat him to a drink. Lao Qin was surprised. Wow. This is great. Boss Huang, you are finally willing to sell cold drinks? Then give me a cup to try. Just by hearing the name, you can imagine how delicious it is. He said this, although there was a little flattery in it, but more out of trust in Huang Tao's craftsmanship. This mung bean paste milk is not for sale today, so I will give you a cup to try. Huang Tao brought a cup of mung bean paste milk from the kitchen and handed it to Lao Qin. Looking at the beautiful mung bean paste milk, Lao Qin's eyes reflected and his throat moved unconsciously. I want to drink it. But when he heard Huang Tao said that he would not sell it and gave it to him, he felt embarrassed again. He can't have a free lunch at noon and a free drink at night. Then he would be a freeloader. He waved his hand. No. Mr. Huang, I can't take it if you don't charge me. Xian held the green bean milk that she hadn't finished yet, smiled sweetly at Lao Qin, and said in a baby voice, Grandpa Qin, my dad said that if you order meat, fish, and fragrant eel shreds tonight, you will get a free cup of green bean milk. Lao Qin was stuck for a moment. This. Xuan's beautiful eyes turned, and she came up with a plan, and said with curved eyebrows, Grandpa Qin, take it first, and when you have dinner later, you can order another serving of meat, fish, and fragrant eel shreds. You can think of it as taking it in advance now. What a wake-up call. The only one who woke him up. It turned out to be a little cute kid. Lao Qin showed surprise in his eyes, and a little ashamed. I am ashamed of myself. I am not as smart as a cute little kid. Of course, when he took it, he also praised generously, Xian, you are so smart. Xian politely responded, Thank you Grandpa Qin for your praise. Good boy. Grandpa Qin put this here for you. Said. Old Qin put the 2 boxes of fruit in his hand on Xuan's exclusive table. Huang Tao subconsciously asked, Old Qin, what is this? Old Qin smiled and said, my son sent me some kiwis and cherries. Bring them over for you and Xian to try. At noon today, with the help of 2 reporters, he had a table of delicious food made by Huang Tao for free. He naturally felt a little guilty. Look! His son sent him 2 boxes of fruit this afternoon. A large box of red kiwis, and a large box of cherries. Just now, the SF Express courier called him to pick up the package, and he directly asked the other party to deliver his package to the door of the Zinchiho restaurant. The reason for this request is that he has some plans in mind. He wants to give these 2 boxes of fruit to Huang Tao and Xian. This way, he can save a lot of trouble in carrying and a lot of effort. Huang Tao laughed. Old Qin, why are you so polite? Old Qin shook his folding fan and said happily, you have invited me to drink green bean milk. I have to show my appreciation. Huang Tao was amused. My green bean milk is not as valuable as your fruits. Old Qin continued, then counted as lunch. Huang Tao and Old Qin looked at each other and laughed. Okay. Then I'll keep it. Huang Tao nodded, turned his head to look at Xian. and asked softly, Xian, Grandpa Qin gave you fruit. What do you want to say? Xian understood immediately and thanked him in a baby voice. Thank you, Grandpa Qin. Old Qin smiled from ear to ear. Xian is so good. Eat more fruits. You will be as beautiful as a big star when you grow up. Xian saw Grandpa Qin fanning himself with a fan. But he was wearing a thick hat on his head. She couldn't figure out whether Grandpa Qin was hot or cold. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Grandpa Qin, why did you suddenly wear a hat today? Old Qin was a little angry. Hey, I was tricked by those old men. Ah? Xian was a little confused. Old Qin was not embarrassed, and took off the hat on his head directly. In an instant, the air suddenly became quiet. There were 2 big lumps on Old Qin's forehead, which looked like a pair of horns. Grandpa Li and the others who played chess with him in the afternoon told him that the punishment rules had changed this time. Instead of sticking a note, they would flick his head. He also emphasized to him that he would not hit it hard, just for the sake of showing it. Lao Qin did not think much at the time and agreed to this new punishment rule. Who would have thought? People are so vicious. It was not until he lost a game of chess that he realized that he was careless and fell into the trap of these old guys. When those people hit each other, their hands were very light. They didn't use much strength at all, just like tickling. But as soon as he lost, their hands were strong, as if they had been trained in Shaolin Temple. The wooden fish was not as loud as Lao Qin's forehead. Puff. Xian couldn't hold it back and laughed out loud. Grandpa Qin, I'm sorry. Xian didn't mean it. Xian didn't want to laugh, but there is really no way. I can't hold it back. When Ding Suqin and other employees saw this, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Huang Tao was not shy at all, and laughed happily. Mr. Qin, you are really miserable. Xian added, well, it looks like a little green dragon. I have horns on my head and a tail behind me. No one knows how many secrets I have. She sang the song I am a little green dragon. Old Qin was not annoyed, but just smiled happily. Don't worry. I'm fine. And those old guys didn't get any advantage. Look outside the store. Lao Cheng and Lao Li. Are they also wearing hats? I tell you, they are also seriously injured. Huang Tao looked through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, and the uncles in the queue in front of him were indeed basically holding a hat in each hand. These uncles in their 60s and 70s are really ruthless. Playing chess, they can hurt each other. Okay, I'll wait outside and come back at 5 o'clock to buy it. Lao Qin said goodbye with a smile. Xian, Mr. Huang, see you later, said. He took the green bean milk and left the store. The neighbors looked at Lao Qin with a bad face. You old boy. You went to Mr. Huang's place to eat again. Do you have any shame? Did Mr. Huang make anything new tonight? What kind of drink is that? I didn't see it on the drink cabinet in the store. The neighbor's attention fell on the cup of green bean milk in Lao Qin's hand. Lao Qin said with a smile, Mung bean milk was made by Mr. Huang tonight. And this cup in my hand is it. But Mr. Huang said that it is not for sale today. This cup is what Mr. Huang invited me to have. I'll try it for you first. After saying that, he took a sip of mung bean milk. The dense ice wrapped with shredded mung beans poured into his throat from the straw, and the slight coolness made it particularly refreshing. The next second, the fragrance of mung beans blended with the freshness of milk, which felt particularly authentic. The sweetness was just right, and it was not sticky at all. Very natural. It tastes good. Really good. This mung bean milk is delicious. Lao Qin showed some surprise in his eyes, and took 2 more sips in a row. This is a naked show-off. The neighbors are so angry. Aren't you afraid of laughing? Although Lao Qin was targeted in chess, he felt comfortable. Of course, he would not tell these neighbors that he would give a cup of mung bean milk for free when he bought meat, fish, and fragrant eel shreds. Let them indie for a while. Chapter 420, I am lucky to have this luck. Winter nights always come early. At about 5 o'clock, dusk quickly fell. Looking around, everything was gray in a blink of an eye. A moment, the shops and restaurants on both sides of the old street also lit up their lights. The lights lit up the gray dusk, just like stars under the night sky. Dazzling and charming. The street lights standing on both sides of the old street in the west of the city have also been lit, emitting soft light, adding a touch of bright color to the old street. On the busy old street, 3 or 5 good colleagues walking together after get-off work. Pairs of men and women. and children running on the old street. All have happy smiles on their faces, heading towards the Zinchiho restaurant. The hawkers shouting and the shop owners' greetings are mixed into many sounds, forming a lively and prosperous scene. Of course, the busiest place is naturally the entrance of Zinchichi. At this time, there was a long queue in front of the store as usual. The queue is still growing. The customers in the queue are looking forward to Zinchichi opening soon. In the afternoon, Lin Jibwa got the permission of the manager Hu Jinlin and came to queue up with several colleagues in advance. But this time, they came out more than 2 hours earlier. No choice. I came to queue up to buy meat and fish eel shreds half an hour earlier at noon. But I couldn't buy one. Hu Jinlin and others who missed the meat and fish eel shreds at noon were unwilling. But they were more motivated, just thinking that they must taste the meat and fish eel shreds in the evening. So, it's time to roll up. Before 3 o'clock, I came to wait outside the store. I'm going to roll up all these old men and women, the rich second generation and the college students who don't have classes. Lin Jibwa looked puzzled. Hey, you said the manager asked us to pack 3 servings of braised pork rice and 3 servings of nourishing fish soup, and told us to sell the meat, fish, and fragrant eel shreds, and even let us line up 2 hours in advance to buy rice. It sounds incredible. Of course, they also sacrificed their lunch break at the suggestion of the manager and finished the afternoon task in advance. Zhou Hong smiled and said, I think our manager and his family of 3 are completely fascinated by the food in Zinhachi. During this period of time, every time I packed food for him at night, I always got 3 servings. Hongrui looked ahead anxiously and said, Anyway, it's good that we can line up 2 hours in advance. I saw the delicious photos of fish-flavored eel shreds posted by Lu Qianqian on Weibo at noon, and I was already greedy. Who knew that our colleague went there half an hour in advance and still couldn't get a portion? At noon, I saw others sharing on Weibo. Enjoy the taste. I don't know how many times I swallowed my saliva. I should be able to eat it tonight. Lin Jibwa nodded. It shouldn't be a problem. We came here around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't worry about the manager. We can eat the meat, fish, and eel shreds is the kingly thing. At this moment, their eyes were full of determination. Of course, the moment they learned from Lao Qin that Boss Huang made green bean milk tonight, but he didn't sell it, their mood instantly fell into the abyss like a roller coaster. And it lasted for a long time. I felt regretful. It was all for nothing. After Huang Tao had finished packing, he opened the store at 5 o'clock. The old man and woman at the front of the line and Lin Jibwa rushed into the store first. Then they split into 2 groups. Lin Jibwa went straight to the automatic ordering machine. The old man and woman went straight to the counter. Old Chung, who was at the front of the line, ordered happily, Xiaoqin, I want a portion of eel shreds with meat and fish flavor, a small portion of dongfa pork, a bowl of nourishing fish soup, and a bowl of rice. At the same time, he noticed that there seemed to be cups of green drinks on the counter, which looked very similar to the cup of green bean milk that Lao Qin had just shown off to them. Just when I was about to ask a question, I heard Ding Suqin say with a smile, Uncle Chung, today, if you buy a portion of meat and fish eel shreds, you will get a cup of green bean paste milk for free. It is delicious and thirst-quenching. There are only 100 portions. Do you need to buy nourishing fish soup? Hearing this, Old Chung and Lu were all shocked. Buy meat and fish eel shreds and get a drink for free. And it is the green bean paste milk they are craving for? Are they sure they didn't hear it wrong? Old Qin, who knew the news in advance, saw the shocked look of these neighbors, and his heart was not moved at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. He shook his folding fan lightly, trying to hold back the smile. Of course, these uncles and aunts, although old, are still smart. They understood at once that they were all fooled by the old guy. Old Qin. They already had a lot of complaints about Old Qin, so they naturally wanted to teach him a lesson to avenge his deception. So, Lao Lu suddenly became dramatic, turned sideways, and pinched Lao Qin's arm behind him in surprise. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Hiss. Lao Qin felt a sudden pain in his arm, and his old face twisted unconsciously. Looking to the side with his teeth bared, he saw that the culprit was Lao Lu. He immediately issued a strong condemnation to Lao Lu. Lao Lu, are you dreaming? Pinch yourself. Why are you pinching me? What a pity. His condemnation was met with a very surprised expression from Lao Lu. Lao Lu said with an embarrassed look, Sorry. Lao Qin, I want to see if I am dreaming. Lao Qin. For a moment, he seriously suspected that Lao Lu pinched him so much in retaliation. Unfortunately, he had no evidence to prove it. Besides, he had to keep making friends with his friends even if he cried. I had to bear it. This scene was very satisfying to the neighbors. Old Chung did not delay any longer and smiled and replied to Ding Suqin. Then don't have the nourishing fish soup. Just a portion of meat fish eel shreds. A small portion of dongpa pork. And a bowl of rice. This is green bean paste milk. If you buy it outside, at least a medium cup will cost about 20 yuan. But today it is free at the Zinhashi restaurant. They thought that Mr. Huang was really generous. And he organized activities to give back to customers. And he never advertised in advance. It seemed more like he was in the mood. Speaking of which, the more such activities, the better. Ding Suqin printed the receipt and handed it to Old Chung who had paid. And then took out a cup of green bean paste milk from the counter. In the transparent beverage cup, being green blended with white. The small package bag was already packed. And a straw was placed aside. Thank you. After saying thank you, Lao Chung took the newly received drink and receipt and went to find a seat in the store, waiting for other dishes to be served. Lin Jibua and the others had heard the conversation earlier and came over excitedly to ask, if I order 10 servings of meat and fish eel shreds, will I get 10 cups of green bean milk? Ding Suqin smiled and nodded, yes. We just ordered 10 servings of meat and fish eel shreds. Lin Jibua quickly handed the receipt after payment to Ding Suqin. Then he took the 10 cups of green bean milk from Ding Suqin and waited happily to pick up the food. The rich second generation like Ma Junwen in the back rarely drink drinks like milk tea. They think it's too greasy. But they are looking forward to the green bean milk produced by Zinhashi. This green bean milk is made of exquisite ingredients and is healthy at first glance. Besides, not everyone has the opportunity to try something new. Since they have encountered it, they naturally have to order one. Then they can post it on Weibo to make the majority of netizens envious. They also asked excitedly, Sister Suqin, do you really get green bean paste and milk for free when you buy meat, fish, and eel shreds? Yes. Yes. Ding Suqin still smiled and nodded. The customers who came in to order food heard the noise and spread the news from front to back. The queue crowd suddenly became agitated. Everyone was amazed that the restaurant was suddenly holding another event tonight. And it was such a high-end green bean paste and milk. Everyone was glad that they came to queue up early to get this luck. In less than 15 minutes, 100 servings of meat, fish, and eel shreds were ordered. Similarly, 100 servings of green bean paste and milk were also given away. As a result, the customers in the queue behind could not buy it. They had to buy other dishes. But some customers still asked, is it true that the green bean milk is not given away? We can't buy other meals without drinks? Right. Ding Suqin has to face similar situations several times a day. She also knows how to deal with it. She responded calmly, this customer, I am really sorry. It is really out of stock. This green bean milk is made at our store to match the meat, fish and eel shreds. We have made a total of 100 copies. And now all have been delivered. Our boss said that the new green bean milk will be officially available at noon tomorrow. You can also order it at that time. Please wait patiently. The customer in front of him had to sigh helplessly after hearing this. Then he ordered other meals. Alas! I hope I can buy a cup to try it after the new product is available tomorrow.